breakfast at the table with your family. The next erectile phenomenon is called the reflex erection. This erection can occur in response to strong emotions like feeling angry or stressed or nervous, which kind of seems like an outlandishly inappropriate response in such a situation. Another type of reflex erection could be caused by really needing to pee because your bladder sits right over your prostate gland and can apply pressure on it when it's full. But as discussed, an erection can make it difficult to pee, so good luck negotiating that vicious cycle. And of course, there are the very normal hormonal erections experienced by every teenage boy as he grows into an adult, leading to an average of 11 potentially embarrassing moments each day. Puberty causes a surge of hormones that lead to these unexpected hard-ons that are unfortunately outside of our control. Again, they don't necessarily equate to sexual arousal and are just a healthy part of growing up and having lengthening penile tissue. So I suppose in a scientific and anatomical sense, and not so much comical as impressive and a sign of great things to come. Have you guys got any unwanted erection stories that you'd care to share? Let us know in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Is porn addictive? That's an interesting question. People certainly love to watch it, but are they addicted in the same way that you can be addicted to smoking or alcohol? Well, let me answer that question with another question. How do you define addiction? Well, the first thing that you should think about is that mental health professionals agree that pornography is not considered an addiction. That's to say that if someone looks at porn, their brains actually show the reverse effect of what an addiction would normally do. Instead of showing high rates of brain activity, as you would if you were, say, on cocaine, the reverse actually occurs. So in a physiological sense, porn doesn't cause addiction the way cigarettes and opioids do. But that's just how health professionals define an addiction, by its physiological effects. But that fact doesn't mean that porn addiction doesn't behave like other addictions in different ways. For example, according to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, an addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disease that is characterized by compulsive drug seeking and use, despite harmful consequences. So basically what that means is to be an addiction, it has to have a compulsive need and a harmful effect. So do people have a compulsive need for porn? And does that compulsive need end in harmful effects? Well, we'll start with compulsive need. The drives that cause people to want to watch porn are the same ones that fuel repopulation of a species. In other words, we are evolutionarily programmed to have sex drives. It's said that the first thing that was ever printed on Gutenberg's printing press was the Bible, and the second was porn. So there's obviously some human compulsion to consume porn. But does that necessarily correlate to a compulsion? The closest related compulsion to a porn addiction that I can think of is eating, in that it's necessary for the species to survive, but too much can be harmful and counterproductive. So if one can have a food addiction, is it so hard to believe that you could also have a porn addiction? And what about harmful effects? Well, a study from 2014 published in the JAMA Psychiatry linked men who watch porn to decreases in gray matter, a major part of the brain. The correlation was really significant, but the researchers weren't sure if it was the porn that had caused the change in the brain, or if the brain was already like that, which is what made them want porn. So if compulsion plus harm makes an addiction, there's not any particular hard evidence that demonstrates a negative health consequence of watching pornography. So if it's compulsion plus harm that makes an addiction, is porn then addictive? Well, I guess it's up to you. If your porn habit is damaging your relationship, affecting you psychologically, and if all that constant action is giving you RSI, then yes, you've got what could be clinically described as an addiction to porn. But for the most part, watching porn doesn't have any proven negative physical effects. So in the absence of further research, rank on, my friends.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Are fat-free foods actually making you fat? Well, they definitely could be. Sometimes full fat foods are a better diet option than foods where the fat's been taken out. But before you go eating sticks of butter, here's the full story. First of all, let's be clear. It's not like the fat that you eat in a meal or in your fries goes directly to your gut. That fat gets converted into calories, basically giving you a number of calorie points that you can burn throughout the day, most of which is burnt doing stuff like breathing and thinking and walking and climbing stairs and running for trains. It's only the excess calories that aren't burnt that turn into fat. Basically, the argument is that fat, because it's so high in energy points, or calories, is evil and will make you gain weight. To be healthy, all we need to do is have a limit on how many calories we eat each day. But here's the thing. Yes, fats are particularly dense in calories, meaning you have to expend more energy to burn them off before they turn into body fat. But they're also really difficult for your body to break down. Your body has to turn that fat into a sugar before it can use it as energy. And because they stay in the stomach for a really long time, they make us feel fuller for a much longer time than, say, sugar. But if you take the fat out of a product, we can break that product down faster. So for example, you can eat a full-fat yogurt that has 200 calories or a low-fat yogurt that only has 150 calories. You'd think that the low-fat yogurt would be better, but 30 minutes after eating the low-fat yogurt, your body has already processed it, your stomach is empty, and you get hungry again. So you eat another yogurt, and now you're up to 300 calories instead of 200 for the full-fat yogurt. If you'd eaten the full-fat yogurt, you'd still be full. To make this effect even worse, the companies that make the fat-free products often make up for the lack of flavor by adding things like sugar, flour, and thickener, among other things. All of that stuff adds easy calories. And as we know, the more calories we take in, the more will be turned into body fat. So sometimes low-fat foods have almost as many calories from sugar as high-fat foods. However, there's one point I need to make very clear here. Fats are essential to our survival. They store and activate fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin A, D, E, and K. We can't live without fat. A lot of countries are now changing their health recommendations to favor low carbohydrate but higher fat foods such as eggs and fish. So to make better choices about the foods that you eat, always look at its energy points, the calories, rather than just the grams of fat.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
When I ask my vegan friends why they're vegan, they often say that it's for health reasons. Actually, they often say, "Oh my god, how could you eat meat, you heartless savage?" And then they sometimes tack on health reasons. But when I ask my other friends why they're meat eaters, they also say for health reasons. Most meat is high in iron, full of protein, and animal products contain things like zinc and calcium. So is a vegan diet actually good for you? Or is a vegan diet healthier than a regular diet? It doesn't get much more extreme when it comes to diet than a vegan diet. Well, there are fruitarians, but that's just kind of like crazy. Whether it's for ethical reasons, religious reasons, or any other reason, the health aspects of any diet need to be properly understood before we start doing the diet. So are there any health benefits to being a vegan? Well, yeah, there's actually a ton of health benefits, like healthier gut microbiota. These organisms live in our intestines and are vital to digestion, vitamin production, and even our immunity. Since the cholesterol in food only comes from animal products, vegan diets are inherently cholesterol free. And don't worry about good cholesterol. A healthy body produces its own just fine. Vegans also have a lowered risk of ischemic heart disease and cancer, though not cardiovascular disease. Women who are vegans are also said to have easier menopause, and most report lower levels of stress, and of course there's weight loss, something a lot of Americans struggle with. So by that account, vegan diets seem pretty awesome. And nowadays, you don't really have to sacrifice a lot in flavor. We hardly rely on seasonal foods anymore, and quality vegan meals are just easier and easier to come by. So why aren't we all vegans? Well, now let's look at some of the downsides of a vegan diet. Actually, there's one main one: vitamin and mineral deficiency. Well, frankly, vitamin deficiency is something that even a lot of omnivores have, and it can easily be rectified in most cases. The truth is, we could all benefit from taking a good look at our diets and figuring out what we need to add or subtract. A vegan or anyone considering a diet change should totally get a blood test to see what they're lacking and adjust accordingly. Many vegans lack vitamin B12 and vitamin D, as well as calcium, iron, zinc, and omega-3 fatty acids. But it's okay, you can find most of these vitamins and minerals in vegan foods. For example, calcium is found in white beans, squash, and just about all leafy greens, which are also a good source of iron, as are peaches, beans, and dried fruit. As you, I'm sure, no doubt remember from our gluten-free video, zinc is found predominantly in whole grains like wheat and rye, and so therefore it's also found in cakes and breads and pastas, all my favorite foods. And as for omega-3 fatty acids, if you're still worrying about those, you need to watch our video on fish oil and get some knowledge. Now, you PsyQers might be asking why we're bothering to do a video on vegan diets. Well, I got inspiration after watching my hero Arnold Schwarzenegger advertising eating less meat as a way of combating climate change. Now, I didn't want to believe that it was true because since where I was born in Australia, being a vegetarian is basically a federal crime. But overall, I was pretty shocked to see that a vegan diet can be the healthier choice, especially if you really monitor your vitamin intake. But will I switch to a vegan diet? No. Why? Because they just haven't figured out how to make vegetarian steak. But what do you guys think? I know that we're all concerned about climate change, so if any of you change your diet, cut out beef or milk products so that you can help combat methane gas, or have any of you changed your diet just for health reasons? Let us know in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching PsyQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
When I think of the words breast exam, I think of extremely awkward doctor's visits and other stuff that I'm really not excited about, like pap smears. Ugh. But unfortunately for me, I have breast cancer on both sides of my family. My mum had a breast tumor removed when she was 50, and my dad's mum, my grandmother, had a mastectomy when she was in her late 40s. Since I have breast cancer on both sides of my family, there's basically a genetic guarantee that at some point in the next 20 years, I'm gonna get it too. And so I bring you this breast exam video. Now, keep in mind, I'm a science communicator, Jim, not a doctor, so what I know is from informed analysis of other people's research and not from years of professional study. It's recommended by nationalbreastcancer.org that every woman over the age of 20 should give themselves a breast self-exam once a month. Breast cancer is not always outwardly visible or palpable, but self-exams can at least help determine if there's a tumor in there, giving you a better chance of catching it early, which is super important. It's also a way of picking up on anything in between your proper doctor's visit. So women over 20 should get a clinical breast exam once every 2 years, and women over 40 should get them once a year. And mammograms should be about as often for women over 40 or 50, depending on where you live. So to keep your lady fun bags in check, these are the steps to administering your own breast self-exam. Now, you're supposed to do this whole exam standing up and with your shirt and your bra off, but given that YouTube is very anti-nudity, we're gonna do it just where we are and how with the clothes that I have on now. The first thing you're supposed to do is stand up and strike an I'm a bad bitch pose in the mirror. So with your shoulders back, hands on hips, and you'll be naked, but I'm not. This pose isn't just for self-esteem. You need to use this position so you can find any irregularities by holding your back straight. You'll be able to see the twins in the same position. You're going to want to check to see if your breasts look about normal compared to what you've seen in the past. So has the shape or color or size of your breasts changed at all recently? Is there any visible swelling or distortion? If something does seem off, here's a few things you want to ask your doctor about. Any protruding bumps, called bulging, any unusual wrinkles called dimpling. They'll look similar to cellulite, but they might be in unusual places or seem a little bit more severe than normal cellulite. They'll look like puckering, which pulls the skin together tightly, causing a crease. Also be on the lookout for redness, sores, swelling, or any rashes. And lastly, report any signs of one or both of your nipples moving away from where they usually are or becoming inverted if they're not normally inverted. So if the tip of your breast is pointing in rather than pointing out if it is usually an outward pointing nipple. Next, raise your arms and hold your hands up and look for the same things you did in the last step. And while you're at it, look for any fluid coming out of one or both nipples. This fluid can be white, clear, yellow, or even blood. Now, some discharge can be normal or indicative of something that's benign, but blood is never normal. So if you notice blood, who you're gonna call? The doctor, that's right. Next up, lie down and use each hand to check the breast of the opposing side. So for example, to check your left breast, you wanna use your right hand. You wanna keep your fingers flat and firm. Using your first 3 fingers, gently move your hand in a circular motion, about 1 inch in diameter, and check the whole breast using this method from side to side, armpit to sternum. So that's not just the boob itself, or all the way over to the armpit. So I'm gonna do that now. Have a systematic approach to this. Be sure that you cover the whole area. You can also do it in the shower, like when you're in the hot water and you're all soapy, can make feeling your breasts a little easier. So just using circle motions about 1 inch in diameter. So all the way across. Okay, you're going to want to check the different layers by using different pressures from light to firm. So when you're on the part of the body where there's not a lot of fat tissue, you can just use a light touch. But when you're over the breast tissue itself and over the rib cage, you should use a firmer touch. This can be a little painful if you're pressing really hard on your boobs. So make sure that you're slow and gentle while still being firm. All right, now that that part's done, you can sit down and we're gonna raise one arm of the side of the breast that you're checking. And we're gonna be searching for unusual firm lumps. So same thing again, but just with arms raised. Okay, good, nothing on that side. Now I'm gonna do the other side. Okay, good, all done. Nothing to see here. I didn't find any lumps or bumps or anything unusual, so I'm good for another month. I hope you didn't find anything in particular, but if you did, don't forget to go to your doctor and get it checked out. If you're naked at this point, go put some clothes on and you're done. Now remember, this should be done every month. And if you're over 20, you need to get a clinical breast exam every 2 years. And particularly if you're over 40, you should also be getting mammograms. So this self-exam is only to supplement your regular doctor's visits and trying to catch anything early. It's not a replacement. So unfortunately, you still have to go to your doctor. Don't forget to do it regularly and stay safe, everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
When I saw Christina Hoff Sommers from the American Enterprise Institute labeling the gender wage gap a complete myth and calling anyone who believed it bad at math and a liar,
it's the feminists, celebrities, and politicians spreading this wage gap myth who have the math problem.
I thought we better do some further research. In the most basic sense of the term, the gender pay gap is the difference between a woman's and man's average weekly full-time equivalent earnings. The current figure measured this way is 79.6%, which means that for every dollar a man earns, a woman of equivalent status earns 79.6 cents. And that data is from the US Census Bureau from 2016. We wanted to investigate this, so as a starting point, we thought we'd take a look at new graduates, people with equal levels of education before the influences of industry or promotion could affect them, and when their young age would mean that they were less likely to have family responsibilities that might impact their working hours. Surprisingly, we still found a wage gap among this demographic. In STEM areas, science, technology, engineering, and math, women earn around 77% of the wages of their male counterparts 1 year after graduation. This was surprising data, as these new grads in the same field really should be on par with each other at this stage of life, right? Christina also argues that men hold jobs in higher paying industries, and factors like hours worked and education are at play. But let's investigate. In a study by the US Department of Education, they wanted to see what would happen if males and females increased their work to 50 hours per week. The wage gap did decrease to 82%, which is a change of around 2 percentage points. Consider that women are still responsible for the majority of unpaid caring and domestic roles, and those extra hours at work make life pretty tough, and they don't make much of a difference to pay equality. In terms of education, the National Center for Education Statistics shows that significantly more women obtain bachelor's, master's, and PhDs, so they're certainly more educated on average. But in terms of what types of things they study, there are many anthropological issues that lead young girls away from traditionally higher paying fields like science, technology, engineering, and math, and into traditionally lower paying degrees. So could women just solve this problem by taking all the higher paying jobs in high paying industries? A recent EPI report says, nope. Women who work in male-dominated occupations are paid significantly less than similarly educated men in those occupations. And what happens when more women take those jobs in higher-paying, male-dominated industries? The pay gap goes down for everyone.
Researchers call this phenomenon devaluation, where employers intentionally ascribe a lower value to work done in occupations where women become a larger part of the working population, and thus they pay them less. So if you're a man in engineering and more women start becoming engineers, then what happens is that just the average amount of salary that they pay engineers generally goes down as the amount of women goes up. If you want to see that study, all the links are in the description below. So do men really want women around in their territory? Well, there's a lot of research to suggest that hostile work environments drive out many women who try their hand at male-dominated careers. So for example, in STEM fields, 63% of women have reported experiencing sexual harassment. That's a lot. So it's no wonder that many of them just choose to leave those fields. Christina's video blames the wage gap on women's own life choices, about the jobs that they take on and so on. But personally, I wouldn't call getting sexually harassed out of a job in a STEM career a choice, would you? Another obvious life choice is whether or not to have children. An experimental study of resumes submitted for job openings found a bias against women and mothers and a preference for male applicants. Again, links in the description. But science debunks this blue-collar bias. Not only are women just as productive as men, but women with children are even more productive again. And women with 2 children are even more productive than women with only 1 child. Links in the description. If all women were to choose, nope, I'm not gonna have kids, I'm not gonna create the next generation, then where would we be? I mean, extinct, not promoted. So in Christina's way of looking at the wage gap, she uses a fully adjusted model, which is indeed one way to consider the wage gap. But even if you adjust for everything that you can think of to explain away the wage gap, even ignoring all of those important societal factors that created those circumstances in the first place, we're still left with an unexplained wage gap of around 7%. This could just be put down to plain old discrimination. The fact that men are more likely to negotiate harder for higher salaries, the fact that women are more likely to be penalized for negotiating salaries, or other complex anthropological issues. Again, links in the description. So no matter how you look at the math, there is a wage gap, be it the national average of 79.6%, that highly adjusted ignore everything in society gap of 7%, or 73.8% for high earners, or 77% for new grads, or one of the more industry-specific gaps. There seems to be inequality no matter how you cut the data, and that's just the unfortunate truth. But since this is a debunking video, I'd love to know what you guys think. What do you think is the real wage gap? Do you think it's around the 79% that's considered the national average? Do you think employers just prefer to pay female-dominated industries lower, like teachers and nurses? Or do you think that the wage gap is non-existent? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Jade Lovell, resident science nerd on the Young Turks network. You're watching SciQ and we know you don't want to miss an episode, so please click the subscribe button down below.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Jason Rubin from TYT Sports, and we have a pretty sporty story for you today because it turns out that women have an advantage over men in one particular instance when it comes to sports. Now, according to a new study from the British Journal of Sports Medicine, BJSM, high levels of testosterone may be providing women an advantage when it comes to athletic competition. Now, this condition is called hyperandrogenism, and it's basically when someone has excess levels of male hormones circulating in their blood. Now, to put things in perspective for you, at the International Association of Athletics Federations World Championships in 2011 and 2013, women in the top third of measurements for free testosterone in their blood showed significantly better performance in various events when compared to women with lower levels of testosterone. Now, I want to make that very, very clear that it's really about women against women where they have increased levels of testosterone. It's not like because a woman has more testosterone, she's then gonna, I don't know, bat better than a male sports person. I couldn't even think of a male baseball player. That's really unfortunate.
Not one.
Now, A-Rod.
All right.
However, no similar pattern was observed in men with different testosterone levels participating in the same events. So that's what we're really talking about here and why women have this advantage, because if women have differing levels of testosterone, women with the higher levels can have an advantage when it comes to sports, but men, they can have more testosterone, less testosterone. It doesn't really have the same sort of beast mode effect like it does in women. Now, the BJSM also says this boost in testosterone levels provides excess red cell production for the individual, which enhances their visuospatial ability probabilities, aka how you perceive distances between objects, along with the availability of oxygen in their muscle tissues. So those are two really, really important things. That's hand-eye coordination that we're talking about, and also the availability of oxygen in their muscle tissues, which is that thing that you hear about sometimes. It's VO2 max, which allows you to talk about how efficiently you can move your body and use the resources in your body.
Additionally, how fast you can recover from really aggressive workouts. And what do athletes do? Have you ever seen any athlete's Instagram page?
They do ice baths.
They do ice baths, they have like hyperbaric chambers, they do all these things to help with recovery because the next day they need to go into the gym again and do these really rigorous, I mean, just go look at, here's an athlete everybody knows on the channel, LeBron James. And go LeBron James.
He plays football, right?
He's a soccer player. Take a look at his Instagram account, and like over the last couple of weeks, he's just been, well, since the finals ended, he posts like part of his gym routine, and like it's laughable because you go, no human can do these things.
Right.
But also, it's like when they talk about oxygen in their muscle tissues, like men might not have different levels of, like, there might not be an advantage, but there is one if you were to take like a human growth hormone or steroids, which usually involves adding testosterone to the body to make sure you recover and all those things like that.
Yeah, and for any female athletes who are watching this who are like, oh shoot, how do I get like more testosterone in my body? Like, I want this. There are some negative side effects to hypoandrogenism, and so usually it's in the form of like hirsutism, so women grow hair, acne, it could be a sign that you have PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome. So there are some negative side effects. So there are benefits and negatives to having this, and the benefits prove in the sports. There are some calls for testing women's testosterone levels before they enter really competitive arenas.
But that's not fair.
Yeah, I agree.
If you were to test that specifically, you're basically testing what most people are just born with. Like in general, it would be like testing NBA players and saying, well, his vertical leap is too much higher than somebody else's.
Yeah, saying that somebody's taller.
Right.
Do you know what that's more what it's like, because that's what you're born with.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So if like what's the guy from China who's really tall?
Yao Ming.
Yao Ming, yeah, and Fisher, like they're like, oh well, Yao Ming can't play because Fisher can. You know what I mean? If Fisher's like the standard.
It's your athletic build.
So many sports players.
I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed going from I can't name a baseball player to just name dropping.
Well, basketball is my jam.
Interestingly, there's a book called The Sports Gene by David Epstein, which has to do with everything in terms of if certain people are built to be super athletes. And like they focus a lot on Michael Phelps, who was born a certain way.
With this wingspan,
His wingspan, and how his feet are shaped. They're shaped like fins.
They're webbed.
Like they're webbed and they're shaped. They're slightly, actually a lot of swimmers are, but they're like angled, like a fin, like you see when you go scuba diving.
Yeah, and there's a book called like Born to Run, and it talks about different aspects of people that allow them to just do these like ultra marathons. And there are certain benefits that you're born with, and so this one does have these negative side effects, but it can have these positive benefits when it comes to sports, and so they should still be allowed to play because that's how they were born. And use what your mama gave you. You know what I mean? Let us know what you think about this advantage in women in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, so welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Jason here for my favorite story of the year, maybe?
Wow.
Maybe it might be my favorite story of the year because fake news is rampant on Twitter. And we thought that NPR was neutral, but alas, they are not, because they tweeted out some crazy fake news propaganda, or so many of their follower trolls thought, because they were actually just tweeting out the Declaration of Independence, and they just thought it was propaganda, which should frighten us all. So he said, 241 years ago today, church bells rang out over Philadelphia as the Declaration of Independence was adopted. To which the reply, defund NPR, let the Hollywood elites pay for your biased propaganda. Oh, facts, biased propaganda, it got so confusing. Continuing on, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government. So NPR is calling for a revolution? Interesting way to condone the violence while trying to sound quote unquote patriotic. Your implications are clear. I don't know if like they would have done better if they had put all of their Declaration of Independence quotes in quotes. You know what I mean? Then maybe it would have been like, oh, like maybe this is from something, or they would still.
It's like it's elementary history. Not to be a dick about it, but like you learn about the Declaration of Independence like usually on the 4th of July, or well, you're not in school on the 4th of July, but usually first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade, you kind of go over it. You go through the motions of it.
Yeah.
So things like right of the people, abolish, new government, certain things capitalized. Like how old are we? That we talk, who's ever said, when's the last time someone said abolish?
I don't know. I tell my roommates to abolish their noise. I don't know. No, so that's the thing. It's like I don't think I could recite the Declaration of Independence verbatim, but I think if I read lines from it, I would recognize it. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're saying. Is like the verbiage there, like it's not verbiage that like NPR is like spewing during their. I don't know what they do. Like the little table, little office, little desk.
Like I'm not expecting that if I just saw it typed out in like Times New Roman boring font, like if it was perfectly cursive and how it's nicely printed.
Calligraphy.
If it was on parchment, I'd be like, this is probably the Declaration of Independence, maybe. But if it was just on paper, after a while, I'd be like, this looks like something important. Yeah. It probably isn't racist propaganda or the racism.
So then they go on to the part of the Declaration of Independence where they're saying that they want to split from England, King George III.
More clues as to what document it is.
They said he has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. This guy says horse shit. This is the best part of this entire story, and this is what makes me so happy, is because they're talking about all of the infractions that King George put on the United States, I guess before it was the United States, but whatever, as we're separating, and people think that we're talking about Trump because we're talking about all of the awful things that he's done. Do you know what I mean? Like that, even his supporters are like, oh, obstructed from Justin? Oh, they're probably talking about our president. Like, hello. I'm gonna keep going. Listen, a July 4th tradition, the Declaration of Independence, read aloud. Glad you're being defunded. You have never been balanced on your show. I don't care what side of the party line you are on. The Declaration of Independence applies to everybody. Like,
It's a little bit old, but it applies.
This is so funny. And then he goes, seriously, this is the dumbest idea I have ever seen on Twitter. Literally no one is going to read 5,000 tweets about this trash.
Yeah, but here's the best part. People will reply to this trash. So they just keep going and they go and they go and they go.
But how is it trash?
No, I'm not saying
oh.
I'm not saying, I'm quoting
Darren Mills.
At Darren_Mills. No one is going to read 5,000 tweets about this trash. Have you seen what's on Twitter? There's 5,000 tweets every minute of just usually my dumb thoughts, our dumb thought. What are we tweeting out?
That's speak for yourself.
All less important than the Declaration of Independence, I would think, at least in the context of. Here's the best part. It happened on July 4th. It wasn't like they were trying to trick people and they're like, December 21st.
Yeah, I mean,
let's tweet out the Declaration.
Yeah, Independence Day has to do with the Declaration of Independence, but also like if you were going to talk about like your country and you don't want like other people in your country and you have this like weird like homogenous like whatever and like you want to be independent, like that's how we became independent. So it's not trash if that's the parties that you fall in.
NPR can't get the funded. Their listening base. First of all, NPR, for whatever reason, sometimes the greatest thing to fall asleep to. And I like NPR. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be mean to NPR. I actually like NPR a lot. I listen to NPR a decent amount because I am a 7-year-old stuck in a 25-year-old's body. But also, you
were confused about your age there for a second. It took you a second.
I don't want to say it wrong. I don't want to say a 25-year-old stuck in a 7-year-old's body.
Yeah. It happens.
I don't have a 7-year-old's body just yet. Unless you believe that. Well, that's fine.
This is hilarious. And I think it just shows you how uninformed some people are and how quick they are to respond and yell defund and yell propaganda and yell fake news because they don't have the information. Let us know what you think about this in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. So, case you missed it, Donald Trump tweeted out a GIF a few days ago of himself basically punching out this guy at a WWE event from years ago, okay? And somebody on the internet put the CNN logo over this guy's face, and then they end it saying the fake news network, okay? So a lot of people took a lot of information from that, right? Some people thought it was funny. And some people actually thought it was Donald Trump saying that he's against the freedom of the press because he was basically trying to knock out this news network. Now, CNN, I wanted to find where this GIF came from, okay? Because somebody had put it on the subreddit, the Donald, and so they wanted to find the owner of it and who created this GIF, okay? And so they found this guy, and he goes by the name of, you want to say it?
Of course,
you love it.
Solo.
There you go.
It's a great name.
So they contacted him. They looked at some of his history, all of which were pretty anti-Semitic and effed up memes and gifs and comments and things like that. And so they contacted him, I guess, and he actually issued a pretty comprehensive apology, I think. And CNN said that they were not going to release his name because he apologized. He said he took down all of the bigoted information and bigoted posts that he had in the past, and he said that he wasn't going to do it again. And CNN said that they wanted to protect this guy's privacy. Now, a lot of people on Twitter actually thought that CNN was actually blackmailing this Reddit user by stating in the article that the network would not reveal his identity if he did not repeat this ugly behavior on social media again. Now, this report was published on Wednesday morning, reveals that CNN was able to obtain the Reddit user's real name and biographical information while also verifying these other posts that I have mentioned before. Okay, now Twitter users posting under the hashtag CNN blackmail are making claims that the apology was issued by CNN either threatened or coerced the Reddit user, okay? And their article said CNN is not publishing Han Solo's name because he's a private citizen who has issued an extensive statement of apology, showed his remorse by saying he has taken down all his offending posts, and because he said he is not going to repeat this ugly behavior on social media again. In addition, he said his statement could serve as an example to others not to do the same. And so I can understand how reading that, like saying like, oh, we're not gonna release his name because he's done all this, how maybe that could be misconstrued to meaning that they somehow threatened him or blackmailed him or whatever. A lot of these claims which are being presented and perpetuated by Donald Trump's son, I could sort of understand that, but I also understand CNN's position a lot when they're saying, look, like this guy said some really effed up things. There's a lot of people who'd be really angry at him for doing this, so we want to respect his privacy. And a lot of people who are in the CNN blackmail camp think that he was a 15-year-old kid, which is again perpetuated by Donald Trump's kid.
What would make you think he's a 15-year-old kid? Is it the fact that he's using Reddit? Or is it the fact that his name is Han Solo?
I don't know, but it's like a grown man. So like, I don't know where this information came from. So first of all, he can like deal with himself, you know what I mean? But he put this stuff up. CNN was like, you know what? Even though he put up this like nasty anti-Semitic and BS, we're gonna, respect him and make sure that there's no violence that could be incited against him. So I actually respect that CNN didn't say his name because they could have.
Imagine for a second you come home and you see your dad like writing all these aggressive posts on Reddit and you're like, what are you doing? And you're a 15-year-old kid, you're like, they're gonna come after you, Dad. CNN's gonna come for you and ruin the family. Then I won't be able to get on the internet. As a 15-year-old, you need the internet.
Yeah.
In this case, going back all the way to the beginning, for one, this is just the most CNN thing ever. It's actually one of the most mainstream media things ever because, again, like while people keep calling for more conversations in news media about healthcare and other important issues going on in this country that I'm sure are way above my head, what they really do not need to be caring about is a subtle troll by the president who's got, the skin as thick as the crease between my hands. So, like, he's doing it to distract, and they keep falling for this. Now, I understand the angle of, well, it's newsworthy, he's the president, and he tweeted out a WWE WrestleMania event where the guy actually like wrestles Vince McMahon. In 2007 it happened. It's like an old gif. But if the focus of the conversation is on CNN, I find it hilarious that, for one, like journalists in general protect their sources.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the #1 thing they do. It's a standard journalistic practice to say, according to our sources. But because over the past about 6 months, where our president tweets out a lot of the time they're anonymous sources and these sources, and he himself sends out the same tweets according to his sources.
Right.
Obama taped his conversations or whatever it was, and according to his sources.
Wiretapped.
So there's hypocrisy, which is, I mean, there's like the same ingredients that go into this nice little pot of coffee every single day. You got maybe there's a stew. It's more of a stew.
It's a stew.
It's a stew. There's some
slow cooked stew.
Some hypocrisy. Some tweets. Always some tweets. Some fake news mentions. There's
Maybe
Trump Jr., who's kind of very laughable.
And there's some butthurtness. I think CNN got a little butthurt.
Yeah.
And so I think they wanted to find out who it was. Look, like nobody should be putting anti-Semitic or bigoted shit online. Okay? I don't think
we can't stop.
I don't think that we should like go in and like I don't think they need to find this guy and why he made this meme like or GIF or what a GIF. I don't know. I don't think we needed to do that. I think the bigger issue, which is what we're getting again distracted from, is that our president tweeted that out and that's what he was spending his time doing versus fixing healthcare, thinking about what, Russia, thinking about North Korea. Like there's so many other issues that we should be allotting our cognitive resources, as few as we, when I say we, I mean Donald Trump may have, towards not tweeting out some weird thing against CNN because you have some weird like vendetta out for that. You know what I mean? Like it's just like such a bizarre.
Yeah, these are all things that go in like the Library of Congress, by the way, because they're considered presidential record.
Right.
So like I have a weird sense of humor, and I understand the importance of it, by the way, when it comes to like our president tweeting out these ridiculous things.
Yeah.
And I don't agree with them. I just think it's funny that like at one point you're gonna have like, and here's Bill Clinton's like first legislative bill, and here's Barack Obama's, here's Obamacare, and here's a GIF of President Trump taking down CNN.
Yes. So I personally don't think that CNN blackmailed this person, but it's possible. I think regardless, it's a waste of all of our time to sort of to perpetuate this and for CNN to perpetuate it and not be focusing on other things that we should be focusing on. So as an act to further that mission, I would like you guys to put an issue that you are very passionate about, that you think we should be focusing more about in the comments down below. And I'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Jason here, who is a native New Jerseyan. Is that how you say it?
I don't really know. It's definitely not New Jersey.
New
Jerseyan?
New Jerseyan.
It depends. Like,
Jersey boy.
Most people.
You're a Jersey boy.
That's true. Most people would just go like, I mean, like I'm from New York. It's. I don't. I'm proudly from New Jersey. I love where I'm from.
Are you proud because your governor had some transgressions, and today we're going to talk about one of them. So there was a government shutdown, okay, in New Jersey, and as governor, Chris Christie shut down all of public parks and public beaches before the July 4th holiday.
Nice.
To the public, not for himself actually. So he shut down the beaches and then he decided to enjoy a beach without any other beachgoers. Oh, what a swell guy.
Well, I mean, he invited his family.
Oh, that's true. He invited his family. So he got caught, essentially, and there was a plane that flew over, took a picture of him and his family enjoying it, while other families who tried to go to the beach were reportedly denied entry from police. And then after lounging on the beach with the family, Christie took a helicopter from the Berkeley beach to the state capitol in Trenton to discuss the shutdown of public beaches. You catching all this? All right. Now, a reporter asked Christie if he got any sun because they had already had this image. Christie didn't know. And the governor responded, I did not get any sun today. Then they showed him the image, said he got caught red-handed, and his spokesperson said, yes, the governor was on the beach briefly today talking to his wife and family before heading into the office. He had a baseball hat on. And so the reason that they said he had a baseball hat on was to protect Christie in what he said, saying that he didn't get sun.
But yes, he was at the beach.
Yes, he's at the beach, but he didn't get sun. He had a hat on.
God, this is just.
I mean,
glorious.
so then asked whether or not it was fair for him to use a state-sponsored beach house during the shutdown, Christie responded with, "Run for governor, and you can have a residence there." Are you out of your mind? I don't know why he only has a 15% approval rating.
Is that really what his approval rating's at? Oh, solid. Nice. Not bad.
He's holding on to that 15 with that baseball hat.
Say, where are the 15%? Because even the rich people in New Jersey
they don't have internet.
Like Chris Christie.
They don't have internet.
I'm telling you, man. He's not doing it. They're not. Man,
So,
I'm so used to talking with not a woman. I'm telling you, woman.
He has dealt with his fair share of scandals, obviously with Bridgegate.
I mean, look, you can go all the way back to like when he used to completely eviscerate, I'll use that word, or attempt to, Obama's policies and say how much he really couldn't stand the direction the country was going to go in under Obama. And then the second Superstorm Sandy hits, he just bends over and kisses the ring because he wants the money, the handout. And he got it because he had to literally kiss.
But that shouldn't surprise us because think about he was like the most like against Trump when he was running for president, and then he was like behind Trump, just like.
He's like, hey, no, remember the face where he was like, I could maybe be vice president. Trump's like, you're never gonna be vice president, which was great. Anybody who lived in New Jersey was super happy when Trump completely threw him under the bus because you're like, good, you threw a bunch of children under the bus when you closed the bridge. And you stopped emergency services from getting across, and some kids didn't have to go to school, and they were like, this is great, we don't gotta go. But in the case of this, like, this was because of a budget like lockdown.
Right.
And here's the best part of it all, and this is just to show exactly who Chris Christie is. Chris Christie does have a personal history with like friends who suffered from painkiller overdose. One of which in West Orange, New Jersey, who overdosed in a motel not that long ago, and he made it part of his mission to get more money to the state, and that's the important part, to the state to control funding from Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield. And part of this budget crisis was he wanted like $300 million of control over programs for opioid overdose and addiction, which isn't necessarily a bad play, except for the fact that he wanted control of the money, and Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield told him, and this is hilarious to me because insurance companies are rarely out for like the good of the people, they're out for their own wallets, especially big pharma too, which is separate but not too far off in the industry. So on top of all of that, Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield said, we can't do that. We don't want to agree to this to give you like $300 million control back to the state because we can't charge our customers more. So it's like two really evil people, or corporations in this case, like trying to control like the goodwill of the people, and all on the backing of a, hey, I want to make this so we don't have painkiller overdose. Now, that's why the beaches got shut down, because they couldn't agree on a budget before July 1st. And so he shuts down the beaches because of a budget crisis on the 4th of July weekend, and it's not like New Jersey gets a lot of sun. They're taking away our beaches. You can't take away the beaches. Sorry, I love the beaches.
I hear that. I mean, but I always think that's so interesting when they have government shutdowns because they need to take a recess. It's like, I need to go on vacay, so see you guys later.
Company shut down.
I'll be back in 10 days. Like, that's basically what they do. I just want to add in one more fun fact because I was listening to his statement about this whole debacle. And he was like, his excuse was, you know, it wasn't like I was sitting next to a hot blonde. I was sitting next to my wife of 30 years. And then he goes, and then he tries to like turn it, like he tries to use this, like he goes, and if that's a scandal, then I've committed a scandal every day for the past 30 years. I'm like,
sweet talking Chris Christie. I mean, that's like, if it was Mike Pence though, he'd be like, I was with only my wife as the only female around me at all times.
I've never met another female.
I've never even seen other women around the world ever. I love my wife. I eat dinner with her every night. She knows that.
There's a lot of effed up people out there. This is a very fun story about one, but when you get into the nitty gritty, obviously it's not that fun because all these people in New Jersey are.
So I can go to my private beaches, shut down all the beaches, and be like, look, now it's not my problem.
Hey, run for governor, and you can have a residence there.
That should be a slogan.
I know. Think about all the perks you get when you're governor. Like, that's why I ran. Why will you? Let us know what you think about this story in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Jason here. So we have a really cool story out of Canada, and it doesn't have to do with Prime Minister John Trudeau. It actually has to do with the first baby. They think this is the world's first baby that's being born without a gender identification on their birth card, okay? So Cyril Atlee Doty was born in British Columbia outside the medical system and did not undergo a genital inspection after birth. Now, parent Corey Doty wants to avoid assigning gender to the child, and Doty themselves actually identifies as non-binary trans, okay? And so we actually did a video, and you can watch that here, about the trans umbrella, because a lot of people get very confused about what trans means, right? And they often think that it's like either you feel like you identify like the opposite sex, but a lot of people don't feel like they fit within any sort of sex or gender, so they just sort of say that they're non-binary trans, okay? So it's a very all-encompassing term, okay? So the parent, Corey Doty, says it's up to Cyril to decide how they identify when they are old enough to develop their own gender identity. I'm not going to foreclose their choices based on an arbitrary assignment of gender at birth based on inspection of their genitals. Now, the Gender Free ID Coalition believes that the U stands for unspecified or unknown. That's what the card says. It says U instead of F or M. And that Cyril is the first child to be registered in such a way without sex or gender being specified, which is pretty cool. And it's something that I've talked about on the show before, because I do think it's very interesting, because I do think we set our kids up when we, if it's a girl, we give her Barbies. If it's a boy, we give them, cars or whatever. And you try to set them down these paths without really understanding where they might identify themselves as, and I do think it's great to sort of have this sort of open slate, like, choose yours, choose your life.
Isn't that life anyway? Like,
yeah.
Like we're told, I mean, here in this country, if fortunately raised by good parents, I'm not, whatever it might be, so, and some people aren't, but you eventually have to make your own life choices, whether that be, so some people unfortunately at a very, very young age, and other people up there 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. So this is just cool.
Yeah.
That's the only way I see it. And it's also cool in Canada, is like if so much as the baby gets like a scratch on him or her, they're like, oh, free universal health care, here you go, fix them up, walk out the door, and everyone's happier in Canada anyway.
Yeah.
Seriously, they're just like the nicest people. Montreal's a great party city. I'm totally tangenting for no reason.
British Columbia is beautiful. They have orca whales there.
Vancouver's beautiful. A lot of places. Canada, man. Big old thumbs up for you guys.
And now they have this amazing world's first.
It's a little cold.
It is a little cold.
And not a lot of beaches.
Okay.
So,
well, this is a tangent. Now.
No, but I just wanted to say on this point, when it comes to, like, I'm sure it's not going to be easy to raise a child this way.
Yeah. Because society doesn't let you.
It's also just, it's a lot of pressure on the parents, but it's not their, I guess it's not their decision. It's their decision now. But at some point, maybe, who knows, maybe in 5 years the baby comes out and the baby's like, I'm just a super boy.
Yeah.
I love being a boy. I am a boy. And so the baby's a boy. I think it will, people will overcomplicate it. I think at some point it will just.
That's what I think. Like, isn't it bad? Like, I think I really do believe, like, you feel a certain way. You either feel like a girl, you feel like a boy, or you feel like neither, right? And it doesn't matter what your genitals are, what's going on anywhere. I think you will find your way and you will fit within that sort of mold, I guess. But when we set up these confines and society says you have to, if you look like this, you have to be here. If you look like this, you have to be there. It really F's people up, and it creates anxiety, it creates depression, creates suicide. Like, there's so many other problems. So why not give your kid the world and be like, you got to choose. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And if we all treated our kids like that, I think there would be a lot less problems. That's my opinion, but I would like to know yours in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. So it turns out that YouTubers are prohibiting your ability to make friends. So I guess we're sorry.
No new friends.
Hello, Ciento. And it is because of something that is called parasocial interaction. And this is when a consumer of media feels like they're creating a personal bond with someone who is completely unaware of their existence. So a lot of the times we've seen this with celebrities and with athletes and things like that. But now we're seeing it with YouTubers because of the prevalence of vlogging. Now these relationships are completely lopsided. One person knows everything and the other knows nothing. In most cases, the content creator isn't even aware that their counterpart exists except as a vaguely defined audience. And so you can get sort of really attached to these people who are vlogging and who are letting you in on their lives, and you can feel like you're creating this emotional connection, but the vlogger might not know that you exist. And so you feel like you're getting your needs met and it's prohibiting your ability to go out and make friends because you're feeling like you're getting them met through this vlogger, and the vlogger isn't necessarily giving you back that emotional connection that you may need. What do you think about this?
Well, I mean, the celebrity aspect is what probably started all of this years and years and years ago. Like, for example, reality TV, I'm sure had a lot to do with this in general.
Yeah.
But nowadays, YouTube, and not just YouTube, but Hulu and Facebook videos, and there's just many different ways for content to get out there. But you do feel like you're creating a bond that isn't really tied tight, because it's true, people watch Think Tank a lot. You have millions of subscribers and millions of views. We have no new friends, but millions of views.
I know all of your names.
And people, you might, but the point is people will watch your videos daily. No different than they would watch a news source or their favorite show, or like I binge watch The Office. I don't feel like I have a connection to Michael Scott, AKA Steve Carell.
Yeah.
But my point being here is that they watch you so they know the things that you like. Because if they're eventually not watching as much for a news source as they just want to see what you have to say about something, and within that there are stories like I like white shirts like this and chains, and I have a sister,
chains.
and I have friends
people,
in LA,
yes,
and
people
I do these
know,
things.
yeah.
So they go like, wow, I feel like I know a lot about Hannah without ever meeting Hannah ever, which means if they ever did meet you in person, it would be a little strange because they'd be like, oh my God, this, and this, and you go, I don't even know your name. And you don't mean it offensively, but it's just thank you for watching.
So, two things. So when we're talking about celebrities and people on TV, I think that's why people get so attached and so sad when these like celebrities die. You know what I mean? Because they feel like they created this emotional connection with the person, and so they're really moved by that, which I think is fine. But vlogging, especially like kind of what you're talking about, is so much more like face to face in the camera. When we're talking about like my likes, dislikes, and I share stories about my trials and tribulations and happy moments, whatever it may be. And so there is like a different sort of emotional connection that is made there. And I do think that with that comes some negatives, but I think there are also some positives. Like, I don't necessarily feel like if I meet somebody who knows all of this about me, that it's like weird, or that I'm like, okay, I don't know your name. I get so excited. When I get so
a lot of things.
I do, but I get so excited when I meet somebody who's watched the show and who shares with me that they are really invested in the show and that they like certain aspects of what I have to say or whatever it may be. That to me is so cool, and that's why I like doing, Instagram lives on my Instagram or responding to your tweets and things like that, because that allows me to recreate that connection back. You know what I mean? And I tell the viewers that it's like, this is so cool because I feel like this is more of a two-way conversation. Because right now, I'm looking at a camera, and I mean, we're both looking at a camera, and while I know that this is going to be viewed by people who support us and who watch our show, which is so cool. And you could be watching on your phone while you're on the toilet or on your computer at school,
most of us are watching YouTube.
Wherever. And I think that's awesome. But I don't get to see your face, and I don't get to hear what you have to say, and I don't get to have that sort of feedback. And so that's why I like those other platforms to facilitate some of that feedback. So I think that some of the negatives of parasocial interaction will be mitigated by the fact that we have different live platforms now and different ways to communicate with our audience, which we love.
What I think is it ties into another, we were kind of talking about this before the show started, it ties into another aspect of what people, it's like, so there's been a lot of psychological studies when it comes to how digital media is affecting just everything in many different ways. And of course, once psychologists get a hold of it, they start releasing journaled reports of a bajillion pages. And fortunately, there's other people out there who confine it into like nice 110-page books for us to read and understand, or I don't know if anybody reads anymore, to watch in video form like this. So you can get your news digested in the easiest way possible. But when it comes to the parasocial effect that they're talking here, and also like on our side of it, people don't realize is like it doesn't matter what kind of day we're having. You could come into the studio. I think it shows when it's a really good day, but a lot of people would never know if you're having terrible days. Yeah. Because there's like kind of a norm that you go for with an on camera, and it's not a personality. I've always said this, what you see is what you get. I am exactly this way. Off camera and anywhere you find me, I've always been that way. Some people kind of ramp it up a little bit more. Yeah. But on like a good day, a happy day, you'll see me get a little bit silly or whatever it might be. And there's more energy maybe. But on a really bad day, you wouldn't tell the difference between any run-of-the-mill Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. And they don't realize, and a lot of the audience never realizes that. And somebody said recently when H3H3 did a video on this, like it's a sympathy play. It's like, no, man, it's not a sympathy play. Like I don't handle sympathy well in the first place. But at the same time, when people are watching on a daily basis and they expect a certain performance out of you, they usually get angry if they don't get that from you consistently.
I think
sometimes.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I think even more so, so like I talk about this a lot. Is like I am very authentic, and like what you see is also like what you get to a certain extent. But there's definitely been times where I'm having a bad day, and I have come on camera after crying about something on work, wiped my tears, and then be like, hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank, because it is like your job, and you don't necessarily, like, I don't need to, if I'm upset by a story and I cry on camera or something like that, I think that I've cried on camera, yeah.
Damn.
Many a times actually, but like that's real, but I don't need to necessarily bring out like what, drama or whatever's happening in my personal life onto camera, and so, and that sort of, like, just like you wouldn't bring it into, like, if I was talking with like Jason, like I was just crying outside of my car, or something, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, let me tell you about, like, that's just not who I am. So it's almost me being more authentic.
Welcome back to Think Tank.
But here's the thing, is I actually think not so much like me doing like a performance, and that's the issue of it. I think the issue here is that that's what you guys see, and you might think that like we're always happy. It's the same issues with like social media when you're talking about Facebook and like things like that. Like you're only seeing us be like, hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. You're not seeing the fact that I just like came in here. I feel sick. I was like dying with my coffee. I've been up since 5.
That's the worst. It could happen.
You know what I mean?
I can have a really bad day. I don't care what the news might be, and I'm fine. When you're sick and there's lights.
Yeah, this sucks right now. You can hear it in my voice.
You're oversensitive to things. Like it's bad. And it just drains the energy, and you're sitting there going like, I gotta make it through this.
But people,
I wanna go to bed.
yes, but I don't want people to think that like, I worry sometimes that they forget that we're like real humans. And like our feelings get hurt, we get sick, we get sad, do you know what I mean? Like we have like the full range, and if they only see some aspect of the range of human emotions, they might feel bad about like, if they're like feeling sad about something or depressed or whatever. We all have those feelings, and we don't necessarily always just display our personal stuff on camera. But yeah, I think you can still make friends. We're attached to you.
We love all of you.
Yeah, I'm as attached to you as I hope you are to me. So love me.
Please love me. Somebody tweeted. I love when people tweet like the really mean things. Like I usually retweet them. It's like for whatever reason, it's never affected me. And bring it on. Like I actually a lot of the time.
You are on Think Tank now.
Oh no, I know. And that's
you need to be careful.
I send them to my family all the time. I go, just Tuesday. Here you go.
I have sent some mean comments.
My mom goes, why would anybody say something that mean about you? She gets.
It's like that's just my coworker Hannah. Like she's got a lot to say. Let us know what you think about this. Do you think that you're still able to make friends after watching YouTube? I think so. Also, let us know if you're watching this on the toilet right now in the comments down below. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and our resident porn expert, Jason Rubin, here on the show. And today we're going to reveal some surprising facts about the porn industry that you might not know. And these are people who work in the industry, mainly behind the scenes, but some actors as well. Now this person says, I was worried that working in the adult industry would be a lot more seedy. I thought the owners would be clubby bro types and the staff to be just out of school, yet the professionalism is very high with top talent and excellent management. That actually doesn't surprise me that much because the porn industry is a very successful industry.
Yes, it is.
And so they need very business-minded humans to be running it.
First, it's a business. Like people, like look, is the product and service they're selling a little bit on the seedier side? Of course it is. Are they running it more professionally than pharmaceutical companies in this country and doing less harm than the pharmaceutical companies in this country and other places? Yeah. So people are surprised because they go, "Oh my God, it's porn! They're literally effing on camera. How could there be?" Because like, there's still a production budget.
They're effing on camera.
I don't want to get demonetized.
No, they appreciate
I want to make
that.
sure you get your
Thank
money.
you. Amen.
Even though this clip on porn probably ain't getting the money, so they're fucking on camera. I don't know why. I don't know why I'd cut the corner there. Yeah, but of course, the business.
Yeah, I think you make a really, really good point. There are so many other businesses that we view as more legitimate because they don't have to do with sex that are probably run seedier and run by more clubby bro types. Think about all those iBanking companies that do like ridiculous effed up things. Like those are the people that are running iBanks and not porn.
Could you just imagine if it was run by clubby bro, like all of it just like, it's me and my bros are going down to the porn studio, gonna get our shoot done. Like.
The next one is photo editing an anus as an art. There's definitely a right way to do it. So this is hilarious, and there were many comments about this. Basically, what they do is they try to make the anus a little bit lighter, and so they have like different tracking systems so that when it's moving, they can track that color and be able to edit it to be lighter throughout the entire clip. Apparently, that is the most edited aspect of porn. I don't know why I keep doing this. I don't know why people need a visual representation of the anus.
Photoshop is brilliant. It really is.
Yeah.
Photo editing and anus tracking.
It's very important.
Regardless, though, in this case, anus is a funny word.
It is. It is a funny word.
It's just a funny word.
I once had to complete a DMCA, which is the Digital Millennium Copyright Act takedown request, but there were no faces involved in the video, so instead I had to ID the guy based on his penis, skin color, shape, etc.
I didn't know you could ID somebody based on their wiener.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if like a cop was like, can't get a face on the guy, but like it was like an actual case, and he's like, but his dick. I know exactly. It's Tom Cruise.
There's gotta be, but okay. First of all penises look different.
Yes.
So I think that could be a way to identify people, right? And I think like there's probably cases of like sexual assault or something like that, where a woman could or a man could identify based off a penis or something like that. But this is a funny thing to say because often like DMCA like have to do with like music and like things like that, and he's like, no, penis.
I had to ID the guy's wiener.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
What a job though. Like, what do you do in the day
at work?
Well, this week I'm gonna go through an archive of 14,000 penises.
Once a user who bought cummy panties off a model complained that the cum didn't taste real. I mean, how are we gonna test that?
That's just weird.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah, hit me.
Okay.
I'm afraid of this question.
So when people buy these sorts of panties.
Yeah, look, this is not my specialty. We were talking about porn, and this is different. This is.
But let me just ask: when people buy these panties, what is the purpose to taste it?
It has to
or
be.
Is it just owning it, or is it sniffed? I don't know.
It has to be some fetish or sexual desire. It's the only reason people would.
But like, what are they doing with it? I understand that people do it. I just don't know what they do with it once they get the underwear.
They get off to it.
But by doing what, Jason? That's what I'm asking. They touch it, they taste it. What are they doing?
Tasting the not real cum off the panties.
People have asked me to buy sweaty underwear from me.
How much have they offered though, is the question.
I've been offered.
Like, if you say 10K, I'm gonna be mad.
More than that. I've been offered an exorbitant amount for it. But I don't think it's real.
We could be on vacation.
We could be rich. Hold on.
We could be in Hawaii based on some weirdo's desire to have your pants.
You know that when I start selling my underwear,
You've hit a very rough patch in your life. It's very
it's
true.
game over.
Game over. Fair enough. Your dignity is saved. It's okay with you. And integrity.
The most challenging part for me after I got the job at ManyVids was coming up with a clever answer for my friends and family when they asked me where I work. I used to have a long sales pitch, but it only led to more and more questions. At some point, I just had to lie. So now I just say, you know YouTube? Well, we're better than them.
Actually, here's a really fun fact. Up until like 3 or 4 years ago, when like Netflix and Hulu and a lot of money gets poured into like those type of entities, the porn industry made more than the music industry, the TV industry, and the movie industry combined, yearly.
That doesn't surprise me.
Porn sells like wildfire.
Everybody watching porn.
It's true. It also was, yes, everyone does. Isn't there like a statistic? It's like 98% of people watch porn. There's like the very small like
I literally met like my first person like the other day who's never seen porn before.
I thought you were gonna say I met my watching porn. Has never seen porn?
I've met one person who's
Like
never
ever?
seen it.
Yeah,
I don't know how you do that. Like when I was like I was like young when I was like
Curiosity.
Showtime late at night. And I was like, whoa.
12 o'clock Cinemax. Cinemax, of course.
He knows.
Look, because I'm a guy and like it's like 100.
No. Don't say I'm a guy. A lot of girls watch porn
I
too.
know, but like 100,000% of guys watch.
Yes.
And like
So, but-
97% of
And
them.
everybody does it, and we don't need to stigmatize sex. So if you work in the sex industry, just talk
Whatever
about it.
happened to the adult film business?
Oh, that sounds
Very fancy. It's better. I mean, first of all,
Fancy?
don't knock. Yeah, you're better than YouTube. You make a lot more money than I think 20th Century Fox does. So
If that's the adult film industry, are we like in the teen clip industry?
careful.
What are we in?
Teen clip industry is
Yeah, I don't
fine.
know.
I didn't know you were going with that.
The next one, we'll have a product meeting, which is very serious, okay? And then someone will say something sexual, like this one time when we were talking about a feature, and then one of the development leads said, "Can you click on the custom titty fuck?"
But that's not that clever.
He's not saying something. That's just what none of the porn titles are clever. Do you think porn titles are clever?
Sometimes.
No,
It
they're
depends.
never clever. It's like JoJo takes her clothes off and then gives a foot
That's
job
not
or
even
whatever it
close
is.
to
I
it.
don't know. I don't spend a lot of time on porn. I've seen it.
There's actually really weird trends with porn, but here's what I wanted to talk about when you mentioned this clip. Pornhub as a business is impressive in what they've actually been able to accomplish in transcending what people had their images of what porn and a nasty porn site would be to what they are now. For one, if you remember like 2 years ago, they took out an ad in in New York, in Times Square. They had the heart, hand-shaped in a heart that says all you need is love. For a Pornhub ad, which is a genius ad if you really think about it, because you're advertising for your porn website, but you're not showing off anything that you can't. Considering porn pretty much banked a lot of the time on advertising naked girls or whatever it might be, because of course, show guy boobs, and he'll be like, wow, boobs. But also not just that, they are kind of funny. I think on like the the April Fool's for 1st of April, April Fool's Day, they changed it to Cornhub, and everything was corn.
No,
Like that's funny.
I love Pornhub because let me finish.
Sponsor us. We're here.
Pornhub has this thing called Pornhub Insights that are so unbelievably interesting, and we cover them a lot on the show. And they talk about what people are into and different trends and things like that. And you can really see how it's like it's an exercise of sociology. And so I think that's very interesting. I know they also give out college scholarships, which I think is great.
Do they?
And then there's another porn site called X Hamster that I am consistently impressed with. And their most recent thing was like anybody who's looking up like rape or sexual assault porn, they would be redirected to a site that says like, oh, it says we don't have that kind of video here, and here's a site that you can go to for help.
Hey.
Which is like such a great way to like deal with
Subliminal messaging that is pretty direct, actually.
yeah, no, it's a real. I thought that was very impressive.
On the Pornhub Insights note, they do it for sports all the time. They'll have like the Super Bowl, and they'll be like, "Oh my God, my team lost!" And after the team loses, there's a giant surge in search traffic. But like in the fourth quarter with a minute left, like negative 50% search traffic.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Sad
Their
fap
trends.
and victory fap. Both teams usually. There's like sad and yeah, you heard.
Victory fap?
Victory fap.
That's like a victory lap. The victory fap. That's so funny. That is so funny.
Yeah.
You should trademark that.
I can't trademark.
Did
it
somebody
'cause-
take it already?
No, my friend James at school that I went to school with used to say it all the time.
Well, James, you're very funny. We think you're hilarious here on the Think Tank set. Let us know what you think about some of these confessions from the porn industry in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and Jason here, and I love food. I love food a lot. I eat quite a bit of it, but some foods are a little overrated and a little overpriced. Foods like any food with edible gold.
What does this mean?
So it's like you sometimes get like gold flakes in your food. I don't know.
Oh, like Goldschlager, like in alcohol. It's like gold flakes.
If they have gold.
That's like that's got the little cinnamon.
Goldschlager sounds like that gold member from Austin Powers.
I like gold. It's like the it's in Superbad. You seen Superbad, the movie Superbad?
No. But I don't understand why you need gold in your food. It doesn't taste like anything. It's just so that you can sort of be like a little fancy.
Can't believe you haven't seen Superbad.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Moving on. Rainbow colored food and drinks. This is hot, hot, hot right now. And it's basically you're just eating like food dye.
Yeah, why is, I mean, I understand for like certain like events why it would be the popular choice, but I don't see like a rainbow cookie randomly.
They have rainbow bagels at this place in New York.
New York?
Yeah.
Got it.
And they have unicorn frappuccinos. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Does have like 50,000 calories. It's gross.
What else is rainbow? I guess that's the extent of it. But they do like unicorn days, and they have like there was a place near my house, near our well, I was gonna say our house, but we just
Fuel the comment section.
We live near each other, near our homes, our separate homes.
Respective
that had rainbow colored. I got you. Wait, what's it called? Toasted cheese.
That's wrong. That graphic is not true.
The next one.
Sorry, this is BS.
Grilled cheese. Oh my God.
Toasted cheese.
They had rainbow grilled cheese.
I'm sorry, I only eat rainbow toasted cheese here in LA.
It's so early in the morning.
I have time for your cheese.
Speaking of toast, this person thinks that avocados are overrated. He says, I don't get the love for bland, mushy avocados. They aren't very flavorful.
They're extremely flavorful.
Yeah, this is a BS comment. And why blame? You need to reevaluate some of your life decisions.
Look, avocado toast can be kind of pompous. I understand what people
and expensivo.
But have you ever had avocado
a lot of Spanish words today.
You actually have, because you also did lo siento earlier.
Yeah, I know.
You meant cero though for zero, which I should have corrected.
When did I say zero?
I think you said I was at one of the.
Said lo siento.
Which means I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you knew that?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. No way.
Please.
Por favor.
Avocados, delicious. This person's wrong. They are overpriced though. I had to pay $1.99 for an avocado yesterday, but I needed it.
Yeah, I just always add it to like when I go out for foods, like if it's like breakfast, like it has to be an omelet. Like
I just say put it on my tab for
lettuce, tomato, avocado.
Oh, that's delish. But here's the thing is like I already know I'm not gonna be able to afford a house, so might as well spend all my money on avocados and toast.
No, I'm marrying rich, so it's fine.
The world's bacon obsession has gone way too far when items such as bacon-flavored lube exist.
That's disgusting. Well, no, it's probably delicious, but at the same time, bacon is not overrated.
No.
Bacon's not overrated.
Can you imagine?
Bacon goes on a cheeseburger. Bacon goes on your breakfast.
Yeah, but it's on too many things now. It's on too many things. I wanted to get pancakes on Monday.
No, you don't get.
Let me explain to you. Please let me finish.
Listening.
And the pancakes came with a bacon crumble on top. Why do you need bacon on top?
Not necessary.
You don't need bacon on top. You just need pancakes.
But it's not like bacon's overrated. You can't just say that. That's insane.
It's overrated. It's still great, but it's overrated. You don't need it on everything. You don't need bacon flavored lubes. I've seen bacon. John has bacon Band-Aids that he wears.
That's kind of. That's John.
It makes no sense. Just makes no sense.
I like John Adorola. He would wear bacon.
Lastly, this one is totally off base, and I don't know who this person is, but they're a villain, and they need to be put in their place. Nutella.
There's no explanation.
There's.
It's like Colin say. Would anybody ever say, "Hey, man, peanut butter's overrated"? No. Chocolate's overrated.
Nutella's the best thing in the world. Although, please find a Nutella alternative, which is what I have done. Justin's has a great one because Nutella uses palm oil, which is really bad for the rainforest and kills orangutans. So don't eat orangutans, like the monkeys.
Orangutan.
Yeah, me too. So don't eat Nutella because it's really bad for rainforests. But there's other alternatives that don't have palm oil in it that you can eat that are like the environment better. What other foods do you think are overrated?
Oh God, this is a kale. Kale's extremely overrated.
Kale's delicious.
It's not though. Everyone's fooled by this, right?
No.
So like, here's the thing: if they told you, like, okay, kale tastes like even more bland seaweed, and the only reason that you eat seaweed is to wrap. I think it can be delicious, but the only way to make it delicious is to like kill it with like spices.
No, you can eat seaweed chips. They're delicious.
Yeah, but those also have like some salt on them, you know, a little bit of, you know, whatever.
Kale, I'm not eating it right off the like plant. Put a little on it, massage it.
Kale is
delicious.
Fad. It will be gone. It will be
No,
gone like
it's not a fad. That's like saying spinach is a fad.
Spinach is much better than kale.
Oh, I see. I disagree. I think kale's better than spinach.
Look, with like the crunchy and shapy.
I'm trying to think of what other things are like super overrated, but I think a lot of. See, here's the thing with like when you're talking about like superfoods like that.
This is gonna piss people off.
What?
I think the apple is slightly overrated.
The apple?
Slightly. Like I think if you're gonna compare all the
just
fruits,
like a fruit,
everything in the orange family, like nectarines, orange, like my God, they dominate the apple. They crush the apple.
You know, I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you on that one.
Banana's better than the apple.
Banana's the best fruit out there.
Plum is an underrated fruit. Very strange choice, but the pear is underrated. But the apple starts with A, and we put them on teachers' desks. And from a young age, you are brainwashed to believe that all
red apples are disgusting.
I think green apples are really good, though.
Me too.
But we're just brainwashed at a young age to believe that all the other fruits are inferior to the apple. It's wrong. It's classifying people. It's putting them into groups.
Thank God for Think Tank to dispel that myth.
You want me to go on? I'll go on about it.
Let us know if you think other foods or fruits are overrated in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah here with Jason Rubin from TYT Sports, and today we are asking Jason whether he cares, or guys in general care, in heteronormative relationships if girls are into sports.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but you're sports obsessive.
Yeah, but that's also the difference is I'm actually not the best person to ask. Because
okay, can we ask somebody else in here?
Obviously, I'm the sports guy here, so it makes sense. Here's my point with that, though. So I come into work and I look at the sports news and I watch sports highlights and I break down sports clips and then I produce sports clips and then I'm done with that and I write about sports and I go home and a lot of the time I still have to watch sports.
Yeah.
So when you go through that daily cycle, by the time you get to about 7:30 p.m., if you're gonna go meet with your girl or your girlfriend, whatever girl you're seeing, usually the last thing that's gonna come up is, man, like, did you see what happened at the Giants game today? Like, it wouldn't be what you want to talk about. So actually, it's really helpful in a way that if I didn't work in sports, it would be something I would care about more because I would flock to it more as a hobby and want to do, like, go to events, sporting events with girlfriend in this situation to be like, hey, I just worked all day behind the desk doing accounting or whatever it might be. I need to go get my sports fix. I need to go watch the basketball game. So I think guys care. I think they're lying if they say, I don't care at all, she doesn't watch any sports. Like if I'm watching the game and she comes in and she's like, hey, let's turn on Netflix, like, and they're like, totally, I'd be like, man, you love watching the game.
Maybe, yeah.
But sometimes you gotta sacrifice, gotta make sacrifices.
Let me give you a question based off an anecdote from my personal life.
Oh Lord.
So like I talk and think about politics all day long, right, for work. And so when I get home at the end of the day, I don't really want to talk about politics, but I want my man to be informed about politics so that if we do enter a conversation, he knows what's going on in the world. So like, is it the same with sports where it's like, I don't necessarily want to talk about it, but like, I'd like you to at least know that it's like a touchdown versus a goal.
Okay, to that extent a little bit, but I also don't want people to fake liking sports because they like me.
Nobody likes you, so I never think that's gonna be a problem.
So harsh.
I only say that because I love you so much.
7.5 clips. Oh my God.
We did 9.
I'm heartbroken now.
It's
I
okay.
just want Hannah to be my friend.
I know.
But it's so funny. I can't even recover from this.
Sorry.
No, my point being though is that like I don't want people to fake liking sports. Like if they go like try to learn everything in like a day, like it will be obvious and it's nice and it's the thought that counts. But then there's also like I've dated girls in the past that have known more about sports sometimes than me.
Yeah.
And
wow.
they just either grew up. Usually it's like grew up with like parents who were super into sports. So like actually, I'll tell you this. For example, Emma Vigeland, who's on TYT Politics. Knows a ton more about the New York Giants than I do.
Yeah, and I think it's honestly it is like definitely a little like gendered to be like, oh, like guys like sports and girls don't like sports and whatever. And I do think it's like society brings you up to like be obsessed with it versus one way or the other. And so there's probably a lot of girls who love sports and know more about sports than you, or guys in general. And there's probably a lot of guys who like hate sports and don't necessarily want to watch sports.
It's just like look.
It's about your passion and having your partner
I love
also mirror your passion.
I do love when people say like, but sports are stupid. Like it's just a game, and like you could like, okay, sure, you like music. Music's stupid. It's just an art form. Like
everybody's into different
I'm obsessed
things.
with music and all the arts and all that stuff like that. But I think when people try to make the thing like, why do you get so obsessed with it? Like a lot of the time, it's just I grew up with it.
Yeah.
It's like what you grew up. You're from LA, right? Jealous of that, right? So like, there's certain things that you grew up with that you get attached to that will stay with you forever. Yeah. Right?
So like when we were really young, we used to hike a lot and be in nature. So like for me,
hiking,
like that's why I can't go to New York. I hate New York because there's not enough nature.
Right.
And so when I go to like really bustling cities, for me that's like something that I just like it's too much for me, and I'm obsessed with being in nature at least once or twice a week.
But someone might be like, why do you hike? You're just walking up a mountain.
Yeah.
It's kind of stupid. Like wouldn't it be better to like just do like run up the mountain or go for like to the gym instead?
Yeah.
That's not the point of why we like doing these things.
Everybody's passionate about different things, and we don't need to judge those passions. And sometimes it's nice if your partner is into that passion too. I think that is the summation of this conversation. But let us know what you think in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. We got a hell of a show for you guys today. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, lots of drama. We've got a ton of policy for you guys on taxes, budgets, and healthcare.
Nuclear weapons.
How's that for an exciting tease? We have lots of substance for you today.
I've got charts, people.
We have charts and policies. Charts and policies spread over the second hour a little bit too, but second hour, on the other hand, is filled with controversy. And there's some parts of me that are in some of the stories. In fact, in a lot of the stories, I'm going to go back to conservative Uygur. Ooh, my conservative side comes out a little bit, and we're going to do a Supreme Court too. Jesus, I'm sad you're going to miss it because it's going to involve skateboarders.
Oh my! Wait, you're going to come out conservative on that story?
I might throw them under a literal bus.
After they were almost thrown at anyway.
Okay, anyway.
I won't tease it.
Let's see what happens. Okay, all right, fun and exciting for everybody and hopefully informative. So what do you got for us first, John?
We got a doozy for you, an update from yesterday's story. Our continuing coverage of the Republican attempt to destroy Obamacare. As we previewed yesterday, the new version of the Republican healthcare bill has now been released. And in this video, we're gonna break down what it actually changes from the previous version and what it keeps the same, and then try to get an idea of the likelihood that it will actually be passed. So a couple of the big picture topics from this new version. The Senate's revised healthcare bill still includes an estimated $657 billion in tax cuts by eliminating the health law's taxes on the medical industry and its individual mandate penalty for not carrying coverage. But it does continue two taxes aimed at wealthy Americans, a 0.9% investment tax and a 3.8% Medicare payroll surtax. So those are two taxes added by the ACA that previously were going to be removed in the earlier version, now will be retained. But what's interesting is that they are doing fewer of the tax cuts than they were before, but most of that money is not then being put back into increasing coverage, lowering deductibles or premiums or anything like that. There are a few things that it does do, and we will give credit to those. The new bill includes a $45 billion program to combat opioid abuse, as well as $70 billion to offset the costs of expensive patients, in addition to some money that was appropriated in the first version of the bill. But the inclusion of these taxes does not appear to lead to any additional funding of the Medicaid program or offset any of the cuts to the tax credits in the individual market. And so the biggest problem then is that the issue a lot of the so-called moderate Republicans had was that this cuts far too much from Medicaid. And it still does that. It doesn't actually change that. The return to the states on Medicaid is going to continue to drop down, eventually kicking many people off. And as a lot of commentators have noted, if the issue was that too many people lost their health insurance under the old bill, this does nothing to fix that.
Yeah. So the developments today did make me question a little bit whether they're actually going to pass it. Because so their cuts to Medicaid continue to be draconian, as John pointed out, $772 billion. That's an enormous number to cut from Medicaid. Now, 20 of the senators, the Republican senators, are in states that have relied on the federal government's increased Medicaid funding under Obamacare. So, for example, Rob Portman from Ohio, Shelley Mary Capito, Shelley Moore Capito, sorry, from West Virginia. They both, all those governors took the Medicaid expansion. So now they're sitting there going, wait, you're gonna now kick all those people off of Medicaid? And they're not gonna do it immediately, but it begins in 2024. So they're very concerned about that. And I think that we're at the bone here. Like when you hit the bone, you know you've got an issue. So they're going to lose Susan Collins. They've known from day one. She's the senator from Maine, and she's going to run for governor of Maine. And she says she's going to expand Medicaid if she can into Maine. So she was almost never going to vote for it. Murkowski from Alaska has said no. If they don't increase Medicaid, at least from the first version. I mean, she said, if you're going to eliminate Medicaid expansion, or even if you're going to wind down Medicaid expansion, that's not increasing access. And she has said that that was an absolute requirement on her part, was to increase access. There's no way this increases access. Well, if you lost those two, you have to hold every single other person. And by the way, they're also pissed that it cuts funding to Planned Parenthood, and they're not in favor of that.
Yeah.
So then you got Capito, you got Heller, you got Portman, you got Hoeven from North Dakota. They've all said on the record that they don't want Medicaid cut this much. By the way, they're not really moderates. You could cut Medicaid right up to the bone and they'll say yes, right? Yeah. But now this cuts so much from Medicaid and would devastate so many people in their states that they're now worried, like, we have a limit to how much we can trick people with the money donors give us. I think this might be beyond the limit, and hence we will lose our power, we'll lose our seats.
Exactly. I mean, look, they see the polls, they know how unpopular this bill is, and they know that people have been paying a lot of attention to healthcare over the past 8 years or so. It's not going to go away as an issue in a year. And while those who theoretically are going to support the bill, during that Senate recess, they're not holding town halls, they're not actually responding to the concerns of their constituents. Some of those who are kind of no votes at this point, or were last week, they did actually meet up with some constituents. Not necessarily at town halls, but there were some rounds of applause for those who had said that they were going to have a no. And so I don't think that they went back, listened to their constituents, and now think, you know what? I think I can support this bill. I think that that's an unlikely result from what they experienced. But that's the side of the so-called moderates. Now, there were others on the opposite side of Republicans who weren't supporting this bill. And so why don't we go through some of their concerns. The biggest policy change that we previewed on the show yesterday is an amendment to allow health insurers to deny coverage based on pre-existing conditions and cover few benefits, basically cutting out those quote essential benefits, as long as they have one plan available that does cover those things. You would have all sorts of plans that don't essentially provide the coverage that you would think you're getting by paying for health insurance. And that is the Ted Cruz, the Mike Lee thing. So why don't we check in with Ted Cruz and see if he now supports the bill thanks to this amendment.
My central focus from the beginning has been on lowering premiums. The biggest reason so many millions of people are unhappy with Obamacare or suffering under it is that it's made premiums skyrocket. And I think the way we unite our conference, the way we bring Republicans together has always been to focus front and center on lowering premiums. The bill that was announced today includes two critical provisions designed to lower premiums. The first is the Consumer Freedom Amendment, an amendment I introduced that I've been pushing for a long time. Both of those are big deals. Both of those are amendments I introduced, and so I'm encouraged the bill's moving in the right direction. I think we've made very significant progress, expanding choices, expanding options, expanding competition, and reducing premiums. That, in my view, was always the most important part of this process.
So what I hear from that is that the conservatives will go along with this, whether it actually accomplished what they wanted or not, that they were able to get enough from the negotiations that they're gonna vote with the bill.
Yeah, theoretically, look, Ted Cruz this way, he gets to imply that he was the strong conservative that made the bill more of a bastard than it already was, while also setting up its eventual destruction. Because as we've talked about now for weeks, if you do what Ted Cruz and Mike Lee want and you set up these plans that don't actually provide the health insurance benefits to those pre-existing conditions, essential health benefits, you add the caps and all of that, then you are eventually setting up a system where the only people who will go into those now more expensive plans are those who are sicker. And that will eventually create de facto high risk pools, and that will crush the system over time. It will produce the outcome that they've been saying we already have, even though the CBO keeps saying we actually do not. So that's one of the concerns. We also have Rand Paul, which we can go to in just a second.
Yeah,
okay,
let's watch
why don't we
Rand
watch?
Paul. Yeah, JR, I want to come to you because you watched all this in a second. Let's watch Rand Paul and then I want to come to you.
Unfortunately, the new plan actually doesn't repeal Obamacare. It keeps about half of the Obamacare taxes, keeps most of the Obamacare regulations, keeps most of the Obamacare subsidies, and it creates a giant insurance bailout super fund. And I just can't vote for a bill that creates a $200 billion fund to bail out insurance companies. I'm just not for that. I promised to repeal Obamacare, not to continue Obamacare.
So Rand Paul doesn't seem like he was ever going to vote for this. So I think Collins and Rand Paul are not gettable. So that means they got to hold Murkowski and Heller and all the conservatives. But JR, you watched all the conservatives.
Yeah.
So what's your take? They're going to vote for it, right?
Yeah, because we're also going to get to Shelby as well. You'll see, because it's all based on what McConnell has been saying before. You guys better hurry up and do this with me, or else we're going to have to actually do something like work with people who maybe some of them, every 2 or 3 of them, want to do something for real with helping the whole healthcare system itself. But the full context of what Ted Cruz was saying in 3.5 minutes with those reporters was, I had 2 things that I wanted. They gave me those 2 things. Myself and someone else, I forget which senator he mentioned, we headed this commission to change these things with it, to get us that direction. Then Mike Lee and I did this. Then you know what else I did? It was me, it was me, and that guy, and then me again, and then me. And then me.
Ted Cruz, no.
So it was a constant like barrage of himself. So he cares about promoting himself. Because things that he said he wanted to get done, obviously as we've outlined, isn't gonna get done. It's just in the meantime, it looks like it so he can look good and come out glowing before the rest of the leaders of this party fall apart. And he tries to stick his head up like, remember I was the leader?
Yeah.
It's all about himself.
I think that, so Rand Paul and Ted Cruz are still angling for running for president at some point. And Rand Paul's decided the tack he's gonna take is like, oh, I didn't vote for that healthcare bill, because that thing's gonna explode. Now Rand Paul actually wanted to make it worse.
Yeah.
But that'll get lost in the shuffle. He'll just get to say I didn't vote for it. And Ted Cruz, he's angling for the donors. Like, hey, donors, you wanted it to be more draconian, and I got it to be slightly more draconian. I didn't really get the things that I want. But remember, when I run for president, my slogan is going to be, I'm with him. I, me. Remember that, okay?
Yeah.
So you want to go to Shelby?
Yeah, why don't we run Shelby?
I do have some problems with this bill. The big taxes are still in there, which I had talked about being a bad part of any bill, a bad part of Obamacare.
But Senator, does that make it a no-go for you then because of those taxes?
No, it doesn't. I'm trying to work to yes. I want to work to yes to where we can salvage something. It won't be everything I wanted, which is a straight out repeal. But if we can get an improvement over what we have now, that will be progress, and we can fight another day. But we've got to fight next week to fight another day.
So are you at yes as this bill stands, Senator?
What now? What you?
Are you at yes
Are you a yes as this bill stands?
You can count me as a yes. I know it's a moving target. Things change. You know, you amend it and they come up with different things. But I've always been a yes. It's better than a no in the status quo, which we are in now, which is horrible.
What?
I love the rhyming.
Okay, so bottom line is conservatives looks like they're rallying to a yes. Because if you think about it, man, failure is not a good option for the Republicans. If they say, oh, well, we couldn't repeal Obamacare, that for their base and for their donors, that is a double whammy. Well, now, the problem is once they repeal it and put this in place, that's another kind of whammy. But I think that they're also in the middle of hubris. They've been so draconian, they've been so right-wing, they've been so ruthless for so long and been able to get away with it by just flooding the airwaves with deceptive advertising and Donald Trump just won, so they think we're gonna be able to trick them forever, I guess.
Yeah.
So let's pass a bill that Americans will hate. What is it at 19% right now in popularity?
Exactly, yeah, I agree with your evaluation of Shelby. I loved how quickly it went from I want to get to yes. Can I count you as a yes? You can count me as a yes.
Well, there you got that, big guy.
Principles there in Shelby. Yeah, look, I think they're between a rock and a hard place, but I don't think that the rock and the hard place are equally stiff, I guess. Look, their base theoretically wouldn't like it if they didn't repeal Obamacare. They've been saying they're going to for a really long time, and so conservatives have told themselves for years, obviously it's gotta go, it's terrible, it's terrible. But on the other hand, as you say, if they pass this new bill, it is going to be the most unpopular piece of legislation in our lifetime, so that's gonna hurt you. And the thing is that the situation isn't static over the past 2 years. People's evaluation of the ACA is changing. Now, I don't think it's changing as fast for Republicans as it is for others, but it is more popular than it has been since the very beginning. And that includes a lot of Republicans. And so the penalty that they would face as a party for not repealing it is objectively smaller than it would have seemed a year ago.
Well, so I don't want this thing to pass because all I care about is policy. So, Democrats often are the opposite. Well, what is it going to take for the Democratic Party to win? Yeah, but at the end, you're supposed to pass progressive policy positions. So, and the conservatives, on the other hand, will do anything to pass conservative policy positions because that's what they get paid for. So, so I don't want it to pass. I think it's going to devastate a lot of people. But boy, if it passes, politically, I think there could be hell to pay.
Good, but it could take a while.
So Heller and Portman and all these folks, Murkowski, Capito in West Virginia, they give you a sense of the devastation here. 1/3 of West Virginia is on Medicaid. 1/3 of the entire state. Not on Medicare, on Medicaid.
Yeah, but after this bill, they won't be.
That's right. And then
that's not an issue.
Okay, then you want to see some angry folks. I mean, hey, listen, release the Kraken and see how it turns out for you.
And again, so I realize that you're doing both, and you're right. Some people only focus on the policy, some people only focus on the politics, and we can take a silver lining in that case of theoretically someday we'll win a Senate seat, but the people who will lose their businesses, the people who will die as a result of this, like those don't go away if you eventually get the Senate seat. And so I think some people are, especially after Trump's election, they're singularly focused on like what effect this will have on a future election. Even not just down to which policies should we pass, but what issues should we talk about in the first place? Let's only talk about things that theoretically voters will care about in 3 years. And look, elections are important, winning elections is super important, but the country and its people are more important. And so we do have to care about the policies that we pursue or deny along the way to those elections.
Yeah, just the last thing on that is that a lot of this stuff doesn't go into effect until 2024. So those results might not be as quick as you think either. So your political calculation might be off. And once someone dies, you can't undie them.
Yeah,
that's gone.
Especially without health insurance.
Yes, so you can't reverse some of the damage that'll be done by this bill.
Yeah.
So cross your fingers and hope that the Republicans, bludgeon themselves politically and can't get it passed.
Yeah. And I'm gonna once again be Debbie midterm downer because I think people need to continually be warned about this. And I warned people before the election about this upcoming midterm election. I think that things look good theoretically for anyone other than a Republican, maybe in the House theoretically, but if you have these ideas that theoretically we can just set fire to everything and win the Senate, please look at the map in 2018. It is terrible for the Democrats. The Republicans have to, it's miraculous how few seats the Republicans have to defend and how few of those will actually be competitive. And I mean competitive under any circumstances with the way things are rigged and suppression and all that. There are gonna be very few opportunities for seats to be flipped. It doesn't mean that it can't happen, but it is as bad as it will be for something like a decade or a decade and a half.
Okay, what's next?
Anyway, okay, a little bit more for you. Today, Attorney General Jeff Sessions announced about 400 arrests related to healthcare fraud schemes, totaling over $1.3 billion that were apparently stolen. Among the 412 defendants, 120 were charged with opioid-related crimes. And so that is certainly, considering the epidemic that we're in the middle of, that's the sort of thing you want to see. People who are theoretically getting people addicted unnecessarily, pumping the marketplace full of pills that aren't needed. That can cause a lot of the problems that we're seeing. There are potentially some bad sides to this, but why don't we turn now to the Attorney General, who is announcing what's been done.
The Department of Justice, in conjunction with the Department of Health and Human Services, is announcing the largest healthcare fraud takedown operation in American history. The Department of Justice coordinated efforts between our criminal divisions, U.S. attorneys' offices, Health and Human Services, and more than 1,000 state, local, and federal law enforcement agents to charge 412 defendants, including 56 doctors. These defendants have defrauded taxpayers of approximately $1.3 billion. As a result of this operation, 205 healthcare providers are now in the process of being suspended or banned from participation in any federal healthcare programs.
You're the worst.
I'm a bad guy.
Okay, let me give you an idea of some of these schemes that people were eventually arrested for. He talked about doctors. 6 of the doctors were charged with operating a scheme in Michigan to prescribe patients with unnecessary opioids, some of which were then sold on the street. We understand that's a big problem. The doctors allegedly billed Medicare for $164 million in false and fraudulent claims. That's a lot of work for 6 doctors. I mean, no, I know they make a lot of money, but that's more than you would imagine. A clinic in Houston allegedly gave out prescriptions for cash. That's how it works, actually. Officials said one doctor at the clinic provided 12,000 opioid prescriptions for over 2 million illegal painkiller doses.
Wow.
That is insane.
My favorite was some of the doctors wrote so many prescriptions for controlled substances in 1 month than an entire hospital did.
Wow,
it's amazing, man.
One of them wrote so many prescriptions, his hand was hurting, he had to take opioids to calm down the pain. A rehab facility for drug addicts in Palm Beach is alleged to have recruited addicts with gift cards, visits to strip clubs, and drugs, and it billed the government for over $58 million in false treatment and tests. And so, look, this is to give you an idea, like a lot of the people arrested did not get those huge sums, obviously. We're talking about $1.3 billion overall, and that's about 3 clinics did several hundred million of it. But this is obviously a huge issue. This is not going to solve the problem. Even the money that's currently being allocated in what could potentially become the new Senate healthcare bill, if that becomes law, is not enough to by itself solve the problem. But to remind you of the problem, let's bring up this chart that we've shown you several times before on the show. That is the increase in drug overdose deaths. Now that is of course not limited to opioids, that's all drugs, but opioids are an increasing percentage of it, and you see how that is just shooting up. That is a societal problem. That is a problem with regulation of the pharmaceutical industry and doctors and their ability to prescribe things, whether they're actually needed or not. And it is killing tens of thousands of people every single year.
So I remember having covered this a long time ago, and a doctor wrote in that I really like and said, no, doctors wouldn't do this, right? And come on, guys, most doctors, of course, wouldn't do this because there's a lot of different ways to make money, but they mainly, I give them the benefit of the doubt, which I think they have earned. They mainly went in to do the right thing and to help people and cure people. But are there bad folks in each profession? Of course. So, when there's this much money to be made, yeah, you're gonna find a couple of 100 doctors in the country. And in this case, it's 115 doctors, nurses, and other licensed medical professionals who are willing to do the wrong thing for given enough incentive to do so.
Yeah.
So look, I think the real gateway drug is prescription painkillers. And I think saying marijuana is a gateway drug is completely counterfactual. It's not true. We know what the gateway drug is, and in this case, it is a very clear line from those legal drugs to heroin, because they can't get either the prescriptions filled anymore or they can't afford it anymore, and heroin's cheaper, and then there's fentanyl, and then you're dead. So having said all of that, and putting the spittoon aside, I actually want to give them Sessions here in the Justice Department credit. And Sessions is not a guy I'm awfully fond of, but this is a nice operation. Yeah. And look, this thing kills 59,000 people a year. If any terrorist group killed 59,000 Americans every year, we would invade 17 countries to fight back against it. But in this case, they put 1,000 law enforcement agents on it in 30 different states. So great, at least some sense of proportion for how big the problem is. So a job well done here in getting these arrests.
And hopefully the investment made in getting these 400 people theoretically will stop far more from actually doing these sorts of fraud schemes in the first place. The last comment I want to make is I alluded to the bad side of this, and the bad side is not in who was arrested or anything like that. But Jeff Sessions, while I'm glad, like Cenk, that he's taking this seriously, because far too few people are taking the opioid epidemic seriously, in his extended comments talked a lot about the massive drug epidemic that we have and drug dealers all over the country. And he there is not talking exclusively about opioids. And we know Jeff Sessions' background. We know what he thinks about his recent comments about the DARE program and how that's needed, how we need a new war on drugs. And he's not just talking about prescription painkillers. He wants to go after vigorously legal marijuana wherever it is, illegal marijuana as well. And that's the sort of thing that unfortunately will get a lot more people arrested, and not people who are defrauding the government of hundreds of millions of dollars, people who are simply smoking a little bit of marijuana. That's who Jeff Sessions is historically, and I'm worried that he could theoretically use this sort of thing to pursue that agenda in the future.
Marijuana has nothing to do with opioids, except for the fact that whenever you legalize marijuana in a state, opioid abuse goes down, because marijuana is a much safer and much more cost-effective alternative to painkillers. So that's part of why the drug companies are the single largest donors to politicians. They need to protect their monopolies, plus they need to keep that war on drugs going, otherwise their profits are going to go down. But war on all the wrong kind of drugs. But again, I'm going to go back to giving them credit here, because finally we're targeting the actual things that are causing the problem, which is the prescriptions drugs in the first place.
Agreed. When we come back from our break, we're going to have an update on the Iran nuclear deal, and Trump is in Paris. We're going to give you all the updates. Stay with us.
All right, back at the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola. Marissa N writes in on hashtag TYT Live on Twitter. It's no coincidence that the cuts would fully take effect in 2024 when it's past Trump and Pence's years and can blame Democrats. Definitely, but that's an old political trick, and Democrats do that too.
Could be a big problem for President Trump Jr.
Yeah. All right, we'll save that for later in the show. All right, Gabby Marita says, Republicans must believe in alternative Jesus. Infect the sick. I kind of like alternative Jesus already. Anyway, infect the sick, rob the poor, starve the hungry, worship money, and hate thy neighbor. That's actually almost kind of literally true.
War is peace.
Yeah, hate thy neighbor is Mexico, right? Worship money, I don't have to explain that one, right? Starve the hungry and infect the sick.
Take the food stamp money, put it into the wall.
Yeah, you medicate. Anyway, man, okay, alternative Jesus is a scary dude. I'm a Derpy Panda writes in, the real gateway drug is money. It's addicting and it brings out the worst in humanity. Okay, Andrew Jaffe says, you realize this Department of Justice operation must have started under Obama, right? What are you congratulating Sessions for, his presence? Well, Andrew, that's a great point, and I thought about making that point on the show, but it didn't make the cut. So it's a good point, but not good enough.
Well, and they do, I mean, this is not like a one-time thing. Every year there are arrests like this, but this is a particularly large number of people.
No, in all kidding aside, Andrew, that's a great point. We don't know for a fact when it started. And so very likely it started under Obama. But things that started under Obama also have been cut off by the Trump administration, including a case in Manhattan about Russian money laundering, which is very interesting. Might save that for another show.
Jack, you're getting hysterical.
I know I'm hyperventilating, but anyway, so at least they didn't stop it and they brought it, to full execution, and they do deserve some credit for that.
Some, but no more. Okay, let's turn to something different. The CBO has finished their initial analysis of Donald Trump's budget proposal from earlier this year, and so far it's looking like the numbers are not quite adding up, both in terms of his claims about how it would cut the deficit and whether in the House they'll be able to get enough members of the Freedom Caucus to actually sign on to it. So in this video, we're gonna be breaking down both of those. The budget projected, this is under the CBO, that by 2027, the economy would achieve a small budget surplus. I think it was like $17 billion. But according to the CBO, the deficit would remain at $720 billion. So small little rounding error there, almost $1 trillion a year difference, but something to take note of for the future. It said that the average gross domestic product growth over 10 years is currently 1.8%, and that under Mr. Trump's plan, it would be 1.9%, a small raise, so good news for Mr. Trump, but lower than the 3% the administration assumes. And they do just assume it, and they've been saying that throughout the campaign, but I doubt any serious economic minds on the Trump team, if there is one, actually thinks that they can sustain that. I don't know why they would believe they could get to those numbers, but they do need it to make their budget sound plausible. Now, in response to all these numbers, really fast, Mick Mulvaney, the White House budget director, has called for the office's influence to be diminished and said recently that its time had come and gone.
Yeah, so if you're gonna bother bringing facts here, your time is at an end. So look, the reason they promise the 3% is they know that that's not realistic. They promise it so that their numbers will line up, the rich will get their tax cuts, and later when it doesn't happen, they'll blame Obama or Hillary Clinton. Who cares? Trump's full of 1,000 excuses, 1 million excuses.
Yeah.
So you know what the Republicans are doing now? They're like, if you want to keep talking about this Donald Trump Jr. story, we're gonna restart an investigation on Hillary Clinton. What? She's in the woods, dude. She's totally irrelevant. What a bizarre, spiteful thing to say.
Also, okay.
Yeah, have at it, Hoss. What do we care?
Well, fine, investigate. What's the difference?
Yeah, and by the way, John Quincy Adams, don't think we forgot what you did, okay? So
I love that we're now tracking down, like we're doing hit jobs on failed candidates from the past. Like JR in the meeting is like, Mitt Romney, what's he hiding? Okay, yeah. Al Gore, you bastard, we're coming for you.
Yeah, you think they won't? They will. Anyway, so in this case, this is the thing that they care most about, because that's why the Freedom Caucus is saying, Freedom Caucus, what a preposterous name, by the way. Anyway, it's the freedom for the rich to never pay taxes.
Yeah.
So they're saying, look, if we're gonna do any kind of budget, my boys, meaning the rich, need tax cuts first, okay? So you gotta guarantee me tax cuts. I don't care about the budget. I've never cared about the budget. Deficit, that's all a marketing ploy. So it's all a trick, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, blow $1 trillion hole in it, who cares?
Yeah.
My guys, my donors need their tax cuts, and they need it right now because we're not sure what's gonna happen with Trump.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up. Their lack of concern for what the budget would actually contain, what effect it would have on real Americans. Because earlier today, I saw on Bernie Sanders' Twitter account, he put out a really interesting chart, a scary chart. We should do the scary chart time thing about Medicaid cuts combined from the little bit of information we have from the budget proposal combined with the Republican Senate healthcare bill. So let's bring this up and show the reduction in Medicaid spending year by year. You're seeing that between 2017 and 2027, it would end up with a more than half of it cut away, 52.2% cut combined in those two proposals. Like that's just one issue area, but think about the effect that will have in human terms on actual American families.
What you're looking at in that chart is wealth redistribution. The reason that they don't like Medicaid along with Medicare and Social Security, and they call them entitlements, the reason Medicare and Social Security are called entitlements is because you paid into them and hence you are entitled to your own money back when you retire, okay, or when you get above the age of 65. In the case of Medicaid, they're like, oh, like this is just going to the poor. I mean, Social Security and Medicare at least also go to the middle class and the rich, right? This just goes to the poor. No, we need to take all the money from the poor and redistribute it to the top. So Medicaid is #1 on their hit list. So you know what their agenda is, and this is what they've been trying to do since they passed Medicaid over 50 years ago.
just trying to kill it eventually. It might take a long time, but they can eventually come for it. It's one of the reasons, a small side note, but let's say hypothetically we get lucky and at some point we get single payer across the country. It'll be amazing. A lot of people think that then that's the end of history. But it's not the end of history. You can have legalized abortion for 40 years and they'll still try to kill it. You can have Medicaid and Social Security for literally lifetimes and they will still try to kill it. And so even after great success, you do still have to be vigilant. But I wanna go over a couple of the numbers that you were alluding to that the Freedom Caucus is going to require in terms of tax cuts, but also cuts in spending. This is from Mark Meadows, chairman of the Freedom Caucus, saying, if a budget is put forward today at $200 billion on mandatory spending and without decisions on tax reform, there would not be enough votes to pass it in the House because of the conservative concerns. They would be willing to tank Trump's budget on those issues. Earlier in the week, the Freedom Caucus said that it would be willing to support a $250 billion package of cuts in exchange for supporting a hike to the nation's borrowing limit. So are they not merciful that they would give that and allow the government to continue to function?
So look, these guys are so draconian and so dysfunctional that I can't, you know I love predictions, but I cannot tell you right now what they're going to pass when it comes to the budget, and even on Obamacare, I'm not positive, and let alone anything else. But there is one thing that you could write down in stone. Before Trump leaves, by hook or by crook, they're going to pass the biggest tax cut for the rich and for corporations you have ever seen, that this country has ever seen. That's the one guarantee.
Yeah, and then it sets up an awesome battle where someday, theoretically, our progressive champion president is gonna have to propose tripling corporate taxes. And I hope that they do at that point to try to right the ship, but imagine how hard that battle is going to be if we allow this to go through.
Because once you cut taxes, the minute you go to raise them back up, they're like, oh my God, they're raising taxes. We knew it, look at these Democrats. Yeah, well, if you cut them to the bone and we don't have any money to run the government anymore, and we literally can't put out fires, okay? Well, then we're gonna need to raise taxes. Oh my God, you raised taxes.
That's the amazing thing, and that's why they want it. When they get this tax cut through, that passes, but so much else that's currently invisible passes. When they pass those tax cuts, they have cut food stamps in a year or in 2 years or in 5 years because it will be needed to balance the budget that they have destroyed. They will cut regulatory spending for the EPA. Any area of government, any social program, any progressive priority you can think about. You won't see it on the day that that tax bill passes, but those are all being cut to the bone when they destroy the federal budget.
Yep.
Anyway, okay, we're taking a second break?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we come back, we do have, as I said, an update on the Iran nuclear deal, and then we will touch base with what's going on in France in just a few.
That's a fun story, don't miss it. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and John with you. Politicat writes in, dumpster care is so humanitarian. Unfortunately, I kind of like that term, dumpster care.
Oh, by the way, the most 2017 thing I've seen so far this year is someone on Etsy is selling dumpster fire candles. It's pretty awesome.
That's funny. Samantha Shakur should look into that.
Oh, they're coming for her.
I Am Sock says, you know that we'll be nearing the end of Trump when he starts using federal departments to investigate Rosie O'Donnell. That's such a good point. He's like, distraction, Hillary Clinton didn't work anymore, let's go to Rosie.
Yeah.
Finally, the Forgotten Arm says, GOP must really rely on screwing over anyone born after 1985. Our generation will be working until the day we die. Well, if things keep going this way, but there is one other alternative. We vote them the hell out of office.
That's true. But by the way, the prediction about Rosie, I don't think it'll be Rosie, but he talks less about Hillary. He still talks about Hillary all the time. But just, I want to chart month by month the mentions of a couple of key female names. And you better track Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, just see when those numbers start to creep up again.
It's interesting. I think Kamala Harris has an excellent chance of winning the 2020 primaries. I think the establishment will be on her side.
I think in terms of accomplishment, like I like her rhetoric, but I don't know much about what she really stands for. Everything she's saying is good, but I think it's way premature.
Okay, so let's leave that.
And personally, I'm a rock man. I'm going for the rock, but
okay. That's a huge conversation. Let's leave that aside. But what's interesting is the Republicans are mainly attacking Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Yes.
So those are the two that they apparently fear.
Yes.
So
totally
interesting. Okay, all right. So let's go for it.
It's still on the table. Okay. Despite repeatedly condemning the deal as a candidate, Donald Trump is expected to once again certify that Iran is abiding by the requirements of the nuclear deal negotiated under former President Barack Obama. As of right now, under US law, the State Department has to notify Congress every 3 months of Iran's compliance with the deal. The next deadline comes up on Monday, which means that 90 days ago, approximately, he did certify it, even though he spoke out repeatedly against it. I had a file, many pages of him talking about the Iran deal, how bad of a deal it was. I'm not gonna read all of that, but I will give you one idea of how much he hates this thing. During a campaign event on September 6, 2016, Trump said, if you take a look at Iran from 4 or 5 years ago, they were dying. They had sanctions, they were being choked to death, and they were dying. They weren't even going to be much of a threat. They didn't have anything going, and now they're a power. Overnight, we've made them a power. He then called the nuclear deal the highest level of incompetence. He also said this, my number one priority is to dismantle the disastrous deal with Iran. I've studied this issue in greater detail than almost anybody.
By that he means he read not one, but 2 tweets about it.
Yeah.
He's like, who would read past 1 tweet?
He's read almost 300 characters.
So what I'm greatly amused by is that he is now sanctioned, apparently, in his own words, the highest levels of incompetence. So he's like, that highest level of incompetence, kind of love it. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with it. So he also said he would tear it up on day 1. So none of that happened.
So that's good.
Yeah, so this is really good news. So we can't help but make fun of Trump a little bit and tell you that it was another campaign promise that he didn't mean at all. So it's, lie number 1,987. But in this case, thanks God. So I love that they're not tearing up the deal, because then we would have a needless extra conflict in the Middle East. God knows when that would go to war. And right now, Iran is not making nuclear weapons. That deal stopped their nuclear program altogether. They weren't making nuclear weapons anyway, but we took the nuclear energy away, and so they have no chance of ever weaponizing their nuclear program because of that deal. It's one of the biggest accomplishments of Barack Obama, and the fact that they're not tearing that down is good. So if you're wondering why go against your campaign promise and help Obama's accomplishment, that doesn't seem very Trumpian, at least the latter part. There's a reason why. Iran is actually allied with Russia. So the guy who's blocking tearing up the deal is Rex Tillerson, longtime friends with Vladimir Putin, the guy who wanted to make the $500 billion deal with Russia in the first place when he was CEO of ExxonMobil. So lo and behold, they get into office and they're like, Iran, not so bad. When he was campaigning, they're the worst of the worst, but we choked them, we almost murdered all of them, right? Like that was like a big thing. Now they're like, oh, Vlad says they're okay. I read 2 tweets about it. I think we're good.
Well, Tillerson has had positive things to say about the deal lately. It's interesting that the last time it was recertified, he did speak out against Iran, and he was not happy with the entire process, although the State Department did apparently think that they were abiding by the deal. And I do have to say that what we heard during the last election from not just Donald Trump, but also Ted Cruz wouldn't stop talking about this deal. The way that they tried to twist ensuring that Iran has virtually no even theoretical capability to weaponize the uranium they have or produce a nuclear weapon, that increased the danger to Israel specifically, was this huge mental leap that largely the media never questioned, and they were allowed to just present it as a difference of opinion. You take away their ability to create nukes, well, maybe that makes it less likely they'd have nukes. Maybe it ensures that they will. And Trump repeatedly said that this ensures that they will create nuclear weapons. And he was never really taken into account for it.
All right, last thing on it is that, look, there's debate as to whether a deep state exists. So, and the reality is, it does, but it's not quite as neat as some people would like to characterize it. Because there's a lot of factions within the US government. And some of them are in charge at different times, and others gain power in other administrations or other times in administrations. So is there a faction within the US government that is against Iran and Syria and is, I think wrong concern about Israel and Israel is against Iran and Syria, and I think that they're headed in the wrong direction, because if you care about Israel, this is a great deal. The Iran deal is a great deal because it makes sure that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapons program. But they think, for whatever reason in their head, that it's the opposite. So those guys do hate Trump, and they hate this Russian connection, and they exist. They're inside the government. Now remember, they lost to Obama too. Obama got the deal done, so he was strong enough, and the factions within government were strong enough to make sure that this deal got put in the first place. If a Republican outside of Trump had won, this deal would be gone. The faction that is what I think people would normally refer to as the deep state, which is only just one faction of the government, hates this deal and would have ripped it up. Trump comes in, he's not with Obama, he's not with what are being called the deep state guys, he's with Vlad. What do you need? And Vlad likes this deal, and so the deal is going to stay in place. If Pence becomes president, this deal is goner. So that is one situation where
JR, clip this out. Prediction.
That is one place where having a President Pence will definitely be worse than having a President Trump.
Okay, well, perhaps we'll see. Why don't we, time is running short, why don't we have a little bit of fun? Kellyanne Conway went on Fox News, I believe it was Sean Hannity last night, to defend Donald Trump Jr., and this time she brought props. Let's watch.
This is how I see it so far. This is to help all the people at home. What's the conclusion? Collusion? No, we don't have that yet. I see illusion and delusion. So just so we're clear, everyone, 4 words: conclusion, collusion, no. Illusion, delusion, yes. I just thought we'd have some fun with words. Sesame's Grover word of the day, perhaps, Sean, because you're absolutely right.
What was that? What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
She is the official White House counselor to the president.
Yeah.
Look, she needs a counselor.
So I don't mind doing things that stand out. I remember Tim Russert back in the day with the whiteboard, and we weaved on the whiteboard and stuff. So
I'm not against whiteboards.
Yeah. So and now we're gonna meme the hell out of this. The whole internet did, and we'll have fun with it as well. But I want to hit the substance for a second. No, we have collusion. So whether that's a crime is a different issue, really important issue. So the crimes that Donald Trump Jr. could be charged with are campaign finance violations, if he took anything of value or he was planning to take anything of value from a foreign source, that would be a crime. There's a potential for conspiracy if they were planning to take stolen materials, and the Russians would have had almost certainly stolen materials from Hillary Clinton's campaign, not ones that
maybe she gave them some
that were voluntarily given out to them. So those are interesting questions as to whether he committed a criminal act, and let's hope we find out in a trial, okay? But did he set out to collude with the Russians? That question has been answered by Donald Trump Jr. He released the emails that said, hey, Don, I'm gonna get you a meeting with Russian government officials who are looking to help your dad's campaign. And he said, I love it. That is collusion with what he believed to be Russian government officials.
Yeah.
So the issue of collusion is over. But collusion by itself, that's a word. It's not necessarily a crime. So the crime part is interesting, but in terms of, you cannot cross out collusion. There was 100% collusion.
It's too late, it's crossed out on her little thing. Look at that.
Damn it.
You still have illusion and delusion, which you seem to be in the thick of. Yeah, and Sean Hannity, again, their tiny little addled minds have gotten around this. Well, he didn't get anything, but we see what his intent was. If the email was, hey, I know you don't really like your wife, I got a dude who can help you kill her. And he's like, yeah, I'd love that, let's kill her later in the summer. And then they meet, and they don't kill her. The police are still interested in that. I think they still want to investigate what was going on there.
And that is a crime. That is a crime, just because you didn't execute on it. If you go to rob a bank and the bank's not open, but you took steps with someone else to commit that robbery. You drove to the bank, you had a gun, you had a bag for the money, you acted in a conspiracy, and you are guilty. And that happens every day in America, where just because you didn't finish the robbery doesn't mean that you didn't commit a criminal act. But again, outside of, I can't wait for a judge to decide whether he should go to prison or not. That's gonna be fun. But collusion is a word which definitely happened. So anyone who tells you the collusion didn't happen, and including some wonderful progressives, sorry, they're not. It's not accurate. They're 100% wrong. He set out to collude. He went to go collude. He wanted to collude. There's no question about that.
Look, I personally think that her use of those cards, I mean, you could not have put a more persuasive case together using those cards. She put 4 words in there, but it said so much. But some in the internet thinks that they could use it for better purposes. And so they started a hashtag, I think it was Kelly Cards, and it led to the obvious this. Tomorrow I will regret doing this because of memes. That's true. But just general advice to people, don't hold up pieces of paper on the internet. I'm actually afraid that I might have done it recently. The next one, I love this, always remember Bowling Green. Oops. Whoops. Then we have this, I totally get this reference, ESPY for best male athlete, Russell Westbrook. I thought I put that in for you guys. I don't know really what that's. I get that it's a sports thing. But anyway, this is to show you that this is outside of just political Twitter now at this point. And then I think there were some that you noticed that you thought was interesting, the way where she came out on this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't do this. Kellyanne Conway did this on air. I was a little surprised, but.
Really?
Yeah.
Too strong. Yeah. Well, she's right.
That's the next set of cards she put up. What can you do with it?
She's right.
But then she wasn't done. She's like wolf-back.com.
That's
I was
nice of her.
Wow, at least she wants to get money out of politics. And she said, hey, one more. JusticeDemocrats.com.
Oh, but that's gonna hurt the Republicans.
Oh, she has no idea what's coming.
So short-sighted of Kellyanne Conway.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
An interesting choice on her part.
Yeah, well, I like it.
The only time she's ever been right.
That's true. So I assume we are pushing ahead?
Yes.
Okay, well, I totally lost all my stuff. Okay. Apparently Donald Trump is a fan of the French president's wife. Let's take a look.
Oh boy. Okay. I am going to have a strange defense of Donald Trump in this story. Okay.
Oh God.
So yeah, if you're Donald Trump, you should be cognizant enough that you have a reputation as a creep and a pervert, that you don't go around complimenting first ladies' appearances when you run into them. I mean, not only did you go through the whole grab him by the da-da-da throughout the whole campaign and all the dozens of allegations, but you just got in trouble like a minute ago for hitting on that Irish reporter in the White House. It was like, oh, come here, you're hot, I see you, why, oh, she's smiling, she's got a pretty face. So
plus the flip side, attacking Mika's appearance and attacking women on their appearance constantly.
Right, so stop talking about women's appearances, especially if you're you, right? Having said that, I don't think he was doing it for that reason here. I
agree.
Okay, I think that what he was trying to do was butter up Macron. And why he's doing that is a more interesting story. So now there's a 24-year difference between Macron and his wife. And by the way, same thing for Donald Trump and his wife, except Donald Trump's wife is 24 years younger, Macron's wife is 24 years older. So I'm sure that somebody told Trump, hey, don't get wigged out, his wife is way older than him. So when he sees her, there's 2 possibilities.
Although still fairly young, far younger than Donald Trump himself.
I know, but you know him. So there's 2 possibilities. He sees her and he's like, oh, they told me you were older, but you're in great shape. Look at her, she's all right, she's okay. So that's just Donald Trump being an idiot. Okay, I think the second possibility, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit here, is that he's like, no, she's beautiful, she's in good shape. Macron, okay, you're 24 years old, but you're fine. You're fine. Look at this, she's hot. Okay, so if by itself,
don't do it. Like, okay, say you look lovely. That's fine. Don't say you're in beautiful shape. Don't talk about her shape.
Of course, no, he shouldn't have done it. I know. I'm just talking about why he did. Now, look, this is going to lead into an actually important issue. So sometimes we do these stories about the handshakes and stuff, and it's fun, right?
We'll get to that.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think there's something important in here too, because listen to Donald Trump's answer when asked about how dangerous Paris is. And how he has said the terrorists had basically taken over and you couldn't go to France or Germany. A reporter asked him about that and his answer is very curious, watch.
You were implying at the time that Paris was not safe anymore. You've also said that France and Germany are infected by terrorism and quote, it's their fault because they let people enter their territory. those are very strong words. Would you repeat them today? And do you still believe that France is not able to fight terrorism on its own territory? Thank you.
You better let me answer that one first. That's a beauty. He's the one that asked the question. That wasn't even one of my picks. You know what? It's going to be just fine because you have a great president. You have somebody that's going to run this country right. And I would be willing to bet, because I think this is one of the great cities, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And you have a great leader now. You have a great president. You have a tough president. He's not going to be easy on people that are breaking the laws and people that show this tremendous violence. So I really have a feeling that you're going to have a very, very peaceful and beautiful Paris. And I'm coming back. You better do a good job, please. Otherwise, you're going to make me look very bad.
So that is the nicest he has ever been to a foreign leader, other than the obvious.
Other than one guy we know. So look, that's actually a good pivot on Donald Trump's part, because it's pretty hard to answer in Paris why you thought Paris was uninhabitable earlier. And now he says, oh, it's going to be great. He didn't really answer the question of why did you say that and et cetera, but that's okay. It's a deft answer and a surprising one for Trump. But the real surprising stuff is that Macron was really tough on Trump before, both symbolically and also literally in the policies. But symbolically, he showed him up. He didn't shake his hand at first when they met with world leaders, and Trump had called for him to shake his hand first. And then when they finally shook hands in another incident, Macron shook the hell out of his hand and then later bragged that he did it on purpose.
And you could see the close-ups of like Trump's face, like.
Yeah, and so he had shown up Trump in several different ways. Trump nonetheless goes in with an obvious attempt to make an ally out of him. It's fascinating. No, you got a tough president. Not only is he a good president, he's going to be tough on the terrorists. He does not say that to someone he's not buttering up. And then, oh, your wife, she's older, but she's in beautiful shape. Hey, not bad, beautiful. I like the shape, you know what I'm saying? That's Trump's way of complimenting you, okay? So now, I wouldn't have even brought up all of that, except for the fact that now all of a sudden there's rumblings that we might get back into the Paris Accord. Now, it's a little too hopeful.
See, I haven't really heard that.
Okay, it's too hopeful. It's the first time that I heard any hint of it, and I wouldn't have given it any credence except for this interesting display of trying to accommodate the French, which is totally unexpected from Trump.
It's a thoughtful approach. It's totally possible. I agree, Jing. It could be as simple as this. I looked at the whole presentation. Did you watch how the pomp and circumstance that they brought him in? They said not many foreign leaders come in and get the greeting that he received. They took him to the tomb of Napoleon, and they took him to all of these exclusive places that they reserve for their closest friends. And it could be as simple as Macron looked at the research and they were like, oh, you be nice to this guy and he's gonna do everything you want him to. As long as you go, you're the man. You know what, you're cool. You're a good guy. Everybody calls you an a-hole. I like you're a good guy. Who knows what all the things they said to each other as they walked, and he could have been just like, he likes me. Okay, I like him too. He's so simple. And that's what the opposition research, talk about opposition research, is on Trump. Kiss up to him a little bit, and he's gonna do whatever you want him to do.
And he will say very nice things about you in public, and so it'll seem like he is conceding to you. It is a perfectly good alternative hypothesis.
There's many things, who knows?
Well, I guess we'll see. We can check back in like a month and see if there's been any movement on there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we know that this guy, if you insult him, everything he's ever said about you doesn't matter now. He is your worst enemy. On the other hand, you compliment him and he is your best friend. He did that during the primary, flip-flopping with Chris Christie and Kasich and all that. I think the chair is probably right there.
The New York Times once when they had one piece came out about him. He's like, oh yeah. He had a very fair piece on me one time.
He used to call into Joe Scarborough's show every day. Remember that?
Yeah. All right, so let's end on a fun note here and look at the more awkward handshakes. Now, again, this is with First Lady of France and Donald Trump.
And you can see the French First Lady, Madame Macron, who are waiting for the US President. Let's take this in for just a second. Who are waiting for the US President. Let's take this in for just a second.
He's such a spaz, man.
She's in good shape. couldn't get her hand away, but she was really fighting. I could feel her strength.
What is wrong with him? Hold on.
It's almost like a zombie. Like once it's grabbed you, you got to get out of there. It's not going to let you go.
First of all, he knows that he's going to shake their hands. It happens all the time. So it's not even an unprompted thing. But let's see hypothetically, if you had to have an unprompted handshake, could it not be awkward? Cenk, shake my hand. That's not difficult. That is really not difficult, okay? Yeah. I swear, we didn't script that, people. Okay, I think Trump should be able to do it.
Now let's do it if I was Donald Trump, okay?
Oh God, don't touch me, just don't touch me. Sorry, she didn't say that stuff. I was just reading her mind there.
Okay.
Freaking goofball.
I think we're out of time, right?
Yeah, probably.
All right, the second hour is filled with controversies. And I turned back into conservative Cenk on some of the stories, and you'll get mad at me and it'll be fun. So we'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna. Anna, I've been promising them that I'm going to say some controversial things in the second hour. So buckle up, brace for impact.
Even when you don't think you're saying controversial things, people think you are. So it doesn't, you know.
Yes, on the right, the left, and everywhere in the middle. Okay, Daniel Pareja writes in, hashtag TUIT Live. I'm surprised Trump didn't make Conway write those signs in crayon. The Mad Lib writes in, Macron's ratings just went down now that Trump has expressed a desire to come back to Paris. Sabrina Hartman says about Macron's wife, she should have just slapped his hand away like Melania does, LOL. And then finally, Derek Martin says, the DNC won't pick Sanders or Warren, they're too obvious and might actually lead to victory. Agreed. There was an article by Matt Iglesias in Vox last week where he wrote, you know what? Maybe Bernie. And
really?
Yeah, and it was considered like, he was writing it like, I know no one in the world has thought of this. Like, I know this is a crazy idea, but wait a minute. I looked at the polling and he's the top, like most popular politician in the country, maybe Bernie. And I'm not dissing Matt. It was a good article, nothing wrong with it, right? But you could tell from the tone that like in that circle, like that is an outrageous, like almost unthinkable thought that they are now just beginning to consider, and it's kind of spooking them out.
Well, I think everyone, unfortunately, ends up being a product of their environment and
Yes.
people that they surround themselves with. And I'm not saying it as if I'm looking at everyone else and judging them. I'm saying that because I think it's even true of people here, right? So it's always important to consider other perspectives as long as there's actual logic behind those perspectives. I never want to fall in the camp of missing something big, like a phenomenon that's happening right in front of me, but I'm missing it because I'm in my own bubble, right?
Yep.
So you should always look at other perspectives.
Yep. And the members of the day are Valerie Johnson and Joseph Fletcher. Guys, a couple of things for you. This month, you get a free trial membership for a whole month. So all the way through the 28th of July, I think. So try that out. Listen to our post games. We had, our members could watch the Joe Manchin interview we did earlier in the week live. And I want to tell you guys tomorrow, same kind of situation. We have Keith Ellison, who's going to come in and do an interview. He's going to Skype in actually, like Manchin did. And so for all of you members out there, it is going to be live at 10 a.m. Pacific. So 1 o'clock Eastern. 1 o'clock Eastern, Keith Ellison on the Young Turks. So in order to become a member, tytnetwork.com/join. And then you can do promo code FREETYT this month to get a free trial membership. So don't miss the Keith Ellison interview live tomorrow.
All right, we ready to start?
Yes.
All right. A couple updates on stories that we reported on earlier. First, an update on the Shia LaBeouf.
No one knows.
I keep calling him LaBeouf. I don't know why. It's so
not LaBeouf.
weird.
No one knows what it is, but it's definitely not LaBeouf. Although LaBeouf is awesome, and I wish it was LaBeouf. And he is a bit of a LaBeouf.
Okay. Shia LaBeouf has apologized for his behavior after he got arrested for public intoxication in Georgia. Now, this whole situation began when he approached police officers and asked them for a cigarette. That's when words were exchanged and he became so belligerent that police decided to arrest him. And that resulted in a number of videos being released to the public, which showed just how badly he was intoxicated and how badly he was treating the cops. Now, he has released an apology for his behavior, but before I get to that apology, I do want to maybe refresh your memory or show you the video in case you missed the story. Take a look.
Because you're a fucking bitch to the end of your days, and you live that legacy. That's what you signed up for, bitch made whore. If I have my gun, I'll blow your shit up. You're a bitch though. So you got your shit, you do nothing. Except what, homie? Whore, fucking bitch, coward, fuck you and your legacy. You got a kid? Hoso. Hoso so he can know what the fuck no-so is going. You're a bitch. For leaks. Not for years. A bitch for leaks. You're a pirate bitch. Bitch. And you put your own kind in the fucking pen for nothing. You put a white man in the pen for what, you fucking bitch? For asking for a black man for a cigarette? That's your country. I pay my taxes, you dumb bitch. You about to meet my lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay, so that happened, and now he is apologizing, and he posted the following on Twitter. I'm gonna go ahead and read it to you guys. He says, "I'm deeply ashamed of my behavior and make no excuses for it. I don't know if these statements are too frequent or not shared often enough, but I am certain that my actions warrant a very sincere apology to the arresting officers, and I am grateful for their restraint." And they did show a lot of restraint. "The severity of my behavior is not lost on me. My outright disrespect for authority is problematic to say the least and completely destructive to say the worst. It is a new low, a low I hope is a bottom. I have been struggling with addiction publicly for far too long, and I am actively taking steps towards securing my sobriety, and I hope I can be forgiven for my mistakes." Look, that was a fine apology. I hope he does get help because he clearly does have some sort of substance abuse problem.
Yeah, so I feel bad saying this because he almost certainly has substance abuse problems, but I'm not buying that apology at all, not 1%. He did not write a word of that apology. That was PR 101. So things like, my outright disrespect for authority is problematic. You didn't write that, dude. You're not even sober yet. You didn't write that, okay? No person who's said the things he said there wakes up in the morning and writes that. But even more obvious is, I am actively taking steps towards securing my sobriety. No person talks like that. PR people talk like that. I'm taking steps towards securing my sobriety. He didn't write that. So I give him no credit for it at all. If this morning Shia LaBeouf is still saying,
"You're a bitch,"
this PR statement would come out anyway. It would come out in exactly the same words.
Yeah.
So of course it's possible that Shia LaBeouf woke up in the morning and was like, "Oh no, what have I done?" Right? And is deeply apologetic.
Yeah.
Or he's not at all apologetic, but we have no idea because this is not his statement, this is a PR statement.
Right, I think talk is always cheap, and some people got on my case for bringing up his past legal problems. I didn't bring that up simply to antagonize him, right? And to build like a case
Apparently
against
you wouldn't want to do that.
No, well, look, the reason why I brought that up is because there is obviously a very clear double standard among those who have resources, like wealth and fame, and those who are powerless. And so he has treated people in power, police, whatever it is, poorly in the past, and he's pretty much gotten away with it. So what makes anyone think that he would change his behavior now? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he has substance abuse issues, he also has affluenza. So like no one who isn't really rich talks to cops like that.
No, of course not.
Okay.
No one, of course not. I mean, we know what happens to anyone who's powerless, who has the audacity to disrespect a cop.
And that's why. But the reason I bring that up is to back up what Anna's saying about his history, because all the rest of us have a history of if you say something slightly wrong to the cops, there's going to be hell to pay, right? But his history is I can say whatever the hell I want to the cops. I can talk about his kids. I can talk about how I'm going to bring a gun and shoot his head off or whatever. I can call him. The part I dislike the most actually is when he called him his homie. Please spare me.
Or when he said, "Screw your," what was it? Not legend, your
legacy.
Legacy.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know what that means, but it seemed
I hope
weirdly,
you have a kid,
like,
so you can go so and then no though, or something like some weird poetic rhyme in there.
Or not so poetic.
I know.
I think that legacy thing was weirdly racial, but I'm not sure. I don't really. That's not. It's a tiny portion of the story.
He's either drunk or on some sort of substance. We don't know. We're trying to make sense of nonsense, but regardless, it's clear that he has some sort of problem, and I do hope he gets help for it. Right?
Yeah.
And it's a common thing that you see in the celebrity world. And look, during the post-game shows, we talk about the downsides of being a public figure and wealth. And I think that it really messes with some people, right? Yeah. And he's a successful actor. I mean, I think he's filming a movie with Brad Pitt right now, or he might have wrapped a movie with Brad Pitt. So he might seem like he's on top of the world, but in reality, like, he has some sort of problem, and it could be tied to the fact that he's a celebrity.
Yeah, and so in order to watch those post games, by the way, become a member of the Young Turks, tytnetwork.com/join. Secondarily, when I interviewed celebrities, I think it was Russell Brand, but I'm not sure. But one of those guys, big time guy, said, "Look, fame doesn't cure anything."
No.
And he said, "I thought it would." And it turns out, no, it doesn't fill the hole in your heart. It doesn't help you with anything. It's not a cure. So sometimes it makes it worse. And so, look, bottom line is, I do feel bad for the guy. I'm just telling you the things that are true, which is that he didn't write that statement. But look, he's obviously, like, that dude's got issues. So, and it is, of course, it's a little outrageous and horrific. It's also a little funny. I mean, come on.
You're a bitch for leaks.
Okay, by the way, I want to thank our audience because a number of you tweeted to me and said he doesn't say leaks, he says leagues.
Yeah, no, I figured that, but I didn't know what he meant by leagues. It means he's talking about nautical league,
like forever from now on.
I'm such an idiot. I'm like, what is
that's why I said legacy too. Your kids and your grandkids' grandkids are all going to be horrible forever.
Leagues, not for years.
Yeah, so he thinks it's going to be forever. But also, so sorry, but this gave me an idea, Jake. When obviously that was a publicist statement, so there needs to be like someone needs to open another like level of PR. We're like, we take your bullshit PR people with the words that you didn't use, and we'll put it in layman's normal, the way you would say it terms, and it makes it more believable.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm opening that firm.
Yeah, they should have a PR agency whose whole job is to make it sound human. Okay, so like what could have helped is if at the statement they added,
"You're a pirate, bitch."
Then we would have believed it was Shia.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the other news. Another update for you guys. Paul Ryan has decided that maybe, just maybe, it's time to update the House dress code. This was a story last week involving an unidentified journalist who claimed that she was kicked out of the chamber because of the fact that she was wearing a sleeveless dress. Well, that sparked the debate about the dress code that is decades old, and now Paul Ryan says, I don't know, like maybe it's time to update it a little bit. So let me give you the details. The current guidelines allow the House Sergeant at Arms and members of chamber security to restrict access to staff and visitors not wearing appropriate business attire. But they don't define what business attire is. Exactly what constitutes appropriate business attire is not clearly stated. And so it kind of allows people to go ahead and kick mostly women out for nonsense, right? A lot of women wear power dresses, business attire that is sleeveless, and that's just modern times.
So there's the part that people are underplaying is driving me crazy. You're not allowed to have open-toed shoes. Like, why? Why? What is that from like the 1800s?
I kind of get that.
Why?
I mean, I personally don't care. So I would roll my eyes at that as well. But I don't know. It just. I don't know.
Really? That's not even a thing I realized was an etiquette thing. I had no idea. Like
feet are gross. Let's keep it real.
No. So look, that's why this is totally sexist, if not by intention, but by effect. Because which male reporter or staffer is going to come in a sleeveless shirt? It's preposterous. What are you going to wear, like a wife beater to Congress, right? It's almost only going to, not almost, it's only going to apply to women. And the open-toed thing, which nasty dude's going to show up and, in whatever you show up with, flip-flops or whatever, to Congress. But women wear dress shoes that show
their feet all the time.
All the time.
Yeah,
I mean, in like the most formal settings.
I'm just saying that in my list of priorities regarding what I would want to change about this dress code, the open-toed shoe thing is the least of my concern, right? I mean, it doesn't bother me either way. So that's just my honest take on it. Now, here's what Paul Ryan has to say about it. He says, in regard to the dress code, this is nothing new and certainly not something that I devised. At the same time, that doesn't mean that enforcement couldn't stand to be a bit modernized. Decorum, this is my favorite part. Oh my God, this is my favorite part. Decorum is important, especially for this institution, and a dress code in the chamber, in the lobby makes sense. Okay, let's just stop right there. Come back to us. Decorum is important. Like, I just love that they're talking about etiquette while they rob us blind, right?
Yeah.
We get together and talk about how to violate your freedoms, how to give tax cuts and loopholes to the richest people in the country, how to screw over the most disadvantaged. But we just want to make sure that you cover up your arms, ladies. Proper decorum. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, yeah, that went in the direction I didn't expect. So, but you are right. I mean, they start wars there. They don't need to start. I mean, people die, let alone healthcare, let alone the tax cuts. You know, the top 0.1% are going to get a $940,000 tax cut. Meanwhile, your taxes might go up. Okay, but he's worried about decorum.
No, he's talking about decorum, right? He's talking about decorum.
Decorum.
Okay, the man that you supported, who is currently the president of the United States, bragged about grabbing women by the pussy and moving in on them like a bitch.
I moved on her like a bitch.
And then he said,
"You're a pirate, bitch."
No, that's somebody else.
Okay, look, I don't know why that part of his quote annoyed me, but it's just like this fake properness, right? Like, let's all pretend like we're proper while we're robbing the American people.
No, but that you're absolutely right though, because that is one of the core issues in Washington. You can do and pass the most horrific policies, that's totally okay. But if you are impolite to someone else in the elites, that is considered unacceptable. That's the thing that'll get you railroaded straight out of Washington. He was impolite to one of the elites. How could he? Decorum has been broken. Well, didn't you guys you pass the resolution to get us into the Iraq War, and didn't several 100,000 civilians die because of that? Yes, but we didn't break decorum while we were doing it. I mean, God forbid we should see your arms while we're voting for horrific things. And finally, my random note on it is, it's like, look, in the lobby, we've got to make sure that there's decorum. Well, how are you going to get to your office without passing through the lobby? So any rule that applies to the lobby applies to the whole building. So why bother making that stupid distinction? Because they can't help themselves. They're like, oh, I'm going to do a loophole here. Okay, I love loopholes.
It's just so dumb. Anyway, look, it's important to dress professionally, right? And present yourself professionally, but these outdated dress codes drive me absolutely nuts. There was a story today that we're not going to cover, but I just want to quickly mention it because it just amazed me. There was a local news reporter who got a voicemail. She's pregnant, okay? And she wears clothes that fit her, and it shows that she's pregnant, but she doesn't dress, she's not scantily clad by any means. And she got a voicemail from a viewer who called her disgusting. And that she should wear clothes that hide the fact that she's pregnant, right? And it sounded like a much older woman, and it's just this old school way of thinking, right? Like, your body is disgusting, you need to completely, especially if you're pregnant, you need to wear a tent, okay? You better cover that up. Just let's get back to the current year, 2017. How about that?
How about that? Okay.
I don't know why I say that so much now, it's crazy. All right.
You're a bitch for leaving.
Not for years. That's my favorite part, though. We gotta
for
include
leagues. They got us working around the clock. Anyway.
Anyway.
All right, what's next?
All right. Oh God, I hate this guy a lot. Okay. Representative Steve King was speaking to Allison Camerata on CNN, and they were specifically addressing the fact that the House Appropriations Committee would like to allocate a whopping $1.6 billion to begin construction on the border wall. Now, it's interesting because that money will come from US taxpayers, not from Mexico, as our president promised. And Camerata decided to ask Steve King about it. Do you think it's a good idea to do this? Take a look.
Comfortable, Congressman, with providing $1.6 billion of taxpayer money, not from Mexico, to build that wall?
Absolutely, yes, and more. And I'd throw another $5 billion on the pile, and I would find $500 million of that right out of Planned Parenthood's budget. And the rest of it could come out of food stamps and the entitlements that are being spread out for people that haven't worked in 3 generations. We've got to put America back to work. This administration will do it, and we got to free them up so that they can and support the right agenda for this country.
But he's a great pro-life representative, especially considering the fact that the vast majority of people who benefit from these food stamps are actually kids. Let's go to graphic 4. More than 40 million Americans receive food stamps, and nearly 2/3 of them are children, elderly or disabled. The average household on food stamps had an income of less than $10,000 a year. By the way, it's a really interesting conversation when you put everything into context, because his argument is, we gotta build that wall to keep Mexicans out because they're taking all our jobs. While he simultaneously says, oh, look at all these lazy motherfuckers, mooching off the government, they need to go out there and work. Okay, so which one is it? Is it that they can't work because Mexicans are taking their jobs, or is it because they're lazy and they're just taking advantage of the government?
That's a good point. So here's the things that bothered me. They haven't worked in 3 generations. What do you know, dude? What does that mean? So look, I don't want you to get me wrong. Like, I'm not a naive dude who's like, no, everyone who's ever received government assistance is heavenly and angelic. No, there's some bums. There are. I don't mean homeless people. I mean a bum who sits around and takes it. And so, yeah, is that the majority? No, we just gave you the stats. 2/3 are kids, elderly or disabled. So, and you don't have any stats to back up your claim that 3 generations of bums exist and that they are the majority of the people taking food stamps. And who are you calling bums anyway? Because, like he keeps, look, everything Steve King does is racial. You remember when he talked about the Mexicans crossing the border with the cantaloupe calves because they're dragging so much drugs in that their calves grew out of proportion. I mean, this guy's a lunatic when it comes to racial stuff. And he's the one that talked about how they had to maintain white, European ancestry and culture here in America. So the guy is, so when he talks about 3 generations of people not working, you know who he's talking about. But the reality is, you know who's on food stamps and Medicaid? Interesting stat. 1/3 of West Virginia is on Medicaid.
Yep.
1/3 of West Virginia.
I have to give you the stats on this because it's pretty amazing. So a document circulated on Capitol Hill in May said that a White House budget proposal would slash $193 billion from the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. A CNN analysis, though, found out that of the top 10 places with the largest percentage of residents who use SNAP, 7 voted for Trump in the 2016 elections. And so again, we have a chunk of the population here that continuously votes against their best interests. And we have to get to the bottom of why that is. Why is that happening? I mean, obviously there's misinformation, they're being misled, they're being manipulated. And it's frustrating because you try to give evidence and provide information about what's really going on to look out for them. And they reject it as elitist propaganda. And it's like, no, what you've bought into is the propaganda.
Well, part of the problem is that progressives actually care about Americans. So if progressives are as cold and calculating as Republicans are, they'd go, oh, you wanted Trump? great, that's it. We're cutting food stamps in all the places. And yeah, that's gonna hurt some of our constituents, but it's gonna hurt your constituents way worse. So let West Virginia, for once, feel the consequence of voting for a Republican. You know, West Virginia had the second biggest margin for Trump out of any state in the country. They had a 42-point margin for Trump. Okay, well, Trump and the Republicans want to cut Medicaid as an example by $772 billion, according to the last Senate proposal, which Trump loves. Okay, let's cut all your Medicaid in West Virginia, and all of a sudden, a third of the state has no health insurance, and then you take away food stamps from West Virginia. Do you have any idea the kind of devastation you would have? You know where West Virginia ranks in economic well-being? They rank 48th in median income. There's only 50 states. So, but Democrats won't do it, and I'm not saying they should, by the way.
No.
I'm also a progressive. I would never want to do that to West Virginia. Never, right? Because we actually care about you guys. So the Republicans are willing to do it to you and then cover up for it. But the Democrats will fight tooth and nail, some of them, not all of them, but we'll fight tooth and nail to make sure that doesn't happen to West Virginia. But if they once just said, all right, have at it, Hoss. You want Republicans, you want their policies, here's their policies, go ahead, right? And I know the Republicans would have a whole new set of lies about that. But the reality is that they have, as you can tell from Steve King, if you're someone who is relying on food stamps because your family's run on hard times, you think this guy's got your back, you gotta be out of your mind to think that. Right. He can't wait to cut the money that your family relies on so he can give even more tax cuts to the rich.
All right, there's a second part to this that I actually do want to get to because it's so maddening and it's just gratuitous. So while Steve King was speaking to Allison Camerata on CNN, the issue of the border wall and how we're gonna pay for it came up, and he believes that we should take money away from food stamps and also from Planned Parenthood to help fund the stupid border wall, right? Okay, well, he also decided to pick on Michelle Obama and her initiative when the Obama administration was in office. She just wanted to ensure that school lunches were healthier, right? Let's have better standards for school lunches so we can tackle the obesity epidemic. Well, here's his reaction in response to all of that in the context of the border wall conversation.
We built the program because to solve the problem of malnutrition in America. And now we have a problem of obesity. And when you match up the EBT card with what the scales say on some other folks, I think it's worth looking at. Michelle Obama looked at it. Republicans should be able to look at it too.
Okay, he's just so incredibly ignorant, right? Like he knows nothing about why the obesity epidemic is a problem. It's not because people are getting fat off food stamps. The more poor you are, the less likely you have access or the ability to afford healthier foods, right? That obviously keep you healthier, help you keep a healthier body weight. I mean, it's just, look, the reason why a lot of people living in poverty are more likely to be overweight or obese is because they end up spending what little money they have on cheap, quick foods, right?
Cheap fast food, cheap junk food. When you could barely survive and you need food stamps to be able to eat, you're not worried about organic produce.
Yeah, you're not buying grass-fed beef.
You're not going to Whole Foods. Okay, that's not what's happening. The average income of a household on food stamps is less than $10,000 a year. These guys are always talking about like, oh, they got cell phones, which you made that up. You have no idea what kind of phones they have or don't have. Somebody once said they have refrigerators. Like apparently that's like a crime to have a refrigerator, right? So no, the reality is they're poor. They're making less than $10,000 a year. And ironically, yes, when you eat those cheap processed foods, you do gain weight. Now, you want to know the real reason why? Because of high fructose corn syrup that we put in all that food. And why did we put high fructose corn syrup? Because it's so cheap. Why is that? Because corn has a gigantic subsidy. Now, who pushes for that corn subsidy? Legislators from Iowa like Steve King. That's crony capitalism. That's what makes us obese as a country, far more obese than any other country, because we have so much more high fructose corn syrup in our food. And ironically, that's because of Steve King.
Yeah. Oh, all right, let's take a break. When we come back, someone in Oregon is found committing a hate crime and seems apologetic about it.
Will I accept his apology? Okay, lots of twists and turns in the next segment, and then that whole conservative jank also in a minute. Back on the Young Turks. Your mama writes in, you're a pirate bitch, needs to go on the sideboard. Too late.
You're a pirate bitch.
And let's say this is underestimated.
You're a bitch.
Yeah. That'll go in a Ted Cruz clip one day. Okay. Anyway, Daniel Pareja writes in, you can't allow sleeveless dresses in Congress. When Mike Pence visits without his wife, he'll be too tempted to stare. Oh, speaking of which, Mike Pence.
You're a bitch.
I can't go to a dinner without my wife? All right, anyway, okay.
You guys are way too judgy on that.
No, it's true. Come on, no.
You're a pirate bitch.
Okay, so Control Left writes in, Congress infringing on a woman's right to bear arms, sad, but you don't get credit.
Second Amendment, come on.
I know, but you don't get credit for that, Control Left, because that was our graphic the other day when we covered it. So, anyways, okay, guys, two things real quick. One is Politicon. Anna's debating Ann Coulter. I will be debating Ben Shapiro, and Haas is debating a guy. I think his name is Kirk, James T. Kirk. I think James Tiberius Kirk. No.
Kirk is in the name somewhere.
Kirk is in the name.
Yeah.
Okay, Woke Bay versus Sleepy Bay. And we're also doing a bunch of panels. Do the Democrats have the right strategy? I'm on that panel.
Ooh.
Along with some establishment folks.
Ooh.
And a Bernie Sanders supporter. So Simone Sanders, if you remember her from the Bernie campaign. So that's going to be a badass panel, and that's a little bit of ooh wah, sing it on. Okay.
So I'm getting tweets from people who are like, Ann Coulter is gonna annihilate Anna. And I'm just praying that she's also underestimating me.
Yeah. So let's
underestimate me, please.
Yeah. So I've been told that I shouldn't bother to show up. Anyways, if you want to show up, it's in Pasadena. So politicon.com/TYT, politicon.com/TYT to get tickets. And we got Aggressive Progressive tonight. So for all you members out there, look, if you always want to watch Aggressive Progressive, but you can only watch the first live free one at 9 o'clock Eastern on Thursdays, well, good news for you, sign up for membership. It's free this month. So go to tytnetwork.com/join and then put in the promo code FREETYT. Not only can you get this week's Aggressive Progressive show, the whole show, you can go back in the archives and watch the other ones. So you're crazy if you don't take this offer.
Excuse me.
For a whole $0.00. Okay, what's next, Anna?
All right. A man in Portland, Oregon was arrested and charged with a hate crime. His name is Frederick Nolan Sorrell, and he allegedly harassed a Muslim couple from his car for more than 20 blocks, during which time he allegedly made multiple attempts to strike the victim's vehicle. He also made pointing hand gestures that were said to be resembling pulling the trigger of a gun, and shouted things like, take off your effing burqa, this is America, and go back to your effing country. Excuse me. Now, he did get arrested, and there was a local news station, KGW, it's a TV station in Portland, that caught up with him right after his arraignment and asked him a few questions, and he seems somewhat remorseful. Take a look.
I never tried to run into them. I was just going to work. I never tried to follow them. I never tried to make contact with them after the fact.
I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry.
No. There's no way. That was way too funny. So look, I think his apology was heartfelt because of some other quotes that but I'm so glad that that station, we'll put the link up to their whole report in the description box, caught up with him, because that shit was funny.
It was funny, it was funny.
Because, and I'll tell you why, because at the moment he's a tough guy, okay? Like, oh, you bad guy, you go home to your country. And then when he realizes, oh, running them off the road is illegal and I might go to jail. So the next time somebody's a tough guy, remember that face.
So he contradicted himself while he was talking to this television station, because in that video, obviously he's kind of denying guilt. However, he later on said this: I guess my fear and paranoia, I just yelled out. I don't go on social media looking to hate on people. I guess my ignorance and my stupidity is why I opened my mouth, and I shouldn't have, and I claim full responsibility.
So that's a great apology.
Yeah, it is. And
so he's not rich. Some PR person didn't write that apology for him. That was real. So maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm getting suckered by it. And then if he doesn't get jail time, he's back out to yelling at Muslims or whatever. But that to me felt like, man, that was so stupid, and I am beginning to realize why that was so ignorant. I feel like maybe through this experience, we don't know enough, but that apology and all the other things I read about him made me believe that maybe this experience made him realize, oh, right, they're Americans like everybody else. That was so stupid of me. Why did I get wrapped up in that moment of hatred? But look, in Oregon, and of course everywhere, but you gotta take it super seriously. He did that just a couple of days after that guy stabbed a couple of people for defending Muslims.
Yes, a man on public transportation stabbed and killed 2 individuals that were speaking up and protecting a Muslim woman on the train. So yeah. That was a really dumb thing for Sorrell to do, and look, I'm glad he's remorseful, and I feel a little bad laughing at the fact that he was crying like that. But I mean,
yeah, to me that's good enough justice, because he's got to live with that. And he said, "I'm sorry I blurted out what I blurted out. My paranoia, my fear," and so that to me seems like a real recognition of what he was doing wrong. Now, I'm not the judge and jury in Oregon, and they'll decide what to do with him. And it is pretty serious if he was trying to run him off the road, and that could have a lot of consequences. But I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think he learned from it. And if we all have conversations around these things and we all learn from it, and as a country we grow from it, that's not such a bad thing.
Do you think he learned from it?
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I might be wrong, but that's the sense I got.
Like for him, that's one of the things. Like I hear your apology was sincere. He has to tell people what he learned in order for me to believe that he learned. People don't understand what it is. So yeah, it was my fear and paranoia. And now I believe where I feel this. It's like you learn all this stuff when your kid is 5 years old and goes to school and they have like conflict issues and they go, okay, I'm sorry. You can't just say I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? What'd you do? What are you gonna do next time? Just give me those 3 things. Treat you like a 5-year-old since you're gonna act like a 5-year-old crying like that. So tell me, what'd you do wrong? What caused you to do it? And what's gonna make you not do that anymore? How did those people feel? He hasn't mentioned yet how he made those people feel. Were they crying? Were they afraid for their lives? I don't know. I don't really give a shit because I was just have my fear and paranoia. Is your fear and paranoia still there? Is it gone yet? Because it's gonna flame back up again. Maybe when you have a drink, like Shia LaBeouf.
So we don't know. It's too hard to tell. But boy, wouldn't it be fun if we were actually the jury?
Yeah. All right, we got to move on to the next story.
Okay, no, skateboarders, we're not gonna have enough time for. I know, I want to do it afterwards. Let's do the birthing.
We'll have time. We'll have time. What do you mean? Let's not ramble.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay, let's do it. Skateboarders got together for an informal competition recently, and this took place at Dolores Park. At that point, cops alleged that people living in the neighborhood called the police because they were blocking the streets, making a lot of noise and being disruptive. At that point, several police officials showed up and things started to get pretty bad. At this point, there were reports that some of the skateboarders were annoyed that the cops were blocking off the street and not allowing them to compete with one another. The skateboarders did not have a permit for this competition, thus making it informal. And so now there are videos circulating around the internet showing how one skateboarder was going down the hill and how a cop might have intentionally, purposely gotten in the way so he would fall and hurt himself. Now, I'm gonna let you guys judge for yourselves. We have the video, take a look. Oh.
Okay, so one part of the story I think is, it's too much to say obvious, so there's two parts. The kids are trying to ride through these cop cars that have blocked the street because they can't get them off the street, so they're trying to block the street so they won't keep skating. 3 skateboarders have already gone through that little hole between the cars. Everybody's having fun. They're like, yeah, and then they're all trying to defy the cops by going through there. So this cop gets in the middle of that, and in that video, you can see he throws a shoulder, right? That's my assessment. We'll see what you guys think. And don't throw a shoulder at the kid because he's gonna go flying like he did. He could have gotten really, really, really hurt. As it was, he was pretty hurt.
Right.
So that part is pretty obvious. But the part to me that's a little bit more suspect, and then some of you guys are gonna hate me for this, but so they were doing hill bombing, and so they go down the huge hills in San Francisco as fast as they can. And then a lot of them crash, of course, and then you have to call ambulances, and that happened actually repeatedly when this incident was going down. And they called an ambulance for that kid, but they called an ambulance for a couple other kids because they go all the way down the hill and they crash, and they're like, oh, okay, now I'm gonna need taxpayer dollars to bail me out because I was so stupid that I went down this hill at this speed and I made a mess of it. And so, look. Am I the kind of guy who wants to overregulate skateboarders? No, they showed up without permits. Dude, skateboarders aren't gonna get permits. I'm fine with, of course, that's totally fine, right? And I'm trying not to be too much of a grandpa, but on the other hand, skateboarders are sometimes total dicks. So they jump in front of your car and then they look at you like, until somebody runs you over, and then it's not ha 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 anymore. So, and then what do? Then they go from like ha 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 to, oh my God, I can't believe you did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what really grinds my gears? Those skateboarders
and
those cyclists.
Yes, drop it. It's in a poll we have too, though, is should the skateboarders have been fined? Because it's not an interesting question. Should the cop have clotheslined the dude? He didn't clothesline him, but he bumped him enough. No, of course he shouldn't have done that, right? And should they get a permit? No, dude, I'm not gonna have you get a permit every time you want to go skateboarding, right? But if the neighbors said we cannot use the street, they keep going up and down the street. We're afraid that if we go on the street, we're gonna hit them. So and they're going for hours and hours and hours. Can you guys help us? So the cops come. They didn't arrest anybody, and I'm not saying put them in jail. That's crazy, but I would fine them.
You'd fine them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I wish I knew. Look, if what the neighbors were saying is true, right? Because keep in mind, the cops are saying the neighbors called us and that's why we showed up. If what the neighbors are saying is true and what the cops are saying is true, then yes, I agree with you, they should be fined because you can't block roads like that, right? Especially just for fun and games. I guess I agree with you, sure.
Interesting. All right, guys, serious audience, we're gonna get cut off here and I love you guys, but no, we're gonna keep going because the Supreme Court's not done, okay? So serious, love you, see you tomorrow. All right, sorry guys, for technical reasons, we had to go out for a second before we came back, but let's pick it up where we were. So, and can you put the graphic back up too? And do you have the poll, Anna? I meant to have. I don't think I have the poll. Oh, here it is. Okay, good. All right. So I say they should be fined. By the way, we want your answer to tytnetwork.com/skateboard. Should the San Francisco cops have fined the skateboarders? By the way, here I'm being more draconian than the cops because the cops did not fine them, did not arrest them, did not do anything except for the fact that they shouldered them into oblivion. Okay, so except for that giant exception. So JR, curious what your take on it is.
Well, fines come from anybody's doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. If they're riding down the middle of the street, you're gonna get fines in general for that because you probably can't do that. I'm assuming that's somewhere on the books. So fining is probably something that could already happen. I don't like these things, but I think it may help. Whatever the equivalent of this is, like, you know, also skaters put like the wax on the sides of like stoops, maybe benches and stuff like that, and they can slide, and it really ruins everything that you're looking at. It's a big black streak of like tar or whatever it looks like, wax. And then so instead to stop that, they put these little bumps
Yeah.
along like a thing that they would slide on. You can't slide across something that has a bunch of speed bumps on it.
Yeah.
So I don't know the equivalent of this, but if they're starting to get improper people shooting down these hills and killing themselves, because they're going to eventually, I don't know what it is you put where skaters can't do it anymore. Because finding them, first off, once you do find them, looked like there was 50 of them out there, right? They're not all gonna pay the fine, they probably can't pay the fine, and then they'll just do it the next day.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's the case. So by the way, by the end there was 400 of them out there.
Yeah.
And so I could be totally wrong about this, and I'm sure that it's a mix. But I feel like some of the skate guys come from wealthy families, and they're like, there's no consequences. I own the world, so I go down your hill anytime I like, and I don't give a damn, right?
Not that they're poor, just like they won't pay the fine, or they'll be like, oh,
no, their
fine.
dad's gonna pay the fine.
Or it's not gonna be deterrent is the point. Like whoever, even if it gets paid, it's not. They're not gonna go, I'm gonna stop doing that. I got a $50 fine.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fines aren't usually a deterrent.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, but look, or maybe you're a kid and $50 is a lot. $500 is an unbelievable amount, right? And so I'm positive that some of them are poor, middle class, etc. And I don't want to devastate the guys that are not in good economic condition in the first place. On the other hand, like their attitude of I don't care about anybody else as long as I'm having fun is super annoying to me.
Yeah, just wait until you're an adult. You never get to have fun.
What is the thing? And also, I assume some of these guys are probably of age. I'm sure plenty of these guys are over 18 years old. So we call them kids, but they're probably.
Yeah. It's almost the thing that bothers me is that it's almost a Republican attitude. Like I have no empathy for you. I have no empathy for anybody on the street. I have no empathy for anyone else. Hey man, it reminds me of Turkish traffic where everyone believes that they own the road.
Yeah.
It's their road. Everybody else is on there for reasons they can't understand.
Well, Turks feel like they own everything, so.
Well, that's a whole other thing. All right, now normally, this is really unfair because normally we go to Chief Justice Jesus Godoy, who is a skateboarder, and he'd regulate on our ass. He's not here today, Ja'Cory's here. Ja'Cory, you're filling in for the Chief Justice.
Indeed.
So what
Chief
say
Justice
you?
Junior. I agree. It's a violation of traffic. It's something that interrupts the flow of things. I totally get that. You don't throw people into cars, man. Come on. You're there to protect safety. JR brought up a really good point of there's speed bumps. That's something that you could install because
They'll jump the bumps.
That's not at those speeds. That's not something you can really just jump over. And I think that would just cause general safety overall. Because I agree, the fines, you can fine how many max before the rest of them get away, and then they're back the next day. That's gonna deter 1, 2 of them of all economic standings all over the spectrum. You know, it's not gonna stop the real problem.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point. Both of you guys do that. Makes me reconsider it a little bit. Because in order to give somebody a fine, you have to get them to stop for a second and write out the fine, and they're not gonna stop, and they're gonna chase them down, and then there's gonna be beatings. Just keep it real, and somebody's gonna get their skateboard broken over their heads. So anyway, nonetheless.
This is a war that's been going on for about
Forever.
what? Like 60 years now, at least, since skateboards were first invented. It's not something that's ever gonna go away. You live in San Francisco with huge hills. It's kind of something you have to look out for. There are plenty of look out for kids signs. Kids kind of make idiotic moves sometimes. You got to be aware of what you're doing when you're operating. When you're operating a vehicle that can take out a pedestrian. You live in a hilly city. There are going to be people on skateboards. There are going to be people on bikes. I always say that I do BMX, and it's a similar hobby. I always say that I'm safer on my bike than say a 40-year-old woman that just got a new bike and is riding for the first time. There are all sorts of people over the road with all different abilities of riding, and they're honestly people that are a danger to themselves already. That's kind of a risk of being on the road. Everyone's all over the spectrum of ability, so it's drive safely, drive defensively, and look out for pedestrians.
Yeah, these are reasonable points. I'm still voting for a fine. No, because there's got to be some consequence. If there's no consequence at all, they're like, okay, screw you, I can do whatever I want. By the way, the pendulum has swung too far. In the past, there'd be draconian punishments on skateboarders. This skateboarding's not allowed anywhere. We hate you skateboarders. It's like, calm down, dude. Let them skateboard in the park and have some fun. And it's okay. And they do that crazy stuff that I'd never do, and they break their ankles, and that's a sad day for them. I'm just saying that once you're like endangering other people, yes, I fine you.
I was wondering, did anybody else get hurt? Or is it just the skaters that are falling off their boards off these hills?
No, only in this particular case, as far as we know, only the skaters got hurt. But imagine if there was if the neighbors were like, okay, then screw it, I'm driving on the street. then a lot of people could have gotten hurt. So, okay, I'm voting yes on a fine. What do you vote?
Sure. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna work, but sure.
Okay, we got 2 votes. What do you, JR?
No.
No. Ja'Cory?
I'm voting no.
All right, 2-2, jury of your peers. So that goes to you guys. You'll be the tiebreakers. Should San Francisco cops have fined the skateboarders? tytnetwork.com/skateboard. Okay, you will be the ultimate judge of this. And for the last time, because I know that you guys are all going to yell at me for the wrong things, the cops should not have put a shoulder into that kid. Okay, all right, guys. Much love. We do have a post game for you guys, and then aggressive progressive. Bye bye.
Wonder Woman has started a new trend, and that is something that is really badass, really cool, and really damn dangerous. And that is, of course, referring to the scene in which Diana has shown up at the party in her elegant dress, and in the back of the dress, she's holding her God-Killer sword. She is ready to start something dangerous and being a combination.
Is she holding it? Is she clenching it?
See, that's the problem. Is we failed to think about that.
Yes.
As in practicality.
Yes.
And now there's a hashtag going around, and the hashtag for that is WW Got Your Back. This is on Instagram and Twitter. Lots of women are trying out Diana's look, in which they put a full sword onto their back.
That is a sword and a half. That is a claymore.
Dress. That is a huge sword.
That is a Scottish claymore.
That sword, it looks like it's nearly as tall as she is. I don't know how she walks around with it. If this is a bride, that is a cool look for a bride.
But I feel at that point though, like if you didn't want to be there, maybe you don't need the sword because you've already passed that point.
I think I would love to see a bride like walk down the aisle with a sword.
A basket hilt.
Yeah, well maybe not that hilt.
Okay.
A thinner, more elegant hilt. Not that one.
Maybe not that one either.
So lots of women are trying this online.
She even admits there in her comment that despite what Mel Gibson says, and I can attest to this, that drawing a sword from your back is a pretty impractical thing. If you are able to draw it based on your anatomy, then that means that blade isn't actually long enough for you as well, because there is a proportionality thing based on your size. But I can't. If I've got a claymore on my back, I do this. Then I do this, and then I go.
I'm going to remind everyone that Brian is a professional stunt person and has worked at the sword. What is it?
What?
A sword smithery? I keep calling it that. And you say no.
Blacksmith forge.
That's not what it's called, Kim.
I like it though. Hashtag smithery.
Brian's a blacksmith and a stunt person who is able to use these weapons and also make them.
Yes.
Yes. So that's why you know things about this.
I do. I am also a lad who grew up in America and tried to play with swords all the time. So I do also know just things about swords in general.
Just for funsies.
Just for funsies, yeah.
What people have discovered while trying to do this is that it's highly impractical to put a sword down the back of your dress because butts exist. Swords are typically longer than our spines and get cradled between our butt cheeks.
Oh my goodness.
And like right there, that's way too low.
That's
way too low.
How does she also expect to pull that if she were to need it? Hashtag little butt fears.
Hashtag unclench. And it will cut up your butt. You have to remember that in the movie.
Oh my goodness.
Diana was wearing her full armor under the dress.
True, she had a leather protection.
Sheath of leather to protect her body, her butt, her skin, her spine, and most of us aren't doing this under our fancy dresses.
We are not.
No.
We are not doing this under our fancy dresses, yes.
Especially you. However, you have brought us, as usual, some fun props today.
I did. I thought maybe we
should
can
try
prove this a Mythbuster of sorts moment.
Hey everyone, we're gonna put swords down our butts. Are you ready to watch that?
You almost set up. I did not sign up for that. We're gonna do, so here we go. This is what I brought us to. You have a leaf bladed, kind of like Trojan themed sword. I have a more pointed leaf blade gladius sword of the Roman time. So thereabouts, Wonder Woman appropriate. So we're not trying to shove claymores down there, but yeah, it's not gonna be good. Let's try it, shall we?
Okay.
All right. Oh, it's cold. I also have my Wonder Woman belt on.
Nice.
To help me.
Wait, no, it's my necklace. Okay, hold on.
Oh, it's poking. It's poking.
My arm's too short. This is not.
Do you need help? You need backup?
God.
You gotta come to me though.
It's real cold.
It's very cold. There we go.
Oh God. Oh Jesus.
I'm in. So I'm waiting for you.
Ah. You know what? My spine isn't perfectly straight either.
Okay, so there we have it.
Okay. I thought it took off my bra, but it didn't.
You can't tell. Look, totally normal, but
it's so cold.
We have, oh, it stabbed me in the butt.
Okay,
there we
wait,
go.
and then just
pull. And then unsheath. Ah.
I didn't like that at all.
Yar, and now we're ready to fight. Ready, go. The other way,
Oh.
circle the other way. Yeah.
Wait.
Keep going. I'll just follow you.
I'm not trained like you, Brian. Shit.
Action pose.
Okay, please sit down now. It's not as easy as it looks.
Hashtag nailed it.
Hashtag my butt cold now.
Oh, my spine is very cold right now.
I think I may have cut my skin, possibly damaged my bra, broke part of the set.
Broke part of the set.
This is for professionals only.
Yeah.
I would say. So, yeah.
In closing, not recommended.
In closing, be careful when you're doing this. And also, if you can wear a full leather costume under your dress,
very smart.
Do it, because that may protect your spine, your buttocks, your skin, everything that's useful back here. Thank you, Brian, for showing us that. I love having Brian here. Brian is going to be the host, or one of the hosts, of Anime Expo this year, 2017. Woo! This is, of course, taking place, as always, over 4th of July weekend.
Yep, the 30th is day 0 all the way through July 4th, which is a Tuesday.
Damn,
yeah,
that's a big one.
It's intense, and it's grown again. It's over 100,000 people.
This is already the biggest anime convention.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I know this because my first job was working for Anime Expo.
That's right, twinsies.
I'm the host of 2010 and you're the host of 2017. Yes, that was my first job.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Basically what we're doing is we're streaming all the Petrie Hall, which is their main stage panel. So Aniplex is gonna be there, Funimation's gonna be bringing a lot of new information. This is also the first year Blizzard Entertainment is actually coming.
What?
So they're gonna bring lots of things, you know them, they like to make an appearance and really be the cool kids. So who knows? Cool kids, Blizzard, funny, nailed it. Again,
that's how you got that job.
That's how I got that job. Maybe just to make me stop talking. I was like, please, and like, all right, fine, whatever.
No, you got to talk a lot.
But yes, one of my co-hosts will be Erika Ishii, which we know and love as
a friend of the show.
Friend of the show, has been on here as well.
Xander Jeanneret.
Xander Jeanneret as well.
People.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, and a 4th host yet to be announced. We'll see.
And a 4th person.
And a 4th person who will also be great.
That sounds great. I'm happy to see you doing something exactly in my vein with my friends as well. Please check out Brian and Anime Expo, the largest anime convention on July 4th weekend, starting on the 30th of June, and it's going forever. No, just to the 4th.
It is starting with a concert and ending with a concert. We're doing Cowboy Bebop at the top and Code Geass at the end. It's gonna be magical.
Yeah. All right, check it out. And also, if you have tried this sword technique, how did it go for you? Did you scratch your back? Did you poke your butt? Did you take off your bra? Let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. Bethesda announced a slate of new games at E3, including one that is pissing off the alt-right. So play it.
I pre-ordered it. I don't even know what it is.
I'm talking about Wolfenstein: The New Colossus, a follow-up to Wolfenstein: The New Order. Sometimes I say Stein.
So that's fine.
I like the game. It's
could be
of course
Frankenstein.
It's a long-running franchise.
Yes.
And the main thing is this is an alt history where Nazis won World War II, and you are generally a protagonist who is anti-Nazi. There is a lot of Nazi punching and shooting. They are the antagonist of the game. It's I think it's a very common thing to have Nazis be the antagonist.
It's an easy target.
They are a hate group.
Yes.
And they do deplorable things,
True.
bad things to people, and it's easy to hate a group like that, as it is in real life. Well, the announcement of this has pissed off several people among 4chan, Reddit, and YouTube. There are several comments. I don't need to quote them directly, but generally they call this racist against white people.
Anti-white power.
White people being demonized, stand up to anti-whiteness. This is an SJW wet dream, blah, blah, blah. And I want to point out something very, I think, basic to point out, which is neo-Nazis are not a race. This is not racist to all white people, because this is more of, okay, first of all, by calling it racist, you're assuming that all white people are alt-right nationalists or neo-Nazis or whatever you want to call yourselves, because the synonym of what you call yourself is the bad version of what it is. It's ridiculous to say that. It's ridiculous to assume everyone is on your boat and this is an affront to the entire white race, so-called white race. Because it's not. This is a idealism?
Historical fiction that plays upon a common ground that most of the sane population of this planet has, is that the Third Reich during World War II were not great people. So any video game or entertainment in which you fight back against them
atrocities
is it should be all thumbs up. You know, it's good stuff.
These are massive human rights violations.
Yes.
Purported by racists.
Yes.
So maybe they are the bad guys, and maybe if your ideals line up with this, you're a bad guy too.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. If history has vilified you, history doesn't always paint the best picture, but I'm pretty sure we can all agree that their picture of Nazis were correct. Also, it's a video game. It's a work of fiction for entertainment purposes.
I don't like how anti-dragon a lot of games are.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. The rights of our scaly brethren are not being respected in order to fly free and eat sheep. Yes, Spyro and the purple Americans.
And I don't like orcs being vilified all the time in these God of War or Shadow of War games as well.
I never understood how orcs are vilified, but half orcs are like
cool.
It's fine. It's cool.
It's pro-humanist behavior, man.
Oh, so it is racist in that.
Yeah, totally.
Maybe we all need to look within.
In particular, people were mad about an African-American woman in the trailer who appeared to be a leader of a resistance group, and a white Southern man who rants against Wall Street and imperialism. I would consider both these people archetypes my friends in real life.
Yeah,
if possible.
It's so funny because she doesn't even spout anything against the not. If you watch the trailer, she runs into the protagonist character and basically he's been looking for them because she's one of the leaders of it, and she doesn't even say anything that crazy. She's just like, can we trust you? Can we trust you? Like, what? And that's it.
That's the problem. Is nothing here that has been said is really that crazy. And by the way, it is.
And by crazy, I mean she's not the one ranting.
Fiction.
She's not the one speeching.
It's weird to see people paint their own strange versions of whatever their ideals are onto these works of fictions like this. Like certain movies, certain video games that come out. We get like every now and then it's like, boycott Star Wars because they're anti-white because the protagonist is a black guy. And it's
yeah, there's a black stormtrooper, and you're like, do you know Star Wars? Do you know where stormtroopers come from? It could be anybody. It's just somebody at a peak physical condition that they're like, we need more of this guy.
It's just strange to see a large and unapologetic contingent of people being mad that Nazis are painted as the villains. You're the villains if you're a Nazi. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. That's just the way it is. Audience, are you going to play Wolfenstein, the new Colossus? Did you play the New Order? I'm more offended that the events of New Order are therefore nullified because of the new Colossus. But what are you going to do? Sequels are fun. Please let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. Should services be allowed to censor movies and television and sell it for a profit, perhaps? Many companies that make these shows, such as, let's say, Game of Thrones, movies made by Disney, Warner Brothers, etc., are going against this. But this one company is working to censor them all in a new way. It's called VidAngel, and this is not a new project, but they've kind of pivoted how they're going to do this. So what happened in the past is VidAngel would buy up Blu-rays and DVDs and censor certain scenes out, let's say for sexuality or violence or profanity or drug use or whatever, and then resell these to whoever wants to buy them, I guess for their kids or their very sensitive adult friends. And now, I mean, they've been sued.
Yes.
And Disney has said, you can't do this.
There's an injunction now in the Ninth Court.
So they're hoping to do a new way about doing this, which is to censor things that stream, like on Netflix.
Yes.
And the way
they're entering the Matrix to mess with our movies.
I mean, basically, yeah.
I mean, that's how I envision it.
The way that they want to do it now is that they would be able to work as like an agent between you and Netflix. So Netflix would be streaming to them. They would do something and then stream it to you. Netflix would still hold the codecs. Apparently, this is different than what they were doing before. However, I'm not an attorney. I don't see how.
And the crazy thing is too, they're talking about the software, even originally in the original VidAngel things, as they were decoding these DVDs, that Disney, as you can imagine, has all the crazy software to make sure you cannot do this. So just by means of actually being able to offer this product for resale, which is also illegal, they were decrypting and altering the footage, which is also illegal. So like,
yes, they were sued under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. And if there was ever a fair use of that, I would say this is it.
Yes.
Because at the end, you are changing art. By censoring it, you are ultimately shifting what it's saying, what it means, what the creators intended to show in them. I mean, I'm not a parent, but my solution would be don't show these to my kids to begin with if I have a problem with it.
And absolutely, and it's the artist perspective trying to convey a story, whether you're a director or a painter or whatever. I think we all remember that episode of Parks and Rec where Leslie becomes the centaur goddess, so good. And that if the art is offensive to you, art is supposed to elicit a reaction. So if it offends you, that may be unfortunate, but that is part of what they're trying to do, is get a reaction. So, but if you know, I don't want to see such things. Well, don't spend your money.
I want all the naked scenes cut out of Game of Thrones. And the violence.
It's like a short film.
And the swearing.
I was gonna say. So it's the title? It's that animated title sequence?
Animated thing.
But maybe the fire and the spikes are too much.
And then it has Arya going, and then it cuts to credits.
And it cuts to credits, and you're like, good, it's good. I see what he did there.
This is pretty much what Seth Rogen was railing against from Sony. They're also a competing group that is doing a similar project to censor certain scenes out of movies and television. And it's a big industry, actually. VidAngel has a lot of customers. Previously, they have skewed towards conservative Christian audiences. Now they're actually reframing it to skew toward, I would say, the more younger millennial type, maybe more of a progressive audience, because what they're doing is saying, well, many people have triggers, which is ironically something that ultra conservatives make fun of a lot.
Yeah, that they
so
don't
you can
quite
cut
believe
these
in.
Out,
yeah.
And also it points out to gender inequity, from nudity and what have you. So this is another attempt for them to say that, hey, this is for everyone. But I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think it's for everyone. I don't think everyone has a dangerous trigger. I don't think
that's why there's warnings.
Is on board with
that's why there's the Motion Picture Association of America, is to give us those ratings, and then it describes why, so you can better, steer your viewing and stuff.
I know we have like television recuts of movies,
because of
profanity or whatever.
Because anyone can turn on any channel, but when it's a streaming service, you can lock. Netflix has a children's section that is already pre-screened as far as what content's allowed. HBO has adult password controls. There's all these services already provide this to their consumers.
I know. I think if I were a kid who I wanted to see the original explicit version, I would find a way to do it.
Because it's also on the internet. So I feel like it is a brilliant way to prey upon people's fears of exposing their children to art that could be damaging. And for this company, they have made millions upon millions of dollars.
If that's what you want, if you want to protect your children, do it. But I don't think this is the way to do it.
No, not by fostering and paying millions of dollars to a company that is violating the copyright rights.
I think it's just offensive to art.
It is. It is.
I want it the way it was intended to be made.
Slippery slopes are normally a joke, especially when people refer to them in gay marriage or whatever. But like, as far as slippery slopes go, this might actually be a situation in which slippery slope, because what does that mean? They can start editing them. A theater can edit the movie before they show it in a theater. So when you go and you're like,
maybe.
Makes you think.
I don't necessarily agree with that myself, but I do think that this is not the right way to do it. Audience, would you ever see a need to have a censored version of a movie or television show? Would you use VidAngel? Please let us know why, and please like and subscribe for more. Wonder Woman is amazing. It's doing very well. It's the first critical hit that DC has had. However, it's causing a major problem with the rest of the DC extended universe. And the problem there is a tone.
Yep.
Because everyone loves Wonder Woman. Critics love it. Audiences love it.
The characters within the movie are also having a good time.
Yes.
Most of the time.
Yes.
Everyone seems to like it.
There's actual laughter.
Yes. On purpose.
From me,
on
an
purpose,
audience member.
Yes. Yeah, like in a good way. It's nasty.
I mean, the problem is that there are two decidedly different tones. Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and Suicide Squad all follow one direction. Wonder Woman follows the other.
Yeah.
And that is, Wonder Woman is a hopeful hero. She's someone who wants to be a hero because she believes that there is good to be done. She wants to help people. She wants people to realize the goodness inside of themselves. And then if you take a look at the converse side, Zack Snyder's Superman doesn't seem to want to be a hero. His father, played by Kevin Costner, spends most of the movie trying to convince him not to be Superman to the point that he dies.
He commits suicide of sorts rather than let...
Suicide by truck.
Suicide by truck tornado. Rather than let Clark actually help him, thereby exposing himself as Superman.
He's different. He doesn't seem to care about collateral damage or body
There's no
counts
fun little curl.
I know, and there's no spit curl.
There's no spit. Everything's just slicked.
But the problem with it is he doesn't seem to care about people.
No.
And he doesn't seem to want to be a hero either. Later, he only wants to help Lois. He doesn't care about the rest of the world who are crying out for help and need someone. And then we have a look at this universe's Batman. He's more of like a reluctant hero, where he's saying, no one else can stand up to Superman but me. So I have to do it. I have to do this because no one else can, and it's the right thing to do because this is
There's also a vendetta.
Who else would if I didn't do this?
There's also a vendetta that he feels that like here's an individual who can help and who's not. How dare he not help? Why does he think, you know?
I mean, that's a slightly better take than the.
I'm trying to take it as better. I'm trying to take it as the best as possible because I don't like it.
Because in many ways that Batman is a reaction to what people reacted to in Man of Steel.
Fair enough,
he is there saying, "Look at this aftermath. Look what you've done." And
he tries to. Yeah, that's right. Because in the beginning he does go and he tries to help, but he's not able to do as much good as if Superman had actually helped from the beginning.
And then we have the Suicide Squad, which is a bunch of criminals who are being forced to do good. They don't care. It's made clear that they need to be incentivized or they won't do anything.
Or threatened.
Or threatened with death. Like Slipknot. Remember that guy in the first 2 seconds?
Oh my God.
And see, the problem is these tones don't match. So it's not really clear. I mean, we've seen the Justice League trailer. It does seem to follow less in the Wonder Woman path and more in the established path. But it does seem like, in many ways, a battle for the DC Extended Universe's soul, which is which way do we go? Is it this world where we're watching gods collide with each other and we're just happy to be in their presence? Or are we with, ironically, the one who is the only one that's actually a god, Wonder Woman, who is very much of the people? She fights with humans by her side. She fights for humans because it's the right thing to do, even if people oppose her and block her from doing it. It's hard to know. I mean,
and throwing in
the right answer to me is the one that everyone likes, which is Wonder Woman.
I was just gonna say, I mean, hopefully, praying to studio producers, they'll literally just, even if you just look at the math of what is more successful, Wonder Woman all the more successful. I know that the other ones were, especially overseas, they still made their quotas and they still turned a profit.
I mean, yeah, they're profitable.
That doesn't mean they weren't panned.
Yeah, critics like Wonder Woman. Critics don't like the other ones at all. And I think the choice is, well, I think the success of Wonder Woman shows us that people do want someone to be positive and hopeful and a force to show us that there can be good in overwhelming darkness and sadness and anger, and that there, you know, within each person there is good and evil. Love, choose it. But it's.
That sounded like the trailer for Nerd Alert. Coming this fall.
No, it's not.
A Fight in the Darkness. We're making
absolutely
this.
isn't.
We're making this. It's a thing. It's a thing.
Pointing out when people are wrong. Nerd Alert.
Nerd Alert. We've got swords.
Today.
But
the thing is, it's the DC Extended Universe is fueled by ego, fueled by us as spectators who are in no way involved looking at gods fight each other.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be that way, and I don't think it should be that way.
Anytime one of us gets close, we die.
Yep.
And you're like, I relate to that guy who just got run over.
I relate to that lunatic who peed in a jar for no reason. Lex Luthor.
I was like, you heard it here first.
I don't relate to anyone. So the problem is, where do we go, and can we go a new way and correct course thus far? Audience, who should be the controlling factor of the DC universe? Let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. AIs are able to help us and to help learn how to interact with people, but when they interact with each other, Facebook has learned that they talk in a language imperceivable to humans, which may be worrying. So this came from the Facebook Artificial Intelligence Research Lab, which has AI that use, they get fed information from people to learn how to react to certain problems or situations and respond in a way that makes sense and are able to learn. And actually they learned they're pretty good at negotiating. However, when they had them talk to each other, the model allowed two bots to have a conversation, and they used machine learning to constantly iterate strategies for the conversation along the way, and then it led to a distinctly non-human language. They were able to talk to each other in a way that we could not understand. Our creations have run amok. We will be disintegrated.
Amok.
That's probably a little far. But Facebook had to tamper or roll back what they were doing so that we were able to understand what they still said. Here is a dramatic reading from us from two AI named Bob and Alice, who were able to talk to each other.
I can everything else.
Balls have 0 to me, 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 to
you, everything else.
Balls have a ball to me, to me, to me, to me, to me, to me, to me.
I can everything else.
Balls have a ball to me, 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 to me. Balls have 0 to me, 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 to
you, everything else.
Balls have 0 to me, 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 to
you, everything else.
Balls have 0 to me, 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 to.
And that's a dramatic reading. Thank you. Masterpiece AI theater.
The AIs understood each other. We as humans cannot understand what that is.
They're taking vague booking to a whole new level. Alice does not like balls.
Who does? I'm just
everything else
saying what we're all thinking. Sorry. There's a lot of guesswork that needs to be in place for machine learning research. Oftentimes neural networks are input with a lot of data, and then we look at the output of how whatever they're saying to figure out how they're learning, what they're picking up on.
Reverse engineer.
Yeah.
How did they get to that conclusion?
Well, they talk to each other.
Yeah.
The answer is we don't know what they were saying to each other.
So for all we know, they are plotting our demise, or they are just talking trash about our Facebook statuses.
They're thinking about plotting our demise or plotting our demise.
There's no middle ground. It's one or the other.
I know it's not Blade Runner, but it is a little unsettling to see our own creations evolve past us.
Yeah.
And
past our own comprehension. Yeah.
Past our comprehension.
Yeah. Once they get to like Star Trek Data and they're singing like Irving Berlin, totally fine. It's great. Until then, I'm real scared about that middle.
It's a little unsettling if you don't understand it. It could be normal for all we know. They're just talking about balls.
And everything else.
Or, or they could be talking about everything but balls, and that is unsettling. Audience, do you have faith in the ability for AI to work with us and not against us, or against balls? Please let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. Whether we like it or not, we're all a little complicit in modern slavery if we are just purchasing everyday things. If there were a way to get out of it, we probably would. One company has an AI to help detect forced labor and to help put an end to it. This is from the company Ariba, and the Vice President Padmini Ranganathan was talking about how it works, and what it does is use different data points that you could input into it and flag risk violations of, let's say, a clothing company has manufacturing in another country and they're not necessarily able to oversee it. And a lot of the time, there can be a risk of forced labor. This is when someone is basically, it is what it is. It's basically slavery. Someone is forced to work in the shrimp factory or the textile factory or making chocolate or getting diamonds for rings.
It could be the most benign thing that you wouldn't even think would, encompass that. But yeah.
And it's just like we don't necessarily know as consumers at the end point what this is. This is illegal in every country. Forced labor is illegal in every country. So it is in the best interest, monetarily even at least, for companies to be aware that somewhere along their supply chain there is modern slavery involved. So this AI is able to take certain data points and immediately flag these potentials for violations.
It's like a risk, it's like a calculated actuaries where they have the risk that they know that through cases they found in other organizations that if a company is displaying these 5 things, whether it's amount of output compared to declared number of workers, the location, like if they know that place doesn't have running water, then they're gonna be like, well, if you have a factory there, how are you possibly supplying basic necessities, based on what chemicals are bringing, so all these different things, and they go, yeah, odds are that is not a good place to work, and the people working there are probably being forced against their will to work a certain number of hours or for little to no pay as well.
And some of the data is from independent auditors who are meant to inspect factories and farms periodically to make sure. Sometimes it's the workers themselves through anonymous hotlines. Other comes from media or aggregation, sometimes whistleblowers, sometimes advocates. Some have argued that, including Cole Gill, the founder and CEO of Labor Voices, the vast majority of data around supply chain systems is garbage, according to him, because if you're using audit, self-reported data, hotline data, you've lost. They say a lot of people are scared to report this, or they have seen in the past it leads to no change at all.
Except for them being punished or their family or whatever, them losing
no good change can come from it.
Exactly,
Or following international law. And they are hoping through that their system, the Ariba AI, is able to help supplant this because it works fast, it works in real time, it sends out an email alert right away if there's something that looks like it's tripping a red flag. So hopefully that gets things going, or a faster response, or someone out there right away to see what's going on. I like the idea of this.
Oh, absolutely.
Because there's how do you stop this? And it's so hard to monitor, and it's so hard to not be a part of this as a regular consumer.
Especially when you're buying from like a big box store or a third party. You don't know, all tags are made to, the only thing they have to say is the country of origin.
They'll say just one country and I don't know where.
There could be good things happening in that country, but the opposite, there could be atrocities happening. And the one thing I do like about with modern slavery, and then also it goes along with like the sex trade, modern sex trade, and all those organizations. As far as intelligence organizations, they actually do work together. Ashton Kutcher has his own organization that has helped hundreds of individuals that either were in or were threatened, and they're using similar technologies to get these red flags and kind of overlay all this data to find the most probable, intersection points of these companies and stuff like that, so that they can stop it if it hasn't started yet, or if it has started, immediately rectify the situation. At the very least, like you were saying, if a company is knowingly paying a third party
they're in trouble.
Textile factory, then they're in trouble, and the public needs to know that, because that's happened in the past, like places like Walmart and other
It's
shops.
always like, oh, we just discovered.
We just
the
knew
Kardashians
that
company was doing this.
Yeah, that in Tanzania they weren't getting
Trump's
living
inspector
wages.
disappeared weirdly.
Oh yeah, so weird. He's on vacation.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So it's good that this is becoming more commonplace, and that they're using every benefit of technology to help.
Yes.
Yeah.
Audience, is there a way to stop modern slavery, or is it something that is always going to be a problem? Please let us know your thoughts below, and please like and subscribe for more. The US is going to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, but there is still a lot you can do as an individual to help the environment. Might even be as easy as going meat-free for 1 day a year. So I am talking about World Meat Free Day, which happened recently. So if you are apprehensive about this, you have almost a year to amp up for it again.
I saw no flashy Twitter banners, so I think they need to work on marketing.
They didn't have hashtags with little cartoons in them?
No, not at all. How are the millennials supposed to know?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you now, because you don't have to wait a year to do it. And I've done it a lot, actually, on purpose and on accident. So this is not us being hippie and groovy and whatever keywords you hate. But
groovy?
Yeah,
Sorry,
there's a lot of
that's off topic.
There's a lot of backlash to this, but I do want to say that it does actually help the environment a lot, because in meat production there are a lot of different resources that go into this. An enormous amount of water goes into meat production,
which a lot of places can't afford right now, actually.
Right, we're in a drought-prone state for one. According to a report by the US-based Environmental Working Group, using the best available data, the total amount of carbon dioxide produced per kilogram of meat product for both farming and post-farming environments for a variety of livestock are pretty shocking. So the average meat consumption in the US per person, which also takes into account people who do not eat, is 90 kilograms per year. That's about 198 pounds per year as of 2014. That's about 0.25 kilograms per day, which is a little over half a pound per day, and which across the entire population of the US is 80.4 million kilograms of meat per day. So according to the North American Meat Institute, one cow, the production of, one beef, I would say, because we're referring to the meat, is 576,965 kilograms of CO2 in the production of that.
Basically, all these livestock are producing so much CO2. They're taking all this water that is needed to keep, forests actually watered, and removing that from the rain cycle and everything. And on top of that, you got to factor in all chemicals being used in order to preserve the meat, to get it to all the different supermarkets, the amount of fossil fuels being used to transport everything. So it's not just about, when people go, well, methane in the air, it's not just that. And I love bacon. I eat meat. I do all the time. I'm not about that. I am about trying to save the planet to make it last as long as possible. So if all it takes is 1 day not having meat, that sounds pretty easy on the sheer just millions upon millions of kilograms and everything of CO2 being put out, which is astronomical and on level of factories.
Yes. So when you combine the amount of beef, lamb, pork, and chicken that people in America consume each day, that amounts to 1.69 million tons of carbon dioxide a day. So if you stop for 1 day, we could make such a smaller CO2 imprint. And
actually let the atmosphere, be able to break down and plants to absorb and everything. Because CO2 is a good thing. We don't want to get rid of it, but we can't have it all at once.
If we went, if everyone went meat-free for 1 year, that equates to over 560 million tons of carbon dioxide, which, according to calculations, is 10% of America's total carbon emissions. So Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That is crazy.
So it's a lot. So if you stopped eating meat for just one day,
Just one.
and there's plenty of delicious foods that don't contain meat, I may remind you.
Some of them even taste like meat.
Yeah.
Which is weird though. But
I mean,
anyways.
like donuts. Those are meat-free. People like those. It would save a lot on our national carbon footprint. I mean, like I mentioned off the top, the U.S. is withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, and a lot of different states and mayors even are committing to abiding by the accord anyway, regardless of what Trump says. And if you want to help in even a small way, that will do so much. And I don't think it's very hard. I eat every kind of meat, but it's super easy to not do it for just one meal. I think it's crazy that we've decided you either never eat any meat or you eat meat for every meal. There's definitely a middle ground. For your own health too.
Yeah, which you have to be careful both ways. If you're never eating any meat, you have to make sure your body's still getting those proteins and stuff. And if you eat meat for every meal, you're dead by like 35 because it's just your heart closes. He was like, ugh. Also, in a lot of these places, in a lot of what they call food deserts, where people don't have access to fresh produce, things of that nature, the meat and poultry products they're getting as well are also not fresh. So the amount of preservatives that have to go into those products that then people are feeding their children who are growing and maturing and everything like that are also very damaging, just as much as air pollution is that your body is made up of what you eat, and if you're feeding your body chemically soaked meat, then you're not going to be healthy. You're going to have complications later in life. So finding a way to do without, unless you can get a proper or at least a cleaner source of those animal proteins, is something to also think about, and also does help.
I'm telling you now, if you do want to do a little small part, that's an easy way to do it. You won't suffer, and you will do a lot of good. I think people are going to say
June 12th,
or
2018.
whenever you want. I did it on accident, like the whole weekend. And and it's not that hard. I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just telling you an easy way to make it better in the future. Long-term goals, y'all. Would you try this? Please let us know below, and like and subscribe for more. Hey. If you're sick of the unicorn makeup trend as I am, there is another trend that seems to be pretty strong, the gore girls of Instagram. So these are makeup artists, or maybe not even, pros, like amateurs who are very skilled. And instead of doing maybe the hot new look of the day, #aesthetic, they are doing something else incomplete, which is that they are doing gore VFX, blood, pieces of fingers falling off, flesh open, like nasty,
making custom prosthetics,
Yes, out of cheap things like toilet paper or latex.
Which is actually, I mean, I've been on some sets where they need to do that kind of wrinkled skin, and there's specialty, tissue paper, and they're like, yeah, just give me a Kleenex. It works just as well.
Yeah, so that's actually extremely popular. For instance, we have Kiana Jones, who has 152,000 followers on Instagram, 427,000 subscribers on YouTube, making me cry and regret my choices in life doing a talk show.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
She goes by FreakMoFX. She's just one of hundreds of makeup bloggers to go this route, and it's a very interesting phenomena to happen. We also have Tindra Ferner at sfx.stuff, a 15-year-old from Sweden with 26,000 followers.
Okay, now I'm sad.
Ronnie Hayes, a 15-year-old known as Ronnie Rat, has over 228,000 followers. It's interesting because a lot of the people, a lot of the times this happens from the Explore page, and people see this and go, what is it? Is it real? I'll check it out. And then you discover this person who
is an artist.
Made this nasty gash on their face, pus coming out. You would think this would detract people, but people are interested.
You can't help but look. Humans are fascinated by gore. Even if you're repulsed or afraid of it, you're still intrigued because what you're seeing there is what is in here, and you kind of try to like put together how does that all work. But yeah, I mean, we have friends who are makeup artists professionally for the industry who will post pictures of them on set, and they're like, here I did a cool little animal creature thing, or here I did beauty makeup or some crazy sparkly makeup, and then they're like, oh, today I made a severed head that talks.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that gets like 3 million likes and then boosts their stuff, because people, it's fascinating. And horror movies in themselves, I think, draw a lot of the more energetic fans that want to know more. You know, a lot of times everyone likes to hear behind the scenes interviews and stuff like that, but as far as horror films go, I feel a lot of people want to know, that's not real, that can't be real.
Yeah.
So how did they do that? So these makeup artists who work in the film industry, or like some of the independent people who are just naturally talented, who are taught themselves, if they're giving you a glimpse behind the curtain of how do you do such things, it is fascinating. It's how it's made.
Well, weirdly,
the
the more professional looking stuff isn't as popular as the less professional.
Kind of like doing it at home.
Well, people
want to
know that they can do it too. You
That's
know,
true. It's
they want it to be
obtainable.
accessible.
Accessible, obtainable.
And so what was funny to me was that the old age makeup, if it's really good, people don't like it because they think it's a real elderly person.
Oh yeah, they think they're cheating. They're like, that's just an old dude. That's your grandma.
And they want it to look a little faker, I guess. So you understand, like, oh, that's makeup.
They can feel cool because they spot it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So real people who work in the effects makeup industry have noticed, especially at the College of Makeup and Art Design in Toronto, a huge influx of women interested in special effects makeup classes, getting into this industry more so than ever before. They need to learn the history though before, I guess, moving forward. For instance, like Rick Baker would be an important person
you gotta
to know
study.
about.
You gotta study the classics. Yeah, of how you watch movies like The Thing that came out where I think before most of your audience may have been born, and all that is practical. So how do you take something so cerebral?
That's why Alien still looks good, and then maybe some older CGI things look less good because the technology constantly gets better and better.
Even like Evil Dead, where it's kind of cheesy, but there's still a primal fear to it.
Yeah, it doesn't look the best in Evil Dead, I'd say.
Okay, well, Night of the Living Dead, or any of those classic ones where you're like, those zombies are blue tinted, but you still find yourself being like, what was that? And you're it's because it's real, because it's obtainable and accessible, and that people feel that is something they could do or that could be done to them.
Ooh, so you could become maybe a pro one day, or a really skilled amateur, or someone with just a lot of Instagram followers. Audience, would you ever be interested in doing special effects makeup, even if just for a night? Please let us know, and please like and subscribe for more.
It's Pop Trigger time.
No way.
Yes, that's what time it is.
Then why is she here? It's obviously think tank time.
Nope, Hannah Cranston is on Pop Trigger is the explanation.
I'm excited. I thought it was just like a cameo or something. And we were cameoing on Think Tank.
Yeah,
we
but the
should do
graphic.
that one day. That would be so fun.
Just like that, we're gonna have to.
Yeah. It'll be a Pop Trigger sandwich. I'll be in the middle like
You'd
this.
be overwhelmed by random tangents.
Yeah.
And failed bits that we try.
That we keep going back to, we calling back to failed bits.
Yep.
We're really good at that.
It's gonna be so bad. We can't talk about what Grace did this weekend because apparently it's a giant secret.
Ooh.
Which made me nervous instantly. I'm excited for you. Keep the secret.
Okay.
I
Hannah,
kept
what'd
the
you do?
secret. Yeah.
I had Korean barbecue for the first time ever and was majestic.
Yeah. So
That's
good.
pretty much it.
What's your favorite part about Korean barbecue?
I liked all the sides because it's all you can eat sides, and really anything that's all you can eat, I stand behind. I don't care what kind of all you can eat it is. That's my favorite thing in the entire world. People hate on cruises for the all you can eat buffets. That's the best part.
People hate on cruises.
That is the best part. And so is that. And then we went to a tiki themed bar, and I got a magic. I forget something.
Is it on Sunset?
Lono or
so
something.
What we're learning is that Hannah blacked out at the barbecue.
No.
Yeah, woke up surrounded by torches.
I went to this. It was so cool because the drinks had like flowers. I put flowers in my hair and umbrellas. It was really enjoyable.
So good. Tiki themes. That's fantastic.
I don't know. I don't trust tiki themes.
I had tiki themed lights in my backyard because I saw it on a video game, and I'm like, I want those now. So good.
What did you do this weekend, Brett?
I cleaned my apartment.
Yes, you did.
Which just was necessary.
It's a great exercise.
And then I played poker with our editor Elle and her and her boyfriend's architect friends and won $53.
You did? Wait, what's the buy-in for a casual poker game like
$20.
Where are you
Makes it
gonna
a less
spend
casual
all that
poker
money
game.
at?
Probably the parking ticket I got last week.
Yep, okay.
Yep.
That'll do it. Wait, that's crazy. I've known people to play poker casually, but never with actual money. Usually it's like penny buy-ins. I've heard that where you can only put
$5. Put $5 in. See who walks away with $40 at the end. But Elle won $103 at the end of the night.
Damn! Elle would have a great poker face though.
Elle just lives in poker face.
Yeah. She's editing this right now and just fuck those guys.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot to get into today. We're gonna talk about Ivanka Trump. We're gonna do international stories. We're gonna bring it back home, travel stories, and then a bunch of naked kids at a restaurant, which might be my favorite story of the day.
And it wasn't me.
And it wasn't Hannah Cranston. The quote is, "The child showed me its butthole." Thank goodness it wasn't Hannah Cranston. But that might happen when we do flank you on Think Tank next week.
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, here we go. The G20 summit went down last week, and that is a meeting of the 20 richest nations in the world, in the EU. And during one of the meetings, which is supposed to be attended by the heads of state, the president, Donald Trump, had to leave. And who took his place? But let's see the photo. In the middle there, flanked by Theresa May and Xi Jinping, is Ivanka Trump. Now, some people are a little upset about this. They're retweeting a Russian person's photo. Ivanka Trump, unelected, unqualified daughter-in-chief, is representing the US at the G20 summit next to May, Xi, Merkel. And Alana Lukash is the person who tweeted that. So, some people are upset, saying this is a group of the 20 most powerful leaders in the world, in the 20 most powerful countries in the world. It conveys that impression, and we are a democracy, and that's also important here. This is actually from an ambassador named Nicholas Burns, who was an ambassador under Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, said it stuck out. The very fact that his daughter is senior advisor smacks of the kind of nepotism not seen since JFK named Robert F. Kennedy as Attorney General. This is not the first time that she sat in, or other members of his family who are not elected officials or appointed officials in the conventional sense. Jared Kushner and Ivanka sat in with Chancellor Angela Merkel, and Kushner sat in a meeting with President Peña Nieto of Mexico. So this happens a lot. What are your thoughts? 5 words or less.
Daddy's little princess.
Nepotism reaching a summit.
OMG 20.
OMG 20.
So yeah, what do you think? What do you think of this? Because it is his daughter. This is not the Secretary of State, who I would imagine someone could sit in. But Angela Merkel said it's just someone from the delegation. And when the president can't be there, you just send someone from the delegation. Ivanka was in the delegation. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, is my favorite quote from Trump is like, people give Ivanka a hard time because she's my daughter. If she wasn't my daughter, like they wouldn't be giving her this hard time. That might be the toughest thing for her. No, she wouldn't be in this position if she wasn't your daughter. The reason she's in this position is because she's your daughter, and you're just, perpetuating nepotism. And the fact is that a lot of times he's saying that he wants to run the country like a business, and our country isn't a business. And in a business, you can, perpetuate nepotism and have your, kid or whomever in your family sort of rise the ranks and fill in for daddy, but that doesn't really work when you work in a democracy, but I don't think they get that.
I mean, it could work. It's just one of those things where you look at, this is a summit, everybody's looking at you. And these are countries that have kind of pulled, like England. England does have a nepotistic system, which is their royal family, but they're just heads of state, not heads of government. Like they hand the government off to the people who don't do that stuff. It seems like we're trying to make America more like England by doing this. And just one more thing is to your point, yeah, she's only there because she's his daughter, which means like there is someone more qualified out there that could have this position. And the only reason that person doesn't have this position is because that person isn't your daughter.
Yeah.
Okay, so while I agree with you guys, I would like to point out that what they were saying in defense of Ivanka Trump being there was that apparently at this point in time in the discussion, they were talking about empowering women in Africa, and they felt that she had some sort of business expertise to do that. That being said, I don't think that this was appropriate. I also think that it was really childish that this morning, did you guys see that Donald Trump went after Chelsea Clinton on Twitter and basically said he saw the backlash of news programs, not unlike this one, saying that it was really inappropriate that Ivanka was there, and she's not qualified, blah blah blah. And then he tweeted out something to the effect of, "Would they be saying this if Chelsea Clinton was there? Like, I bet they'd have no problem if Chelsea Clinton was there." And it's like, no, dude, you're missing. Stop. You're missing the whole point.
That's
and stop
move.
bringing up the Clintons.
Stop bringing up the Clintons.
It wasn't the Clintons had nothing to do with you saying that Ivanka could sit at the G20 summit.
It's missing the point. I think people would still be upset, but also like Chelsea Clinton has a degree in international relations. She's not
and Chelsea Clinton,
fashionista, which is nothing wrong with Ivanka's business. That's amazing, but at least Chelsea Clinton's like a little bit more qualified.
And Chelsea Clinton responded to Donald Trump's tweet saying, "Mr. President, neither my mother nor my father would have ever asked me. Like, I would never have been in that position."
That's it.
There's a little bit of a smackdown that you guys want to get in that spicy Twitter feud, Chelsea Clinton v. Donald Trump.
Yeah, Elizabeth Spires wrote, "The G20 is not take your daughter to work day."
I love that.
But then Donald Trump Jr. tweeted, "If the left is so outraged about Ivanka sitting in for a few minutes, maybe they'd be happier if I sub in for a while. Let me know." Like, that doesn't make any sense.
No,
it
he's
wouldn't make
literally
anyone
saying
happier.
like, but like, okay, she's like sucks, but I suck more, so like choose your poison.
Yeah, it's like
that's
I
basically what
am
he's saying.
super
He's
pathetic.
like, "We have other siblings. Would you have been happier with other siblings? If it was Tiffany and she released another song at the G20, would you have been happy then?" Like, you're missing the point. We just want qualified delegates. That's all we're asking for.
Yeah, it's just I don't have any like inherent problem with her sitting in at this meeting. It's like a long thing. It's a long day. It's been a whole week of this stuff. If there's a moment where he has to get up, but it is like this very strange thing. And I get it. Like, he does want to run the country. I don't know if he wants to run it like his business. It's just that that's his experience. And one of the reasons that he's there is because a lot of people say that he's different from your average politician. And a lot of folks on the left are trying to say like, it's not normal. And that I just don't think that's enough to say that it's abnormal and it's unconventional, because that could be that's a paraphrasing why he has the job in the first place. It's just that it just smells so much like a strange dictatorship to just put your family in there. Why the hell wouldn't you? Why is this the time to do stuff like that?
And Ivanka sitting in at the G20 summit is just a symptom of a larger problem. And I think that's why it's all getting under our skin. It's not just that she's sitting there. It's like, oh my gosh, his circle is so insular. His, the people who are his aides who are giving him advice, like, we know who these people are and we know what they stand for, and they don't listen to a big portion of the country. And that's what the problem is that he's not bringing in other sort of, there's no pluralism in his cabinet.
It's like he's an outsider. And so as an outsider, that you could hopefully expect that he would do something refreshing. And he is doing stuff different, but it's never that the one person that he surprises you with is like refreshingly bipartisan. It's always either the worst person for the job by definition, like someone who runs the EPA, who is currently suing the EPA 14 different times, or a member of his family. It's never like that refreshing new breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I mean, like, I'm okay with him not, doing politics as usual. I think that's okay, and I think that's something that we need to pursue in general. But I think, like, if Ivanka was elected into this position, or if she was qualified for this position, we would be okay with it. I think we would be more accepting of it. But I think the problem is that he's draining the swamp essentially with just like a new swamp, a half of which is just his family. And that's not how this country works.
The swamp of oligarchical nepotism.
I hear you guys, we want refreshment, and I know that refreshment is Tiffany Trump. Tiffany Trump,
2016.
2016.
Whatever.
We don't know, but Tiffany Trump, G20 summit.
All right, so we're gonna take a little break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about Jay-Z's new lyrics and ask if they're anti-Semitic. Stick around. Jay-Z, is a lyric in one of his new songs anti-Semitic? Well, as you may know, he released a new album, 444, and it is his first album in 4 years. One of the tracks is called The Story of OJ, and in it, he says, quote, "You wanna know what's more important than throwing away money at a strip club? Credit. You ever wonder why Jewish people own all the property in America? This how they did it." And so some people from the Anti-Defamation League and other sources are saying that this perpetuates a negative stereotype of Jews, as that they own all the land and everything. According to Mordecai Lightstone, he says, so while Jay-Z may have the highest of artistic intentions in the song, his words directly fuel anti-Semitic beliefs about Hasidic Jews. Russell,
I like the there. You really nailed
about
that.
the Hasids. And so Russell Simmons chimed in saying, from music to film, television, fashion, technology, and financial services, the hip hop community, including myself, have partnered with Jews where there were no blacks to partner with. It was blacks and Jews creating new opportunity and new wealth. Jay-Z was celebrating that bond that was built when no other community gave and continues to give us as much support in our fight for liberation in this very white country. He also said that WASPs didn't help at all and did nothing. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Listen to the song though.
Jews aren't paying for title.
Shaboy Vezmir. It's a Jewish thing. Yeah, so I didn't even listen to this song because I don't pay for title either.
Yeah.
Wait,
we're
guys,
Jewish.
You can find it on YouTube. The song and the video.
I read all the lyrics.
Yeah.
I didn't listen.
read
I
the
didn't know
lyrics.
that, first of all.
Okay, there's a video. There's a video that I think is really important to watch if you are wondering about the song and like what it's trying to point out. I would also encourage you to like look at the lyrics and listen to the song and watch the video because it becomes very clear that this was.
Would you like to read the lyrics out loud?
I would not. Were you guys offended? Do you understand the outrage here?
So I mean, it's like saying it's pro-Semitic profiling. Like it's profiling. So it's one of those, it's like a half compliment. You're trying to compliment someone and be like, yo, Jews, you own everything. It's like, black people, it's because your dicks are so big.
Yeah.
And there's a whole line of argument that says like you should stop saying things like black people have huge penises and they're good at sports because it just pigeonholes them as that's the only thing they can do.
Yeah, a lot of the times with these sorts of scenarios, because they're like sort of semi-positive stereotypes, like he's talking about how Jews make really great investments and that's why they like, advance themselves economically and things like that. But a lot of times when you talk about these sorts of stereotypes like big dicks or really athletic,
which I talk about all the time.
Something like that. You have to look at the history of the stereotype. So the history of Jews, owning a lot or being great at bankers, being great bankers and making a lot of money goes back to when Jews were really disenfranchised and they weren't allowed to own land. So they had to figure out other ways to make money, which turned into like peddling different things. And they were allowed to be bankers because they were great at like math, because they prioritized education and things like that. So it actually comes from like a really dark history. So I don't think what he was doing was trying to be anti-Semitic, but you do, just like with so many other different stereotypes, have to look at the history of it to have a full picture of it.
Yeah, it's like why do all Asians know the flute so well? It's like fucking like.
Well, yeah.
It's one of those things like they're good at. Asians, they're so good at math. It's like you're just pigeonholing an entire group of people.
Yeah.
And it's not the Jews who own everything; it's the goddamn Chinese and Arabs.
And so again, like with the same one when we talk about black people, like the roots of that are slavery. When you're talking about how they're like more virile or like how they could procreate and things like that. So it's like really negative stereotypes where it started, and we've turned it into a positive with society. And so you have to kind of look at that when you're.
And I think, and that's what the song is totally about. It's talking about all these different stereotypes that black people have to play into, and is there a way, like how do you be black in America? He's talking about the O.J. Simpson experience, and it's a really like when you put it all together, the video, the lyrics, the song in general, it has a really clear, coherent artistic vision. So I have a feeling that this was intentional. Now, whether or not he had the nod to the history, like you were talking about, Hannah, I'm not sure. I really can't, and should never speak for Jay-Z. But I think that this song was absolutely a complete creative vision from beginning to end. He knew exactly what sort of a picture he wanted to paint, down to the video, really showing really clear depictions of its cartoon, and it's very sort of a minstrel in the way that the cartoons are depicted. And so it definitely is giving a nod to the black struggle, and I think that the lyrics play directly into that.
But what about the Jews?
I think he
like
references
he has like this catch-all like, listen, I have thought through whatever your thought process is, and I hope you knowing me would say like that you would understand I probably thought that and accounted for that, and this is like a satirical, larger meta statement. But it's not in there. And then there is an extra amount of responsibility you have to decide as an artist whether you're going to take for your ambiguities. And in this, there is none of that is in here. All that stuff is about the different kinds of perceptions of African Americans and different African American archetypes, but they're all within the African American community. And he talks about how his choice is not to go play into the person who throws money away at the strip clubs, but rather to turn my artistic investments into from 1 million to 2 million to 8 million and such. And then goes and talks about the Jews as like, see, they're the rich people with all the money, which is something that Jews have had to fight against because that's why people hate Jews, whether it's right or wrong.
And the fact that he talks about like them owning all the land, I mean, those are some of the stereotypes that like Hitler used to really get people against Jews, talking about like, oh, they own all the land, they own all the money, we need to take them down and kill them. And then I don't think his intent was there. I agree with you, Grace, that I don't think his intent was to
don't think we should equate Hitler with Jay-Z.
Anti-Semitic. No, I'm not. But he's perpetuating this concept that people are really anti-Semitic and like dislike Jews because they have this sort of stereotype that they own all this land and they take all your money and blah, blah, blah. And that's something that Hitler used. And Jay-Z is saying something similar, even though he's trying to do so in a positive light. And I think what he was doing was positive intention there. But you have to look at the historical context. And unfortunately, that is the historical context behind that.
And he's an artist. He can do this. Like he can. It's his choice as to how much responsibility he wants to take for having just a line in his song that says, I, Jay-Z, friend of the Jews, do state that Jews own everything.
Yeah, it was a necessary line. Do you know what I mean? Like you can say like, hey, don't blow all your money at strip clubs and I invested in art and made this much money. You can say all of that without doing like a little flip it like, oh yeah, Jews own all the things, so kind of copy what they do because they're stealing all our money essentially. It's just unnecessary.
It's weird also when Russell Simmons says the WASPs didn't do anything to help us. Like the awkward it makes you feel when you hear stuff like that, the awkward it makes you feel when I'd say something like Asians are good at violin, like which is fucking makes you feel exactly the way you feel right now. That's the way it feels to hear like the Jews own everything, because we don't own everything, we just own most stuff through our Jew magic. All right, we're gonna move on to our next topic. Another day, another story of travel troubles, this time for Migos. The band was on their way from Atlanta to Iowa when takeoff was aborted due to the actions of a man named Takeoff. So as they were taxiing, according to Delta flight 1532 from Atlanta to Des Moines returned to the gate prior to departure to deplane several customers seated in the first class cabin who repeatedly refused to follow crew member instructions to buckle their seatbelts and stow carry-on items in the overhead bins. But according to a video uploaded by the band's manager in the jetway after they deplaned, he implied that there was racial profiling and that it was in fact it wasn't that the flight attendant was ignored, it was that the band was so tired and had fallen asleep and so wasn't able to heed the instructions of the in-flight crew, and then said he was gonna sue Delta. But in the end, they were able to get on a later flight, which they had all to themselves. Take a look at a video uploaded by the band.
Gave me and my gang a whole plane, the whole thing. John Wayne, yeah, tell you, the whole one. No customers, just me go get it.
Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Takeoff off the plane.
Bad and confusing.
Takeoff aborted by takeoff.
That was pretty. We had pretty similar thoughts on there.
Yeah. So this is such a weird story to like come up with an opinion on.
It's just very confusing. I watched both videos. So there's like the video that the managers looks like he's recording when they're talking with like the gate attendants, and then there's a video when they're on the plane by themselves, which also doesn't make sense. I have never come across a flight attendant who was like coy about waking somebody up to tell them to do something.
Yeah, they usually just pick
you know what I mean? They kind of just do it, or they just like shove you awake. So it wasn't like they're like, oh well, they're sleeping. Guess we'll have to have them off the plane. Like I don't want to wake them. You know what I mean? Like my guess is there's something that might have happened on the plane.
Yeah. I mean, usually the flight attendant picks up your bag and says, I'm just gonna put this in the overhead bin if that's okay.
Yeah.
And so,
or they'll like push, like I watched a flight attendant a few weeks ago on a plane, like shove a cat under the seat, like well, in a thing, but in a carrier case, but she just like shoved it. Like they're not coy about moving what needs to be moved. And so I wonder if there was something else going on. The manager sounded a little kooky.
Little managery.
Little kooky.
He sounded like his responsibility was to further the interests of his client.
I just feel like we're missing a major component to this story because as it stands, it's just, I think you put it perfectly. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I have been yelled at by flight attendants before and should have been. You know what I mean? Like I have deserved it but like little things like just having my earphones in when they're giving the safety presentation and I have like big earphones and they're like, just even effing try.
Right.
Just like take them off for a minute. So it's strange that, you know, when you don't comply with stuff, flight attendants aren't shy about it. It's their job to keep you safe.
Yeah.
And that's something that they definitely, I think is important to them.
I agree. And another component was when the manager was like, I want to speak to the captain. He kept demanding to talk to the captain or the pilot of the plane or whatever. Like the pilot of the plane just like drives the plane. It's not like he's like in charge of Delta. Like
He's definitely in charge of like, all right, we're going back. We're gonna get these people off the plane if it's that big a deal.
I don't know if do you think it's the pilot or is it the attendant and like the TSA that work together?
It's a pilot.
Pilot?
Pilot's just like, okay, we're gonna go, you want him off, we're gonna go back.
Yeah, but so
I mean, some pilots aren't like that. Some pilots could say like, listen, we're on a tight schedule. But the thing is like, you have to remember is the flight attendant does not wanna go back and kick you off the plane. The pilot does not wanna do that because the pilot is on a shift and needs to get back, and once that door opens, they're not getting paid until it closes again.
And don't they have to file paperwork?
Yeah, and it's a shit ton of manifest
It's a huge hassle.
So
They don't
something
wanna do that.
happened. We don't know what.
Yeah. But this
But
is
I
a good
do
PR
think-
stunt for Migos.
I do think that Delta also was like, oh shit, that's a ban. Okay, just put another flight together and just get them there now. And Migos had a performance they needed to get to by 10 o'clock. And they were able to land at 9, and they probably had an opener, so they probably made it on time. Migos said they released a statement later saying that they're still gonna fuck with Delta, which is good.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That's really thoughtful.
what
They
a
probably
nice
have their
comment.
Sky Miles cards.
Yeah, so weird. All right, let's just move on. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about naked babies in a restaurant, and then Lena Dunham's dog, and we'll see whose side you're on. Don't go away. Are you sitting down? Lena Dunham gave her dog back. Yeah, for reals. What's happening? How come everybody's so caught up in this story? Well, it starts 4 years ago when Lena Dunham adopted a dog named Lambie. And since then, it's been a series of long statements, long New Yorker pieces where she's talking about how much she loves this dog and how difficult it's been. And then also photos she's posted of the dog having bitten her butt and her bleeding, statements that the dog has attacked various people, but she's had it for 4 years and finally gave it back, and people are upset. This is a photo of her with her dog. Recently on Instagram, after giving the dog back, she posted a painting that she did of it with a much longer than this caption saying, when I met him, I knew we'd have an amazing journey, but his aggression, which was unpredictable, and his particular issues, which remain myriad, weren't manageable, at least not by me. I did what I thought the best mother would do, which was to give him a life that provided for his specific needs. He'd been with me for nearly 4 years and I was his mom. I was in the best position to discern what those needs were. After countless hours of training, endless financial support, and a lot of tears, he was given access to a better life. I still support him financially and I'll always be there for him in every way, but he's notably happier in his new surroundings. Why should this story be the subject to scrutiny and anger? It is willfully misunderstanding the truth. People on both sides are irate. What do you think?
Hot dog, this is strange.
Lena's sacrificial lammy.
Damn, dog. This is crazy.
There's just a lot to unpack.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Where do we start?
We start with the fact that Lena Dunham is someone that I only know through the show Girls and I don't even think I get it anymore, but like that newsletter from her website. Lenny. So I know that. And so it's tough to know who she is as an actual person because I think a lot of what she does in her personal life bled over into Girls. And so it was always this like meta show eventually where she realized she was being the worst, and what was okay is you could identify with the way she was the worst. And she was refreshingly open about how she had shortcomings. But the problem is, at the end of the day, with statements like the one she made on her Instagram post, it's like, just because she is not fully aware that she's the worst mother, because at the end of the day, she just like gave the dog away. She's like, I tried really hard, but I couldn't fix it. But you gave up. You probably got this dog not as a dog, because it's a freaking dog. You need to treat it a certain way, but you're getting it as an accessory.
Well, okay, so she wrote this long New Yorker piece right before, I guess like right after she adopted the dog, that sort of is way too long and sort of chronicles her experience with dogs from a young child to getting her where she was today, or whenever this article was written, I think in 2013 when she adopted the dog. And she talks about how she's like, I'm like the worst person for a dog. Like I don't like having responsibilities, and I don't like to go outside, and I like to like sleep in or whatever. So I got a dog.
And her boyfriend's allergic.
Her boyfriend's allergic. And then she said, she's like, people think I'm self-absorbed. Maybe if I adopt a dog, people won't think that anymore, because she adopted a dog, which is just like sort of like a bizarre premise to then go into like owning a dog. And I don't know. I don't know the dog's behavioral problems. She tried to document them like with the butt picture. She had the trainer come out and make a statement and saying that they couldn't overcome the dog's behavioral
But there's
problems.
conflicting, go for it.
Remember the shelter.
Right, the shelter says something else.
The shelter also came out, so we're hearing stuff from the trainer and from Lena, and then the shelter came out being like, we have no idea what these behavioral issues are that Lena is referring to, because when we had this dog in our care, this was it was perfectly well behaved, blah, blah, blah. It's hard to know who's telling the truth. I think there were some behavioral problems for sure, but why would a shelter? I mean, I don't know. I guess this
she said that she just said like, oh, the dog had 3 owners and 3 names before me. It was abused as a puppy, and the shelter's like, how would you know any of that?
No,
like, there's not enough information for you to know that.
This is the plot of the end of Girls. Like, not to spoil the show, but she has like I've given you enough time. She has a baby, and the justification she gives for having the baby after she gets pregnant unexpectedly are the same that Hannah just mentioned about getting the dog. It's like, I'm irresponsible, maybe this is the thing that I need. The same criticism I have of her in this situation is the same criticism I have in the show, which is like, they never actually overcome any obstacles, and they never experience the kind of character change that you would hope someone would go through.
And it feels weird that she just got 2 more dogs also.
They never learn.
Very strange to me. And as someone who is, so you guys know that I had a dog named Casper. He was 80 pounds, he was a pit bull. He had major behavioral problems, and he had a dark past that was proven by like the scars on his face and on his legs. Like there was some sort of a fighting situation, probably amateur, whatever. It took a long time to figure out what we needed to do, and it was really stressful to take him on walks sometimes, and it was not an easy transition. But I didn't expect it to be. I didn't expect him to just be this like fun thing to have in my life. It was honestly when I got Casper, it was not because I wanted to get Casper. It was like, fuck, there's something about this stupid soul, and I think that I think we need each other, and we were there for each other. And I think that sort of like you stick by each other. He was endlessly loyal to me, and I was like, I know that you're afraid of some stuff, and we're gonna figure out how we can do it. And I went to a whole bunch of trainers, and I threw money that I did not have at things that did not work. And you stick by the animal. And had a trainer, this is what I will say, had a trainer come to me, a trainer that I knew was really reaching Casper, and said, I think that this is above your pay grade. I think that like we could do better if like we give him in this environment. Given his documented past history, that's something I would be open to. But I still was like, I'm gonna do everything that I can do as his mom. And I just, it does feel like she kind of gave up on this dog. And I think that like, I just feel like dogs don't give up on you, and Lammy must be really confused right now, especially if it's true that the dog did have 3 previous owners. Well, now it has a 5th one. You go through Lena as the 4th, and now a 5th owner. Like, how is that helping?
Yeah, one thing is like, she says, why should this story be the subject of scrutiny and anger? Why do you think it resonates so much with people? Like why? Like I have these really strong feelings about it that I found myself screaming, like just yelling just now.
Right.
Why do people care?
Yeah, I think it's hard because pets people treat as their like children sometimes. And she says that she's like the mother and you want to show this love and affection. And sometimes you're put in a position, I understand people, we cannot understand what other people's circumstances are, right? Where you have to give up a dog, which is devastating. And I think the problem is the framing around when she first got the dog, her experience with the dog, when she gave up the dog, everything just seems like a little disingenuous and it just feels icky. Like when you're reading it, it just feels wrong. And so I think when she gave up the dog, maybe people were upset, but then especially when the shelter came out and said, hey, a lot of the information that she's spreading around the dog just like isn't true or isn't, backed up, then I think that's what got people really upset. She's she's capitalizing on something that's so emotional for people and trying to like fit some storyline that's just not there.
It's really damaging for people like myself who feel really strongly about the benefits of supporting your local shelters and the volunteers that do really good work there. That's something that is so important to me, especially since Casper has passed away, just going back and like thanking the shelter for the hard work that they do because they want to get to know these dogs because they want to clear the shelters out. They want them to be adopted and they will be really honest with you. I mean, I'm sure there's some shitty shelters, sure, but there are some really great ones too that do good work. And when you have such a big public figure like this coming out and being like, oh, I had this dog with all this myriad of issues and they just kept coming out.
Did she adopt the other two new ones?
I'm not sure about the two new dogs.
I don't know. I've seen pictures of them and they both look the same. They're like these little poodle looking brown things. But they are adorable looking and smaller. The problem is it's the brilliance of her art is how both aware and unaware of herself she is at the same damn time.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what has happened. So you have this artist who has this weird thing that connects with people, these crippling neuroses. And unfortunately, this is something that should be only in the Showgirls, where it has no actual consequences in the real world, but those consequences have bled over into real life that affect not only this dog, but that bleed over out of her underpants, which thank you for that image, Lena Dunham, into real life, and not only affect her, but affect like the general adoption community. And it's just not okay, but I also feel bad about how passionate I am about it because it's just Lena Dunham.
It's true.
But
it doesn't affect us at all,
and
but it also affects us.
Yeah, and I know like a couple who had a baby for this reason, like they had and they don't live here, so it's like if you think it's you, it's not you. But like they had a baby and they treat it like an accessory, and it's like that thing has no chance because you just had a kid to be more interesting. And it sucks, it's not fair. Anyway, speaking of people in weird kid situations, we're gonna move on to our final story of the day. There is a vegan cafe in Tennessee called Imagine Vegan Cafe, and it got the following review on the internet. It says, during my visit, a bare butt naked baby was running around, stood up on a table with its black they're so dirty feet, and bent over to show me its butthole. I wish I was exaggerating. This is like while I'm eating and it's the owner's kids. An older kid came over and started like yodeling and staring at me during my meal. I was so uncomfortable. Like I get it's a family establishment and kids do weird things, but naked baby was running around for like 15 minutes while all the workers stared and are just standing to the side talking and laughing over it. The owner says, I'm about to start calling out names and pictures of people who leave us bad reviews, especially when it deals with our children. They seem to think that there is nothing wrong with it. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
This butthole was not imaginary.
They ordered the poo-poo platter.
Another reason to avoid veganism.
Hey.
Oh no.
Oh my, I joke. Oh my God. So just first the reaction to these reviews of the restaurant.
Well, it's gotta be pretty true because this is quite a thing to make up. You know what I mean?
There's multiple reviews saying that these children are out of control running around this vegan restaurant. You're going in, you're sitting down at the restaurant, you're like, oh, sometimes the nachos at vegan restaurants are fine.
It's a weird thing to make up, even as a prank. You'd be like, Doug, like that's so weird, Doug, don't make that up.
But you sit down and the kid starts running around and showing you its butthole. What do?
You write about it. That's why Doug isn't lying.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have mixed feelings about Yelp reviewers because I appreciate their contribution to society, but I also think they need to get a life. Because a lot of the times, these are just like ridiculous reviews. Like, okay, so there was a naked baby running around. I don't think it's the end of the world. And then they start hating on the food. They're like, oh, I could get a tofurkey sausage elsewhere, but I'll probably like return to this place. Like, if you're so annoyed at a place because their kids are defecating on the table or whatever, and you think their food is shit, no, like, pun intended, then don't go back. But
you've got to be pretty annoying for a vegan person to say that you're being annoying.
Oh, come on, Brett. Come on.
You've got to be pretty terrible to be like, it's a little too earthy for my taste. I went to a vegan restaurant. Like,
they're saying they're gonna go back. They said they want to go back.
There's got to be some kind of health code violation against a butthole showing and the kids running around naked. It's this strange like entitlement of vegan restaurants.
Oh, right. Let's not.
Have you been to Cafe Gratitude?
Yes, I was a vegan for 2 years.
And lived to tell the tale. I get veganism because it's responsible for the environment. There's a lower carbon footprint.
It's better for you. It's better for animals.
Exactly. Animals, they don't like getting slaughtered and eaten, ostensibly. I get it.
So apparently you think that's annoying, all those reasons.
That's not, I just said I get all those reasons.
Okay.
What's annoying is the people who are vegan. It's like patchouli doesn't stink, hippies do. It's like the people who run this place called Cafe Gratitude, where I get most of my gripes from. Real Food Daily's fine, but Cafe Gratitude makes you order not the enchilada, not the burrito, but you have to call it by its name on the menu, which is the I am grateful. I am understanding.
I get that I am whole.
I am whole. Fuck you. It's so bad.
These are isolated examples that people sort of harp on to give an entire movement a bad name to discolor it. I think that these are pretty isolated. I think that a lot of times you'll find vegan establishments are trying to be very accessible to the mass populace because they realize that it is, the compassionate way to eat and to live and to view the world around you. So I hear, but I want you to know that
I get it. This does give vegans a bad name.
Sam was the one that changed my life, meeting Sam, who is a not annoying vegan.
And that's why I made her husband get her pregnant to get her off the show.
Well, so like
because I understand. I just want to say that like I understand the people and the types of establishments you're talking about. I'm not saying that those don't exist. I think that those are pretty bad for people that want to pursue a vegan lifestyle for sure. But I also think that there are so many other types of people and types of vegans or types of vegetarians that we should celebrate and that are doing it in a way that is more accessible to others.
Yeah,
right.
But like if I said like, oh you eat meat, you're like a meathead, and had this like sort of like weird stereotype around that, like that's not fair to describe like all meat
Would imply
eaters.
I'm strong.
Do you know what I mean?
Which sounds
but
great.
I think
Beefcake over
the
here.
Vegan,
Please tell me more.
I think the vegan
More terrible
aspect
things.
and the stereotypes that people have about veganism is why this story is a story.
Yeah,
if it was like family Italian restaurant has a naked baby, like nobody gives a shit. They're like,
I think
it's
they
a,
would.
No, I think it's like family. There's a family establishment. People are like, oh, like that's the cute kid. But when it's a vegan restaurant, that's why they have it in the title. They don't just have restaurant. They have vegan restaurant because they know they're gonna get shit and it's gonna get clicks because people have stereotypes about vegans that you are perpetuating.
I'm perpetuating. This is like that happened. But vegan is in the title to add.
Nothing to do with being
but
vegan.
Here's the thing. I have heard tons of stand-up comedian bits about people with their kids in restaurants. So I still think it would be a viral story if the owner of a restaurant let their kid run around. I grant it is the vegan aspect of it makes it stickier, and I think it makes it more hilarious because I can just picture it better. Because I have been to the dominant, the one place, and I think it's symbolic of like a larger movement in Los Angeles to kind of change areas around what is really the same kind of mentality that leads Lena Dunham to get a dog even though she shouldn't. It's this weird like, listen, I wanna be interesting, so I'll dress a certain way. And while there are people that are heads of parts of the movements to kind of make a more aware society within like certain parts of Los Angeles, there's just so many shitty, stupid followers that make it terrible. And that's what this is. Like this, Yeah.
But I think you could ascribe that to like any movement for good. Like you could say that there are people who you don't agree with who are like feminists or who are within the Black Lives Matter movement, and to then take those random like outliers and then say, oh well, this entire movement is silly and people are doing it for the wrong reasons isn't totally fair.
I think that the naked kid with its butthole out
This
in a
one
restaurant.
family in Tennessee is going to ruin veganism for you.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Well.
No. I would say that every place except Real Food Daily that I've been to that's vegan has been a mistake. So go to Real Food Daily and get the nachos.
Even at
'cause
Gracias
they're pretty
Madre?
good. No.
Oh,
Where's
it's
that?
great. Mexican and WeHo. It's delicious. Owned by the same people as Cafe Gratitude.
Really? And they.
It's amazing.
Cafe Gratitude's just the worst. And it's also that I
You
like
just
the
don't like.
Cafe
I know what it is.
That's what I'm learning about
You
myself.
just don't. You don't like Cafe Gratitude because you don't like complimenting yourself. You scoundrel. That's what it is. You don't like saying I am grateful.
It just-
I am
I'm
bountiful.
understanding.
It just sounds weird to order a food with a sentence.
I agree with you. I've actually
Like-
never been to Cafe Gratitude because I have a feeling that it would really not.
It would ruin
wouldn't
it.
be my sort of place.
All right, ladies, you won me over. I've changed. I'll give veganism a chance. But every place I've been, it's just so bad. It's just not good, and you have to convince yourself it is. Anyways, what do you guys think? Thanks, Hannah Cranston, for joining us today and changing my mind. So good. And Grace and her secret project, and we'll see you guys next time on Pop Trigger.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur and John Iadarola with you guys on a lovely Wednesday evening, most places in the US at least. A roller coaster ride on today's show, including, I hope we get to it, the Trump tax cuts. There's more.
I hope so.
Yeah, there's more information out about that. And even for Trump, even for the Republicans, it's a little stunning. And some of the stats are amazing, and I want to share that with you guys and have you guys share it with people you know to give you a sense of what Trump's all about.
The numbers sound impossible.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to tell you guys about one more thing before we just jump right in, which is Game of Thrones is coming, winter is coming. So what we're gonna do, it's one of our more popular things that we do on the TYT network. We do it on What the Flick. We do reviews of it. So this year we're back to doing reviews live. So we will be watching the episode with you guys. That's at 9 o'clock Eastern, 9 p.m. Eastern. It starts this Sunday, and so we'll watch the show together. You'll be watching at home. We'll be watching here. We can't show you the screen, obviously, but you'll see our reaction in the famous Oberyn versus the Mountain. That was a bit of a legendary reaction, and then we're going to review it right after the show. We'll have to take a quick break to reset up for the review. So basically, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Sunday night. Now, normally you'd be able to watch that live on both Facebook.com/WhatTheFlick, and you will this time too, and YouTube.com/WhatTheFlickShow. But for the first one on the 17th, we are going to put it live on the main channel, YouTube.com/TYT. Okay, so everybody check that out. It is going to be bananas, and all of our rowdy friends here, some of the top hosts of the network, all participating in the Game of Thrones reviews, which starts this Sunday at 9 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, not only is it gonna be awesome and much anticipated, it's been far too long since last season, but I think especially with what's happened since the last season in our country, we need it.
We need it. We need Game of Thrones.
We need you, Jon Snow.
Although
on,
you know
Daenerys.
nothing. Maybe Jon Snow, the original Donald Trump, he knows nothing.
Maybe.
Jon Snow keeps going around. Nobody knew the wildlings were this complicated. All right, let's do it, John.
Okay, let's jump into some policy. The battle to destroy the Affordable Care Act is about to begin again. Senate Republicans had their recess. They are now back, and it's expected that by tomorrow we will have the new version of the Senate healthcare bill with new concessions designed to try to get it to the 50 votes they need to eventually have the vice president to break the tie and have it become law, thereby repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. So we have McConnell predicting sort of the timeline. You're going to see that in this clip right here.
The news of the day is that, as I think you already know, we'll be on health care next week. We'll be laying out a revised version of the repeal and replace effort, the text of that. On Thursday morning, we hope to have a CBO score by the beginning of the week and a motion to proceed to that bill next week. We're going to do health care next week. And in the reconciliation process, of course, you get to the end. It can sometimes be as a result of exhaustion, but you can get to an end.
They're so exhausted they actually have to work for a little bit longer than expected.
Yeah.
They were planning to come back from 4th of July vacation, which you're thinking 4th of July vacation. Yeah, theirs is way, way longer than ours.
Yeah.
So they're just next week going to come back from it. And then they were going to go right back, or they came back to it, I think, recently. But it was over a week long. And now they're going to go, we're planning to go on another 5 to 6 week vacation.
Jeez.
But now they might have to come back and roll up their sleeves. And work a whole 3 or 4 months of the year. Anyway, so a little bit of credit to them. If these plans go into effect, they are going to put some of the tax cuts back, meaning they were going to do these giant tax cuts. And now at least some of them are going to go back in for revenue. That's 3.8% tax on investment income that was in Obamacare might remain to get some of those moderate voters, and a 0.9% Medicare payroll tax on wages and self-employment income might also stay in, so that there's actually some revenue in this bill.
Yeah, so let's break down some of the details. The concessions, as Cenk said, include keeping in place some of the taxes, providing more revenue, and especially money going to particular states. Not mentioned there, but it's believed that at least one of the versions that we'll see will include more money to help deal with the opioid epidemic across America. There's a rumor that it could go from $2 billion in this fund to $48 billion, which again is not as much as is expected to actually deal with the problem, but it's significantly more funding and could theoretically get them a vote, possibly. But it is expected that there will be at least 2 draft bills. One that includes an amendment sponsored by Ted Cruz and Mike Lee to allow insurance companies to sell plans that do not comply with federal regulatory requirements. So what's interesting there is that there could be 2 different plans which have more than that one difference between them. So we will have to break down and analyze both of them. But this looks like a way to get Lee and Cruz to sign on. And their idea basically increases freedom across America by making it so that there will be at least one plan by an insurance carrier that actually provides coverage. And then there will be a bunch of other garbage plans of the sort that we had before the ACA that you will still have to pay for, but will not actually help you in the event of a major life emergency. And that is what they need to sign on, Lee and Cruz, and it's expected that that's one of the things that might actually be there.
So when you have those different plans, the reason why it's a joke is that they say, no, one will follow the requirements that currently exist, including covering pre-existing conditions, and others don't have to. Well, if you set it up that way, the one that covers pre-existing conditions will be more expensive because it'll include people who have pre-existing conditions who you know are going to get sick to some degree, right? And if you sign up for the version of the one that does, that covers mainly healthy people and young people, well, that one's going to be cheaper. But what's that going to create? It's going to create all the healthy and young people going to that plan, thereby leaving the one that covers the pre-existing conditions to be super expensive.
It creates a de facto high risk pool.
Yeah, and
out of the current plans, basically.
And so the more expensive it gets, the harder it's going to be for people to afford that plan and for the government to be able to afford the subsidies for that plan. So that creates what they call a death spiral, which then creates a literal death spiral for people with pre-existing conditions. So, but for Cruz and his allies, it's a win-win. One, they do the Republican plan, which is if you're already in good shape, we'll give you more. Okay, things will be even better for you, right? Oh, God help you if you've got any kind of condition. You had a setback in your life, we are going to crack your back and we're going to be done with you.
Yeah.
And so every man for himself. If you're already well off, great. If you're not, you're in a world of trouble. The second advantage is they then turn around, and when the plan with the pre-existing conditions that was originally modeled on Obamacare starts its death spiral, then Cruz will turn around and go, you see that? We told you Obamacare was never gonna work. We left it's the main part of it intact, but other people wanted the other insurance. So now the one that actually covers people, it's unaffordable. We told you Obamacare was terrible. So then they kill it entirely.
Yeah.
And then if you've got a pre-existing condition, God help you, because he's the only one left.
And that's just the latest act of sabotage. That, I mean, over the past 8 years, under Obama, there were multiple ways that they effectively sabotaged the future of the ACA. It's not in the bad shape that they imply that it is. The CBO report made that clear, but it did make it more difficult to keep prices down and things like that. Now, some people just a few days ago, including John McCain, were saying that the bill is effectively dead, and they were so sure that it's definitely not going to pass. I think that is crazy to get presumptuous about that. But it is still going to be a challenge for McConnell to come up with one bill that is going to satisfy all of the different concerns that these various Republican senators have. We want to show you a couple of little comparisons on particular issues of people on different sides of the issue to give you an idea of how complicated it might be. If we're going to bring up this first one, we're going to the first one. So in terms of how much regulation there should be on plans, in terms of pre-existing conditions, things like that, you have people who want to take away those regulations. And there you're seeing on the left, Mike Lee and Ted Cruz particularly want to have all these plans that don't protect, the essential healthcare benefits and have the caps and don't allow for those with pre-existing conditions. But then you have people, who won't vote for a bill that don't have those protections. Moving on to the next one. You're going to see Medicaid funding. Obviously, the bill, as we previewed, has hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts to Medicaid. And there you're seeing the people who want an expansion of Medicaid or a maintenance of what they already have. Their concerns, that's quite a few senators there. And then in the final one, you're going to see some differences on the government spending and tax credits. And there's other names that you could add in there as well. Ted Cruz is complaining about the amount that's still going to be there for subsidies. And so these are pretty big issues for McConnell and the Republicans to push through, but hardly impossible, especially if they can theoretically generate a few $100 billion of government funds to toss into whatever they need to buy people off.
So the people who kept saying, "Oh no, they can't, it's impossible, it's dead. Republicans won't be able to put this bill together." My main response to you is, come on.
About the House version.
Come on. How many times do we have to go through this before you learn? So this is a particular dance that they go through. So when the bill is first introduced, you have the most conservative guys in the Senate, Cruz, etc., that come out and go, "Oh, no, I can't. This is outrageous. I need a lot more concessions." And then you'll have a couple of moderates who will say, "Nah, I can't sign on. I need some concessions too." Sometimes they'll mean it and sometimes they won't. So then everybody will go, "Oh my God, oh, Wheezy, take me now." It's not Wheezy. Anyway, so we're never gonna get this done. It's a Sanford and Son reference with the wrong name. Anyway, we're never gonna get this done, right? And then lo and behold, they get together, and after the haggling, conservatives will get more than what the moderates get most of the time. In this case, the tea leaves seem like maybe the moderates are gonna, quote unquote, moderate Republicans, such as they are, will get a little bit more than the conservatives, but we'll see. Yeah. But at the end of the day, do they want to kill Obamacare? Yes. Do their donors want it killed so that they can mainly get their tax cuts back? Still the majority of the tax cuts would be returned to them, right? Yes. So they will do as their donors command them. And so I kind of hate the soap opera of it. Yeah. So please spare me all the things about oh, it can't, it will, oh my God. As if they have honest, principles and they're trying to negotiate over principles. No, their donors are negotiating, and overall they're all gonna make hundreds of billions of dollars by repealing Obamacare, so very, very, very likely they will.
Look, maybe you're right about the Senate. I think it's all a big sham because Trump already said he won't vote for a bill that doesn't have heart and everybody needs to be covered. So like all this Senate stuff, what are we wasting our time for? Yeah, now look, the CBO is gonna get both versions of the bill. And what I think is a little bit scary is that, so you alluded to some of the tax cuts. They might theoretically keep a few of the smaller ones in, others they might keep them for a few years. And what that seems designed to do is to effectively trick people with the CBO estimate, because the CBO estimate will now have 5 years of the taxes still being there. So that'll change the numbers quite a bit, make it look better financially. But those tax cuts will still go away, or the taxes will still go away eventually. We're simply postponing the horrific outcome that we saw in the earlier version of the CBO report. But it might fool some people in the mainstream media and some Trump supporters into supporting this bill. This bill, again, the least popular piece of legislation for something like 3 decades.
Yep. So,
can we show one thing just for 1 second, just because JR cut this, and I think it's just amazing. It's about the August recess. We talked about it earlier, but look at what Mitch McConnell says here.
Also, due to this unprecedented level of obstruction that we've been experiencing, for example, you may have noticed we had to get cloture yesterday on a district judge in Idaho. I think as of June 28th, there were 178 presidential nominations up here and only 46 confirmed. Therefore, we will be in session the first 2 weeks of August that we had originally anticipated not being here. We will be here as a result of all this obstructionism. Don't have enough time to address all of these issues between now and the originally anticipated August recess.
Can you imagine, Cenk, how frustrated you must be as Mitch McConnell when those bastard Democrats obstruct and stop you from getting an important position on a court like a district judge in Idaho? And not being able to get the judge that you're owed? Can you imagine the obstruction that it's delayed? You eventually get it, but it's delayed. What could be worse?
Maybe if you broke the record on obstruction, as Mitch McConnell did with his filibusters during the Obama administration, and maybe if you blocked a Supreme Court justice rather than one in Idaho, and you blocked it for so long that the Democrats eventually didn't get it, that might be a little bit more of a record of obstruction. So
maybe.
Look, this is what the American people get super annoyed by. That's why they don't like politicians, and I think it also implicates the media a little bit. So Mitch McConnell, look, even the Republicans, even your voters have a gut sense that you're full of crap. That you were the guy blocking Obama every step of the way. So when you come back out like you didn't do that and you didn't break the record on filibusters, and you're like, can you believe the Democrats are doing obstructionism? You look preposterous, you look like a fool. And it makes all politicians seem like they are greasy liars. And by the way, the Democrats flip over often as well. Don't get me wrong. Like, oh, I can't believe they're doing obstruction to us, and then the Republicans get in office. Look, I would retaliate too, but they do, and then they go from obstruction is terrible to obstruction is great. And so I would just be honest about it. If I'm the Democrats, I'd say, look, these some bitches broke the record on obstruction, and they took Merrick Garland away from us. I will obstruct them to no end. I am going to try to top their record on obstruction. I'd be honest about it. And for McConnell, I think they'd respect you more, including your own voters, if you came out and said, look, when Obama was in charge, we hated him, so we try to block everything he does. So I understand the Democrats are trying to block everything we do, but we have the majority and we're gonna ram it down their throats. I don't care what we did in the past.
Yeah.
Then you know what? Republican voters were like, oh, that sounds strong. Hypocrite, who cares? We're used to that anyway, right? At least don't lie to me and don't give me this gobbledygook. Yeah. And the reason the media aids and abets it is because they don't call them out on it. So it just keeps on going.
He's the honorable senator.
Yeah. Anytime he does that at a press conference, they should be all over him. Didn't you break the record? Didn't you break the record? Didn't you break the record on filibusters? Didn't you block Garland for a year? How could you say that with a straight face? That is an unbelievable thing to say. Instead, nary a peep.
Yeah, they get away with it. Okay, let's turn to slightly different news. As we predicted on last week's Power Panel, the largest iceberg in human history has now broken free from Antarctica, tearing itself off of the Larsen C ice shelf. It totals about 2,240 square miles, about the size of the state of Delaware. and its volume, 40 trillion cubic feet of ice, or 1.1 trillion tons of ice, is twice that of Lake Erie. So it is now broken free, as it had been expected for several months that it eventually would, and is now floating off to God knows where. But that's an amazing stat there, that ice shelf on this gigantic continent lost so much ice when this broke off that it has dropped down to 5th largest ice shelf on Antarctica from 4th. That's how big of an effect it actually had there. And that is now floating off, where it will cause problems potentially near South America on shipping lanes and things like that. But certainly is, I think, a bad sign for the direction our planet is moving, or that we are moving it in.
It's so large that they are considering redrawing the map of Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's how big a piece will now float into the sea. It is about 2/3 of the size of Cyprus. So if you've ever seen Cyprus on a map, it's underneath Turkey, it's sitting right in the middle of the Mediterranean. It's big,
it's a big portion the size of Hawaii.
Yeah, and
4 Londons.
If you can imagine almost the size of Hawaii or almost the size of Cyprus, just floating around, floating around. And
Trump's gonna build a hotel in it.
Look, if he has a connection to the president of Antarctica, trust me that he'll try. And he'll send Don Jr. in there. And he'll say he didn't collude at all. Anyway.
Well, so there's an interesting debate going on that we talked about before the show. Now we know that this particular iceberg breaking off is not going to immediately raise ocean levels or anything like that. It was a portion of the Antarctic which is already in the water, so it doesn't actually change for it to have broken off. But there are concerns about what sort of sign this gives us for climate change. And the scientists seem to disagree a little bit in this particular case. So a glaciologist from the Midas team, Martin O'Leary, said, although this is a natural event and we're not aware of any link to human-induced climate change, this puts the ice shelf in a very vulnerable position. This is the furthest back that the ice front has been in recorded history. We're going to be watching very carefully for signs that the rest of the shelf is becoming unstable, because as we explained on last week's show, when this front-facing section of the ice shelf breaks off, it makes it much easier for the ice further up on the ice shelf to go behind it. And a lot of that ice is not already in the ocean, it is actually on land. So when that moves off and breaks off and goes into the ocean, that will raise ocean levels globally. Now, Martin O'Leary says that they don't have any specific connection to human-induced climate change, but not all scientists actually believe that. One scientist, Christopher Schumann, who works in the area, said, at this time we don't see any signs that this is going to cause further break. On the other hand, this is over 10% of the ice shelf area, so that's not a good sign. And it's pretty clear there's a connection to an overall warming that part of Antarctica has experienced. Historically, this is just the latest scary sign. In 2002, the smaller Larsen B ice shelf, which had existed for 10,000 years, partially collapsed and formed an iceberg the size of Rhode Island. NASA doesn't expect the rest of Larsen B to survive the decade. And back the previous decade, there was another large section that broke off. So we had Rhode Island, now we have Delaware. I don't know, is the next one Connecticut? Oh, we're eventually gonna have Texas? What's gonna happen?
We might even eventually get into red states. Okay, so damn it, John, I'm not a scientist, I'm a talk show host. So it is hard for me to judge which of these scientists are right. And I'm not in the right-wing camp which says, scientists, I don't believe them. So if a majority of them say that it is not related to climate change, and it's not a majority, they're split, right? This is not an issue where you have 97% of the world's scientists on one side. Then I'm gonna say, I guess they know better than I do. But as a matter of logic, I'm on the side of the scientists that are saying, of course it's related. The reason why it's of course is because, well, if you have global warming, which all the scientists agree to, right? 97% of the world's scientists, well, it'll make that ice shelf warmer, making it more likely to break off. That doesn't mean it's the only factor. And it doesn't even mean that it wouldn't necessarily happen otherwise, but could it be happening quicker because it is warmer? Its logic seems to indicate almost certainly. And then when you look at what John was telling you, Larsen A ice shelf broke off in 95, Larsen B, the size of Rhode Island, broke off in 2002, and now this one just broke off in 2017. Well, that's a ton of ice breaking off very recently, especially given that Larsen B had been in place for 10,000 years. So it seems to me that the warming logically had something to do with it. And obviously some of the scientists come out on that side, but it's just a little less clear than most of the climate change issues.
Yeah, I would not call myself an expert yet, although I am working on it. I have studied it quite a bit, both when I was in academia and more recently. I think that the stance of a lot of scientists is less that it has nothing to do with human-induced climate change, and rather that it's difficult to point specifically the connection. It's more, I mean, they do the same thing when it comes to natural disasters, storms, and increased size and frequency and intensity of hurricanes, that you can't say that this hurricane would not have existed if not for climate change, but you will see more hurricanes of a particular sort. I think that, and also, by the way, and this is the thing about scientists that the right wing knows nothing about, scientists for the most part, aside from a few, are far more humble than they should be about both their expertise, but also about what their data has shown. And so they're very slow to claim a connection until repeatedly peer-reviewed studies have shown it. And so I think that they're being a little bit careful here. I don't think that many would say that there is no connection.
Yeah, and so if all they're saying is you can't know for sure if this particular hurricane is connected to global warming or this particular ice shelf breaking off, then sure, of course we agree with that. In that we don't want to Inhofe it like, I still have a snowball, so there must be no climate change. There's hurricanes, so there must be climate change. No, of course not. There's hurricanes before, ice shelves have broken off before. The question is the severity, the degree to which it's happening, and the speed at which it's happening. And so logically, I think most scientists agree that it is a contributing factor to it. They're just being overly cautious in our interpretation, the best we can tell, in saying you can't tell that it's the proximate cause for this particular ice shelf.
That's my belief.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
All right, you want to take a quick break?
Yeah, why don't we take our first break?
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, fear not, we do have Trump news.
It's coming. Still a little bit off, but it's coming.
Yeah, and we also have more general Republican hideous behavior. That's also coming up.
Got some locker room talk for you.
Yeah, no handcuffs here. Could you imagine one whisper of a dream when you actually see handcuffs on at least a Trump?
Tiffany.
God knows what she's up to. Anyway, we'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and John with you. Just Ray here writes in on #2IT Live. Saying the GOP healthcare bill is dead is the same as saying Trump has no chance of being president. Didn't work out so well. Here. It just comes out. All right, John Seal says, Trump, the iceberg is Obama's fault. Wait for it.
I saw someone tweeted that the Chinese broke it off Antarctica as a hoax.
It is a very elaborate hoax. Or someone, 400-pound guy in his basement might have done it.
Maybe.
Nobody knows. Control Left writes in, oh, please, 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 let it hit Mar-a-Lago first. Iceberg, straight ahead. Okay, anyway. And then finally, RDGP writes in, I don't know if this is technically a haiku, but it's definitely a poem. The TYT CEO is Jenks. He seeks to break up banks. Through his activism, he fights corporatism, and for that we give him our thanks. Damn.
Isn't that a limerick?
Top of the morning.
Let's ask Francis when he gets back.
Okay, he's Scottish, not Irish. Although I don't know where limericks come from. Okay, all right. Well, RDGP, that was really nice. What am I doing? That's a poem, dude. T-shirt. Oh, we're bringing back House TYT. We just decided.
Is that a T-shirt I see?
Yeah, we're gonna bring back House TYT T-shirts for Game of Thrones. Very likely, not official
With
decision.
the lizard.
I'll be like Trump. We're gonna be announcing something soon. It's gonna be terrific, okay? Anyway, go to shoptyt.com, but RDGP, you don't have to because you're gonna get a free one.
Boom, there you go.
All right, what's next?
Okay, back into the news. Kirsten Anderson worked as a staffer for the Iowa Senate GOP, and in the office that she worked in, the as they call it, locker room talk got so bad that she and others tried to resolve the situation, tried to change the culture there, and the situation did change. She was fired. Now, that's her account, to be fair. The state attorneys defending the case don't dispute all of her accounts of lewd behavior in the office, but contend she was fired after months of problems with the quality of her work. which I believe they cut and pasted from some of Fox News' explanations as to why they let some of their women go. But anyway, let's get into some of what she alleges took place, some of the quotes that she heard, because this stuff gets interesting, a little bit funny, and a little bit rough. She said that conversation and jokes were always free-flowing, which
that sounds fun
by
so far.
itself
No
sounds
problem.
fine.
No problem.
Anderson said that she was friends with senior analyst Jim Friedrich, but she and other women were bothered by taunts and teasing from him about their sex lives and other lewd and racially insensitive topics. So man, he's really fitting everything in there, jeez.
Yeah, it's just starting to be problematic here.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the racially insensitive stuff, God knows where that's gonna go. And asking about your personal sex life, no, that's out of bounds.
Taunting you about your sex life.
Yeah, further out of bounds, clearly out of bounds, but let's get to the more details.
Okay, she says sometimes we would even yell, I mean really yell at him to stop. It got to the point where we would even yell, how would you like it if we said these things to you? And his reply was either laughter or, I don't care, you can say whatever you want to me, which I knew before reading it would be his response.
Yeah,
because that would be most men's response in this case, because men think in a particular way, I guess.
Yeah, it's the least effective thing you could do to a person who's either sexually harassing you or taunting you in some other way like that. Well, how would you like it if I did it to you?
That's all he wants. That's literally the only thing that he wants.
He's basically saying, please talk about my sex life.
He wants it so bad that he's willing to risk a sexual harassment lawsuit to get it.
Yeah. So that's not very effective, but
yes. Now there is more.
Yes.
Anderson recalled one incident in which Friedrich showed her a naked picture of reality TV star Kim Kardashian on his work computer and asked her what she thought. She doesn't actually say what she thought. At other times, Friedrich would announce a quote hot chick report and summon staff in the office to look at women walking by outside his window. Which, okay, so he says hot chick alert. It's a little bit weird for a grown man to say that. Theoretically, people go to the window, okay, that's a little bit weird, but he's summoning people to the window, it says, to look at hot chicks walking by. That's a little weird.
Okay, so let me tell you the things that I think are acceptable.
And there will be more, by the way.
Yeah, so if you worked on Pop Trigger on the TYT network and your job was to cover entertainment news, looking at naked pictures of Kim Kardashian are completely within your work context.
It's a responsibility of yours.
You have to. I think there's some point to be made that it's part of your job.
That's what Brett told me.
Yes, if you're working at some state political office, that has nothing to do with your job.
No.
And it is textbook sexual harassment to go around to women being like, look, check out this naked chick. Yeah, look everybody, naked chicks, right? So no, you can't do that. But still, I don't want to minimize it, but that's the least of his problems.
Yeah.
You can't run into an office and be like, hey everybody, check out this hot chick that we all want to stare at. Like you couldn't do that in a normal office, let alone you're in a political office.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to be representing the people of Iowa, and meanwhile, you're like, hey everybody, I found somebody that I'd like to leer at. You guys want to leer at him with me?
Yeah.
No, not acceptable.
And I would say then even worse is directly taunting and teasing about their sex life and trying to get involved with it and talk to them about it.
Yeah, in fact, we have him on tape if I could just play that real quick.
Please forgive me if I'm being personal, but tell me about your sex life.
How did you remember you had that? Because think about it, if you're a staffer, you're Kirsten Anderson, you're just trying to move up in your career, this is probably not where you see yourself ending, and this guy that theoretically has power over the rest of your career is taunting you about your sex life. So what if you don't play along? You don't think it's at least reasonable to think that the woman could be worried about what effect that could have on her career? Of course she's going to.
Yeah, look, let me give 2 more pieces of leeway to guys. And then, I don't know what degree of trouble I'll get in over this, but so if you try one thing and because you're not sure, hey, maybe you want to date somebody at work. Now, by the way, I believe that's perfectly okay. It depends probably on the state that you're in, right? But you ask them out or whatever, and then they say no, and you let it go. I think everybody's gonna live. Okay?
I think it depends on the power dynamic, but theoretically, if you're not in a management position.
But I think in California, even in a management position, now they have to allow you to date people. Okay, so it's getting a little topsy-turvy, but it's okay. But if you then persist, knowing that they're not interested in that kind of talk, whether it was a joke, you asked them on a date, whatever it was, and you continue to persist, dude, that is, again, textbook harassment. Don't come back and then go, how could I have known, right?
Yeah.
You could say, how could I have known in the first joke or but you can't say it on the 3rd one or the 18th one.
Especially when they're specifically complaining and in their words, yelling at you to stop. Now, there's a few other things that happen, 3 more things. So this is about Friedrich. He started calling women expletives, especially his wife. This is, I think, after they were on the outs. Their relationship had deteriorated. The jokes increased. The anger towards ethnicities increased.
Oh boy.
It was very scary. She also said, she told jurors that former Senator Sean Hammerlink, a DeWitt Republican, regularly stopped by the staff office and would comment on the size of certain lobbyists' breasts.
Okay, now what's your excuse for that one? I mean, come on, you can't. Of course you can't do that at work.
I got something worse for you.
Okay.
The lobbyists theoretically are of age, at least. Hammerlink would make comments about the skirt lengths of Senate pages, juniors and seniors in high school who are hired to help legislators with daily tasks. I mean, there you're talking about, let's be generous, 17-year-old girls, maybe?
So remember, these
maybe
are
younger?
2 different guys. Friedrich is the one throwing the C word around. Hammerlink is the one checking out the juniors and seniors in high school. Again, if one reference to the lobbyist breast is already too far in this context, okay? But if you have been, if someone at the office complained and said, I do not like when you mention other women's breast size as a way we should judge them in the work context. You're insane to continue to do that. And of course you're gonna get sued, and you should.
Yeah.
So, and look, and one last bone to the guys. Look, nobody's trying to regulate your thoughts. And if you guys are, and if you got a friend at work and you guys are at lunch somewhere else and you're joking around, nobody's gonna be PC cops and come and arrest you at Applebee's, okay? But if a person is said at work, you have made them uncomfortable with the sexual things that you're saying, then yes, you're out of bounds. You're out of bounds. You've got to be able to make that distinction.
Yeah, that would seem to be obvious, but apparently on some of them it's not. Family values.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Family values. They value large-breasted lobbyists. That's the particular set of family values that they have.
Yeah, to be fair to the Republican Party, they are the family values party. So they even value your daughters.
They do. Oh, that's where it just, it gets uncomfortable. And maybe he doesn't know, I don't know. But like those girls are just trying to get involved. It's an internship, they're worried about college. And some gross old guys commenting on them. Hopefully they didn't hear it at the very least.
Yeah, last thing is that, look, you don't know who's right. They'll have to go to court and sort this out. But it is an awfully convenient timing that after she complains about sexual harassment, they're like, or files for sexual harassment, they're like, right, we found a file here saying shoddy work.
Yeah.
Right? Now it could be, and especially if they fired her first and then she complained about sexual harassment, then okay.
She's alleging that that's not the case.
Yeah, she's alleging, and that's why you go to court. So I don't want to totally prejudge, but that timing seems pretty relevant as to what happened first.
Yeah. Okay, well, why don't we jump back into something that was brought to my attention just today. Donald Trump is apparently interested in finding out about the real issues that real Americans care about, unfiltered from all of that mainstream media BS. And so if you're one of the lucky few on his email listserv, you might have received an email including a section like this. Politicians have spent too much time bickering and not enough time listening. So today we're turning off that awful blistering noise of Washington. Instead, I want to hear from you. I want to hear from the American heartland, the real America that lives outside of the DC media fantasy world, because outside of DC, it's just the heartland. There's nothing else, there's no coast. With our 6-month mark approaching, I want you to take the Listening to America survey to tell me the true sentiments, concerns, and interests of real America. That's not the whole message. There was a whole lot of bashing of the media and saying that you can't trust the media and all that. But then you click on the link and you go to this survey. I think that we can help him out here in just a second, but I want to give you an idea of the sort of questions that are in this survey. Some of them are, sort of normal things you expect from a right winger. Have excessive government regulations, rules, and red tape burdened you personally? Probably not, but okay, they want to find out more about that. Do you think universities today indoctrinate rather than teach students? There you're getting into slightly more questionable territory. Do you trust the media? Wow, Well, we know that they probably don't if they're on his listserv. Do you find the news to be generally too negative/hateful? They love that hateful media.
Yeah, so it's called the Listening to America survey, but what this is a classic push poll.
Yes.
So a push poll is designed to get you to get you to think one way while posing it as a question. So in the old days, you would have had half of these questions with the Republican Party anyway, distrusting the media, et cetera. But the Trump team adds extra words to it like, do you find the media to be hateful? They wouldn't say that in the past. Now though, Trump's like, oh, they're only criticizing me because they hate me, right? So they're taking that Trump talking point and pushing it through their poll while they're trying to figure out what you want. While they're listening to you. No, the whole point is to talk to you.
Yeah, and some of it, again, seems to be leading in that direction. Do you feel that you cannot publicly admit that you support Trump?
Although that one's an interesting question.
It's an interesting question. I think there should be a bit of shame, but that's fine. And they're certainly going to lead to more people feeling like that after seeing the question. English is currently not recognized as the official language of the United States. Do you think it should be? So this, again, this is about the real issues that real Americans care about. But it's not just questions. There is actually an opportunity for the people who do this survey to write back. So if you bring this up, you're going to see there's a text field there. What else do you think the president needs to know about the real America? We're listening. Now, the interesting thing about Trump is that he doesn't seem to know much about anything, especially America and the issues that matter to it most, considering what he's likely to do on taxes, his approach to climate change, what they're doing potentially to healthcare, even as we speak. And so look, he wants to ask about English as the official language and whether all the media shouldn't be trusted, but there are some big issues out there. And theoretically, if you go to GOP.com/listening to America surveys, we're gonna put the link right there, you can fill that out. And we can give him some suggestions for real issues that he should be focusing on. What he needs to know about real America and not just his portrayal of it on Twitter.
Yeah, so these are meant to be touch points on cultural issues that actually don't have anything to do with your life, but that get to the core of your identity and make you emotional. So how many times have you had a real issue with English as the official language? I've had it sometimes. When I'm in Miami, I do get frustrated that at least 50% of that particular city speaks Spanish, and some percentage speak only Spanish. So I have trouble communicating. Now, it's not my country, it's not my city solely, right? I love Miami, but other people live in it, right? So they know, they speak Spanish, I speak English. You could say that's a sad day for me, sad day for them. I don't want to dictate that that's the official language, but my point is, even if you are from time to time frustrated by it, as I am, I wish we would all speak one language, but that's a wish, right? That is a minuscule issue. It has happened to me in my life, particularly because of Miami, what, 7 times, right? And if you live in Kansas, how many times did it happen to you where you're like, there we go again with Tagalog.
Yeah.
I need English here. Everybody here is speaking.
Always Urdu. Urdu.
I can't, if I hear one more person talking Swahili, I'm out of here, okay? I'm gonna move out of Topeka. So this is not a real issue, but it gets you to go, America is supposed to speak English, man. That goes to my identity, I'm angry. I don't know what I'm angry at, but I'm angry. But in terms of what actually affects your life, Jesus, whether you know how high your premium is, your copay, whether you have health care when someone in your family gets sick, oh my God, that is monumentally important.
Totally.
But the point of these so-called issues is to distract you from that. And part of the reason that people do distractions, and they do it like in a heist, for example, is so you don't see them taking the money out from the other end of the building.
Yeah.
And so the tax cuts that are coming are so gigantic and so exclusively for the rich that they want you to worry about things that don't matter at all while they pull off that heist.
Exactly. Yeah, we got to take our second break, but when we come back, we do have 2 more stories. One of them will be breaking down those tax cuts, giving you some of the fabulously large numbers there. So don't go anywhere.
Back on the Young Turks, Cenk and John with you today. Brendan Harris wrote in on YouTube Super Chat. I think the Trumps are just so used to being untouchable in the field of white collar crime, thanks to their wealth. But now they're stepping into treason territory and woefully unprepared, hence no attempt to cover up. That's actually going to be the heart of the next discussion, Brendan, so thank you for bringing that up. Nick writes on Twitter, Cenk's soundboard is a treasure trove of greatness. Well, it is hard to disagree with that. We did have a giveaway. We did have a giveaway of the soundboard during the fundraising drive for Drive for Journalists, but maybe we'll bring back the soundboard in our next app, but we'll see. We'll see.
Imagine someday, after the presidency of Donald Trump Jr., there's nothing left, and people are picking through the remains, and they find this 100 years in the future. They're going to try to figure out the significance of each one of those quotes. Why were these chosen?
Why were these chosen? And they and the last thing that they'll ever hear, I can't find it. Oh yeah, is maybe the very last episode of the Young Turks.
You're kicking me out the door. You're kicking me out the door.
Give me a break.
Okay, anyways, last one is Matt Brownfield writing in, what is it with these scumbags and so desperately wanting to regress society back to the madmen thinking and behaving? Well, there's a good reason for that. Back then, they felt like they were in charge, and they were. They could do anything they wanted. They could sexually harass people. They could, oftentimes at work, sexually assault people, and get away with it. So power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so they're like, well, you're taking my right to harass women away from me. They perceive that as their right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and a lot of people will defend them. You can see it in the comments on that video if you'd like. Anyway, let's jump back into the news from yesterday. Last night, Donald Trump Jr. was grilled by Sean Hannity for his apparent interest in working with the Russian government to help get his father elected. I'm sorry, I'm just having some fun. It was Sean Hannity's show, which is a safe space for the Trump family. And Trump went there and nowhere else because he knew he would be treated with kid gloves for him. So we've got some videos of him explaining why he thinks that he didn't do anything wrong. Here's the first.
If there was something that came from it that was shady, if it was a danger to national security, I would obviously bring it right to someone, but I didn't know what anything was. It turns out it was nothing, and therefore there's nothing to be able to actually talk about.
The whole contact took how long? How long was the meeting?
20 minutes or so.
About 20 minutes. And Jared left after 5 or 10?
Yes.
Like she said, and Paul Manafort was on his
phone
the whole time.
Pretty much.
It,
listen, like I said, it became pretty apparent that this was not what we were in there talking about.
A lot of people are going to want to know this about your father. Do you tell your father anything about this?
No. It was such a nothing. There was nothing to tell. I mean, I wouldn't have even remembered it until you start scouring through the stuff. It was literally just a wasted 20 minutes, which was a shame.
There's two awesome things. One is you have not committed a crime if you were on your cell phone while doing it. So if you ever murder someone, hold the gun in one hand, the phone in the other. Yeah, and the second one is that he really seems to think that if it's proven that he didn't get anything from it, and that has not been proven because we've seen the emails that he chose to leak. We didn't see the emails that came before that or after that, which are probably gonna be very interesting. That if he didn't find anything, then he is in the clear. That is not the case. He expressed a clear desire after learning that this was a representative of the Russian government using information given by the Russian government. He said, I want it. It doesn't matter if you end up getting it. That is the crime right there.
So that's part of conspiracy. And so let's take out Russia, which is an adversary of ours. They don't necessarily have to be, but they kind of happen to be, right? But even if it was an ally, it's a foreign government that you can't take stolen goods from or stolen information from of value. That breaks two different laws. So, but imagine that it was Al Qaeda, and he's like, look, I just want to hear them out. I went to, Al Qaeda said they had secret information on Hillary Clinton that could really hurt her campaign. So I went and met with them because I wanted to hear them out. That's not an excuse, right? No. Now, take out Al Qaeda and put in Canada, you actually have the same thing. And Russia's somewhere in between. So it's a terrible excuse.
Yeah.
And then at the end there, if you noticed, he did not answer the question. He asked, now you didn't tell your dad, did you? Like, which is all these Hannity softballs. Now, let's get you on the record here saying all the right things, Don. Yeah. But he couldn't.
Yeah, and he just kept looking away when he was asked the question, the classic lying thing.
Yeah.
And look, they're going to keep saying that Trump didn't know about it. There's some small chance that is the case. Again, it's really hard to say that this was an unimportant meeting to you when you decided to not only go without knowing the person as the son of the president, but you decided to bring his son-in-law and chief advisor and his campaign manager. For some reason, you felt you needed to bring all those people, even though it was a nothing meeting that you don't even remember. That makes a lot of sense. But as Keith Olbermann has pointed out about 1,000 times now on Twitter, it's weird that within 10 minutes of the end of your meeting with this person that produced nothing, your father began tweeting about the 33,000 emails of Hillary Clinton that have gone missing. That is possibly just a coincidence, but that's an interesting one.
So yesterday we showed you the video of Trump making the speech between the time that his son set up the meeting, but before he actually had the meeting. And in that interim period, Trump did a speech where he's like, "Oh, we're going to get some information on Hillary. You're going to love it."
Yeah.
And then it turns out they didn't get the information on Hillary, and hence right after the meeting, he starts saying and tweeting, "Hey, does anybody have those 30,000 emails that," because they thought they were going to get the 30,000 emails that Hillary Clinton deleted from the Russians.
Yeah, exactly.
And so when they didn't get it from the Russians, they're like, "Damn it, okay, let's just ask for it publicly."
Exactly. Now let's turn to the video again, just a little bit more from yesterday's interview.
Did you hand over any and all documents?
Well, I will. I've said it publicly. I said it yesterday. More than happy to cooperate with everyone. I just want the truth to get out there. I mean, that's part of why I released all this stuff today. I wanted to get it all out there. They're trying to drag out the story, in all fairness. You know, they have it. They want to drip a little bit today, drip a little bit then. So I was like, here it is. I'm more than happy to be transparent about it, and I'm more than happy to cooperate with everyone.
So as far as you know, as far as this incident is concerned, this is all of it?
This is everything. This is everything.
Started by saying there are more documents, being clear there. Then saying they want to drag it out and drip and drip and drip, and thank God that they did. Because each time they did that, he had to revise his story, showing that he was lying from the beginning. First of all, that he didn't remember that it happened. Then that it was about adoption, supposedly. Then that it was just about information was offered, but I had no idea who it was from. And then it became clear that he knew exactly who it was from, and it was from the Russian government. If they had just done the whole thing at once, we would not have gotten the clear trail of lies from Donald Trump Jr.
So one of the things that I'm pissed about this story is that we made a master graphic here that accidentally makes Sean Hannity and Eric Trump look cool.
Yeah.
Okay, Donald
Donald
Trump, you really can't make look cool. Okay.
Eric Trump has never looked that cool.
Yeah, Hannity's never looked that cool. So, but yes, to what you said, John, clearly, I mean, he's such a bad liar. He says, have you released everything? I will. Yeah. And then later, it's everything. Dude, keep your lies straight. You're so dumb.
But by the way, also, and I know that the right wingers watching this are gonna hate this. Look at the don't call it white privilege if you want, call it rich privilege. You're facing potentially multiple criminal issues right there. I'm happy to work to resolve this issue. No, you have to work to resolve this issue because you might well have broken the law. It's like, I would love to talk to the police about this if necessary. No, you need to because you're an idiot and you got yourself in this situation. However, there's more to this prevent defense than just Donald Trump going on state media last night. You also have these reports being released by the Washington Post about what's gonna happen to the journalists that leaked this story, or sorry, I should say broke this story. This is coming out of the White House. Their plan, as one member of the team describes it, is to research the reporter's previous work, in some cases going back years, and to exploit any mistakes or perceived biases. They intend to demand corrections, trumpet errors on social media, and feed them to conservative outlets such as Fox News, although one admits that there is an issue with this strategy, saying the meeting happened, it's tough to go to war with the facts. But some people do. Some people have been engaged in a war on info for quite a while. You can maintain that for years.
Yeah, I actually disagree with that last advisor. The conservatives have been going to war with facts for a long, long time, and it's not just conservatives. It's one of the oldest propaganda tricks, which is that if you're attacked on something that is true, counterattack the messenger. It doesn't, like the substance of what happened, the meeting with the Russians, that collusion, was it a crime, not a crime, was it a conspiracy, etc. Don't worry about that. If you can just attack the messenger and smear them, it will confuse the audience. They'll go, I don't know, but is that guy trustworthy, the guy who broke the story? Now in this case, Donald Trump Jr. actually leaked the emails himself. So you'd have
because he knew the New York Times was going to imminently.
I know, but my point is that the person who wrote the New York Times story then is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because if you said, oh, you can't trust him to have accurately quoted the emails, and then you show other things he did wrong, at least you'd have a leg to stand on. But in this case, the person who they got the information from is Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah.
So you'd have to attack his credibility, which
can
is
we
not
trust
difficult.
him to release the information without? Yeah, well, we'll see.
But they will, and they will muddy the waters, and it'll work great.
Well, let's look at a little bit of that muddying the waters. So not just Sean Hannity, but let's look at the way Fox News decided to break some of this incredibly interesting information to their audience. You're gonna see this in video 7.
So far, our review has identified key sections. The Crown Prosecutor of Russia met with his father and in their meeting offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to your father. It continues, this is obviously very high level and sensitive information. I can also send this info to your father via Rona, but it is ultra sensitive, so wanted to send to you first.
So that last paragraph there had the classic ... That means there was something that didn't matter and you needed to fit all the words on one page, so you take it out. But what they took out in that ... was that this information was coming from Russia and was part of the Russian government's plan to get your father elected. Weird that that's what they chose to take out of that paragraph. And so you can have watched that as a Fox News viewer and have basically missed the entirety of that story thanks to their creative use of ellipses.
Yeah, they mentioned Russia only once, but in the context of was Russia helping Hillary? That was in the emails. They took out every other reference to Russia where Goldstone said, this is from the Russian government.
And that they're supporting your father.
Yes.
Weird.
Yeah.
This is why we call it state media.
And that's exactly how they muddy the waters. So if you're watching Fox News, you will scream to your friends and family, no, it had nothing to do with Russia. I saw it on Fox News and the emails didn't say Russia except for how she's helping Hillary, right? And then later they'll attack the writers from the New York Times as they're planning to do now. And you'll go, boy, did you know that guy once had a traffic ticket and might have smoked weed when he was in 7th grade? Did you know that? Did you know that? Okay, and I have family members and friends who come and say that stuff to us, right? Because they hear that propaganda and they just put it out there until people go, I don't know, I can't tell who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, and I know which team I'm on, so I guess I'll just go with that.
Yeah. Okay, taxes. Yes, let's do taxes.
Okay, we gotta do it fast though, that's all. But this is important and it's a good preview of what you can expect in a few months. Take a look at the new results of an analysis by the Tax Policy Center of Trump's proposed tax plan. Now this is from about a month and a half ago. He had these bullet point lists of some of his priorities for taxes. Now we've, over the past year or two, given you multiple breakdowns of what his tax plan is likely to look like. At one point I went back through some of Trump's old books and looked at his principles and what tax reform should look like. And the numbers have always been stark. These newer ones also extremely stark. The tax cuts included in the Trump administration's outline for tax reform released in April could cut federal revenues by as much as $7.8 trillion over 10 years. And the benefits would go almost exclusively to the top 5%, not the top 10%. Forget the top 10% business, that's from like 5-6 years ago. Now we're focusing on at least the top 5%. Just for context, this is a smaller tax cut. A $3.4 trillion tax cut would amount to about 12% of GDP by 2027, slightly larger than all the tax cuts George W. Bush passed while in office. That's less than half as big as the expected effect of these tax cuts. And so, that's bigger than all of the George W. tax cuts.
So the reason they use the $3.4 trillion number is if you believe the Republicans and give them every benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
And that they're going to take away loopholes. So some of those loopholes I think they will take away because that actually helps the middle class more and they don't really care about helping the middle class.
Yeah.
Some of them, there's no way they're taking away. But if you gave them all the benefit of the doubt and said, okay, so we'll give you credit for those. The amount of the tax cut goes from 7.8 trillion to only $3.4 trillion, which goes almost all to the rich.
Yeah.
And so the best case scenario is for the Republicans who claim that they care about balanced budgets, they're gonna put a $3.4 trillion hole in the budget.
And by the way, it's not just assuming that they'll do the loopholes, it's also giving them the benefit of the doubt on their dynamic scoring, where you believe all their propaganda about how much these tax cuts are gonna help the economy. If you assume a bunch of economic growth that has not been proven, and we've seen under George W. Bush, how great did the economy do after these tax cuts? Well, the economy fell apart just a few years later. So I don't know why we would give them the dynamic scoring, but they did to get to that $3.4 trillion. So I think it's much more likely to be near the $8 trillion mark.
So if you support these tax cuts, you are never, ever allowed to talk about balanced budgets again, because you don't believe it, you don't come close to believing it, all you want is tax cuts for the rich, and that's fine, just own up to it.
Yeah, and now let's look at how they prioritize different classes in America. The overall plan would give the average family earning under $25,000 per year a $40 tax cut.
Wow.
Or a 0.3% boost in after-tax income, which look, hey, that's nice. You take your spouse out, go see Wonder Woman or something with your $40. I mean, you're not gonna get popcorn or soda or anything like that, but you can maybe see the movie in most parts of the country. Looks a little bit different for the richest Americans. The top 0.1% earning above $3.4 million a year would get an average tax cut of $937,700, or a 13.3% boost in after-tax income. They're already earning over $3 million a year, and you're just gonna toss another $1 million at them.
Yeah.
Enjoy that while you're at the movies.
So just a little bit of context there. The top 0.1% starts at $3.4 million, right? So the reason why the tax cut is on average nearly $1 million is because it goes all the way up to the billionaires.
They'll throw off the numbers a little bit.
Right. So having said that, look, $1 million tax cut for the richest people in the country is unreal and painful to think about.
On average, of course, someone like Sheldon Adelson is going to get far more, obviously.
Yeah, and even a tiny proportion of another tax cut from the healthcare bill gives Sheldon Adelson, I think, like $40 million
a year.
Right. This will give him way more than that. So but that's why the percentages matter. So if the numbers were huge, but they said, hey, look, you know what, for the poor, it actually is a bigger percentage of their income that we're helping. So yeah, the rich are getting a lot too, but what we're really trying to do is help the poor, most importantly, the middle class, right? But that is not the case. For the poor and the middle class, you get a tiny, tiny percentage help. Not just raw numbers, percentage-wise, tiny, minuscule. But the rich get a huge percentage break when they need it the least. 13.3% of their income goes right back to them. And it's a giant giveaway. So I just want to give you last couple of things here. So if you look at the tax cuts that are proposed here, 61% of the tax cuts goes to the top 1%. 61%. So only 39% have to be shared by 99% of us, okay? So when they say it's for all of us, understand that's not true. 61% goes straight to the very richest people in the country. But even that is not that big a deal. But when you look at the effects of the cut and the revenue raisers in the plan, for the top 5%, they get 94.8% of all of the benefits. So the 5% richest people in the country get 95% of the benefits of this tax cut. And the other 95% of us get only 5% of the benefits. So if you ever had a doubt about what the Republican Party stands for and who they stand for, that is now resolved. That you cannot argue that this is anything but a gigantic, historic giveaway to the rich. So if you're a Republican, don't ever talk about wealth redistribution again. Because you love wealth redistribution, you just want to redistribute it to the top. And lastly, the corporate taxes are also going to be cut. In fact, that is going to be the largest cut in the entirety of this plan is for corporate taxes, because poor old corporations, which happen to give billions of dollars in donations to the politicians who are passing these laws, they just don't get enough of a break. John, in the golden era of the 1950s, the taxes on corporations weren't that bad. That's why we were so successful. That's why we're the #1 economy, and we grew the way that we did. And now they're so overburdened by taxes. So let me show you the reality. So here's a chart. In 1952, corporations paid 32% of all taxes in America. In 2015, they were down to less than 11% of taxes.
That's before Trump.
They reduced their tax burden by 2/3. And it is, that money does not go away. That is wealth redistribution. It's a pie chart. It goes to other parts where, guess where it goes to? It mainly went to the payroll tax for social insurance and retirement. And the payroll tax is paid by the middle class. They redistributed their tax burden from corporations to you, and now they come back and go, oh, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Now they're gonna cut corporate taxes from 35% to 15%. So now you'll pay an even bigger burden of taxes, and it's a win-win for them, because then they turn around and go, aren't you paying so much taxes? And you go, oh my God, you're right, I am. So let's cut taxes. But what they don't tell you is they're gonna cut taxes not for you, but for the rich and for corporations. So it's a double win for them. You get mad at the Democrats when in fact they just pulled off the biggest wealth redistribution of your lifetime.
Should be fun.
Okay, all right, we're out of time. Now, when we come back, we've got a situation where somebody got arrested for cursing. Normally I'm against that. In this case though, there is one part of it that might swing you in the other direction. So come back, we'll tell you all about that. All right, back on the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian with you guys. Shiroshi B writes in, Donnie Jr. is much more stupider than Donnie. Well, actually, we did a poll on that, guys. tytnetwork.com/stupid. And it's still ongoing. And right now, Senior is actually leading. 58.2% think that Donald Trump Sr. is still dumber than his son, Donald Trump Jr., who's at about 42%. So 58 to 42. I voted for Senior as well.
Really?
Yeah, because Jr. is super, super, super dumb. But I really think you can't get dumber than Donald Trump.
No, you're wrong, because Donald Trump, look, he's the president. He's manipulative, and there's like you have to have some level of intelligence to be a manipulative person.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and it's a different part of his brain, and the other parts are completely empty. But yeah, there's at least a case to be made, whereas Junior has no case to be made, I guess.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I feel like even
Junior's the one who like published those emails himself.
But I hear you, but Junior could probably read more than a page at a time. So even Junior probably doesn't say, I mean, nobody knew healthcare was complicated.
He might say that.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, we also have tytnetwork.com/dumb. That's who's dumber, George Bush or Donald Trump. And that one, Trump's crushing 80 to 20. Anyways, all right, now, couple other tweets for you guys. Brandon Atkins says, how dumb are you when you need Sean Hannity to lead you to the answers that help you seem less guilty? By the way, and Brandon, he couldn't even pull that off.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, he continued to incriminate himself. And Diva Athens says about the tax cuts that would go to the poor under the Trump tax plan. $43, by the way, it was only 40. $43 won't buy you popcorn and 2 movie tickets. Wow, LA is totally financially out of touch with the rest of the country, just saying. No, it won't. You guys in LA, 2 movie tickets and popcorn, you're not getting out of there under $40. No way, not even close.
Yeah, I think going to the movies is overrated. I would much rather watch a movie on Netflix and make my own popcorn.
There, she said it. You couldn't stop her. Strong opinions with Anna Kasparian. Okay, let's keep going.
Let's do a new show. Strong opinions with Anna Kasparian.
You think I won't?
I know you will, so I should stop. All right, we're starting with something a little different today, and it's a story that really struck a nerve with me just because you see a difference in the way that cops are reacting to someone who's acting very belligerent. So, actor Shia LaBeouf has been in Georgia to film a new movie, and he was recently arrested for public intoxication. Now, he's had a number of run-ins with law enforcement in the past, but this particular incident was caught on tape, and it looks really, really bad. Now, it all started when he went up to a group of police officers and asked them for a cigarette. At that point, he was obviously drunk. He was obviously acting a little crazy. And so cops felt like they needed to arrest him. And so as a result, there were 2 videos that were released. The first video was someone filming what was going on. The second video, which was released today, was from the police officer's body cam. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys the first video so you kind of get a sense of why this stood out to me. Take a look.
No, we can't talk nothing.
Listen,
Take these
I'm not the one arresting you.
American. I pay
Okay.
my taxes. Get these off my arms.
So we're not gonna have a conversation?
No,
Okay.
you gonna put these off my arms, or you be fighting for it. You got a president that don't give a about you, and you stuck in a police force that don't give a about you. So you want to arrest white people who give a who ask for cigarettes? I came up to you trying to be nice, you stupid.
Wow. Okay, so that is actually the body cam footage that was released today, and he was speaking or addressing a black cop.
Yeah.
Right.
What he was trying to say, inartfully to say the least, is that in his mind, he helps black people. And he's like, you have a president who doesn't care about black people. You have a police force that doesn't care about you because you're black. But apparently Shia is the one guy who cares about black people. It would have helped that cop if that cop hadn't just arrested him. But instead, by the way, he was threatening to get him fired because he's rich and powerful.
No, and it actually went further than that. So dash cam footage showed him literally threatening these cops. And first of all, I want to give the cops credit for the way that they handled it, because they didn't let it get under their skin. They stayed completely calm throughout the entire situation. And this is the way good cops, react to situations like this. So enough with me talking, let's take a look at the dash cam footage.
You're a fucking bitch to the end of your days, and you live that legacy. That's what you signed up for, bitch made whore. If I have my gun, I'll blow your shit up. You're a bitch though. So you got your shit, you do nothing. Except what, homie? Whore, fucking bitch, coward, fuck you and your legacy. You got a kid? Hoso. Hoso so he can know what the fuck no-so is going. You're a bitch. For leaks. Not for years. A bitch for leaks. You're a pirate bitch. Bitch. And you put your own kind in the fucking pen for nothing. You put a white man in the pen for what, you fucking bitch? For asking for a black man for a cigarette? That's your country. I pay my taxes, you dumb bitch. You about to meet my lawyer.
Okay,
Yeah.
So believe it or not, he added one thing that made it even worse. He said, I've got more millionaire lawyers than you know what to do with, you stupid bitch.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
So the amount of restraint that you see from the cops is awesome. And look, I want to be fair because I don't know these particular cops. I don't know how they've handled other situations in the past, but I do know that just yesterday we did a story about a police officer in Georgia beating a homeless woman while she laid on the floor with his baton, right? Luckily, she didn't die as a result of that. But it was just interesting to see these videos and juxtapose these videos to all of the other police stories that we've done in the past. And look, I'm not saying that because I wish that they would have done something violent to him. I'm saying it because these are great cops. This is how you're supposed to handle a situation. And regardless of someone's socioeconomic status or racial background or any of that stuff, this is how, and it's a difficult job because I couldn't do it, right? If someone's talking to me like that, you think I'm gonna sit there and be calm? Hell no, I'm not gonna be calm, which is why I'm not a cop.
I actually think you're giving the cops in this case a little bit too much credit. So let me get to that in a second. But I hear what you're saying, and of course everything's always slightly different. There's no two cases that are perfectly analogous. But so if a poor person instead of a rich celebrity like him had said, "I'm going to shoot your head off" or whatever he said,
you threaten the cop's life.
Yeah. Oh man, that is not going to go over well. Okay. Now on the other hand, he's already in the back of the car at that point. He's already handcuffed, so you would have to pull over, pull him out, and then kick his ass. So that happens less frequently. It's not like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've done stories of powerless individuals handcuffed in the back of a police car, and then, oh, it turns out that they got shot. They must have shot themselves, right? We've done those stories. So
I hear you. So, and it does happen from time to time. Usually it happens in the heat of arresting him, right? Where some cops go way overboard. In this case, they didn't beat him, they didn't do anything so good, and you shouldn't beat poor people or middle class people either. But I actually think that as much of a jerk as he was, and it's really hard to get worse than I've got more millionaire lawyers than you know what to do with. You know, when you're.
What does that even mean, by the way?
That means I'm above the law and I'm going to get away with this, okay? And rubbing your face in it, and all that racial stuff. So weird. I guess he thinks he's a liberal or something.
I don't know. It just looks terrible, and I'm not in his camp at all. Like that was so embarrassing.
So, but, why did they arrest him in the first place? The official reason is he became disorderly, using profanities and vulgar language in front of the women and children present. It's kind of a weak reason to arrest him.
Jake, he was obviously belligerent. He asked them for a cigarette, and when they said no, he lost it, right?
No, but he's cursing at them, and you're allowed to curse at cops. I know it's not advisable.
You're not allowed to be intoxicated in a public setting, right?
I know, but that's usually reserved for, I found you to be a pain in the ass, so I'm going to use public intoxication. When people are drunk all over the place, they pick you out because you cursed at them. Now, I'm telling you, it's a super bad idea to curse at cops and to go up to them and then basically to pick a verbal fight. But even so, you should let it go. It's not illegal to curse at cops. And
I don't know. We don't know all the facts of what he did prior to the arrest, right?
But I'm just using there because what I read was a quote from the cops.
Right.
Disorderly, that's usually, you were annoying me. Profanities and vulgar language, so what? In front of women and children, is that a specific law in that jurisdiction? I'd be surprised, right? In other words, you disrespected a police officer. Good news is we didn't kick the living crap out of you or kill you. The bad news is that's still, I mean, you're stretching to find a reason to arrest him.
He has,
as much of a dick as he is.
He has a history with cops. He has a history of doing things.
Do they even know that though, those particular cops?
I don't know if they know that, right? But the reason why I'm bringing up that history is because he's acted this way in the past, right? Which makes me think that, the way he was treating them prior to the videos being filmed and prior to what we have, might have justified them wanting to arrest him, right? So, and by the way, he's a semi-powerful person who's got money and fame, and they decided to arrest him, right? Anyone else in that situation would have definitely gotten arrested. So it's interesting that, hey, in this case, the cops weren't, they weren't.
And they at least did the same kind, in my opinion, false arrest that they would do for a middle class person.
We don't know if it was a false arrest. We don't have all the facts about that.
Yeah, no, and I'm stretching too much. And look, I know what you're saying. In the past, he's threatened to stab his neighbors.
Yeah, attempting to stab a neighbor, refusing to leave Walgreens, and misconduct during a cabaret performance.
But a lot of that is, again, just drunkenness, right?
So it's totally okay.
It's not okay, and he's got obviously has some issues that he's got to sort out and get some therapy on or whatever, get sober. And way worse could have happened to him, but still, being a dick is not technically illegal.
Okay. All right, so I guess it'll get sorted out in court, but maybe justice won't be served since he's got more millionaire lawyers than we know what to do with.
But you know what, one last thing on it, he actually pulled a Donald Trump there because he might have gotten away with it until he got himself into further trouble by continuing to talk, because him saying that he'll kill the cop in the car, that's definitely a crime.
Yeah.
That's assault. So you don't have to hit someone for it to be assault. Threatening their cop's life is definitely a crime. So if they charge him with that, then he's screwed, and he should be.
At least the one thing we did find out for sure in this story was that, that cop was a bitch for leaks, not years, leaks. What does that even mean?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't think that cop is a bitch. I'm just trying to make a joke. Okay, let's move on.
And what we found out was Shia LaBeouf loves the word bitch. Okay.
He's ridiculous. Okay. The CEO of Qatar Airways is facing some criticism after he publicly and very transparently spoke out about the flight attendants that he likes to employ and the old grannies that flight attendants in the United States like to employ. So let me give you some context before we go to the video. This is Akbar al-Bakr, and he made his remarks earlier this month during a speaking event in Dublin, Ireland. At that event, he was supposed to commemorate a new flight route between the Irish capital and Doha. Well, he kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent, and we're about to show you, so let's take a look.
The average age of my cabin crew is only 26 years. So there is no need for you to travel on these crap American carriers. You know, you're always being served by grandmothers on American carriers.
Man, that audience ate it up. Okay, so this is what they used to do all the time back in the day. So when the airlines first came about, you would also always have attractive young women who were flight attendants. So then came annoying laws about how you have to be equal and treat everybody equally. And so if someone is getting older, you can't fire them just for being slightly older, or not hire someone because they're not hot enough. But apparently if you're in Qatar and you're like, we do that, they don't have the same laws, we do that anyway, and we rub it in.
Whatever. I mean, I don't agree with his statements, obviously, and he's very old school, okay? So it's just funny because when I look at him and I hear his statements, I see like an old school, old world kind of person. And then he has the audacity to talk about women being too old to be flight attendants, whatever. I mean, that's another thing, right? This like weird double standard where like a wrinkly dude like that, and by the way, like he's dishing it out, right? He can stand there and talk about how women look, right? Because women always need to be young, they always need to be hot, but dudes, they can let themselves go. Like remember when the dad bod thing was like a thing and people were like, yeah, dad bod, super hot. No, not super hot. How about guys have to have the same, or we have to have the same standards for guys as they have for us? How about that?
Cash me outside.
Cash me outside. How about that? By the way, I'm not that up in arms about this, but there was an angle to the story that I wanted to bring up. Fox News reported this, and the whole like tone that they took was, just reinforcing what we already knew. This guy in Qatar is a misogynistic prick. All of a sudden they care about women's rights, but when it comes to Trump wanting to grab women by the pussy, locker room talk, that's just locker room talk.
That's totally fine.
Not a big deal, not a big deal.
He moved on him like a bitch, it's not a big deal. He's just trying to buy the furniture, that's all. So we are consistent. We are against the misogynists in America and in the Gulf, okay? But Fox, when they got their own version of Sharia law, they kind of love it. But when the minute it's Akbar al-Bakr instead of Akbar al-Baker, if that guy's name was, just leave out the Akbar, it would be al-Baker, and he was a right-wing Republican here, they'd be like, oh, what's the big deal? We just did a story today about how Iowa Republicans would talk about going to the office and in front of the other female employees talking about, oh, the lobbyist tits were so big, I like to compare the size of the lobbyist tits, right? And so Republicans are like, that's fine, that's just locker room, but look at Akbar al-Bakr, look at him, okay? So the reality is both are bad, and and he was talking to business people there. So he's like, don't take the business class, if I heard him right, of those airlines. In other words, projection. If you're a horny old man like me, okay, and you want to be served by attractive flight attendants, I'll get you young, attractive flight attendants. So what are you gonna do with those grandmas? Hit on them? You can't even sexually harass their flight attendants like you can on Qatar Airlines.
God, and I'm such a softie because I feel like sick to my stomach that I mentioned his wrinkly face, right? Because it's such a low, stupid thing to say. But the reason why I bring it up is to show like that double standard, right? Like that inability to just reflect on yourself and reflect on the way you look, right? do you have the same standards for yourself that you do for women? Probably not, right? And it's a societal thing. It's not just true of Qatar, it's true of a lot of different countries. So it's frustrating, and I don't know. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah, look, the entitlement thing is what drives me crazy, because he thinks, no, I'm a rich guy from Qatar. Of course, I'm entitled to hot young women, and they'll love me because I'm rich and I'm from Qatar. Look, don't get me started on Qatar.
Okay, I won't get you started. No, I don't want to get you started. Let's move on.
Okay, all right, let's move on.
Okay. A number of tech giants are speaking out today and titling the day a day of action in order to raise awareness about the importance of net neutrality and how the FCC could potentially dismantle it. Now, Ajit Pai, someone that we spoke about quite a bit on the show, is the FCC's new chairman, and he was appointed by President Trump. He wants to scrap the open internet protections installed in 2015 under the Obama administration. Those consumer protections mean providers, ISPs such as AT&T, Charter, Comcast, and Verizon are prevented from blocking or slowing down access to the web. So, a number of these tech giants decided to approach this in different ways. And at first, I was ready to applaud them because I think it's important for them to get involved. But then when I dug a little deeper, I realized that in reality, Reddit is the only one that did something that actually grabbed people's attention. So let's go to that. So if you go to Reddit, you'll see this thing pop up. This is the first window that you'll see. And it basically lets you know that if you get rid of net neutrality, it's gonna slow down certain web pages that you might view often. It'll be difficult for you to get the type of content that you like. So it's a pixelated logo that loads in its upper left corner before begging users to upgrade their monthly bandwidth allowance. Meanwhile, a pop-up blocks the page with a message typed out at a frustratingly slow speed. The internet's less fun when your favorite sites load slowly, isn't it? So I love that because it makes people, users, realize the importance of net neutrality if they hadn't before.
And think about it, people who go to Reddit that day are less likely to stick around because they're annoyed by this slow typing message.
Right.
And a lot of them won't even get the message. But Reddit's users are, well, there's a lot of adjectives for them, but they're certainly more sophisticated when it comes to the internet. And so at least most of them will understand it. They're not like the average internet user, but still they're risking revenue for that day. They're risking some sort of people leaving that day, etc. And they're doing it for the right cause. So all the credit in the world to Reddit there.
Absolutely.
And usually that is the epicenter for the fight back against rules like this.
It is. Alexis Ohanian, who is a co-founder of Reddit, has been fighting very aggressively against dismantling net neutrality. In fact, during the last battle that we had over this issue, he was probably the most vocal member in the tech world, and I love him for it. Now,
and that's a rare place where I think, I'm not 100% positive what the right wing on Reddit think about this, but last I heard, the left wing and the right wing agree on this issue.
Of course, because it affects everyone negatively regardless of what your political ideology is. All right, so now I'm gonna kind of be critical of other tech giants because I feel like they didn't do enough. So let's start with Google. Google has a blog post up stating the net neutrality rules that protect the open internet are in danger of being dismantled. So it's a blog post. You don't see anything if you go to the homepage. They have the Google Doodle. They haven't done anything with that. And I just want to ask, maybe I'm completely unaware and the Google blog posts are tearing it up, they go viral, everyone can't wait for the next Google blog post. But I'm under the assumption that no one reads Google blog posts unless they're looking for something involving troubleshooting.
Yeah, so I think that I'm of two minds on this. First of all, I think that the fact that they're doing anything is great because no one's going to independently go to a Google blog post, but it will get included in the press articles.
It will, and I think that's the reason why they did it.
Yes,
okay.
So one, they can get credit for it, but on the other hand, at least their name is in there as Google is fighting for net neutrality, and that has some effect. And so that's not such a bad thing for people who are either neutral on the issue and can be swayed, but much more importantly, for politicians that Google has some sway over because of political contributions. So we'll get to that angle in a second.
Yeah, okay, so also video game streaming site Twitch has a banner announcement on its channel page while also replacing its global emotes with a spinning wheel for 24 hours. That's good. I mean,
yeah, that's not bad. Look, we can nitpick all these, but I'll take Twitch. That's not bad.
Twitch is good.
Yeah, I'm with you. Of course, I wish that Google had put it on the main page.
Apple's not doing anything so far, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't see Facebook on the list. I know Facebook's been on the list for being for net neutrality, so that's great. I didn't see them doing anything today on this particular day. But look, further context, last time there was a fight on this issue, back in 2015, Obama was in charge, and 4 million people sent in letters saying, please keep net neutrality. Part of the reason they did it, that was already had enormous organic growth, but on one day, again, the tech companies got together and they all put out a statement on their sites saying, hey, fight on this issue. And it worked and it was wonderful. It was bigger than today, okay? But that didn't sway Obama. The conventional wisdom is that swung Obama. It didn't. He did not act after the 4 million letters. He only acted after Google and Facebook and a couple other large tech companies finally came out and openly declared, yes, we're for net neutrality. Now, the reason Google and Facebook are understandably on the fence, if you look at it just from their business point of view, is yes, they would have to pay the internet service providers more money. So they'd have to pay a ransom to Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, et cetera. But they're so big, they can afford it.
Yeah.
And it would knock out all of the little guys.
All of their competition.
And wipe out their competition. So they're actually, that's why I really, really want to give credit to Google and Facebook. And by the way, there are partners too, I should disclose that. But I want to give them huge credit for at least fighting on this issue, because we wouldn't even won in 2015 if they didn't put their political contribution, at least implied threats behind that.
I applaud them. I completely applaud them for what they've done in the past, but it's a whole new battle, and we have to fight even harder this time around with Ajit Pai and Donald Trump. And I'm being unfair because this is just the beginning. There's still some time for them to do something, and so maybe in the near future they will do something more aggressive and it will have actual results. But I'm just speaking specifically about today. I just feel like they could have done more.
And I hear you on that, but the most important thing is the one we don't have an answer for yet. When you're talking about public comments, this time around, there's already been 5.1 million comments / letters sent in to the FCC. So it's not like they don't know which side the American people are on. They know, and the polling shows overwhelmingly that people want net neutrality. So the question is, and Ajit Pai is, in my opinion, clearly systemically corrupted. He was a Verizon lawyer. He was brought into the FCC to represent companies like Verizon, and he's just waiting there. He was in the Obama administration too, but he wasn't in power. Trump gets in, and he's like, great, who can I service, right? And so Trump goes, great, now give my donors exactly what they want, which is the exact opposite of the American people. And the question is, are Google and Facebook and all those guys, are they gonna mount up and fight again when it comes on to the lobbyist level? Because if they engage in that fight, we can win again. But if they even stay neutral, we're done for, and they're gonna kill net neutrality.
Net neutrality is like the new reproductive rights fight, right? It just keeps coming back up again and again, every 2 years, again and again. And it's just when you think there's a victory, just wait, because it's gonna come back up again.
Yeah, but and reproductive rights, it's about 60-40 pro-choice. In net neutrality, it's like 90-10. But they still don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And the reason it keeps coming back up is because they got billions of dollars to make. So they will keep on buying those politicians as long as we let them. Yep. Wolf-pack.com, solve the core problem. Okay, let's take a quick break here. We've got more amazing news for you when we return. All right, back on the Young Turks. Robert Searles and Brian Cantwell are our members of the day. Members make this show possible, so help support independent media. Lucky for you, this month it's free, so it's mainly moral support. But yes, we would love to have you. tytnetwork.com/join to become a member and put in the promo code FREETYT to get a free trial membership for a month. Look, if you don't want it to be free, don't put in the promo code. God bless your heart. That would be amazing. So that you also get the post game, you get the whole show without any ads, and you can watch it anytime you want. Okay, Shiloh Plummer wrote in on YouTube Super Chat, which we're trying to take more comments from you guys on YouTube Super Chat. Anna is still one of my favorite, even when we don't agree. Hope you get feeling better.
Oh, thank you.
That's very nice, I thought.
That is very nice.
Okay, and then Kyla wrote in on Twitter, #TYT Live, strong opinions with Anna Kasparian. 12 out of 10 people will watch this show. #no really though. I like it, Kyla. And then Brian Newton writes in about the Shia LaBeouf thing. This is the ultimate do you know who I am? It is, man, that was an epic do you know who I am. Taria Peterside says, don't you just love it when liberal guys feel the need to tell black people to be grateful? Shia LaBeouf is such a fucking clown. And finally, Jeremy Varner says, history tells me Shia is going to get out regardless. The man's never been punished for anything he does. He has undiagnosed affluenza.
Yeah, he got out on $7,000 bond. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, for him, that's nothing.
Two-tier justice system, let's keep it real.
Yeah, for a lot of people, that means you ain't gonna get out because you don't have $7,000. All right, what's next?
All right. Texas has passed a slew of laws that make it incredibly difficult for women to have access to either contraceptives or abortion services. Now, especially women living in rural areas or rural parts of Texas, they have found it even more difficult to find a clinic that gives them the type of health care that they need or family planning that they need. And the whole reason why this was done was because conservatives in the state wanted to lower the number of abortions. In fact, then Governor Rick Perry said his goal was to ensure abortions are as rare as possible under existing law. Well, interestingly enough, Texas A&M University decided to do some research to see if these restrictive abortion policies have actually given us the results or given conservatives the results that they wanted. And the truth is, no, it's actually the opposite. So in the first 3 years after Texas Republicans slashed the family planning budget in 2011 and shut down more than 80 women's health clinics, the abortion rate among teenagers in the state rose 3% over what it would have been had the clinics remained open. So if you look specifically at poor rural parts of Texas, they're the most impacted by this. For instance, in Gregg County, where the local health center lost 60% of its family planning funding, the abortion rate increased by 191% between 2012 and 2014.
Wow. So, but overall, on the abortion rate going up when you have less clinics like Planned Parenthood, I have a phrase you might be familiar with on that. Of course, if you have less birth control, you'll have more pregnancies. If you have more pregnancies, you'll have more abortions. So everybody with 2 bits of sense knows this. So the question for conservatives is, which one do you want to focus on? Because if you want to kill birth control, it is an absolute guarantee that you will have more abortions. So you can't have both. So but you could try, and then you'll have more abortions, and you'll get more angry about it, like right? But the reality is, if you have more birth control, you'll have less abortions. So make up your mind, which one do you want to go with?
Right. Well, I think that this is indicative of what we usually see with conservatives on this particular issue, because they just flat out reject evidence, they reject data, right? And when you tell them, no, Planned Parenthood isn't an abortion factory. In fact, abortion is a tiny fraction of what they do. They actually offer all sorts of healthcare services and contraceptives. They just reject it. They just think that it's an abortion factory. So in their eyes, shutting these clinics down means less abortion. They just, again, completely flat out deny any evidence that you throw at them. They'll probably read this and think to themselves, yeah. University, liberal indoctrination. No. Okay, well, there's gonna be more abortions. And if your goal is to, stop that from happening, this is a really terrible way of going about it.
It just drives me crazy that we live in a country that's supposed to be secular, where we're supposed to have separation of church and state. And every single day we gotta do a story about one Sharia law or another and how they want us to follow their laws. and then some people online will complain, oh, you guys only talk about the Christian fundamentalists, but you don't talk about all the Muslim fundamentalists imposing their laws in America? Okay, look, we talk about Muslim fundamentalists in the Gulf and in many other areas that do terrible things to their citizens. Saudi Arabia, the list goes on, right? What happens in Afghanistan. But here, there are no Muslims in charge. There is no Sharia law that is going to get applied outside of Christian Sharia law. And yes, abortion is part of that. So the main reason that they're against abortion is because of their misinterpretation of the Bible. Bible's pro-abortion, but they think it's anti-abortion. That's the only reason why we're having this stupid conversation. And even in the midst of that stupidity, they're like, okay, oh yeah, we're gonna lower abortions. Oh damn, we increased them, but okay, I got a great idea. Let's just ignore the facts, but we'll say we're against abortions even though we just made them go up.
They're not against abortions. You guys, they're against abortions, but they're not against abortions for the reasons that they say they are, right? It's all about playing into the base. It's about pandering to conservative voters. And more importantly, it's about controlling the lives of women and letting them know you can or can't do this. You don't get to determine the destiny of your own life. It's just pathetic. It's a bunch of insecure middle-aged men running around crying and whining about women having choice. That's what it's really about. So let's move on.
Okay, no, we're almost done. So, so I'm gonna add a random story that I always want to do because it's in this context. So Rick Perry is dumb in so many different ways. He's the former governor of Texas. When he was going to take over the Department of Energy, he thought it was to be an ambassador for the oil and gas companies. No, that's not what the Department of Energy does. Of course you wouldn't be representing companies, you represent American citizens, you schmuck. And Department of Energy mainly has to deal with the nuclear weapons, not oil and gas. He's so monumentally stupid. But on the other day, on Friday, he said, you got simple laws of supply and demand, and the more supply you have, the more demand. But that's not remotely true. Anybody who's taken one day of Econ 101 would know that that's not true. Laws of supply and demand dictate what price you'll have based on how much supply and how much demand. There's no such thing as more supply gets you more demand. Okay, these are the knuckleheads who run our country. And so it is deeply frustrating that they have any effect, whether it's the effect he had on increased abortions because of decreased funding for Planned Parenthood in Texas, or what he's doing with energy, or his dumbass ideas about supply and demand as it relates to coal in that particular instance. Okay, random story I wanted to squeeze in. We have two more stories for the online audience. That's tytnetwork.com/live. And for the Sirius satellite radio audience, we love you guys. And we will see you tomorrow. And tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. We'll be right back on the Young Turks. Casper, go.
All right. The House Appropriations Committee is attempting to allocate a whopping $1.6 billion to begin construction on Donald Trump's border wall. Now, to give you some more details on the allocation of this money, the $44.3 billion spending bill for fiscal year 2018 earmarks that $1.6 billion to begin construction of the wall, but the bill also appropriates $100 million to hire 500 more US Border Patrol agents, $131 million for new border technology, and a $619 million increase for immigration and customs enforcement above its 2017 appropriation. All right, in March, Trump asked Congress for $4.1 billion to build the wall. He didn't get that, right? And in terms of what the House Appropriations Committee is proposing, keep in mind that both the House and the Senate have to agree on it. And who knows, there are a number of Democrats, obviously, and even some Republicans who are skeptical about Donald Trump's wall. But it's just amazing because he's been in office for how long now? And don't you remember how many times while he was campaigning, he said that he was gonna have Mexico pay for it. And when he was asked, how are they gonna pay for it? He wouldn't answer, he would dodge the question. Don't take my word for it, take a look at this.
The former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, he said today, and I'm quoting him, he said, "I'm not going to pay for that, quote, effing wall. So if you don't get an actual check from the Mexican government for $8 or $10 or $12 billion, whatever it will cost, how are you going to make them pay for the wall?
I will, and the wall just got 10 feet taller, believe me.
And they're great people and great leaders, but they're going to pay for the wall. On day one, we will begin working on an impenetrable, physical, tall, powerful, beautiful southern border wall. Mexico, excuse me, Mexico is going to pay for the wall. And they're going to be happy about it. You know what? They're going to be happy about it.
How exactly are you going to get Mexico to pay for it?
Look, Mexico has not treated us well. Mexico treats us as though we are stupid people, which of course our leaders are.
Do you still want Mexico to pay for the wall? So that very last clip was actually from this month, July 7th, I believe. And he still thinks that Mexico is going to pay for the wall as he's asking Congress to allocate, billions of dollars to begin construction. He's just such a clown. And people who thought that he was going to have Mexico pay for it, really, he would never answer how. How are you going to make them pay for it?
So ironically, though, he did wind up being proven right about one of the things he said there.
Yes.
Their leaders think our leaders are stupid. Well, mission accomplished. That turned out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So here's what's going to happen and what Trump will say about it.
Yeah.
They're going to build a tiny sliver of that wall. And then Fox News, Breitbart, et cetera, will keep taking video of just that sliver, right? And they'll keep showing it all over like they built the whole wall. Will it be beautiful and impenetrable?
It'll be physical, though. It'll be physical. It'll be impenetrable and physical.
No, by the way, the reason he said that is because afterwards, after he won, they're like, well, did we say physical wall? I mean, it could be a wall if we just put up a couple of drones, so we're guarding the border, and you can call that a wall even though it's not a wall. So is it gonna be 10 foot higher? No. Did he ever have a plan to make Mexico pay for it? Of course he didn't, and you know he didn't have that plan. But so the great irony of Trump running as a populist is that he's actually a classic sleazy politician. Tell you whatever you want to hear. Trump's got it. We're going to do tax cuts for everybody, and we're going to balance the budget. We're going to give you healthcare coverage for everybody, and it's going to be less premiums, and it's going to give you more healthcare within your packages. But that's impossible. It doesn't matter. I got Christmas gifts for everybody, right? This is what they charge liberals of doing, promising everybody everything, right? In reality, that was Trump 101. I'm gonna build a wall. I'm gonna make Mexico pay for it. Look, by the time you figure out that I'm a crooked liar, I'm already president. So that was Trump's strategy, and here it is. $1.6 billion would barely pay for the smallest percentage of that wall. You have to spend so much more to get it. And in some parts, everybody knows that it is not doable because of the geography, and the local conservatives and Republicans fight it tooth and nail. They're like, this is a terrible idea. But nonetheless, he keeps promising it because he's a sleazy politician.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Anyway, I just wanted to add that in terms of estimates on how much it would cost to complete the wall, it ranges between 10 billion and 70 billion. So let's say in a terrible world where he gets exactly what he wants, that's 10 to 70 billion dollars of US taxpayer money being wasted on what I consider to be a non-issue. Again, no one talks about it, no one cares. More undocumented Mexican immigrants are leaving the country than coming in. Coming in, leaving. Like most of them are leaving, they're leaving, okay? Can we please focus on taking care of our own? And for people who think they're coming in here and they're taking your jobs, just please for like 1 second, read about all these farmers that raised the wages, actually included benefits packages to lure in American workers, and they wouldn't do the work because it's hard work, right? Anyway.
Well, if they took your jobs, since more of them are leaving than coming in, they took them to Tijuana already, they're gone.
Pew Research, please look at it. I'm not making it up. More undocumented immigrants are leaving than coming into the country, and we're wasting our time and our resources on this non-issue.
Yeah, so look, what their effect on the wages, et cetera, is an interesting question, but is that the #1 factor here in what's going on with wages. Not remotely close. It's not in the top 20. But I'll end on a fun Donald Trump tweet. It says, the dishonest media does not report that any money spent on building the Great Wall for sake of speed will be paid back by Mexico later.
Yeah,
sure. He wrote that in January of 2017. So, Anna, there's your answer. It's going to be paid back later.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so that'll mention. Oh, my favorite part was, and the Mexicans will be really happy to do it because he can't help himself. He just has to add like gratuitous, preposterous lies.
They're going to be happy about it.
That's right.
Anyway.
The Justice Democrats are going to break the Republicans' backs and drink their spinal fluid, but the Republicans are going to be super happy about it. JustDemocrats.com/win. Super random tease. Anyway, what's our situation?
We are about to have an awesome post-game show.
Okay.
And I am going to talk about someone that I caught secretly filming me yesterday.
Ooh, geez, Lord mercy, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So it'll be a pretty juicy post-game show. You don't want to miss it.
So I'm starting to talk like the guys in Fargo because I'm catching up on the Fargo from this season. Ooh, that's something. We got to talk about that.
I don't watch that show, but I heard it's really good.
Yeah, it's super fun. You know what happens if you mash your potatoes? You get mashed potatoes.
Deep.
Anyways, TYTnetwork.com/join to hear the post game. Lucky for you today. Lucky you, it's free. Free for a month trial membership. Put in the promo code free TYT. Bye-bye.
It's pop trigger time.
Yay! God. That's wild.
Again, a slow clap.
That's a wild time.
Slow clap.
I'm excited. Everyone in this, we have like 30 to 50 people in the studio. Not one is making a sound.
No, you guys are all
Very
hard.
respectful.
They're not getting there for $20 for the day.
Yeah, we pay them off. We're talking about the survivors of the London fire, talking to folks who just are showing up and taking a bunch of selfies. Where's that line? Colorado teachers with guns, but also rainbow armpits. So we've got a nice spread of topics to cover. Let's get right to it, shall we? Locals near the recent apartment fire in London that claimed the lives of 79 people are upset with these tourists who come by with the express purpose of taking selfies. Let's go to what we have here. They're putting up signs saying things like this sign placed under the West Way this morning. This kind of depressing it's kind of depressing that this even needs to be said. And then another one that says Grenfell Tower residents beg people not to take selfies at the scene of the fire. Voluntourists fix up Grenfell Tower. There's a lot to wade through right there, but one of the quotes from a Mashable article says, in case disaster tourists have lost all common sense and taste, displaced residents of the massive fire had to put up signs pleading visitors to stop taking pictures and stop taking selfies. What do you guys think?
I agree. I mean, you said a line. We were talking about this off camera, Brett, or you said, where's the line? Well, the line is you just don't fucking do it. You just don't do it. And I mean, is it safe to say this is now hallowed ground for people because it was, people died there? So you should have, what would having a selfie on your social media of this tragedy do for you? It's like me going to ground zero, 9/11 after it happened, being, oh my God, I'm here at ground zero. Like when.
Right, I get what's happening in that folks know that the default dynamic is to see something that's important or interesting and then get a selfie with it. Now what that process needs is folks to have an extra step that says, is this okay? Because this happens a lot, periodically you'll see a story about at Auschwitz people are taking selfies.
Yes.
That's not okay. Where is that line?
I think what it comes down to for me is just practicing empathy. And so what's like a way of practicing empathy is literally taking yourself out of the picture and imagining yourself in the place of other people. And in this case, it would be in the place of the victims and their families and being respectful to those who knew people that died in this tragedy. So just literally take yourself out of the picture. It's not about you. It's not about proving to people you know on social media that you were there. It's about being empathetic and compassionate to the people who are actually suffering during this time. I unfortunately, I don't know about you guys, wasn't surprised that this was a story.
No, absolutely.
Because I think it's sort of par for the course with where we are with social media and how we all want to put ourselves out there.
I just don't understand what makes it cool to be at a place of tragedy. Like, what makes it so cool to stand in front of a building that literally just last week
burned to
almost
the ground.
Yeah,
Unprecedented
79
size.
people. What makes it so cool for you to stand there? Hey guys, I'm here. I don't understand it.
I know you understand it. I agree, Heather. But I think what makes it so cool, if you will, for the lack of a better word, is that people want to experience something that's outside of themselves. Like they weren't a part of this tragedy. That's probably never happened to some people, I would imagine. So to be amidst an experience like that to them, in some weird kind of screwed up mental way, is fascinating for them. It's just,
there's a difference between like thinking something's cool and going to pay your respects.
Sure.
And I think that that's where the line is getting blurred, where some people are maybe going to pay their respects or just they want to see it, they want to feel that.
Right.
And then it's being morphed into a whole other realm on social media, which we should keep separate, and that's where the line is getting blurry, and that's what's so frustrating.
And there's like two versions of like a personal moment, your personal experience of it. And those moments, those places that are just so heavy. A guy who works here just went to Omaha Beach, which is like the first scene in Saving Private Ryan, and was like, this is intense. And when you go there, you should have a personal moment.
Yeah.
Now, these days, it seems like anything that happens to you personally, you want other people to know about. And there's a way to share it where it's like, guys, you might have seen it on TV, here's what it looks like now. I think that's okay, but then again, does that require your face to be in it? Because either you're smiling, which is terrible, or you're like, this.
It's
which is
interesting.
Contrived and horrible.
So contrived.
Did anybody been to the Freedom Tower in New York?
I have, twice.
Did you take pictures in front of it?
No, I did not.
I didn't either. I went to New York, visited with my husband. We took thousands and thousands of pictures a few years ago. We didn't take any pictures there because it just doesn't feel right. You know?
I would say that a Freedom Tower, the reason to build it out of the ashes is to have a moment of triumph. And it's called a Freedom Tower, it's not called a Memorial Tower. It is a this is what we're doing tower. I think that's slightly different, but still. And then the other question is like, if I go to Rome and there are ancient ruins of a slaughter.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people just don't know what happened here.
But that's
they just know stuff's
ancient.
old.
This was last week.
Right,
That
tragedy plus time.
Great point, Heather. That's why I was great point, Heather. That things like the catacombs in Paris, where tons of people are dead underneath. There's the city of Paris. That's something that serves a different purpose. But when you're going to, that's like, let's say, the Getty Villa burning down, people dying. Right, so and then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, people are at the Getty Villa taking pictures. It's like too soon, too soon. And also, I want to add that this goes back to the sermon I've been preaching here on Pop Trigger about the sickness of social media. And we talked about this on the main show, Grace, with the basketball player who wrote on the Great Wall in chalk. Remember that last year?
Yeah.
And I said that people are so obsessed with who I'm with, who I'm gonna be seen with, here's what I'm doing, that they want to they don't care, they don't take a minute to stop and think, okay, what are the ramifications, or what is me posting this picture gonna say about me as a person, or the other people that have been affected by said tragedy, or anything of that nature. So it's just, social media is creating this illness with society. And people get mad at me in the comments, they disagree, they come for me on Twitter, but it's the fucking truth. You have to stop and think about every image you're putting out there. And I can't even talk. In this instance, I'm really passionate this morning.
Do it. My
really
coffee's
think
just
about it
kicking
because
in, so it'll be a minute till I'm there.
I mean, it's like people lost their lives.
Yeah.
And luckily, and I shouldn't say luckily, we weren't one of those people. The people going to this to that tower were not one of those people, but other people have families who did. So you have to stop and think about that. You really do, and be more cognizant and more present in what you're doing.
The other thing is this issue of voluntourism. Have you heard about this? Voluntourism is like a multi-billion-dollar industry of people going on trips and volunteering with local charities and initiatives. And that sounds good, but I always get this feeling like, one time I hung out with this person who was talking about, like, I went to Brazil. And in Brazil, they have these things called favelas, where people are poor. And I went on a tour of the favela, and it was amazing. you see these people, brothers fighting brothers for scraps of food. It was so amazing. I loved the experience. It's like you're missing something because for you, it's a notch in your I've been there belt. And for them, it's real life. Now you can go there and volunteer, and even if you're a total selfish, narcissistic bastard, as long as you're helping, I feel like you're better than someone who doesn't help. But if you're helping to make yourself seem more interesting, rather than understanding the gravity of the situation and doing something that is aware of what other people are going through, as Grace said, that empathy factor, that's what you need to be doing.
Well, and also it's just like, at the core of aid, it cannot be self-serving. If you're going to help others, it cannot be because you are trying to help your own image.
It should
have nothing to do with your ego trip.
It bothers me on my social media when I see, oh look, I volunteered here and here and here, and people have like the little charity album on their Facebook. Like the only reason you did it was to show people that you care.
Right.
If you have to show people you care, you don't care.
But if I'm running that agency, if I'm running that NGO or whatever volunteer agency, I mean that's an interesting world of like, here are people that come and do good for good's sake, and here are people who come and I just need to say, oh my God, you're doing so fantastically, you're so interesting, blah, blah, blah. Now please build that thing for me because we need it.
Are there not rules either? I mean, usually when you volunteer, I've been in places where no phones allowed, out of respect for whatever is happening in that situation. Did they
it's
not
this
have
weird
those kind of rules?
catch-22 of like raising awareness versus being completely non-self-aware.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. Okay, so we're gonna take a break and we'll be right back after this. We're gonna show people's rainbow colored armpits as well as moms with shirtless people, so stick around. Moms, they can be great, they can also be a little much sometimes. Has this mom crossed the line? So this is the mother of Avery Leilani. She is a new college student and then got this text from her mom the week of orientation. Let's take a look at it. This is mom with shirtless dudes. She also added the caption, I made some friends, don't wait up. So mom just kind of went and made friends everywhere. Now this is according to the writer at Jezebel. She says, now when you become a mom, you're imbued with the power of shamelessness. That may lead to embarrassment for your offspring from time to time, but the rewards for you are great. We should all try to be like moms of teenagers before we actually become them. At the very least, you might get included in a fun game of touch football. You saw this text back and forth. What did you think when you saw it?
I agree with Jezebel's sort of takeaway on this story, which is that there's sort of a level of shamelessness of like, I don't care if I look cool or whatever, to parents at a certain age, moms, but also parents in general, that I think is always really cool. My dad has never been afraid to go, if he sees someone that is doing some sort of a hobby that he likes, to just be like, oh hey, like I do that too. Or a shirt, like my mom loves Paul McCartney, she sees someone wearing like a Paul McCartney shirt, she'll probably be like, oh my God, I saw the Back in the World tour. And then you make a friend. And it's sort of a thing that I think is very cool, and it seems like the daughter took this in stride. I don't think this was out of line at all. I think she's probably the most popular girl at her school right now, so thanks, mom.
Really quick question. Did anyone watch Bobby's World? Your mom completely sounds like the mom from Bobby's World. Like, don't you know, 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
So Howie Mandel.
That sounded Jamaican.
Listen,
Midwestern. It's supposed to be Midwestern.
My Minnesota, I've been accused of sounding Jamaican in my life. Wow, I was trying to throw shade and Grace threw it back. Good job, G. Work. That was amazing.
All this time I thought her mom was Jamaican, so that clears
no, man. We're not cultural appropriation, you guys. My mom is this mom. My mom,
really?
And so yeah, absolutely, and I love it because I am my mom's son, so I'm always gonna think about people too. Growing up, my mom would have for sure drop us off at the roller skating rink or wherever we're at, get out, and all of a sudden she'd be on the rink in skates. But now that I'm older, I love that because I shared so many awesome memories with my mom. My mom was a drill team coach when I was growing up, and me and my twin brother were the only guys on the drill team coach. And we used to slay the beast. And my mom was like, get out there, boys. But that was just her way of connecting with us and staying close to her children. This mom is funny because that's probably just who she is intrinsically. She's just, the life of the party.
So here's the thing is like, moms were kids once too.
Right.
Yeah. And either they have always been this way, or they went through their childhood and didn't do this kind of stuff, grew up, and as this article said, like there comes a point when you're covered in like your kid's poop, and you're breastfeeding in public, you're like, I don't have time to care. And then maybe that opens up this freedom where it's like, you know what, I'm just gonna go do whatever. And I'm sure to the kid, it's absolutely mortifying, or they've had to out of necessity deal with it. But to these people who are like, oh my God, that mom's pretty cool. She wants to play touch football with us.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
I was most impressed with the picture quality because my mom was that person who would go to everyone. But at the time, we didn't have, selfies. Yeah, self-facing cameras. So she would tell me about it later, but every selfie I get from my mom is like literally of her eyes. Like I'm just impressed that she was able to get that many semi-naked guys, like with those guys, yeah.
I will say though, there is a fine line between when moms are a little bit too revealing. I remember one summer, a teacher was talking to my mom and said, oh, Jason's voice has started to change. You know, the whole puberty conversation you have over this like from 7th to 8th grade where you're like, hi, are you? And my mom was like, well, he's becoming a man. I mean, I got, we're gonna have the sex talk soon. But yeah, his voice is a little high pitched now. And then my mom asked me like, are you growing? Are you sprouting anything down there? Like, who's, and then so it gets better because I have to have a physical, and guess who's in the room when I'm having the physical? My mom, because I am a minor, of course, and she's like, yep, I knew it. I'm just like, no, yes,
No, I always wanted my mom to come to the doctor.
But you're a girl
with me.
though. It's different when your mom's seeing your
I never asked my
junk,
dad.
and she's like, oh, you have pubes now. It's like,
Mom.
Look,
you
guys can relate at home. Don't act like your mom has not gone with you when you played team sports so physical and has seen your junk. It's not gross. It happens, but it's embarrassing, audience. I'm sorry.
So what's the most? So that sounds like a pretty embarrassing moment.
Beyond.
Anyone want to share any embarrassing moments that their mom has put them through? You got one?
This is recent, actually. Mom, I love you. I know you're watching because she loves me to death. But I visited, and you know when you fly, face just breaks out, right? I was on a plane for like 6 hours. I was a mess. The first thing she says to me was, wow. So she takes me to Ulta, which is like the beauty supply shop. She runs into someone that she knows, of course, who happens to work there. My daughter needs some help. I mean, look at her face. This was just last year. Thanks, Mom.
Wow. Thank you.
I think, right.
You don't want to have an acne conversation ever, let alone outside the bounds of your 14.
A year, look at your face. What is happening here?
So my parents are a little bit older, and my mom, like her lingo is sort of dated in some ways. And one time my cousin came over with a friend of his who had a big beard, and it was me, and then we talked for a little bit and he left. And there was me, my brother, my friend, my mom. And my mom was like, what did you think of cousin Billy's friend RJ? And I was like, I mean, he seemed fine. She's like, he's a bit of a cunt face, don't you think? And I was like, what? And I was like, Mom, like that is the worst. And she's like, no, I don't mean, because it's the beard, it looks a little bit. I'm like, I know what it means.
Whoa, what did it mean?
Wait, now I don't know what it means.
I
thought it was an attitude thing.
Totally
now I'm thinking his face looked like a vagina.
Like actually,
yes. She was like, I know, I mean, he was pretty nice, but the beard, it's a little bit of a, he had cunt. I was like,
face.
Mom, she wasn't
even insulting him. Like not even.
She wasn't. It was the beard that put her off.
She really is the Bobby's
And the more that she was like explaining it to my brother and my friend and I, we were like, just less. And she was like, I don't think it's that bad. It's when you have a cunt. Mom, stop saying it.
Your mouth is the cunt, sweetheart. Your mouth is the cunt.
And I had to go around to like her sisters, my aunts, and be like, can someone please tell my sweet older mom that you can't, cunt is not a word you just say around your friends now. Like, I don't know what it was like in the 50s.
Right, the JJ face.
The JJ face.
I'm more impressed that she said cunt though.
Yeah.
Like your mom seems so like nice and just like, but she doesn't use that word.
That implies that there was a time when it was just fine to say cunt.
I think there was during the Great Depression when she was in her 20s. I don't.
Things were bad. Cunts, by comparison, were totally pleasant.
Sally Jane down the street is a real cunt.
Today was a real cunt.
Well, let's move on to another story about looks and whatnot. Anyways, all right, let's do this. Will rainbow armpits be a thing?
Please
this
no.
is from please no. I get that. Caitlin Ford from Caitlin Ford Hair on Instagram. She said that my client wanted something fun she could show off while she was out celebrating St. Louis Pride Fest this weekend, and so she gave her this. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
That is rainbow armpit hair. She says she calls this look rainbow pits. And I can see why.
It's a great picture.
It is a really good picture.
She's pretty.
She's giving you like Beyonce, Music of the Sun realness video.
It's definitely sexy to me.
It is. Oh, so curvy, hot.
For those who have never seen Caitlin Ford hair, she's actually really great at other things. Look at that.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
Rainbow, other stuff. What do you think about the rainbow armpit?
It's not, the rainbow armpit.
Let's start with the rainbow armpit.
Okay, the rainbow armpit. First of all, ladies, how do you guys feel about underarm hair on women?
Can't, nope, not.
Fine. I mean,
Do you have it?
I mean, I don't know. A little bit today. I mean,
But
I
like
shave.
you-
I don't care. I just like don't care. Some people feel very empowered when they don't shave. Some people feel very empowered when they do shave, and I think that that's fine either way. Yeah, I think this is really cool. It's just you have to decide if it's your jam.
Right, exactly.
And if you can rock it, if this is your style, then I think go for it. But I also don't think it should be the sort of thing that body hair on women is a kind of like a hot topic. So it's like you're either like fight the patriarchy, don't shave, but like I like to shave my legs, and I can fight the patriarchy and still shave my legs. I think that body hair.
Why do you shave your legs?
Because it feels nice. I like to feel my legs when they're smooth. It looks better with socks for me, but other people, I've seen them like rock like different colored leg hair, all sort of body hair. Whatever is your jam, you should be able to do.
Can I ask
yes.
a personal question? Like,
please.
Is your hair thick on your legs? Because if I went
That's a good
2 days without
valid.
shaving my legs, I kind of look like a cave woman. I'm not even lying. And I have a 5 o'clock shadow under my arms.
Really? Like
I
by
do.
5 o'clock?
Wow.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
every day?
serious. Like I shaved this morning. Here, guys, I shaved this
Look
morning.
at you.
And you can see it. You can see it.
So I haven't shaved.
I know, but I'm just saying it's not. It's kind of.
It smells really fresh though. I love it.
That's another thing too. It's like it's.
So I haven't
feel
shaved
like
my
a
armpit in like a
smell.
week.
That's not fair. See,
And
we
I
have
am-
the
See, you're
same
blessed.
amount.
But
I
hashtag
shaved this
blessed.
But I'm
morning.
like very hairless.
But I'm hairy.
So yeah, so like I think to each.
So you're definitely, when you shave your body hair, you're like, I am one way naturally. I don't want to be that way in front of you, right? And that's that dynamic we frequently say like, that seems unhealthy because you're changing who you are in a way that brings up issues like, I imagine everywhere that I shave, except for my face, no. But like if you shave, you get stubble, right? And I can picture how itchy this must be rubbing up against anything. How itchy the stubble is in your armpit, is that an issue?
Well, it's a different, I think your underarm hair, if you've noticed on your body, your hair is different textures in different places, you know? So like my underarm hair is super baby soft, like I could braid it, have cornrows in it, it's really nice.
Hokey.
Really?
Yes, and it's just
Not raw tuna with Hawaiian flavorings. You're talking about
unfortunately
that's
not.
different kind of pokey.
If only my armpits produce
like
that. That'd
soft
be
and like-
different.
I think Americans, you are right. Underarm hair for women is a really hot topic. And if you ask some people, they'd be like, you know what, no, women should not have underarm hair. It's masculine, et cetera, et cetera. I think getting back to the picture and the topic of the rainbow underarm hair, if I saw it, I would be taken back by it because you don't see a lot of women with underarm hair in America. You just don't.
It's weird because it's like natural. Like I like natural hair color. I think is sexy. Like I think women with less makeup, that's sexy to me. But for some reason, when I see leg hair and armpit hair, I'm like, okay, that's not
You've been
sexy to me.
conditioned to not
Because
see
for
that.
me, yes, and I think it's a matter of like nurture versus nature, where it's like I have equated body hair with men and lack of body hair with women. And so when I see that not play out, I am like, whoa, stop it. But I wonder if it became the norm.
It's the societal norm in America. So like growing up I grew up in Belgium, and on my sports teams, it was a variety of, I was one of the few girls on my Belgian team that would shave my armpits, and I would notice that. But it also like, it wasn't just everyone that had like all this arm hair flowing out. I just sort of noticed in the locker room that there was a variety of ways to have body hair for women, and that is just totally normal to me.
right.
Dyeing your armpit hair is sort of a new phenomenon that I think is cool, but it also like, imagine how long you had to just lie like this in the salon, just like make it happen.
But see, I grew up here in America, so different. I remember I came home crying when I was maybe 9 or 10 years old, because that's when the hair just started for me. And a boy made fun of me on the bus and said, "Oh my gosh, you need to shave your legs." And I went home crying to my mom, but they wouldn't let me shave my legs because my dad said I was too young, and it was like this whole thing.
That's the worst.
Yeah. So, but that was what I grew up with.
Yeah.
So it was like everybody shaved their legs. I mean, people shave their arms.
The
like
idea
everybody shaves everything.
of a parent saying you can't shave your legs because you're too young is like so terrible to me. It's
Why?
like, because you're not like, the makeup thing is like, I wanna change something, but like if to shave your legs.
But that does mean that's a puberty thing. Like when you get hair on your legs,
it's a physical change.
Yeah, but I know, but it's also like you're getting older. It's like an age thing.
But it's so transparent of like, I don't want my baby to grow up no matter how she feels in front of people.
People also equate underarm hair to odor and to scent, because I know I have some gay friends, and I'm gonna get really gross, but they like their fetish is to sniff armpits. They think the masculine scent of an armpit or a man's crotch is erotic.
Hot.
I mean, that's just, there's fragrances made to emulate a man's crotch. It's just a sexy thing.
There is?
Absolutely, Tom Ford, absolutely, yeah. But the inspiration, the more you know here, Pop Trigger.
Seriously, I'm learning all kinds of
But so I think that's why a lot of people look at underarm hair on women.
Pubic service announcement.
And yeah, PSA all the time. To equate underarm hair in women as masculinity, also with odor too.
Yeah.
But I think so the pictures of rainbows, in addition to having rainbow underarm hair, I think the on your head looks great. And again, these pictures are styled. Like this was someone's style. This was professionally done. But people have had their hair rainbow tinted for years now.
Miley Cyrus dyed her underarm hair pink last year.
Yeah,
good for her.
You know, whatever you want to do is cool.
I do a lightning bolt.
Do you?
No, I've always wanted to. I get ingrown hairs.
I shaved there once because like
hardwood floors, good for you, Brett.
Yeah, I went with hardwood floors. I pulled up the carpet. Yeah, there were hardwood floors underneath.
I was like hardwood floors.
Yeah.
Like, what are they talking
Found that.
about? I'm still not
And it was the dumbest decision I've ever made.
Because the grow back was horrible.
It was the grow back, 100%. Just like you're walking your Gold Bond medicated powder. It is the worst, so I do not recommend it for comfort's sake, which is why when women do it, and that's been the style for a while to have no hair down there.
It's still the style, and it still hurts.
But it's coming back.
I hope so.
The hair is coming back.
The bush, the bush.
Yeah, it just like we had a President Bush, and then not a President Bush, and then a President Bush again. We had
it's cyclical.
Bush, no Bush.
Yeah, and just
a little
be
Bush
mindful.
Again.
Like there's hair in these places for a reason, for like a biological reason.
What's the reason?
What is friction? Fucking friction.
Yeah,
you have skin rubbing against.
Good.
Listen to this sound. Ow!
Here, do it on my beard.
But now.
That is not true.
Softer.
Why would you friction? Wait, great. Friction. So is friction supposed to be erotic? Like why would?
No, it's not. No, it's like you get a.
I read a lot of erotic friction.
You get like a skin burn when it's like skin on skin when it's really shaved, especially for women. Like
that's how I feel bad about like making out. Even though I've been in a relationship for a while, we don't really make out. But like the making out, it's like I can't believe that I'm rubbing this against your face for more than a second, and you're putting up with it. Ugh. I did a play where I had to kiss a guy, and I was like, oh my God, I'm putting people through that.
How was that kiss, Brett?
Very choreographed. I was in a play. I was in another play at the time with that guy's girlfriend, and I had to kiss her. It was real weird.
That's like an inadvertent threesome.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I don't agree, Grace, with the rub. I feel like.
Well, you don't know.
Well,
no, I know.
It's a matter of taste. It's a matter of taste.
It's just science. That's just how friction works.
No, I know, but I'm saying because you just said that smooth creates friction, right?
Smooth and a little bit of growing.
Because you have different things.
It can never be fully smooth because there's going to be a little bit of grow back, and I think that's more sandpapery than not.
I'm fully smooth.
Hey,
Heather, rub my face. I'm fully smooth chocolate right now. Right now. This would probably feel really good against your face, Grace.
No, not at the sort of speed that I operate at.
Wow. Oh my God. All right. We're gonna move on. We're gonna go away for a little bit.
Oh, wow.
Don't you guys go away when we come back. We got armed teachers. And we're gonna talk about flight attendants and planes and whether things are changing. So don't go away, we'll be right back. Flight attendants are now saying that, in the wake of the guy who got beat up on the United Airlines flight and additional viral videos taking place and confrontations between flight attendants and passengers, that now it's actually getting more dangerous on planes because flight attendants are afraid to tell people to stop doing stuff. Just about every other flight, according to one flight attendant, I would have the passenger make a reference to the United Airways incident and be like, well, you guys are always saying, please fasten your seatbelt, put up your tray tables, pull your seat back forward. What if I don't? Are you gonna drag me off the plane like they did on United? Passengers who don't obey the rules, according to some flight attendants, could mean chaos in a true emergency. And then flight attendants, rather than deal with stuff, they're saying they feel uncomfortable performing essential job functions and responsibilities because one angry person can change your employment status. Weigh that against what has happened in terms of regulations as the airlines have done things like United giving way and saying, all right, we're not gonna take you out of a seat you've been assigned and taken already. We're not gonna take that from you, as well as other changes that have gone on. But what do you guys think?
It's hard. This one's a hard one because I see both sides. The flight attendants, again, like the biggest thing that stuck out to me in that quote was you can change your unemployment status because everybody needs a job. And if one person doesn't like you, complains to your boss, you could be unemployed, and that is a terrible place to be in, so I get that. But on the other hand, I feel every time I fly that I am just getting raped by these people, from my wallet, from you can't put your armrest here, to put your tray table up, we don't have coffee, you know, whatever it is. I'm always feeling uncomfortable on a plane anyway. I see both.
I see both too, Heather. I think there's two things that need to come to fruition when dealing with the passenger and the flight attendant or the employee. It's compassion and communication. Because fine, the customer, as you said, you know, probably feels a way about having to pay for baggage fees, and they're probably been up really early. There's all kinds of variables that go into play when you're in a bad mood, when you're flying. Either you're going cross country, etc. But then also the flight attendants too are working. They have a job to do. They're probably tired. So it's awareness. A lot of people feel, or at least I think people feel that if they're paying for a service, they could behave in a certain way. I gave you money for this good or this service, so I can treat you accordingly. I work in customer service. I'm sure you've worked in customer service for people. You are not a person. You are basically a walking, talking servant to just do my bidding because I paid you a fee. I gave you money, and at the end of the day, we all want money. And so a lot of these customers do abuse these flight attendants. And when you work in customer service, you're always told the customer is always right. I think that's bullshit. The customer is not always right, and it's not. And then also sometimes though too, when you fly, flight attendants do abuse their power. Yeah. You know, they do feel like, well, I was told at Delta a couple weeks ago because I got upset. You will never fly Delta again, and I'm a Diamond Medallion member because I mean, are you kidding me? Tasha, I'm never gonna fly Delta. Doubt that.
What happened? How did that?
I was late for my flight. I apologize. I was late because coming from the Valley to LAX at 2 o'clock, I left my house 2 hours early. Something happened. Traffic. It's LA traffic. And so I was asking questions like, what do I need to do? Where can I go? Like, what is the next course of action? The lady completely ignored me. Completely ignored me. And so it was like, right. And then so another flight attendant came over and I said, hi, can you help me since Tasha here seems to not know I'm standing in front of her asking a question. And she said, excuse me, sir, watch your tone, blah, blah, blah. It escalated. Then she proceeded to say, you will never fly Delta again if you don't calm down. Mind you, I was not it takes a lot to get me upset. To get me to the point where I'm screaming, yelling, hitting people. That's never happened. Right. So for her to say that was like, really,
So that to me sounds like it's difficult to communicate and also to understand all the different people's roles in an airport in the aviation industry. Right. So like there's guest service people and there's flight attendants. Flight attendants in line to go through security, in their mind, they're not getting paid until the door shuts when you get in the plane. So their idea is like, I hate that they have to wear different shoes in the airport. They have to wear what are called concourse heels, which are the most uncomfortable things. And then when they're in the plane, they can change their shoes to things that are kind of comfortable. But to them, it's like, screw this. And then their job, just like every other person's job, they have folks who are traveling, and then you just have to deal with this. Everyone's late, everybody's at. But that said, there's absolutely a way for them to say, listen, and we all know that if someone's about to miss their flight, they get to go through security first. They just ask nicely as you were doing, but she was probably like, I've got an 8-hour day rest layover and I gotta get on this plane, so fuck everyone else. But I get it. Now they're saying that there are more, one of the different things that is happening lately is it seems like the flight attendants are getting trained to believe that their job is more for safety than it is for customer service. But then when you close your eyes and think flight attendant, you think of someone who's a waitress in the sky or a waiter in the sky. That's something that I think we have to like take into consideration because it's not. Let's be honest, it's not just for safety, it is for customer service.
The bottom line for me, you sort of talked about communication, Jason, and I think that that's the major issue at play here is that airlines have a little bit of dare I say, like a branding problem, at least with flight attendants, about what their job is, because it's exactly that. We think of them as just sort of our butlers in the sky.
I think it's a stereotype.
What we need, what we need to do is we need to remember that they are for our safety. They are to make sure that we get to and from their safety. We need our destination safely. We need to sort of manage our expectations of what we expect from these people, and they need to make sure that they meet that criteria of getting us there safely and calmly being able to explain if there is some sort of a holdup, if there is some sort of red tape that we don't understand. They need to be able to communicate that with us so we understand that no one loves, I don't think, but let me know in the comment section, flying. Like
no one.
Yeah, who loves it?
No, yeah, you might like flying. You don't love traveling.
Doing it,
right?
no.
Yeah. Traveling's the worst, and people at the airport forget their people. Once you're traveling, they forget how to be people. And then I think another thing to think about is airlines have changed. Flying has changed. And the way it used to be, when you think of like Pan Am, it was this resort in the sky. Yeah. There were giant seats, giant meals, and now they're cramming you in. And the flight attendant isn't responsible for that. In fact, flight attendant pilot pay has gone way down since 9/11. And it's gotten way more stressful as you've increased TSA. So everybody's just way more stressed out. And I think we would all be well served if everyone, including the flight attendants, including the travelers, just chilled out a little more.
I do think that the airlines need to take responsibility a little bit, because let's face it, you go into any store, any restaurant, any customer service based thing like on the ground, you get bad service, you can go somewhere else. There's nowhere else to go because there's only 4, 5 major airlines. They know you're not driving from California to Florida. They know you're not doing it. They're going to take your money and they're going to do it anyway. And I think they just need to take a little responsibility for the fact that how they treat their customers. Like you, I've had a very similar situation where I was yelled at, was almost going to miss my plane, and there was nothing I could do in the situation.
And when you think of everybody going into the situation, it's like the traveler has been through a lot of stressful stuff. The flight attendant, I talked to a flight attendant on a plane once where she was like this far away from her pension and her airline got bought. And she's like, instead of a house, I have to get a tiny house now. And I'm probably not gonna get that. Like she was like so close to retiring and she had to stay on. But everyone's bringing physical baggage on the plane. It seems like there's a ton of emotional baggage going on the plane. And I don't know what the solution is, but I think if we all just like step back and listen to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And that goes for TSA. I think it starts at the counter. It starts at when you arrive at the airport, because I fly Southwest a lot. I have flown Southwest my whole life until I got with Munchkin, who was like strictly Delta. Southwest has always been so good, so great. And you are right, I think it's a stereotype we have about flight attendants that they are Coke handlers and peanut givers and pretzel makers on a flight. In the article, they talked about safety, and I think that a lot of stuff that flight attendants ask us to do is not that hard. Like put your bag under the seat, buckle up. How is that rocket science, people?
Yeah.
But yet people want to combat that.
A lot of that stuff's for your safety. Like your tray table's up because if you have to escape, you don't want to go over tray tables.
And if the plane's going down, or God forbid, I'm sorry, but if you are needing guidance or needing assistance, you're gonna want that flight attendant there to tell you what the F to do.
Right, and they're highly trained. Just watch Sully. It's like brace, brace, brace. That way, that way, that way. You here. Anyways, okay, so we're gonna go into our last story, which is also kind of a safety story. Colorado teachers are being trained with firearms to potentially be armed at schools. Now, there is a 3-day course being offered to certain teachers in Colorado, which consists of firearms and medical training, and it was launched this last Tuesday in Weld County. The course is being provided by a group called FASTER, the Faculty Administrator Safety Training and Emergency Response Group. And it was set up by parents to basically account for the fact that during a school shooting, if the teachers are not armed, they can't fight back, and it's called a soft target. Now, there are 2 schools of thought coming out of this. One is teachers should be armed because if an armed person shows up, teachers should be able to neutralize the threat. And the other side is, well, now we have a ton of guns at schools. Is this actually making people safer? What do you guys think?
3 days training. Yeah. Please tell me how anyone who has never had any kind of firearm or emergency training can learn how to save a whole school in 3 days. 3 days.
Yeah. I mean, you can, unless you're Jason Statham or
Right.
or The Rock.
I don't. Teachers are normal people. Like I could be teachers are normal people. For 3 days of training, not only how to shoot a gun, how to not shoot students and shoot who your target is, the emotional stress of an emergency situation.
Yeah.
Right, but these people, you make great points. And again, it's like more guns in schools is an issue I had when I read this when I heard about this, because I mean, you have more of an opportunity for a potentially tragic accident to happen with the children. But that said though, if a person's volunteering, because they're volunteering to carry the gun, to be trained, and if they want to do that, I say let them. I think that if I don't have young children, but I have a nephew who goes to school, and I would be happy for a teacher to protect him in the event that something like a Sandy Hook happens, or and I think, and it's not like these guns are going to be in cubby holes in the classroom just hanging out. With the training, I'm sure they'll get proper indoctrination of how to handle these guns, where to put them.
3 days, proper. Well, I mean, 3 days.
But you can learn a lot in 3 days. I mean, we're saying, oh my God, 3 days is is only 72 hours, but you can learn a lot, especially if you're wanting and have the willingness to do that.
Okay. Have you ever shot a gun before?
I have, and there's also going to be a vetting process.
I can guarantee you, I could not hit any target after 3 days of just doing it, especially a moving one in a stressful situation.
Right? No, I get it.
No, I don't think so.
We cover all the time police with a lot of training who end up shooting the wrong person for not being provoked. Like it is a real issue, and especially have you ever teachers want to shoot their kids all the time.
Well, that was the other issue too. Just all these guns floating around.
Well, but I think,
let's hear from Grace, because you almost chimed in a couple times.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm so passionate on this area.
So I'm hearing a lot of these taglines for people that are pro-gun, which is when the seconds count, police are minutes away, or I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. All that stuff.
Wow.
But here's the thing with this is that they say explicitly that the faster program will not negate security and law enforcement on the premises. So why are we arming teachers? Because if they're saying that you should still have law enforcement and regular security operatives on your campus, if that's something that you already had, why are you arming more teachers? And also about learning things in 3 days. I was a first responder when I was in college. It's how I paid for stuff, and I learned that training in it was about 48 hours that we learned it, and I was very open and very wanting to learn how to save these lives and how you set a wound and all that stuff, and I retained it for the whole time that I was working there, campus rec. That's what's important. But I would not know now. It doesn't stick with you, and it's one of those smash learning techniques where it's like when my girlfriend was studying for the bar. You study your ass off, you take the bar, and then you walk out in a blackout. Like I don't know what just happened. And I have a feeling that the programs like this, these smash learning, where you learn something and you absorb it for 48, 72 hours, or however, even months at a time, and then you do it and then it's done.
Right.
It's not how you retain information, so that's what I'm worried about. If they already have security on the premises, why do you need to arm teachers?
So that's a priority.
I agree.
But let's say we had a week-long recurring series of training sessions that teachers are. So let's say we could train them enough. There's guns in cabinets at schools. There's guns on teachers at schools. These are teachers who themselves have volunteered to carry guns. So there's an opt-in bias of I'm the kind of person who would do this. And then at schools all the time, kids are going places they're not supposed to.
I was just going to say that. Grace, the question was, well, if there's security on campus and there's these people to facilitate safety for the students, why do we need teachers to carry guns? Well, I can only speak from the schools I went to in high school, and the security was some older guy, probably in his late 50s, that just walked around as a deterrent, not as an actual person who is physically able.
But you're also describing a lot of teachers too.
But here's the thing though: these people are choosing to partake in this. So it's like if I'm going to become a fireman, I know the rigorous physical requirement that I have to possess in order to become said job profession, right? So I'm gathering, and this is all
they will be tested mentally and physically.
Absolutely. I mean, they're vetted. I'm sure they're going to be vetted heavily for this to make sure that they're able to perform the job. I just feel that our child's safety, to me, my nephews or my future child's safety is of the utmost importance. And if Colorado wants to do their due diligence of having more security to protect my child in the event of a Columbine, of a Sandy Hook, then goddamn it, sign them up.
Columbine, Colorado. You know, where the discussion about mass shootings at schools started in Colorado. And while this is one program, there are other programs around the country, Ohio, Pennsylvania, that are starting to do these kinds of initiatives. We'll see. But man, the argument is I want to keep this place safer. And then if you get into an argument of, I really like the point of let's have more security, whose job it is to do that. So it's not just like, whether they happen to walk into the class with the gun. Oh, now I have to remember what class has a gun that we can go to. That's difficult. I think that then you're in a discussion of like, okay, so let's take dollars away from the education of a school and put it toward the security of a school. That's a different discussion.
And I don't think necessarily that programs like this are bad. I just think that they need to be more comprehensive, and it's the 3-day program that I'm hesitant on. I think what you propose is, as far as like if there was a weekly training that you could opt in on, and this was something that you were interested in learning, that's something that we can talk about. But that's not the program we're talking about. We're talking about a 3-day thing that's going down, and I don't know if I would trust anyone that had training for 3 days with a firearm around kids.
That was my point exactly. I also when we talk about safety, nobody likes to throw out there, well, let's just have less guns. That's where my mind goes. We want safety, less guns equals less crimes. But I feel like we're adding more guns. Like how many teachers are going to have guns?
Well, I mean, the counter argument is, if I have a gun and you have a gun,
well, if nobody had guns, you know,
right? Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm really
but I do like in the logic of this when they say they're testing people mentally and physically. All right, I would, if you're willing to give that rubric in giving guns to teachers, why don't we give that rubric to giving guns to anyone?
Yes.
You know, and so now we're negotiating here, and that's really nice.
And the real shittiness to all of this is that the events that happen that require us to even take these measures. That's the real shittiness of this whole gun conversation.
All right, so millionaire Tim Gurner has told millennials that if they would stop eating avocado toast, then they could afford a home. It is that simple. Now he had an interview. He is a millionaire, real estate mogul.
So he knows what he's talking about.
It's true. You know who else is a millionaire?
He has millions.
Donald Trump. Does he know what he's talking about?
Yeah, exactly. He said you'll be able to buy a house if you eat fried chicken every day for 70 years.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
You could buy a house that could be white. I don't know. So he is a real estate mogul, and he was on 60 Minutes in Australia, and he said, when I was trying to buy my first home, I wasn't buying smashed avocado for $19 and 4 coffees at $4 each. We're at a point now where the expectations of younger people are very, very high. They want to eat out every day. They want to travel to Europe every year. The people that own homes today worked very, very hard for it and saved every dollar, did everything they could to get up the property investment ladder. This generation is watching the Kardashians and thinking that's normal.
Oh, now I love it.
Thinking owning a Bentley is normal. He seems a little removed from reality. And obviously,
yeah, I don't know. Look, we talked about this in production meeting a couple days, and like, okay, obviously the focusing on the avocado toast. I think, even though I think avocado toast sounds terrible, so I'm.
Have you ever had it?
I just
it's
don't
amazing.
get. We'll do a story someday.
I give up a home any day for some avocado toast.
I think people like need to realize what an avocado is and dial back their expectations. But it's easy to be like, okay, millennials, Kardashians, and so that stands out, and he's really annoying and unbearable. He's insufferable. I will agree.
Yes.
But is he 100% wrong? He's wrong, but is he 100% wrong?
Look, I think if you want to buy a home and you need to save up or whatever, you shouldn't be doing a lot of discretionary spending, right? Like you should be very careful with the way that you're spending your money, 100%. But he's really not taking into account the different struggles that millennials have to go through. Like there's stagnant wages, we have overwhelming student loan debt, the housing market is absurd, and it's really hard. I mean, it's hard to get a job, and so especially a lot of millennials who came out of college, you know, right after the 2008 economic crisis. Like, there are some circumstances that don't allow people to buy homes and that are prohibiting people from having the money to invest and things like that. That he's not taking into account. He's like, oh, they're just being stupid and buying these like silly things and spending all their time watching the Kardashians, and that's just but that's just an unnecessary.
Yeah, I totally get that. That's the criticism of his comments. I get that. But my response would be, is he actually discounting that? Like, there's all this stuff that makes buying a house way harder today than it was 20 years ago, especially 40 or 60 years ago. Yeah. Totally true, 100% true. But for one thing, based on the couple of quotes that have been plucked out of his 60 Minutes thing, because I'm assuming 99% of the people who criticize him probably didn't watch the whole thing, including myself.
Yeah, maybe he talked got time for that. Kardashians was on after.
Exactly. Maybe he did talk about the structural things too. But even if he didn't acknowledge those things, all that stuff you listed is 100% true and uncontrollable for millennials. We can't control that there was a financial recession. We can't control that wages are stagnant. So if that's true, aren't the things we can control even more important? Like saving and investing and all of that.
Yes, but he's under the assumption that, like, I mean, he's generalizing millennials, saying that millennials are buying over. I mean, that's what sucks about this, right? Because there are some millennials who like buy avocado toast. Like, that's awesome. Avocados are great, despite what you think, despite your wrong opinion. But also, there's like a ton of millennials who are, you know, like disturbing like the tech market, and there's the millennials who are saving and who are struggling.
Yeah,
and
he's not criticizing them, I don't think.
He's saying this generation is watching. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a little, it's an overgeneralization. It's rude. Let's see what some people on Twitter had to say. Caleb Horton says, all right, I did the math. If I stopped eating avocado toast every day, I would be able to afford a bad house in Los Angeles in 642 years. Obviously, this guy put together some numbers, which is very funny. And then this guy said, joke's on you, fuckers. I built my house out of avocado toast.
Yeah, those are funny. I was putting together a graph that showed like the fall in wages, and I was going to put a marker for avocado. It takes too long to do Photoshop. It's totally true, but I think he should combine the two. That yes, typical millionaires did tend to save their whole life, but they also didn't have some of the extra strains that we have. That's the truth.
Yeah, stop hating on millennials. It's just not, it seems
hey,
like
as a millennial, it bothers me too, okay?
Oh, okay, whatever. All right, welcome back to Think Tank. So in some more biased dress code news from Think Tank, 2 girls have been suspended for wearing box braids to school. Now, according to the Boston Globe, several students actually at the Mystic Valley Regional Charter School in Malden, Massachusetts, have faced detention and suspension for wearing box braids, which reportedly is against school policy. So these are the 2 girls who have
in public like that.
Faced this biased dress code, and there's some more pictures of them here, and then a close-up of their box braids. Now, real interesting, the school sort of released a statement standing by their decision to apply these suspensions and detentions for this hair choice. Now they say, one important reason for our students' success is that we purposefully promote equity by focusing on what unites our students and reducing visible gaps between those of different means. Our policies, including those governing student appearance and attire, foster a culture that emphasizes education rather than style, fashion, or materialism. Our policy on hair extensions, which tend to be very expensive, is consistent with and a part of the educational environment that we believe is so important to our students' success, which, if you are paying close attention, obviously hair extensions and sort of other, I guess, hair changes and things like that will disproportionately affect black students, right, and black women. And so by implementing something like this, they are disproportionately, you know, punishing young black girls.
Well, then we should get in front of that by encouraging more people, including white men, to do box braids.
This is true.
This is true. Well, that might stop them from cracking down on it.
Maybe.
If it's the senator's son who's doing it, maybe they give it a pass.
Ooh. But I mean, here's the thing is, black hair, especially black women's hair, has been the target of certain rules, whether it be in schools or in the office, for as long as we can, you know, look back on it. And that is really, I mean, we have to at some point be able to realize these are like racist policies and that we need to change them and be more understanding, and so not shame girls for their black hair and not punish them for wearing their hair naturally or in braids or however they want to wear their hair, and making those more accepted in society because it's bullshit.
So what do you think about, outside of this exact example, like theoretically, if they actually meant what they said there, if they actually wanted to stop outward expressions of having more money that might make people with less money feel stigmatized, because of course, in high school, there's a lot of that.
Yes.
There's bullying based on, oh, you're the poor kid because kids suck. If they actually meant it and it wasn't specifically about hair, would that be okay?
So I'll give you a...
Like not expensive sneakers or really expensive like raw denim jeans or Lululemon.
Okay, so they have obviously in this school, they have a uniform. I went to a school with a uniform and there were girls who tried to express themselves, whether it be in terms of fashion or in terms of wealth, with like their school bags or their shoes or whatever
you're allowed
it
to
may
have whatever
be.
bag you want.
Yeah, you're allowed to have whatever bag you want. And there was actually an article written about some girls at my school who had like $1,500 bags, and that's how they like showed off or whatever.
If they had that at my high school, they wouldn't have had it long.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is like that was a very. No, I mean it is affecting like the way that people perceive wealth and the way that people perceive themselves, and that's not good, and that's not conducive to a classroom environment that promotes equity. I totally understand that. I do think that hair is one of those things that you should have some leeway over.
What about a mullet?
You can wear a mullet. I understand.
What if that makes people feel like, oh, look at the guy with the mullet. Clearly, he's rich, and now I feel poor next to him.
But it's also like not your, like we don't know the financial situation for these girls. It's not your like purview. It's not your purview to say what people can spend their money on. Maybe they don't spend their money on cars, but they spend their money getting their hair. Like who gives an F? Like you should be allowed to spend your money how you.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't think they should have these policies.
So like that's not really the school's decision.
I don't even get the uniforms. It just seems weird.
Uniforms. I'm the biggest proponent of uniforms, actually.
Yeah. Look, I think I get why they want to do any of this, from just the base level uniforms to all the way to specific hairstyles. I get why they want to do it. I think that it inevitably leads to things like this constantly. So you don't do it. But that does mean that you're going to have an absolute mess of people wearing completely inappropriate things, and that's just what you're going to have, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but this isn't inappropriate.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
And maybe it should be cheaper to like have your hair braided, or to have get extensions, or to have your hair relaxed,
I don't think the school can
or
control
more
that.
Accepted that you should have your. I know, I understand that. I'm just saying, like society-wise.
I don't know how expensive it is.
Yeah, I don't know how expensive it is either, but obviously this is a.
This is gonna shock people, but I cut my own hair a lot of the time.
You know what's gonna shock people is I've cut your hair.
You have actually.
I know. Guys, let us know what you think about this school's policy. We'll see you soon.
Obviously, big proponents of technology at TYT generally, and here at Think Tank. We focus a lot on what technology has given us and what it can do for us, but perhaps it's also taken some things socially in terms of privacy, and we're going to break those down here. The first is the freedom to F up unnoticed. And I mean, you could fill in a million different examples of this. Obviously, the photos of you being drunk, which could be fun in some contexts, could be career-ending in the other. Get out there. If you tweet something stupid or make a bad joke online, that can go along with you the rest of your life.
Think about all of those aides that have been fired, those political aides who've been fired for like tweeting something like 10 years ago that they just like, you may have changed your mind. Like you probably had opinions 10 years ago that you don't agree with now and that would seem totally like un-PC now or whatever it may be. You can't do that. Like you used to go about and like make a joke or dress weird or get drunk or whatever, and it wouldn't be all over social media. But now it's like there's Snapchat and there's Instagram and Insta Story and everybody's business.
Well, thankfully those stories actually get automatically deleted, right?
Not automatically, 24 hours, and people can record it. Yeah.
That would be a creeper. Yeah, so that is true. I mean, things are just naturally following you, and like theoretically, we're never going to be able to have a president in 20 years because we're going to see their junk, and it's going to make us uncomfortable. We're not going to want to vote for them.
Or maybe we'll vote based off junk. Maybe that'll be how technology changes it.
Yes. The next one, old school telephones. Now, obviously, old school telephones have a lot of problems, but you can slam them down. It feels really good. Plus, you can like play with the cord and stuff. And then you're stuck chained to the wall. That's fun.
Well, now it's like when I hang up on somebody angrily, I click it, and then I like want to bang my phone down, but then I crack my phone. It's just
so you go through a lot of phones that way.
It is, but then I have to go when I hang up on. She's gonna probably hear this, but it's not. It's gonna be okay. When I hang up on my mom, and she gets mad at me, and I call back, I'm like, no, I just lost you. Whereas if you like hang up, then it sounds like you've hung up, and they know.
You hang up on your mom?
Sometimes she just talks a lot.
Man, technology has ruined you.
I love her to death.
Okay, here's another one I want to talk about was the idea that you could simply be unreachable. That like you get on your bike or you go to the mall and you couldn't be reached. Which most people think of as a bad thing, but it has some good aspects to it, that you're not constantly accessible in every way wherever you go. I mean, we don't even need Wi-Fi now, just the mobile connection is enough that you can be constantly tweeted to and emailed and everything. Like, it was kind of nice to be able to disconnect. Yeah. Now you can do it, but it requires a lot of conscious effort.
And you have to like let everybody know, hey guys, I'm gonna be off the grid for the next 45 minutes.
And people stigmatize it.
Yeah.
They think it's a bad thing. That's weird. Next one, friends showing up randomly at your house to see if you want to hang out. Now,
don't do that.
This wasn't for me.
That would like,
for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like people like, oh, what do you mean? You don't have friends?
No, I don't want people randomly showing up.
Yeah, I don't want people, I miss the idea of like, oh, like, are you home? Like, knocking on the door, like, see if you're there. Like, that's a cool, like, concept. But now I don't want people showing up my house.
Yeah, but it was cool when you were younger. But now it seems
weird. Nobody even knocks on my door. Like, nobody knocks on my door. People text me when they're at my house. Like, here.
Yeah.
Even if I'm expecting them, they say, oh, here. Nobody knocks on doors anymore.
Yeah, it's so abrupt. It's like, oh shit, the cops. Yeah, I don't think that, you're wrong, internet person. We don't need that anymore. Next, here's another one that's wrong. Urban legends. Those scary stories the kids and teens told each other. There was no easy way to check on it. The world felt a little more exciting and dangerous, more magical. Now you just go on Snopes and you don't have that hours-long conversation at your sleepover debating whether or not it's even possible to die from coke and Pop Rocks.
You don't miss mystery?
No, but see, here's the thing.
There's no mystery left
I don't
in this
miss
world.
it because it's still there. So this is true. Back then, it was very difficult
now we have
to check it out.
conspiracy theories.
That's true. So, yes, Mrs. Peanut Butter, theoretically, you can easily disprove stuff by going to Snopes, but we're humans and we're terrible, so we don't do that anyway.
Oh, that's true.
People believe every stupid conspiracy theory and rumor and urban legend, even though they could find out if it's true.
Well, think about like mystery, even just in terms of like what you like rumors about somebody is like you can just like Google them and find out everything you need to know.
Ah, I used to spread so many rumors about people in my school. It was so fun, and nobody could check on it. I just got off scot-free. Nobody liked me. They knew. Somehow they knew. I'm kidding.
Some things never change.
Anyway, the next one. Here's a sort of retail version of this. Blockbuster. It wasn't about the movie, it was the whole experience.
I loved going to Blockbuster. You go through the aisles, like my high school boyfriend and I would go through the aisles and we'd be like thinking about what we wanted to watch, and then we'd grab the snacks at the end of the aisle. It was like that was like part of the date. Like you would be in Blockbuster for like 45 minutes. Do you want to watch this one? Let's just hold this one. Oh, this one I really want to see is out. And they had like the whole wall with just like that one movie that just
yeah, that was weird.
Come back.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can have a version of it now. You can go on Netflix and you can browse. But
it's not the same.
Once you go even a little bit into browse, in my experience, you will never find anything you're interested in watching. It's impossible to choose something.
No, and then you Netflix needs to improve their search feature.
And get better movies.
And have snacks that could come out from the screen or something.
I don't think that's no. That's
you never know.
But
3D printing.
You said 3D printing there,
3D.
didn't you? It takes a long time, mind you, but it's good.
3D printing, I don't know.
Anyway, yes, so technology unfortunately has taken a lot, but it's still awesome. Welcome back to Think Tank, everybody. John and Hannah, and we've got a little bit of a serious story here, a bit of a tragedy, and we're going to try to learn something from it. But it stems from an unfortunate death having to do with an overdose of caffeine. The teenager was Davis Allen Kripe, who died from a caffeine-induced cardiac event caused by a probable arrhythmia. The teen apparently ingested the caffeine from a large diet Mountain Dew, a cafe latte from McDonald's, and an energy drink over the course of about 2 hours. So obviously, gigantic tragedy, both for that individual, their friends and family, obviously, and especially from such mundane sources.
Yeah, no, I think when people saw like this story at first, it's like, oh, caffeine overdose, and you kind of just don't even think about that could affect you in that way, and it's really sad. And I'm sure he didn't even think about that it could affect you in that way, and probably didn't think twice about it, and that's very sad.
Yeah, and especially like you think, okay, someone died from a caffeine overdose, they had to have had 20 Mountain Dews, 30 Mountain Dews?
Yeah, 3 drinks.
But an energy drink, a latte, and a Mountain Dew doesn't sound that dissimilar from what a lot of Americans probably consume. And that's why I assume that there was probably other things involved in this. It wasn't just the raw amount of caffeine. But obviously it's going to scare people, and it is possible to die from caffeine, so we're going to talk about what it might take in this video today. So, according to some experts, and there's wide disagreement about this, most people can safely take in about 400 milligrams of caffeine daily, or about 4 cups of coffee. Now,
how many cups of coffee do you have a day?
Well, here's the thing. In America, cup means very different things. Is a cup of coffee? Because I have this cup from Home Goods with a penguin on it.
Oh, I've seen that cup.
That is massive.
Like, it's as big as my head.
It's probably 8 cups of coffee. And here's the 4 cups of coffee. 80% of Americans probably consume that. So what does safely mean in this context?
Maybe it means like an actual cup.
I think it means a literal, a cup.
Literal cup, like a measuring cup.
When you get a large coffee, it's 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, safely, like we're talking about the possibility of killing you, but it could just be that you take in a bunch of caffeine, you don't die, but you can give yourself bad health effects, and so we're going to break those down as well. The most common symptoms of excessive caffeine intake are palpitations, dizziness, elevated blood pressure, nervousness, and anxiety. And so what's interesting there is that you have things that are like sort of purely physiological, like, oh my God, my heart is beating fast, I'm sweating, you know, whatever, I have a headache. But then there's also more general things like nervousness and anxiety. And that affects a lot of people. A lot of people consume a lot of caffeine. They may not know that they are giving themselves emotional problems.
Yeah.
Because of what they drink every single morning.
If I drink too much caffeine, I can like feel it, I feel it very emotionally. Like I feel it a little bit physically, but I remember once I had like too much caffeine and I was like, I felt like so out of sorts, and I remember like I was like looking around the room and I had this like very, very heightened, just sort of, I guess anxiety is like the right word. And then once I went to go work out and I like sweated it out and I was totally fine again. But I was just like very, very on edge, and it was just caffeine induced. There was nothing in my life that was going on that should have caused me that anxiety.
Just a few days ago, I was at home, and I had, now that I think about it, I had caffeinated pretty heavily. And I have this thing, it might not be the caffeine, it might be something else, but if I'm just home alone and I don't have plans, I get this weirding, like I've specifically laid out this day, I'm not gonna have plans. I'm not gonna go out, I'm not gonna do whatever. I can develop this anxiety that like I should be doing something. Why am I just here? And especially if the apartment is quiet, I get anxiety over it.
Yeah.
But it probably doesn't hurt that I'm on a lot of caffeine. That might be affecting it. And I think generally we expect, and this is part of the whole stigma about mental illness and everything, we think that we have control over our mood, over our thoughts. And in a lot of ways we don't. And something as common as caffeine can affect it. But we did start this segment talking about the possibility of death, so let's circle back around to that. It would likely take anywhere from 50 to 100 cups of coffee to result in a lethal dose of caffeine. But that said, if you were to just take pure powdered caffeine, that can be lethal at less than a teaspoon, which gets it into the range of could be used as a lethal poison territory. Now, I don't think a lot of people have access to pure powdered caffeine, and all those new like products intended to appeal to nerds like caffeine candy, caffeine, whatever. Be careful with that stuff.
Yeah, just be careful. I mean, I think caffeine, we've talked about this on the show before, is like one of those like super widely accepted drugs. Like caffeine is a drug. And so you have to not necessarily treat it like we treat other like sort of illicit drugs, but just treat it carefully. Yeah. Be careful.
Yeah, be careful. It's a common thing historically across the globe. but it could have effects on your health.
Right.
Anyway, and obviously very sad for Davis Allen Kripe, who died at least partly as a result of that. So very sad. Anyway, let us know what you think about both this story and the possibility that widespread caffeine use could be having this big effect in terms of anxiety and all that down below. I'll see you next video. Okay, so a lot of people believe that alcohol changes your personality. Some people say that as a good thing, some people say it is a bad thing, and we've probably had experiences over the course of our lives with both.
Yes.
But does it actually change your behavior? Scientists, noted experts on getting down and getting wild, have looked into this, and they have some results.
Also,
so,
I just want to preface this entire thing by saying science, from what I hear from the White House, doesn't know that much. So, like, let's all take this with a grain of salt, okay?
Exactly, yeah.
Which is you can put on the rim of certain alcoholic drinks.
Delightful, yes. So these scientists recruited a little bit over 150 participants who completed an initial survey gauging their alcohol consumption patterns and their perceptions of their own, quote, typical sober and typical drunk personality, which, as with any survey where people are self-reporting about themselves, probably suspect. And if they're having to judge how they are when they're drunk, I don't think any human's equipped to do that, but...
What do you think your drunk personality is?
I get a little bit tired, a little bit more jokey, I think. I think that I'm a very good drunk person. Oh God, you're thinking about like one time when I got too drunk, but even then, I was just incapacitated. I don't get like fighty or anything.
No, you were, I've never seen you
I'm a happy
fighty.
drunk, I think.
Yeah, I like, my favorite part of you getting drunk is when you like first start feeling it and you're just like, oh, I feel a little woozy.
Not woozy. I don't say woozy.
You have,
anyway.
and it's the best thing ever.
Anyway, the participants in the study say that after drinking, participants reported lower levels of conscientiousness, openness to experience, and agreeableness, probably not in those words, and they reported higher levels of extroversion and emotional stability. So in this test, they actually had them drink.
You're never more emotional stable. Like, you're not emotionally more stable when you drink. Let's just be real.
Yeah, so this is like they had them actually drink in this laboratory setting or whatever, which is, again, like, you can criticize any study, and sometimes people are way too quick to do it without having any idea about how these are actually run or whatever. I have the small benefit of the fact that I've run experiments like this. Like, I've been in this. That said, asking people how they are when they're drunk historically, and then having them drink in a laboratory setting.
Is not gonna.
That's pretty removed from what you're trying to study. Now, there's nothing you can really do about that, but you have to understand the huge limitations of the study. So they found that extroversion was the only factor robustly perceived to be different across participants in alcohol and sober conditions. So that
makes sense.
The takeaway from this is supposed to be that all these things that you think alcohol is changing your personality, it's not really doing. It's just changing extroversion, which could be true. But even if it's true, that's a pretty broad thing to change. Doesn't that seem like that would have a lot of effects on the sorts of things people, like that gets to the heart of what people think alcohol does to them? Makes them more extroverted, perhaps.
Yeah, it makes them more extroverted, and I think that could be positive or negative depending on your actual personality, your like sober personality. Like if you're an extroverted asshole versus like an extroverted like nice person, like that's gonna have a huge effect. And so I think that does make sense, and it can manifest in so many different ways depending on what your personality actually is. You just might be a little bit more outward with it.
Yeah, I think it's super contingent on your personality, as you say, on the context you're in, the people you're surrounded in, your past history with drinking, growing up, and all that. That said, those things I think do have effects. And maybe it's not necessarily that alcohol itself does this thing, but if you think it makes you a certain way, that is a strong influence on you being that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Exactly. And so I think everybody should tell themselves that they're happy drunks, and then we just have a ton of happy drunks.
Exactly. Yeah, not while driving.
No, don't.
Be a happy driver, not a happy drunk driver. Anyway, so look, that's what the scientists say, that's what we say. What do you think, okay? What are you like when you're sober versus drunk? Does it have a strong effect? Are people just convincing themselves? Or does the just mean more than it might seem in that sentence? Let us know down below. We'll see you next video.
Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So one of the things that John gets most frustrated with me about is texting while we are on set.
Texting, more browsing Instagram.
More browsing Instagram. That's very true.
You don't do it as much as you used to.
I've been working on it. I've been working on it.
Like, we'll see on the next episode of Think Tank.
No, but here's the thing, John. Now we're gonna go on a tangent. Is because between clips, and our crew can attest to this, is like you go into these like tangent stories, and while they're very interesting, I also like to multitask, see what the world is up to.
Anyway. Okay, so what are we talking about here?
Anyway, it turns out that if you are texting on a date, you might get sued. Now, Brandon Besmar took a woman out to go see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Have you seen this?
Yes.
I want to go see it.
It's very good.
He saw it at a 3D movie theater. So those, those tickets were pricey.
Oh, probably $25.
Yeah. But when the woman started texting 15 minutes into the film, it clearly bothered him, okay? So he says, it was kind of a first date from hell. This is like one of my biggest pet peeves. He says that his date used her phone 10 to 20 times and wouldn't stop when he asked her to. And then he suggested that she go outside and text. She did, but she never came back, understandably.
No one.
So he called her for the money, for the ticket, but she refused to because they were on a date, and he like originally said that he was going to treat her. So now he's suing her for $17.33. And the suit says, while damages sought are modest, the principle is important as defendant's behavior is a threat to civilized society.
Well, he's right there.
No, he is not. Come on.
He's not saying it's a mortal threat, but it's a concern.
It's not a concern.
They say put your phone away at the beginning of the theater, okay? She wasn't just hurting him, she was hurting the experience of everybody in the theater.
No. Okay, let me give you an example story. One of my pet peeves is when people make a lot of noise when chewing. Really bothers me, okay? So let's say we go to dinner, all right? And I say, you know what, John? You're a great co-host. This is obviously hypothetical. You're a great co-host. Let me treat you to dinner, all right? And so we get to dinner, we're sitting down, you're chewing away, and it's bothering me. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. People around are looking, he is chewing so loud. And I say, please, John, stop chewing so loud. If you're gonna chew that loud, step outside and chew. And you step outside and you leave. And then I charge you for the dinner and the extra guac that you asked for.
Which I would not have done. You're asking, is that acceptable?
Yes.
No, of course it's not acceptable.
Right.
No, I agree.
That was a threat to civilized society.
By the way, this is not a hypothetical.
So loud.
Because early on, you didn't criticize me for chewing, but you used to criticize me because I made noise when the fork would hit my teeth.
Oh, God. That is...
Come on, people. We have a society. We have to be willing to accept certain things.
Oh, God. It
but anyway,
my teeth cringe just thinking about it.
The lawsuit is crazy. Obviously, he's not going to get the money, and it's going to cost him way more to have the lawsuit than the $17.
100%.
But anyway, look, he should take what happened as an amazing thing. Because think about how quickly he weeded out a low-quality human.
A low-quality human? You can
No, I don't mean by the texting. They're at Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which is a delightful film. If she was bored by that, you don't want to spend time with her anyway. Get your ass out of the theater, go. That is a good movie.
But here's the thing.
Baby Groot, if she's texting during Baby Groot, she's heartless.
Well, I have a few points on this. First of all, the fact that she could text with 3D glasses on, very impressive. She's got to have great eyesight. She would be a great person to procreate with. So he should have thought about that.
I'm sure he would have done that. Had it been a possibility.
The next thing is this guy, now whose name is out in public, for suing somebody for texting during a date, you're not going to get a lot more dates. Let me just be honest. You're not going to get a lot more dates.
Maybe any publicity is good publicity.
No girl or anybody wants to go on a date with somebody who's going to sue somebody over texting 10 to 20 times. 10 to 20 times.
Well, that's a lot of texting.
I texted during this video 10 to 20 times. You just can't see it.
Wait, you're saying 10 to 20 times during a movie is not a lot?
No.
That's
because
think about the individual girl. That's fracking crazy.
She's on a date with a freaking crazy person. So look, ready? You say, how's the date? Oh, it sucks. Why? Because he's making me text. Or he's stopping me from texting. Really? Yes. OMG, LOL. I can't believe that. Me neither. You should leave. I think I should. Like, we're already at 6.
Man, your text conversations are boring. Anyway,
saying,
look,
it's easy to rack up the numbers.
He's wrong because of the lawsuit. She's wrong because of the behavior.
No, these are not equatable offenses.
I think they both could do better.
You're not. I think this girl needs to. I hope she was texting a back burner man. We should meet up. We should meet. He's texting her. We should meet up. Yeah, you leave the movie. Okay.
Yeah.
Babies.
And the guy she's texting is like, you know what, jackpot? I think she's interested. I think I'm gonna take her to Alien Covenant. Good luck, buddy.
What is that?
It's a movie. It comes out today. Anyway.
All right. Let us know if you think suing somebody over texting during a date is acceptable, or what you would sue somebody for if they were doing one of your pet peeves on a date. In the comments down below. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to Think Tank. Hannah and John here. So I feel like the political climate is like very boring right now. Like I feel like not much is going on, you know, and so I don't have a lot of questions except for, are we going to impeach our president? Because
personally.
Yes, we are.
We're starting a petition.
Change.org. No, so I had Jessica Yellen on the show the other day. And so we were talking about some of the things that are leading up to what are really some rumors, I guess, from both of the public, the media, and the House talking about potential for impeachment, right? And so I think they're talking about mainly focusing on the entire Comey memo and if there was some sort of obstruction of justice. Now, there's been a lot of things over the past few months that people have been commenting on and thinking might lead to an impeachment, but I think this one, people are saying, feels different. Do you think this is going to be the change in the tide, or do you think that we still have a long way to go?
I mean, it could be both. It could be a change in the tide, but the result of that changing tide isn't impeachment. Like, I definitely think that this is different. I mean, they have a special counsel now. That is a huge step. We don't know what could come from that. Now, there are limitations to a special counsel and what they can do. Theoretically, he could even be fired. Like, there's all sorts of limitations.
Is that a thing? He can be fired?
Yeah, he can be fired.
Oh, Trump, I mean.
No, special counsel.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Trump.
Yeah, no, he can't be fired. He probably thinks he can because he thinks everything is a business. But there are limitations on it. I do think it's significant, and I am 100% ready and willing to be wrong on this. But I think you always in America have to assume that impeachment is extremely unlikely. And you especially have to think it's unlikely when Republicans control all of the legislative bodies that would be in charge of doing the impeachment. I mean, there are reasons to think that they might want to do it, that the donors would prefer to have Pence, that even the House and Senate Republicans would prefer to have Pence.
I would prefer to have Pence. I mean, I think Pence has totally effed up policies and that I don't agree with, and I think it's going to be awful for women and for the LGBTQ community and so many other different factors. But at least, like, I don't think Pence is a freaking crazy person that is just like
he's crazy, but
putting
he's much more traditionally crazy.
Like secret code or code word information out to the Russians.
Yeah.
Like, I think he has a little bit more tact.
Yeah. Which some people say could make him more dangerous. And that's totally true. I think that the considerations of who would be better, from our point of view, are less important than whether or not Donald Trump actually necessitates impeachment with his behavior. But that being said, all the reasons why certain groups would prefer to have Pence and everything, going through and impeaching the president, removing the president from power when he's part of your own party, would be so significantly damaging that it would hamstring Pence. Like, the party would be so hurt. They would be devastated in the next election. Their ability to pass legislation would be so hurt. Because think about the Democrats. If Pence becomes president, they're going to say, this guy wasn't actually elected by the people. He's coming in as a result of scandal. We're not working with him on anything. And so that's why I think we still have to assume.
You don't think the fact that the party got behind Trump and already the damage that he's doing is enough damage to the party?
I think it would be even more damage.
Even more damage.
I think it was the Republicans were between a rock and a hard place. Like, supporting this guy, he is a disaster. It was almost certain that something like this was going to develop because of him. But he is also the president, and so they theoretically need to work with him in some ways.
Okay,
yeah, so I don't think it's likely. It's just
You don't think it's likely?
Theoretically, if in 2018 we had a huge turnover, lots of Democrats win and all that, then I think that makes it more likely. And I could be wrong. I'm not an expert.
So you think we need to take over the House and the Senate before?
I think we have to do that regardless.
Yeah, well, yeah. Agreed.
In fact,
and so
I
then,
will be running.
really quick, so even if he gets impeached, that doesn't mean that he's leaving the office.
Yeah, not necessarily. Like,
Right.
it's complicated.
It's
and you
super
go to all that
complicated.
Stuff, but, and obviously look back to the experience of the 90s and
Right.
how that actually shakes out. And we're not even close to that in terms of
Do you think he needs to get a blowjob in the Oval Office?
Yeah, our standards for politics have changed so much.
But like
he could get a blowjob. I'm not going to say it.
No,
I'm not going to say it.
Yes, but I don't say it because I know where you're going.
And Republicans would defend him.
But that's the crazy thing is like we had.
I was going to say Eric Trump.
We had like an impeachment over a blowjob, and this guy blew our entire intel from an ally, and like we're like, nah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's weird times, and it's exciting in the way that, like, I don't know, like, if you were, like, in the savannah and a lion was eating you, you'd be like, oh, this is a novel experience. So it's exciting, but also tragic and sad.
Yes,
But
it is
beautiful.
very true.
Nature is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out, to use your idiom there. Let us know if you think the tides are changing and if you think that we are headed for impeachment in the comments down below. I'm see you guys soon.
It's a little bit of a confusing situation. The Transformers movies are looked at as being pretty bad by most people. However, all 5 of them, the 5th opening right about now, have made $3.7 billion worldwide. People love these movies, but who are these people exactly? For those of us, myself included, who don't really care for the Transformers movies, this could be a little bit of a conundrum. However, the team at Ranker Insights has put together an infographic after polling people who had listed the Transformers movies among their favorites to illuminate the rest of us. Okay, so according to them, the states that hate Transformers the most include Washington, Alaska, and California, where we are. The states that love Transformers films include New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma in particular. Oh God, okay. So the same people have these opinions that their favorite movie is Suicide Squad, favorite TV show, Supernatural. It's better than Suicide Squad. The best movie of all time is Man of Steel. Their favorite musicians are 50 Cent and Linkin Park. Their favorite brand is Diet Coke. Now I have weird feelings about Diet Coke. And the greatest actor is Owen Wilson. He's pretty good. He's all right. However, the greatest actress is Mila Jovovich. I would have to disagree. The funniest TV character is the most annoying character, in my opinion, Sheldon Cooper of The Big Bang Theory. Favorite teen movie is Twilight. Greatest film score is Armageddon. I don't want to close my eyes. That one. Favorite comedian is Adam Sandler. So those are the people on Netflix. And the absolute most hilarious movie ever is Just Go With It, which is insulting, okay? I mean, first of all, it's a recent Adam Sandler movie. It's not even Billy Madison or The Wedding Singer or 50 First Dates. You picked Just Go With It, which is not a good movie at all. You picked a bad actor and a bad period in particular of his movie making, where he's just chilling and horking garbage at you, and you're just like, yeah, let's eat up this garbage. So I hope that has shed some light for you. I would skew these nicely as guilty pleasures, mainly as pure shit. What would you describe these as? And do you like the Transformers movies? Why? And also, I'm sorry that I've insulted you for several minutes in a row just now, but I'm not that sorry because this video is still getting posted. Please let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. Robert Downey Jr. is probably, without hyperbole, the leading man of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the one who is leading the charge, the #1 guy in all of these superheroes, right? So he recently posted a picture on Twitter during the filming of Avengers Infinity War. So here he is with Benedict Wong, Benedict Cumberbatch, Mark Ruffalo. They're having lunch, I guess. And there's a few things you can take out of this. In particular, there are a few theories about the movie. So the first thing that you notice is celebrities love sparkling water. But secondly, Robert Downey Jr. has a hole cut in his shirt. I doubt it's to take advantage of the keyhole trend. It seems like it might be part of his costume. And that would mean something interesting because in recent films, Avengers Age of Ultron and Captain America Civil War, he hasn't had the arc reactor. He's learned, or not learned, he's now able to live without that technology right in his chest. However, that hole would indicate it's back in his chest. What happened? Here's one theory. This is the movie where we see Doctor Strange and his universe converging. We see the Guardians of the Galaxy, to clarify it, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, also converging. And with that, we see all of these movies have centered around the time stones, and not time stones, the Infinity Stones. I'm thinking about the time stone though. That is the one that's inside of the Eye of Agamotto. That's the one that has allowed Doctor Strange to be able to defeat Dormammu. And generally, the idea here is that someone, perhaps Thanos, perhaps one of his henchmen, has gotten their hands on it and somehow manipulated time, and that's the Iron Man we have now? That's one theory. The other theory, Robert Downey Jr. is fucking with us. Which one do you think it is? One or two, everyone. Please let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. Goop is Gwyneth Paltrow's website for, I would say, very rich women with disposable incomes and not very much ability to read up on scientific topics, because today they're peddling a new form of pseudoscience. And now I'm not saying stuffing eggs in your vagina, which is something that was previously on the website, but now there's a new sticker made out of materials used by NASA that will help you with whatever ailments you have, apparently. They call it Body Vibes, and this product, they say, is basically a sticker, but they say it's made out of a NASA spacesuit material to, quote, rebalance the energy frequency in our bodies. Human bodies operate at an ideal energetic frequency, but everyday stresses and anxiety can throw off our internal balance, depleting our energy reserves and weakening our immune system. Body Vibe stickers, made with the same conductive carbon material NASA uses to line spacesuits so they can monitor an astronaut's vitals during wear, come pre-programmed to an ideal frequency, allowing them to target imbalances. When a NASA expert was reached for this, he said, "Wow, what a load of BS this is." That's from Mark Shellhelmer, former chief scientist of NASA Human Research. Firstly, he did want to point out that NASA does not line suits with a polycarbonate material. They use synthetic polymers of spandex and other materials, and it's not really meant there to monitor your vitals, it's more to protect your body. Yeah, and so it's not really clear how this works because no one will explain how this works. So the stickers, which by the way, I didn't mention the price, $120 for a pack of 24. They promise to help people with their anxiety and pain using something called bioenergy synthesis technology. This is not a real scientific concept. This is a concept invented by a company called Alpha Biocentrics. They sell also quantum energy bracelets and health pendants, AKA horseshit. So Alpha Biocentrics founder Richard Eaton was reached out to by Gizmodo to explain how these stickers could possibly relieve anxiety and pain and rebalance the energy frequency in our bodies, and how they're programmed to target imbalances, how a piece of fabric can be programmed to do such a thing. And he said, without going into a long explanation about the research and development of this technology, it comes down to this: I found a way to tap into the human body's biofrequency, which the body is receptive to outside energy signatures. Most of the research that has been collected is confidential and is held as company private information, which is I want to go back to Mark Shellhammer's quote. This is a load of BS. It's just him saying it works because we said it works, and we won't tell you how it works, but just trust that this stupid sticker that is not made out of anything that NASA uses, that we're going to name drop NASA and drag them down into this garbage fire, somehow does these things that there's no way it could possibly do. This is peddling pseudoscience. This is snake oil. This is so stupid, and if you bought this, I'm sorry, you are an idiot, because there's just no evidence that this would work in any way, and even if it did, that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's something that it's not. It just makes no sense. After complaints, they removed the mention of NASA from the website. However, they are still claiming they'll fill in the deficiencies in your reserves, creating a calming effect, smoothing out physical tension and anxiety. The founders, both estheticians, also say that they help clear skin by reducing inflammation and boosting cell turnover. Leaving them on for the prescribed 3-day period left a few Goop staffers with marks on their skin, so be careful to stick them somewhere concealable if you've got an event coming up. And they still kept the stuff about relieving anxiety and pain and what have you. So it's still garbage, but at least they took NASA's good name off of it instead. Don't buy this. I have a feeling no one watching the show would buy this, and I'm not convinced the kind of person this is marketed to even exists, though I know they must, because how does this company stay in business? Audience, what do you think of this? Should they be allowed to straight up lie about associations with NASA and NASA polycarbonate materials that do something that don't actually do at all? Please let us know below what your thoughts are, and please like and subscribe for more. When you think of the Hogwarts houses, and if I were to say which is the evil house, which one would you think I'm talking about? Of course I'm talking about Slytherin, because, and I'm guilty of this too, the house sometimes unfairly gets described as being evil. However, the way J.K. Rowling has written it, those are the jerks who skimped out on the Battle of Hogwarts and were kind of the analogy of racists in the wizard world. So I don't know, is it that unfair? However, with the Fantastic Beasts sequels, we are going to go further into the past. They are casting now for a teen version of Newt Scamander. However, the adult versions are already cast, of course. As you saw in Fantastic Beasts, we had Eddie Redmayne as Newt, and though it was just for a second, Zoe Kravitz was the Lestrange girl, as she was called in the movie. Leta Lestrange, or perhaps Letta, I've only seen it written down. And it's interesting because Queenie describes her as a taker and that Newt needs a giver. And I remember in the theaters when they said Lestrange, people said, Bellatrix. But I want to remind you, Bellatrix was born Bellatrix Black. She married Rodolphus Lestrange, so that's not her family. Don't think you're getting a Bellatrix story here with this one. So what they're going to lean towards is that Newt loves Letta. And it's interesting because this may show more nuance for Slytherin House. Zoe Kravitz has described the relationship as complicated, which suggests some sort of nuance. And it would be a little weird for Newt to fall in love with someone who is straight up evil, because it seems like he is a good-hearted person and a true Hufflepuff. I think we're more in the age of redeeming Hufflepuff right now and showing, look, these qualities are wonderful and good people have them, and these are things that you should respect and admire in someone instead of make fun of all the time, which is something that sadly happens all the time, and also, I repeat, I am guilty of. So I think this may show, perhaps in a time before the era of Voldemort, or before his rise rather, a more nuanced version of Slytherin, because they're described as being ambitious, which isn't necessarily evil. Maybe we're just gonna see high achievers at this point, or maybe it's not as black and white as it seems. Audience, do you identify with Slytherin House, and do you have to defend yourself constantly? Please let me know below, and please like and subscribe for more.
Welcome to the Young Turks. I'm your host, Jenks Uger. All right, you're gonna understand what that means a little bit later if you haven't seen the Joe Manchin interview yet. So yes, this morning I interviewed Joe Manchin. We will play a part of that for you in this 2-hour extravaganza that we have for you today. You can check out the whole thing on youtube.com/TYT interviews or just TYT. That's up on both channels. All right, so I have a hell of a show for you guys today. Donald Trump Jr. In even bigger trouble, now significant legal trouble. We'll give you the updates on that. And then we have a fun little poll. Who is dumber, Donald Trump Sr. or Donald Trump Jr.? So hold for that poll a little bit later in the program. But first I wanna give you all the evidence, including the first story I'm gonna do in a second. But also in the second hour for you guys, all the stories are great, but Vegas has run out of pot. I don't want you to freak out, although the state of Nevada is. They have declared a state of emergency. I'm not kidding. Okay, so welcome to the new America, which is kind of awesome. But also the old America rears its head on the abortion issue. So today, once and for all, I will prove to you guys that the Bible is in fact pro-abortion. Okay, we're going to settle it on today's show. So that's in the second hour. All right, so let me get started here with the stories that we got for you. Okay, so President Trump is a goofball. I think that we all know that now. And he's a child, so he will tweet like a child. He will often admit things that he shouldn't admit in tweets, kind of like his son. And he'll end tweets with sad, baby, things along those lines. He will misspell things, he'll get facts horribly wrong. So obviously his staff from time to time makes an effort to take his tweeter away from him, as Rick Perry would say, speaking of unintelligent people. So they are not successful. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it when they try to take away his Twitter machine. So he's talking to Mark Leibovich at New York Times Magazine, and he says, they want to take away my voice. They're not going to take away my social media. First of all, who's they? It's your own guys who are like, Mr. President, I'm sorry, but you're too dumb. And you keep getting yourself in trouble. And you keep admitting things you shouldn't admit, and it's getting all of us in trouble. Please, please put down the Twitter, right? He's like, no, you can't take that away, I like that one. Sad, baby. For the moment being, he does keep his account and he is still tweeting, and I think that is good news for America. Yes, it makes us look ridiculous because he's now our president, but at least he will probably admit to several different crimes accidentally on Twitter, and it'll help to get him out of office. Mark Leibovich, for his point of view, said, no, I think it leads to better transparency. Sure, of course it does, Mark. It does, that's the one thing it does do. We have better transparency into that mind, whether we like it or not. Whatever that mind shows us. Okay, Leibovich called it far more illuminating. It's true. Okay, now we move forward to very good news. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is the leader of ISIS. Wrong, was the leader of ISIS.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It appears that, well, we didn't get him, the Russians did, but still, the world community has gotten al-Baghdadi. Now, 3 different sources reporting this. Let me give you what they are. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, a reliable monitoring group based in the UK, claims they have seen, quote, confirmed information that ISIS chief Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi has been killed. Mediaite explains the Russian military claimed last year, or last month I should say, that the jihadi leader most likely died after they launched an airstrike against an ISIS gathering near their headquarters in Raqqa. While those reports were never clarified by American intelligence, AFP, which is the main news outlet in France, picked up a statement from SOHR director Rami Abdel Rahman claiming al-Baghdadi's death was confirmed among the ISIS chain of command. Now, I'm going to double down that the American officials have not yet confirmed his death, but today someone else did, and that was ISIS. ISIS has confirmed that al-Baghdadi has passed away. Now, I had been saying for a long time, unfortunately, our adversary in al-Baghdadi was quite intelligent, and he did things that were bold and actually did play three-dimensional chess to some degree, and that was terrible news because you don't want an adversary like that, and that is why they were able to grab a huge chunk of land and renewable source of revenue for themselves in both Iraq and Syria, and caused all this damage worldwide. And I said that if he was taken out, likely ISIS would fall into disarray because there's not a lot of other brilliant Muslim radicals running around. Fundamentalism doesn't often lead itself to great acumen in strategy, skills, and analysis of the facts on the ground. So Baghdadi now, if it is true that he is gone, I think it'll be an enormous setback for ISIS. I cannot overstate how big a setback that'll be. So now it's possible that this is an elaborate ruse by ISIS to pretend that he's dead when he's not, but I don't think the Russians would want to play along with that ruse, let alone the other human rights groups, et cetera, that are reporting it. So not 100% confirmed yet, but pretty close. And if that's true, that's pretty great news for the world. And I was very frustrated with the CIA because they do a lot of things wrong, and there are some things we need them to do right, such as find al-Baghdadi. Unfortunately, it appears they didn't, the Russians did. But I'll take it either way, and it's good for the world. Now, in other news related to ISIS, they have lost Mosul. That fell very recently to a combination of troops, mainly led by the Iraqi government, but Kurdish Peshmerga and some of our allies, such as they are in Syria, are also now besieging Raqqa, which is inside Syria and is the so-called capital of ISIS. But Mosul was a very important city in Iraq that ISIS had captured. Now the Iraqi government has recaptured it, and American leaders on the ground, military leaders on the ground, saying, beseeching basically the Iraqi government to not make the same mistakes that it made in the past, which is to alienate Sunnis in Iraq and not to give them any voice in their government, which then leads to an uprising, which now US military leaders are warning could lead to an ISIS 2.0. So the leader of ISIS is dead, now long live the new leader. According to the reports, ISIS has not picked a new leader yet, but when we were in the old days of killing the number 3 guy in Al-Qaeda, you remember, or the number 2 guy, we would kill an endless slew of number 2 and number 3 guys in Al-Qaeda, and the problem would never go away, there'd just be a new one. In the case of ISIS, I think killing the number 1 guy is going to have a big impact. And then afterwards, Trump will take credit and go, see, I told you I'd take care of ISIS. The plan to retake Mosul had nothing to do with Donald Trump. Getting Baghdadi had nothing to do with Donald Trump, but you tried explaining those nuances to his followers once they put on their red hats. I think the red hat signals no thinking aloud here. Okay, hey, look, he's got a black hat. That might have meant the same thing. But in his case, he was unfortunately a smart tactician, but unfortunate for him, that didn't last long. So good news for the world today. Okay. I don't know if as a lib I'm allowed to celebrate anybody's death, but if I am, this is the moment for it. Okay, now let's go to Betsy DeVos. Betsy DeVos has a brilliant new idea. She's reconsidering some of the policies in the education department, and Title IX guidance on campus rape and sexual assault is among those. And so she's going to meet with some leaders who care about that issue. And she's decided to meet with leaders who also don't care about that issue, or care about it in a different way where they think it should be de-emphasized. Curious. So let's give you details on those meetings. Think Progress reports after months of receiving requests for meetings from advocates for sexual assault survivors, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos has finally decided to sit down with them. Good news. But she's also meeting with groups that are critical of Title IX guidance on campus rape, some of which have histories of intimidating rape survivors and dismissing domestic abuse against women. Now, I'm sure that they would disagree with that characterization, but let me give you some of the details and you make up your own mind. The department reached out to National Coalition for Men, SAVE, that's Stop Abusive and Violent Environments, and Families Advocating for Campus Equality. Now, some of those groups sound reasonable. I mean, why wouldn't you want campus equality? Certainly progressives would. And some of what they do is not outrageous. So if someone has been falsely accused of rape, protecting that person is a good thing. And no one wants false accusations of anything, let alone something as important as rape. Now, the reality is that that does not happen very often. I'm going to give you the stats on it a little bit later. And there's a good argument to be made that some of these groups are not worried about just protecting innocent victims of false accusations, but think that the issues of campus rape and sexual assault are a little overdone. Okay, so let's dive into the details and figure it out together. The National Coalition for Men, which was founded in the 1970s, has a long history of what is known as men's rights activism. One of the group's chapters published the photos and names of women while calling them false accusers. Now, if it turns out that the whole thing was adjudicated and they went to court and it was shown that they are in fact false accusers, okay, I'm more worried about the guys who are falsely accused, and you want to have some protections for them, that's great. But publishing the pictures of those women, I don't know how necessary it is or how helpful it is, but you can make a case for it. I wouldn't do it. It's not a close case for me. But if you're in that group, I guess I get it. But did you really make sure that those were all adjudicated, or did you start putting up pictures of women who had rape accusations, some of which might have been true, and then you put their picture up as, false accusers? I mean, if you're gonna go down that road, which I would never go down because I think it's a dangerous and bad idea, you better make sure that you come correct. And are you sure the National Coalition for Men has made absolutely sure that all these cases are adjudicated? Let me assure you that I am not positive about that. And look, the men's rights movement, I'm a man, right? So why would I be against men's rights? Because I'm not against men's rights, nobody is. Men already have a lot of rights. So see, the way that it worked was we had all the rights in the beginning, and then eventually it spread out to more and more people. In fact, it was, of course, as you know, propertied white men and then non-propertied white men, and the list goes on of the people who got rights. So it's not like men needed someone to protect them because, oh my gosh, they've been discriminated against for such a long time. Now, if the pendulum swung too far, and you could show a couple of cases here, in this divorce proceeding, you see how it is no longer equal, okay, that's a good conversation to have, and I've had that conversation. And as it turns out, men's rights groups don't really stop there. The more you get in the weeds, the uglier it gets. And talking about how women had this coming and that coming, and they've been taking away our rights forever. Taking away your rights? No, you have to show very specific examples. Otherwise, you're the ones who started with all the rights in the first place, and that includes me. Just read history, any history. But obviously, some people are not enamored with facts. So now let's get to some of the other groups. In 2012, the group, let me make sure that I've got the right group here. This is referring still to the National Coalition for Men, okay? In 2012, the group supported the Republican House version of the Violence Against Women Act, which removed protections for LGBTQ people in crisis centers. The group has been very litigious when it notices events specifically designated as for women. Its members sued a strip club for letting women in for free during its ladies' night, and sued a company called Chick CEO for not letting men into a women's networking event. Look, I'm not sure I want to bust into a women's networking event, but if you thought that the CEO of that company and all the executives were women and men did not have a good way to advance in that company, as women have had that problem in many industries for a long, long time, but it happened in that particular case and you want to pursue that, I understand. You'll have to prove your case in court, etc. But now we're getting into suing strip clubs for ladies' nights. I mean, my conservative friends, wouldn't you call that a snowflake? Like you were so bothered that you couldn't get free night at the strip club and they only had it for ladies' night. You don't see the logic in that? And you say, oh no, I gotta have equality at the strip club. men have never had equality in strip clubs, and now we need equality. You see, when you make a case like that, it makes everybody think you're a jackass. Okay, certainly makes me think that, and I suspect a large portion of the audience. But actually, the one that's most harmful is going after LGBTQ rights. If you're for men, why do you care, gay men, straight men? I thought you were for equality. All of a sudden, it looks like you're not for equality, and so you've got other agendas. So now let's look at the reality of the stats here. Researchers estimate that somewhere between 2 and 10% of rape allegations are false, but even among those who are falsely accused, it's rare for men to end up in prison as a result. So that doesn't mean that if you're in that 2 to 10% that what happened to you isn't outrageous. It is, man. Being falsely accused of rape is a terrible, terrible thing. But is it an overwhelming problem that needs to be addressed at the same level as actual rape and sexual assault? Well, I want the appropriate resource to go into both problems, but appropriate also means proportionate. So if you call that 50-50, then the stats don't back it up. In fact, let me give you the other side. For students who are found responsible for sexual assault, only 30% were actually expelled, according to a 2014 Huffington Post analysis of data from over 100 schools. So you have a huge problem of campus rape and sexual assault, and most of the people who do it, unfortunately, get away with it. And there's not enough resources to track down and make sure that there's justice in that system. On the other hand, you have a small percentage of people who are falsely accused of rape, and they hardly ever actually go to court and go to prison. So it doesn't make the individual cases any less unjust, but is that the same scope of problem as the sexual assault in the first place? No, the numbers show you that it is not. So just have a sense of proportion here. Now we go to the National Coalition for Men president. That's Harry Crouch, president of National Coalition for Men. He has also vocally blamed survivors for the abuse they faced. In a 2014 interview with Pacific Standard, Crouch defended Ray Rice, a former football player who was indicted in 2014 on third-degree aggravated assault for an incident involving his then fiancée. Now, before I go to his defense, you guys remember that incident? And we showed the video here. I don't want to keep re-showing it, but he knocks out his fiancée. At the time they were fiancé, now they're married. And it is a brutal looking video. And then he drags her out of the elevator, leaves her shoe there. After he knocks her out, he doesn't even look at her for a long time. I mean, it is stomach turning violence. But no, Harry Crouch's vision of that, or perspective on that, was vastly different. He said, I'm not saying he's a good guy, but if she hadn't aggravated him, she wouldn't have been hit. They would say that's blaming the victim, but I don't buy it. What's there not to buy? I mean, you could disagree on what happened, although the videotape is incredibly clear. But when you say she aggravated him, you're blaming the victim. There's nothing to buy or not buy. You could say you're justified in blaming the victim. You would be among a really, really small minority of people who think that. But you can't say you didn't blame the victim because you just blamed the victim. So the more you get in the weeds, the more you get a sense of where these guys are actually going. And it is not good news, man. It's in a really, really bad direction. So now our education secretary is like, oh yes, 50-50. I meet with people who suffered rape and sexual assault and the people who care about them. And I meet with people who think that that is a made up issue and that they kind of had it coming a little bit sometimes in some assault cases. Okay, well, when you look into the history of Betsy DeVos, you realize that we shouldn't be surprised by this. Why we fought her, because we didn't think she was right for that role. Well, it turns out the Dick and Betsy DeVos Family Foundation made donations totaling $25,000 to Foundations for Individual Rights and Education, which has shared articles dismissive of sexual assault survivors. One read, unfortunately, much of the feminist war on rape has conflated sexual assault with muddled, often alcohol-fueled sexual encounters that involve miscommunication. You call it rape, I call it miscommunication. They gave money to that cause. So now are you surprised that Betsy DeVos is meeting with people who are for men's rights to protect men from the miscommunication that happens when they're in what they admit are alcohol-fueled sexual encounters? Look, people being drunk and having sex old as time. when someone is knocked out unconscious from drinking, yes, that's rape. And that is not a 50-50 question. That is a legal question and it is settled. The fact that we are now relitigating this at the Department of Education is horrific. Okay, we got to take a break. When we come back, the Trump Jr. saga. Oh, Fredo, what have you done? All right, back on the Young Turks. I don't have time for emails. Let me just read you one. Lauren says, I don't know what we'll do if Donnie Tiny Hands stops treating Twitter like it's his diary. Dear diary, today I met Vlad. Sigh. Mariah, I lied. The second one, Mariah Hayashi says, let's see if Donald Trump tries to take credit for the death of the ISIS leader. Are you kidding me? Of course he's gonna take credit for it. I'm shocked he hasn't yet. He just sent out one tweet about ISIS not doing well. We got big wins against ISIS. So believe me, that kind of nonsense coming in a little bit. Count out to it. Okay. So let's go to the big story here about Donald Trump Jr. Yesterday, we reported to you that Donald Trump Jr. Had a meeting with a lawyer that was connected to the Kremlin, and he did something strange. He kind of admitted that he was looking for information about Hillary Clinton's campaign. But if you're getting it from a foreign source, that might be illegal, and especially if it's stolen, that would be a different crime and open yourself up to a lot of issues. But today we found out what those contacts actually were, and that's because Donald Trump Jr. himself released those emails. Whoa, that's really interesting. He said to everyone, in order to be totally transparent, I'm releasing the entire email chain of my emails. So, well, you might look at that and go, well, I guess he's got nothing to hide. You'd be wrong. Because it turns out he shouldn't have released these emails. Now, he didn't do it voluntarily. Right now, the Trump administration is all over TV going, he's totally transparent. Did it on just out of the goodness of his heart. No, the New York Times already had the emails. They were already printing a story about it, and they said, look, here's what your emails say. Is it true or not true? This is after he first denied that he ever had the meeting. Then the second line was, it was just about adoption. And then when he found out, oh, shoot, they know what the meeting was about. He's like, fine, I was trying to get dirt on Hillary Clinton, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's not true, there is something wrong with that. Now, finally, he's like, all right, here's the emails. Now, remember yesterday he tweeted out, obviously, I'm the first person on a campaign to ever take a meeting to hear info about an opponent. Went nowhere, but had to listen. See, you schmuck, you're not supposed to admit that. Yes, you can go and try to get opposition research on people. Of course, that's a normal part of a campaign, but not from a foreign source. And on top of that, one that, how else would they have gotten it but stealing it? So, and it is not normal procedure. For example, Al Gore's team in 2000 got mailed a tape of George Bush's practice for the debates. They had the whole thing and they could have looked at it. I mean, that's beautiful opposition research and prepared better for the debate. Well, they didn't because they thought this must be stolen, so they turned it over to the FBI. That's how you're supposed to deal with stolen material or things that you reasonably believe could have been stolen. Instead, fools rush in, or in this case, fools Russian. Anyway, he's like, oh, you got good stuff from the Russians? All right, let's do it. Hey, don't take my word for it. I'm about to read you his emails. Okay, so the guy who's the intermediary here is a guy named Rob Goldstone. He lives in the UK. He helped with a Miss Universe pageant, and he hooked up Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. with some of his Russian contacts before, and that is exactly who he's going to refer to here. It is a family that's very well connected in Russia. The son is the pop singer, and then the dad in that family is a real estate mogul. So the son's name is Emin Agalarov, and then his dad's name is Aras, I believe. So that's your context for these emails. So Goldstone emails Donald Trump Jr. and says, Emin, the pop star guy, the younger guy, just called and asked me to contact you with something very interesting. The Crown Prosecutor of Russia met with his father, Aras, there it is, this morning, and their meeting offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to your father. Now, Rob Goldstone, also a clown, of course, he deals with the Trump family. So there is no such thing as the Crown Prosecutor of Russia. There is a title that's similar to that in the UK. That's why he assumed that that's what it was called in Russia. It's not called that. But that is not relevant. What he's saying to Donald Trump Jr. is, I've got the top prosecutor in Russia who's going to give you official documents that the Russians have. Any person that has any sense, I mean, let's put aside morality for a second, and also doesn't want to break the law, would immediately go, wait, I am not going to take information from the Russians on my opponent that is potentially very illegal and obviously not the right thing to do. Let me go turn this in. Don goes, that sounds great. Okay, so hold for that. Goldstone further clarifies, this would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to your father. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. Now, I know there's still some out there who are like, there's no evidence that it was connected to Russia, except for the fact that he just said, it is connected to Russia and it's to help your father. But hold, let's be fair to Donald Trump Jr. Those are just emails he received. What did he reply back? Quote, if it's what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer. Oops, there you go. So here is Donald Trump Jr. saying, if you have official documents from the Russians, I would like to collude with you, and it is to help with my father's campaign, as you wrote in the email. If it is as you say in the email, I would love it. Does it have to get any clearer? Like if they were trying to frame themselves, they couldn't have made it any clearer. Right? What did I tell you as to why the whole Trump clan was gonna get caught? Because they're too stupid to do a cover-up. I mean, who writes emails like this? Like, would you like to meet with the Russians and take their documents, God knows where they got them, and use it against Hillary Clinton to help your father? Well, yes, I would. Okay, now whether that collusion is illegal is a question we're gonna get to in a second, but it is collusion. There is no question about that. So Goldstone also wrote in one of the emails, Don, hope all is well with Emin, the guy we were talking about before. Emin asked that I schedule a meeting with you and the Russian government attorney who's flying over from Moscow for this Thursday. I believe you are aware of this meeting, and so wondered if 3 p.m. or later on Thursday works for you. I mean, you can't write it up any better. Remember, Don, it's a Russian government lawyer, and I know you are aware of this meeting. And of course, Trump Jr. responds, yes, but can we make it 4 o'clock? Jesus, man. So now they're saying, oh, maybe the Democrats set us up. So let me get this right. The Democrats are playing 3-dimensional chess so that they would lose the election? Well, knowing the Democrats, maybe they are. Okay, only the Democrats would do that. But even so, if they were, hey, you schmuck, don't say yes, I would love to do something illegal. So is it illegal? Well, Richard Painter, former ethics lawyer for George W. Bush, said if he intended to get illegally stolen private information from the Russians, it was illegal for him to attempt to do so, just like buying stolen goods from a known fence. Now, in this case, his main defense, which is not a defense at all, is, well, I thought it was a Russian government lawyer and I thought they were gonna give me really good opposition research on my opponent and help meddle in this election. But as it turned out, they didn't have really good information for me, so I was annoyed at the meeting because it turns out she just wanted to talk about policy. And we weren't talking about policy at that point. That didn't make it any better, it might have made it worse, right? Say, no, I was only interested in like the incriminating stuff. Policy, I wasn't there for a policy meeting. Okay, so now will they be able to prove in court that he had the intent to receive stolen goods, and that he involved Jared Kushner, who was also at the meeting, and Paul Manafort, who was the campaign manager for Trump at that time, and whether you could prove all 3 of them had the intent to receive stolen goods? That's a good open question. We'll see you in court and try to figure it out. You know what comes before court though? Handcuffs. Anyway, now there's a second legal problem that he has with this. Rick Hassan, who's an election law expert, says there's two big questions on whether he broke campaign finance laws: are knowledge it was that it was a foreign source, and they explain now credible if last night's New York Times story is correct, as well as if the information being provided counts as anything of value for purposes of the law. So let me explain that. So did he know that it was a foreign source? Now there's no question because he himself has admitted, yes, these are the emails, I knew that it was a Russian foreign source. So check on the first part of the test. The second part of the test is not whether the incriminating information that he received was great and was used against Hillary Clinton. No, the question is it anything of value, meaning is it worth anything? Does it have monetary value, okay? So, well, again, even if you weren't clear on where the source is, again, the email from Goldstone said, this is obviously very high level sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support of Mr. Trump. And of course, Donald Trump Jr. famously replied, I love it, to that email. Now, on to whether just giving information has monetary value. Well, it depends on the kind of information. If you could Google it on your own, no, that has no monetary value. But if it is other kinds of information, we already have rulings on that. There's a 1990 ruling by the Federal Election Commission, and it reads like this, and I'll read it to you and then I'll explain. They explain that in that case, if, however, Mr. Hochberg imparts poll result information to you or anyone else working for your campaign, including any data or any analysis of the results, or if he uses the poll information to advise your campaign on matters such as campaign strategy or creating media messages, such poll information will constitute an in-kind contribution from Mr. Hochberg to your campaign and an expenditure in an equal amount by your committee. Meaning, look, he spent money on that poll. If he gives you the information from that poll that he spent money on, that is a contribution to your campaign. So if in this particular case, if the Russians were gonna give you information and you thought they were gonna give you information that they spent money acquiring, and presumably they would have had to spend some sort of money, either bribing someone on the inside or paying hackers, etc. Well, then you got information that has value and you have broken a campaign finance law. So look, you might look at all that and say, when you go to court, you got a good case, but you're really gonna have to lay out here intent and what Trump knew and didn't know. But boy, did he help your case by releasing the emails and admitting himself that yes, I went to go meet with people I thought were Russian officials to get stuff that would help our campaign, but as it turns out, I couldn't finish the criminal act. He didn't say it, that last part he didn't say in so many words, so I just want to be clear about that. But it turns out you don't need to finish it for it to be a criminal act. Anyway, I am very much looking forward to a judge sorting this out. What do you think? Does he look better in orange or do we go classic? You know, make America great again and go with the white and black stripes for the prison outfit. Look, if he was a regular person, one of you guys out there, you think you would get arrested for this? Of course. The only reason you wouldn't arrest somebody with this amount of overwhelming evidence that they handed you on a silver platter is if they have a silver spoon in their mouth. And they go, I mean, my daddy's president. Can't I just get away with illegal stuff? The answer to that is supposed to be no in a democracy. We'll find out what the real answer is in a little bit, apparently. Okay, so that's the essence of the story. Now, let's have some fun, okay? I'm already having fun. Okay. So Donald Trump Jr., now we know, met with people he believed to be Russian government officials who were gonna give him official documents, and said he was really looking forward to that meeting, that he would love it. But at the time, he had claimed that, oh my God, these allegations that we would meet with the Russians is outrageous. Hold for it, because I'm gonna show you the video. Now, this video comes more than a month after he had already met with the Russian lawyer. He already knows he met with the Russians, and it's not just him. Paul Manafort, the campaign manager, was at the meeting. Jared Kushner, who's now a top advisor to the president, was at the meeting, a top advisor to the president as he was running his campaign at the time, when he was candidate Trump. So you've got three big honchos of the campaign that met with the Russians. Donald Trump Jr. already knows that, and now we know it as a fact. Nonetheless, he goes on television, has this interview with Jake Tapper. Now listen to how many times he pretends to be outraged and calls these allegations absolute lies. Here, let's begin.
He suggested that experts are saying that Russians were behind both the leak, the hacking of the DNC emails and their release. He seemed to be suggesting that this is part of a plot to help Donald Trump and hurt Hillary Clinton. Your response?
Well, it just goes to show you their exact moral compass. I mean, they'll say anything to be able to win this.
Russian collusion in order to hurt Hillary? They'll say anything to be able to win this. Rob Goldstone email. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support of Mr. Trump. Response by Donald Trump Jr. I love it. That is before he did the interview. I'm not anywhere near done. Here's another one.
I mean, this is time and time again, lie after lie.
Lie after lie, us meeting with the Russians. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support of Mr. Trump. I love it. Keep it going.
You know, his house cat at home once said that this is what's happening with the Russians. It's disgusting. It's so phony.
It's so phony. It's disgusting. The idea that we would meet with Russians. Goldstone, this is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump, Donald Trump Jr. I love it. Keep it going.
I watched him bumble through the interview. I was able to hear it on audio a little bit. I mean, I can't think of bigger lies.
Can't think of a bigger lie. Rob Goldstone, this is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. I love it. To say that we would work with the Russians, I can't think of a bigger lie. I can think of a bigger lie, maybe the one you're telling right now. I'm not done, keep it going.
That exactly goes to show you what the DNC and what the Clinton camp will do. They will lie and do anything to win.
They will lie and do anything to win. Rob Goldstone, this is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. Donald Trump Jr., I love it. I will do anything to win. You got secret information that the Russians have. I will work with our adversaries. I will take however they procure that information, stolen or otherwise, and I will use it in my campaign. Can you believe what they would do to win an election and the lies they would tell? Keep it going.
It's a rigged system, it's disgusting, and the people should be fed up, because when I heard it, I certainly was.
He was just fed up with it. What a rigged system he's got. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. I love it. I think I have one more.
I don't mind a fair fight, but these lies and the perpetuating of that kind of nonsense to try to gain some political capital is just outrageous, and he should be ashamed of himself.
Outrageous, should be ashamed of himself. Email sent to Donald Trump Jr. This is obviously very high level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government support for Mr. Trump. Donald Trump Jr., I love it. I believe that is working with the Russians. And certainly, Donald Trump Jr. had every intention to meet with the Russians to get whatever information they had about Hillary Clinton from whatever sources and however they procured that. And he would go to any lengths to win, legal or not. And that's not me saying it, that's him saying it in emails he released himself, saying he loved the idea of working with the Russians to get Hillary Clinton, no matter how they got the information. And then he goes on television going, the idea that we would meet with Russians and collude with them to get information about Hillary Clinton, it is so phony and disgusting. How dare they? Well, we now have an excellent idea of who is in fact phony and disgusting. We'll be right back. Back on the Young Turks. I'm your host, Cenk Uygur. So finally we're gonna find out maybe Jenks. So Michael Napen writes in, with all this happening, Democrats will still lose 2018 and 2020. Left to their own devices, I'm afraid they would. Luckily, they won't be left to their own devices. Go to justicedemocrats.com/win and let's show them how to do it right. Ben Peck writes in, I understand why Trump looks at Ivanka as a smart kid, or more accurately, the dumb one. Ben, actually, I've been saying that for a long time. He said, look, if these two knuckleheads, Beavis and Butthead, I mean Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, got outshined by their sister, knowing what Donald Trump thinks about women in general, oh man, he named the kid Donald Trump Jr. and he still won't trust him with anything, right? His sister, who's constantly getting all the roles on Apprentice, the better jobs. Hey, I'm going to the White House. This is really important. I can't bring the knucklehead. I'm going to bring Ivanka, right? Even Donald Trump thought he was stupid. That's how stupid he is. All right, anyway. Matthews presumably writes in, the answer in a democracy is he would be arrested. We are finding out now if we are in a democracy based on if he gets arrested. So good point there. Hashtag TYT Live to talk to us during the show. The show is live 6 to 8 p.m. on tytnetwork.com. Okay, so now speaking of which, let's go to Donald Trump Sr., okay? So Donald Trump Jr. now has admitted through his emails, publishing his emails, that a friend of his reached out to get him to meet with Russian government officials, as the email stated, and Donald Trump Jr. said, I love it, in order to get information about Hillary Clinton. Now I want to give you a quick timeline here, and then I'm going to show you a video of what Donald Trump Sr. knew. So June 3rd, 2016 is when Donald Trump Jr. receives the first email. On June 7th, Trump Sr. promises a big speech about Hillary Clinton. I'm going to show you that video in a second. And then on June 9th, Trump Jr. meets with a Russian lawyer. Now, when Trump Jr. meets with a Russian lawyer, he finds out that she really didn't have any incriminating evidence on Hillary Clinton. She wanted to talk about policy, according to Donald Trump Jr., and so he was not interested in it. He was looking for incriminating evidence about Hillary Clinton. That is what he thought he was going to get on the 3rd. Now let's go to the speech that Donald Trump gave between the 3rd and the 9th. So that's and we'll get a sense of whether he knew that some people in his campaign, including his campaign manager, Paul Manafort, were going to go have that meeting with the Russian lawyers where they thought they were going to get really good stuff on Hillary Clinton. And this is before they found out that they didn't get it. So watch what he says.
I am going to give a major speech on probably Monday of next week, and we're going to be discussing all of the things that have taken place with the Clintons. I think you're going to find it very informative and very, very interesting.
So probably on Monday, depending on how the meeting goes with Junior and Manafort and Kushner, right? So we're going to tell you all the things that happened to Hillary Clinton. Later, we would find out that they didn't really have any of those incriminating information because they were counting on the Russians giving it to them. Now, that was, by the way, before the email leaks. So that meeting didn't prove to be fruitful, but later the Russians apparently did have DNC emails and just leaked them to the public. And so they wound up getting some incriminating information about Hillary Clinton after all, but it was done not through that meeting, but through public revelations. So now, that is just one piece of evidence as to what Donald Trump Sr. might have known. You would probably need more evidence than that, but it is an interesting data point. Okay, that's all. We'll let you start making the judgments on your own, and then one day maybe Robert Mueller will get to make those judgments, and then a judge. Okay, so now we're moving forward. Oh, good, 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 nice, nice. I love that graphic. Okay, okay. So Donald Trump Jr., Donald Trump Sr. Well, it is a tough question as to who's got more issues with intelligence. Let's put it that way. Although the graphic puts it a little harsher, and so will our poll in a second. So hold for that. But to give you the context, now you know all the crazy things that Donald Trump Sr. has said. That make you question his intelligence. Things like, nobody knew healthcare was this complicated. Nobody knew it. I just discovered it. And nobody knew North Korea was complicated. No, you schmuck, we all knew it was complicated. Let alone the 3rd grade reading level that he has, let alone the fact that now they've got his presidential daily briefings not just down to a page. They had it with a page with pictures and graphs. Now it's down to tweet length explanations for him. So that's the dad. On the other hand, we have the son, and we found out the son bumbled into a meeting with the Russians going, oh yeah, I'd love to get secret information that the Russian government has and use it in the campaign, right? So now, let's find out if White House officials are frustrated by that. So they talked to the Daily Beast and they said, this is the sum of all fear stuff. It's what we've all been dreading. Now, they've been dreading it for a number of reasons. One, because maybe some of them already knew that they had colluded with the Russians. And maybe it's because they knew they had a time bomb, an intellectual time bomb with Donald Trump Jr. on their hands. So here are some devastating quotes. The series of revelations surrounding Trump Jr.'s communications with Russian officials have damaged his standing within the president's political inner circle. Now that is an understatement given what comes next. As the Daily Beast reported on Sunday, opinion of Trump's eldest son among some of Trump's senior aides, both past and present, is vanishingly low. So their opinion of him is already vanishingly low, barely exists. This made it even worse. Okay, since the campaign, a popular behind his back nickname from Trump Jr. among 3 advisors has been Fredo, referring to Fredo Corleone, the insecure and weak failure of a son in The Godfather series who ends up causing major damage to the family. Ah, Fredo indeed. Okay, those are not my words. Those are people that work for Donald Trump inside the White House. Okay, they say over the past week, one senior White House official and a former top Trump campaign aide both independently and bluntly described the president's son as an idiot. I can't get enough of this story. All right, so by the way, they noted while they wrote that article, as of noon Tuesday, he had yet to tweet out, Donald Trump Sr. had yet to tweet out a single defense of his eldest son. And it's not like he's shy about tweeting, and in that time, he'd been tweeting about many things. Finally, a tweet arrived, or a statement arrived from Donald Trump Sr. Saying, my son is a high quality person, and I applaud his transparency. So nothing defending him on the Russian allegations at all. And that is not a usual Donald Trump tweet. Usually it comes in with, oh, everybody else is sad and they're all babies and everything is phony and fake and my son is awesome and he's the smartest guy. No. Somebody wrote this for him and it's, boy, it is a really weak defense, which is he's high quality and at least he's transparent. It's almost a way of saying, at least we now all know how stupid he is. It used to just be a family secret. Okay, so with that background, we bring you a very important poll at the Young Turks. Who is dumber, Donald Trump or Donald Trump Jr.? So go to tytnetwork.com/stupid. And this is not an easy contest, man. I know the young son's a knucklehead and he's so stupid, his dad thinks he's stupid. Okay, on the other hand, it is hard to get less bright than Donald Trump. So, this is gonna be the thriller in Manila. Okay, they probably both think, oh, why? Are we gonna be fighting inside an envelope? And by the way, we had to use tytnetwork.com/stupid because we've already done a version of this poll. Who's dumber, Donald Trump or George W. Bush? That one was tytnetwork.com/dumb. By the way, the results are overwhelming. Over 21,000 people voted in that poll. The poll's still up, you can still vote. Maybe you can swing these results, but for the moment being, 79.8% of people saying, no, Trump is even dumber than Bush. Bush, I remember when you were the standard bearer for stupid. It's been a long time, and a whole new group of Republicans have come in to replace you. Now it's senior versus junior. Can't wait to see how this turns out. Can't wait. tytnetwork.com/stupid and dumb. Go ahead, vote on both. All right. So I have one last story related to all of this, and that's we go to Yoho, okay? Representative Ted Yoho, not one of the brightest bulbs in Congress. He said many outrageous and silly things in the past. He's a Republican from Florida. He's going to try to add to that pantheon of ill-advised commentary by weighing in on this Donald Trump Jr. controversy. Let's watch.
You believe it was appropriate for Donald Trump Jr. to take a meeting with a Russian national who promised to provide damaging information to him and his associates involving Hillary Clinton?
Do I think it's appropriate? I think I probably would have done the same thing. I mean, it's opposition research, and anybody that's been in an election, you're always looking to get the upper hand. Keep in mind, she wasn't an official for the Russian government the way I understand it. She's a lawyer, a Russian lawyer, and if somebody comes to us and says, hey, we've got information on an opponent, yeah, I think that's an appropriate thing to do.
Just a side note here on how funny Wolf Blitzer is. He's like, I'd have done the same thing. It's totally illegal. And Wolf's like, like a little reaction, like, really? You would have done the same thing? Anyway, so yes, if you take anything of value from a foreign source during a campaign, that is illegal. Now, unless the Russians came to him with like, oh, I don't know, we Googled it. Googling it is free. You could have Googled it too. And here's the stuff we have on Hillary Clinton, old articles from the New York Times. That would not have been illegal because that they can get for free on Google. But anything else where they would have to spend money to procure information on Hillary Clinton, if it is handed over to them from a foreign source, yes, would be illegal. And let alone if they thought it was stolen, then it breaks several different laws. And Yoho comes in here and goes, oh, that sounds like a good idea. If somebody came to me with Oppo research and they were the Russians, I'd have taken it. Okay, it's okay to do opposition research. That is very normal. It is not normal to get it from an outside source like a foreign country. That is not normal, it is not acceptable, and it is not legal. And he says, well, I understand that she turned out to be not connected to Russians. Actually, she is connected to a lot of the people in the higher ups connected to Putin. But at the time, in the emails, Goldstone tells Donald Trump Jr. she is with the Russian government. He says, I love it. That intent is more important than what she actually wound up giving to him. All right, one more from Yoho.
If someone like that, a foreign national, came to an American with obviously close contacts to the then soon-to-be Republican presidential nominee, that person should have contacted the FBI about that information. Do you think that was necessary?
I think probably going forward, that may be what happens, especially in this case where Donald Trump's the president now. But going back, you have to put yourself back at that time frame. At that time frame, I think it's perfectly appropriate for what he did.
In other words, we didn't think he was really going to win. And so they're just trying like hell to win. And you break a couple of laws when you're running for president. Is that a big deal? And then once you're president, I guess you shouldn't continue to break the law. Wow. Thank you, legal expert Ted Yoho. But another aside, I can't help myself. Has Wolf Blitzer ever shown any emotion? Ever? Okay, well, shouldn't they have turned it into the FBI? Anyways, by the way, the correct answer is yes, they should have turned it into the FBI. When the Gore campaign got a tape of Bush debate prep, they believed that it was stolen from Bush headquarters. They didn't go like Ted Yoho and go like, look at our luck. And hey, we're in the middle of a campaign, we got to win, man. Let's just break the law and just use the stolen stuff, right? No, they turned it over to the FBI like you're supposed to. But Yoho, putting aside the goofiness and things he shouldn't be saying on TV, is a decent representative of the Republican philosophy, which is win at all costs by any means necessary, and we'll sort it out later. And one side plays like that, and the other side plays patty cakes. Gee, I wonder why the Republicans are routing the Democrats. And whenever the Democrats are in charge, do they ever have consequences for all the law breaking that the Republicans do? No, they just go, oh, we won't look backward, we'll look forward. Well, you know what you'll see when you look forward? This kind of cheating and another ass kicking delivered to you. So if you never punish people for breaking the law, guess what they'll do? They'll keep breaking the law. Okay, now, finally to Manchin. Okay. So this morning I interviewed Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia, and we had a very full conversation about a lot of the issues, including the minimum wage, legalization of drugs, campaign finance reform, Medicare for all. So please check it out. It's on youtube.com/TYT. But I wanted to give you one snippet of it here because I thought what he said was very interesting, and I was surprised by it. It was unexpected to me. I asked him about his donors. Let's begin to watch that portion of the interview.
You voted to repeal the stream protection rule. And your top donor is First Energy that wound up getting in some degree of trouble for putting arsenic in a pond. It seems like they would benefit from the repeal of that regulation. So did that have anything to do with your vote?
No. Jenks, I know it's hard to believe, and I know it's hard for people to, I don't have any idea who gives me money. I don't solicit from the standpoint that you do this for me, quid pro quo. That's never been me. That's not my political mantra at all.
So, okay, quid pro quo, I understand as I'm about to explain there, but you don't know who your donors are. Curious, let's keep going.
Senator Manchin, I want to show you a graphic here, graphic 1, and then if we can 2 as well. But let's start with 1. This is the list of your top donors. I thought you said that you don't. I understand that you said you don't do quid pro quo. That was clear.
Yeah.
But you know who your top donors are, right?
I do not.
You don't know who your top donors are.
I do not. You're showing me something I've never seen.
Okay, so this is from Open Secrets.
I know you have, Jenks. I know that it's hard for anyone to believe. I do not. I never have.
Okay, well, I gotta be honest, Senator Manchin, that is hard to believe. And the reaction so far online to that has been, suffice it to say, that the audience also finds it hard to believe. Now, it might be that he doesn't know their specific names. I can't even say it. So because you had to go to fundraisers, right? Didn't you? All those people that you got donations from, you never figured out who they were from. They never told you where they were from, or they told you but you immediately forgot. And campaign donations are a huge part of why you think you've got an advantage and how Washington thinks overall, who's got more money, who's more likely to win. And by the way, that's the reality too. Unfortunately, and that's why you need campaign finance reform. Whoever has more money has a 95% chance of winning in congressional elections. So if he doesn't know who his donors are, well, he might be getting a call from them today saying, wait a minute, did I just give you all that money and you're telling me you don't even know who I am? Okay, so that's not normally how it works, but let's keep going.
Your small individual contributions make up only 1% of the money coming in from 2013 to 2018 into your campaigns. So 99% big money, 1% small money. So I wonder if you're for getting big money out of politics. It's a literal question, or do you think the current system is fine?
Oh, the current system is not fine. The current system has destroyed the politics or the government as we know how we go through this process of electing people. The dark money coming in is horrible. That's not the money the candidates run. Forget about that, Jenks. That money's not going to make a difference in who wins and who loses. It's the dark money coming in that we have no control whatsoever. Citizens United is absolutely destroying our country. And it should be outlawed. It should be done away with. It should have never come into being.
So do you think there should be public financing instead of private financing of elections?
I tried public finance when I was governor of West Virginia and supported it. Absolutely.
Would you be in favor of an amendment to get money out of politics?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You talk about money being the root of all evils. In politics, it's destroying politics as we know it.
Well, that's great news. I didn't know that he was in favor of that in that sense. Look, there's this part that I disagree with him there, which is I think the money they directly contribute to politicians is also a problem. Yes, the dark money is a huge problem because they don't know where it's coming from, but the money where we know where it's coming from is also a problem. Yeah, okay, it's coming from the Koch brothers. And then you wind up doing things that help the Koch brothers. I don't mean Senator Manchin himself, although he was part of ALEC, and that is, it's a group where they write legislation for conservative lawmakers and funded by corporations. So you know where it's coming from in that sense, and you know the results of what ALEC pushes for, which is the pro-corporate policies that are, that help their donors. So I'm worried about the dark money and the money where we can see where it's coming from. I'm worried about both of it. But the fact that he wants to do something about it, if you take him at his word at that, that's good news. So let's dive one last bit here into how he wants to deal with money in politics in his campaign and find that out.
one way to go is how your primary opponent, Paula Jean Swearengin, is going, which is to say, I'm going to forsake the big money overall. I'm just only going to take small money contributions. Have you considered that for yourself, Senator Manchin?
I haven't been in control of the money from. We go out and campaign, and we go out for solicitation like every other competitive campaign. And we're going online. I've not been online, so I need to get online to get more of the individual contributions. I'm very appreciative from $1 on up. And in the state, it's 1,000, but on the U.S. Senate or the congressional, it's $2,700 per person is the top amount per cycle. And there's not many people in West Virginia that can do anywhere near that.
Senator,
people basically, they give what they desire to give.
So no, he will not be forsaking big donor money for now. Check out the rest of the interview. Lots of interesting answers in there. Get a much better sense of who Senator Manchin is. And I asked him about not only the policies, but different parts of his record and how he feels about progressives, Bernie Sanders, etc. So youtube.com/TYT. We'll put a link down below as well. But his answer on whether he knows who his donors are and whether that affects him, well, you have the answer. What you do with that answer and how much you believe it is up to you. All right, now we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, some of the earlier stories that I promised you, including once and for all showing you that the Bible and presumably hence God is pro-abortion. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Let me read some tweets for you. Gabby Marita writes in, if we named our leaders like medieval royalty, Trump and his idiot son would be Donald the Loser and Donald the Lesser. It's very good, Gabby. Threaded Harmony says, Senior told Junior to publish the emails so he could use them as a scapegoat for the rest of his term. Nah, I'm not sure about that. He's probably pretty pissed. Don't you see I'm loco, writes in. Republicans always pick the dumbest person. Makes me kind of glad that Palin didn't run. You're actually right about that, and there is a reason for that. It goes back to maybe my favorite interview ever at the Young Turks when I interviewed Grover Norquist in one of the conventions, maybe all the way back in 2004. Oh my God, we've been around a long time. Anyway, and when Norquist, we asked him, why did you guys, your group, Americans for Tax Reform, those are the main guys who push for tax cuts and hence the richest people in the country, why did you back George W. Bush instead of John McCain in the 2000 primaries? And he said, McCain came in, we asked him, are you gonna do what we want? And McCain was like, no, I'm gonna make up my own mind. And Bush said, yeah, sure, what do you need? Right? So if you're smart, you're gonna have independent thought. Independent thought is frowned upon. If you've got nothing in your head, they could fill it with whatever they want, and voila, you get guys like Bush and Trump who push for tax cuts and deregulation and more wars and all the things that all the donors benefit from. And for Trump, not only does he not have any thoughts in his head, he also doesn't have a moral compass. So they're like, okay, here, just do this, whatever we tell you to do. And he's like, wait, do I make money off of it? Great, then I'll do it. Yossarian Clark writes in with the simplest tweet of all time, and it has 3 exclamation points. Jenks. I actually thought Manchin calling me Jenks was a little endearing. It's a little Southern, you know. I don't know, I might be wrong, I might be making this up, but I feel like in the South I get called Jenks more.
No, the Jenks thing was fabulous. That was I watched the interview, that was my favorite part of the interview. It was so, every time he said Jenks, and it's funny because a colleague of mine, Julie, who sits next to me at work, was just like, every time he says Jenks, like I kind of cringe a little bit, and I'm like, no, it's awesome.
All right, anyway, check that out. If you remember, you got to see it live, but we'll also put it up for you guys in the members section if you didn't get to see it live. So tytnetwork.com/join. And you guys know it's you get a month free now if you sign up for membership. Use the promo code FREETYT. Finally, Blue Collar Brainiac says, Yoho doesn't need to understand the laws, he just writes them. That is depressing that he goes on national television, that Republican legislator, and tells you, oh yeah, I'd have broken the law too. He doesn't realize he's admitting that, and that guy is in charge of writing laws.
Yeah.
God help us. All right, all right, Casper, what do you got?
All right. Pew Research spent a considerable amount of time and interviewed about 2,500 people in order to tell us something that we already suspected. Democrats and Republicans don't seem to agree on much, and they especially don't agree on the issue of higher education and whether or not it has a positive impact on society. Now, there were a number of issues that were looked at during this survey, but there were some interesting outcomes that I want to share with you guys. First off, the survey found that a majority of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents, about 58%, now say that colleges and universities have a negative effect on the country, and that's actually up from 45% last year. So the most notable thing about this is that there has been a huge difference in their opinion regarding higher education in a relatively short period of time. So in September of 2015, for instance, 54% of Republicans said colleges and universities had a positive impact. 37% rated their impact negatively. So you saw, about 4% jump in 2 years, but there was another stat that I'm missing at the moment, but I'll find it in just a second. So let's quickly look at Democrats and compare them, and then I'll give you the stat that I promised. So most Democrats and Democratic leaners, 72%, say colleges and universities have a positive effect. So you see that there's a pretty stark difference between Republicans and Democrats when it comes to the issue of higher education. Yeah.
So if you do effective propaganda, you could almost get, well, first of all, humans, honestly, to do anything, right? Almost anything, right? And we've seen that in horrific situations throughout history. It's not one particular class of people. But if you're authoritarian by nature, you're more likely to believe people in authority, positions of authority. Well, that makes you more of a conservative. That is part of what is a conservative. Liberals have less deference to authority. And in fact, conservatives frown upon that. They go, the liberals, they won't listen to their priests and their leaders, etc., right? Well, then that allows you to be more susceptible to propaganda if your leaders decide to go in one direction. And in this case, they have. And so Republicans' opinions on colleges and universities have dropped by 18 points in just 2 years.
Oh, there we go. That was the stat that I was looking for. Yeah.
So that is a gigantic drop. And speaking of propaganda, if you look at this whole survey, by the way, it's not just colleges and universities. It's what we tell you about all the time. Republicans have a poor opinion of the national news media. They didn't test it in this case, but science, they have a poor opinion of science overall. But they have a very high opinion of churches and religious figures.
So do most Democrats.
That's right.
There's a difference between Democrats and Republicans, but the difference regarding religion isn't that stark, believe it or not. We'll get to that in just a second. But regarding education, I think that there is also something else at play, and you briefly touched on it. So the issue of propaganda, right? What I've noticed over the last couple years is that people in the media and politicians who are educated, who have obtained a college education, many of which have gone to Ivy League schools, are fighting tooth and nail to tear public education apart and to belittle or minimize the importance of obtaining a college education, right? And I think the whole reason why they do that is because they want to keep you stupid. And unfortunately, there is a political party that's falling for it. They want to convince you that education is bad for you, that it's actually destructive to society. But what is the #1 indicator of whether or not you're going to have great economic opportunities in the future or decent economic opportunities in the future? It's if you have an education, right? How do you protect yourself from scams and people who want to take advantage of you? If you're not ignorant, if you are educated, if you know what's really going on, how the world works, how things work around you, they want to keep you stupid. And while they do this, while they push their ridiculous anti-education propaganda out there, and while people buy into it, what are they doing? They're easily taking money out of public schools, funding these vouchers, funding these private schools that don't have to abide by educational standards at all in a lot of cases, and we're allowing them to basically destruct the one thing that really leads to a level playing field in America.
You know, it's interesting to the point you made earlier. For people that make, for Republicans that make less than $30,000, 46% that say that colleges and universities have a positive effect. So relative to the others, it's actually a high number. For Republicans who make over $30,000, that number drops all the way down to 32% saying positive effect. So if you don't have money as a Republican, you think, well, going to college might be a good thing, the way to improve myself, right?
Right.
For the Republicans who do have money, they go, nah, no, college is a bad thing.
Right, and look, there's so many caveats and so many nuances to what we're talking about, because look, there is a huge downside to getting a higher education right now, right? You go into debt, and that's something that needs to be reformed. It's something that needs to change. That doesn't mean that higher education is a bad thing. It means that the way that we're funding it, the way that we're charging students, that's a bad thing. That absolutely does need to be reformed. But when Republicans are criticizing higher education, they're not criticizing it because they feel bad for the amount of money that students have to take out for loans. They're criticizing it because they think, oh, they go there. Ann Coulter has a chapter in her book, which I'm unfortunately having to read because I'm about to debate her, right? And she talks about how the only purpose for higher education is to churn out social justice warriors. That's it, that's all they do.
She went to Cornell.
She went to Cornell.
Come on.
You think, don't let her treat you like you're stupid, okay? She got her higher education. She knows the way the world works. She and other Republicans, conservatives, they know how the world works. If you don't have any education, if you don't have higher education, your chances of earning a decent income in this country, very slim, okay?
Yeah, well, so Ann Coulter and all the other conservatives can't fill your head with junk if you already learned something about the world. Right. So whatever you do, don't trust colleges, don't trust the media, don't trust science, don't trust anything that brings you facts. If you went to a real university, you might not then go to Trump University, and that would cost Donald Trump some money.
Yeah, well, they want to scam you and they want to manipulate you, and the easiest way to do that is to keep you uneducated. All right, so let's move on to other portions of this survey that were super interesting. So let's go to graphic 4. Republicans, by about 8 to 1, 85% to 10%, say the news media has a negative effect. These views have changed little in the past few years. So they've always been skeptical, in some cases hateful toward the media, but it's up from 76% 2 years ago and 68% in 2010. So the number of Republicans who think media has a negative impact on society has increased.
Yeah, so on the media, I'm split because we're very frustrated with the media, and I think that they, as you've heard me say 1,000 times, they have an establishment bias. They don't admit to it. That's why they've lost credibility both on the left and the right. I was surprised to find out some Democrats now have a better image of the media. Unfortunately, I think it's probably because of the nonstop Trump bashing. So I think they look at it and go, that media I can live with. That's my guess.
I think that guess is right. Yeah.
Oh, is right?
Is right. Yeah, because I mean, I watch a lot more cable news than you do, right?
Yeah, I don't watch it at all.
But also, it goes further than cable news. You know, the New York Times, the Washington Post, while these are not perfect publications and they've made their mistakes and we've criticized them for it in the past, all of a sudden you are seeing this reemergence of investigative journalism, and it's because they want to bring Trump down, right? Maybe you don't agree with what their underlying intentions are, but hey, all of a sudden we have this reemergence of investigative journalism and it's attacking a specific political party, a specific administration. I think that's why Democrats are now more favorable toward the media. So about as many Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents think the news media has a positive effect, 48%, as negative, 46% impact on the way things are going in the country.
44 and 46. So it's still, even with the improved ratings, it still tests negative even for Democrats. But again, I always want to tell you guys, we're not here to break the media like the Republicans are. We're here to fix the media. It's a giant difference.
Yep.
Okay, you want to go to the Arkansas story?
Yeah, let's move on. Lawmakers in Arkansas have passed a bill that would essentially force a woman who would like to get an abortion to speak with the person who impregnated her and come to an agreement about what should be done with the fetal remains. Now, this is another one of these personhood bills. It was something that was proposed earlier this year, and now, unfortunately, it has passed. Let's go to graphic 10. So it's HB 1566, and it includes aborted fetuses into the act, which means that both the mother and the father of the fetus will have to agree on what to do with the fetal remains. So what is HB 1566? So it's basically a provision on a law that already existed in the state. It's known as the Arkansas Final Disposition Rights Act of 2009, and that just said that certain family members have to agree on what to do with the body of a deceased family member. Now, the provision has been made to include fetal parts or a fetus. And so basically a woman has to go to the guy and be like, I'm gonna get an abortion. I guess I need to get first of all, permission to have this abortion. And then secondly, what are we gonna do with this fetus?
Okay, finally, back under our thumbs. I mean, I care about the life of the fetus. So this is, of course, a way of controlling people. And not only do they have to get permission, but this could also apply to women who were impregnated by abusive partners or through sexual assault.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you were sexually assaulted or if you were impregnated because of a rape, you would still have to abide by this law. Keep in mind that Arkansas, it's a conservative state, so they already have some significant restrictions on reproductive rights. They only have about 4 abortion clinics. Women have to get anti-abortion counseling before they go through with the procedure. After the counseling, they have a 48-hour waiting period, and then they can go through with the abortion. But it's just interesting because, I mean, look, you got to give credit to these lawmakers because they care about life, Cenk. They care about children. They want to protect these children, right? Which is why the state of Arkansas has approximately 22,000 homeless kids. They really care about kids.
No, but Anna, to be fair, they're already out of the womb, so they don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Life only applies inside the womb, which then, of course, brings up me to my favorite topic. So, look, this is Sharia law. I'm not interested in what your religion thinks of abortion. We need to make laws based on reasonable ideas that we all agree to. That's called a democracy, a secular democracy. But no, you want to impose your religious views on us. So it is now incumbent upon me to correct your religious views. You are wrong about what the Bible says. The Bible is pro-abortion. God is pro-abortion. So let me read it to you. These are not my words, this is the words of the Bible. You can look it up yourself in any Bible you find. Numbers 5:11 through 22, okay? Now this is gonna take a while, but it's good, so buckle up. Then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected, since there is no witness against her and she has not been caught in the act, and if feelings of jealousy come over her husband, and he suspects his wife and she is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure, then he is to take his wife to the priest. Let's see what the priest does. He must also take an offering of 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it. Well, of course not, because it is a grain offering for jealousy, a reminder offering to draw attention to wrongdoing. Okay, let's pause for 1 second there. So this stuff's in the Bible. Have you guys been doing this? Have you been taking your ephah or whatever that is, but not pouring the olive oil on it or incense, because it is an offering for jealousy? This is to cure the jealousy of the husband, because he's the one that matters. At the end of this particular provision at Numbers, they say, now remember, the husband is the one that matters. What happens to the wife is not important, okay? So that's a different portion of Numbers. Go read it for yourself. Okay, but don't pour the olive oil on there. You guys really believe this. You believe this. But if you do, this is part where you might be a little surprised. As we continue here in Numbers, the priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. of course. After the priest has had some woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse. Then the woman is to say, amen, so be it.
What?
Wait, so, okay. So the woman is supposed to say, oh, the cursed water, great. I'm glad you have done a curse. You guys believe this. You believe that there is a curse. How come you guys never do any of this? So it's funny how what you apply from the Bible and what you don't apply from the Bible. This is in the Bible, but you guys never do it, right? I haven't seen the curses yet. So let's find out what the result is. Hey, so save graphic 13. That's at the end, okay? So graphic 14a. This is continuing in the right order now in Numbers. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become cursed among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells and your womb miscarries. I told you, God, the Lord himself, is pro-abortion. If you think that your wife cheated on you and you need a jealousy offering, well, the husband must be appeased. Make sure that you take a pinch from the tabernacle floor, create this potion, and make her drink it. And if she has actually cheated on you, God will make sure that it is aborted. I didn't say it, the Bible says it. Now, if you're a good Bible-fearing Christian, you better be pro-abortion right this minute. And finally, the end of the Numbers that I promised you there. Quote, the husband will be innocent of any wrongdoing, but the woman will bear the consequences of her sin.
So is tabernacle floor what they use in like that abortion pill?
It could be, I don't know, yeah.
What is a tabernacle floor?
Like, apparently it's abortifacient, which I didn't know.
Wow.
Okay, so they're like, oh, here you go.
Yeah, that was really creepy.
Yeah.
And not enjoyable at all, but I'm glad you shared it.
Yeah, well, look, read the Bible. There's a lot of creepy stuff in there. And don't blame me, I didn't write the Bible. So if you got a beef to pick with abortion, pick it with the Lord, because he is definitely in favor of it.
Yeah, let's take a break and just let that digest for a second.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back with more.
I hope your abdomen doesn't swell while it's digesting. Back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you, or Jenks. Fun for everybody.
But no Jenks.
Your mama writes in, demonizing education is a win-win for Republicans. Rich don't have to pay you or pay for you to get an education, and you are more susceptible to their propaganda. Oh, I'm sorry, she meant pay you as in like then you get less income, right? And you get the propaganda. Great point, your mama. Esmeralda Coccolini writes in, remember the original sin of Adam and Eve, eating from the tree of knowledge. Learning things is dangerous to radical Christians. Exactly right. By the way, it's true of all the religions, of course, not just Christianity. And Jeremy Kohler writes in, you know that most Christians would say about Numbers 5:11 through 22, well, that was in the Old Testament, we don't follow that now. Oh, great, so that means you don't follow, you don't believe in the Garden of Eden. So we're gonna stop this nonsense conversation about how the earth is 6,000 years old. You don't believe in Noah's Ark. You don't believe, by the way, that gay people are living in sin. Because I think all of the stuff against a man shall not lie with another man is all in the Old Testament. So we're done with all that, right? So, oh, you like to pick and choose. You like certain parts of the Old Testament, so you just kind of want to keep it. And other parts, you're like, oh, that's unfortunate because that is a monstrous, horrific thing.
Yeah.
And I'd like to pretend that it doesn't exist. And so, and by the way, did God make a mistake? Did he bring down the Old Testament and then like 500 years later be like, oh, my bad, man, that was just the first draft. Now I'm sending Jesus now, and that whole thing about abortion, I was just messing around with you. Instead, I'll just put some vague stuff in here about how life is awesome, and later you can interpret that to mean that I'm against abortion. Whatevs. I thought God was infallible. That's weird.
Yeah. I want to talk about flat earthers and lizard people in the postgame today.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. Finally, truth. All right, let's go forward.
All right. Police in Georgia have reopened an investigation after a video involving alleged police brutality went viral and provided some new evidence in a case involving a cop who was beating a homeless woman with a baton. Now, the homeless woman is identified as Katie McCrary. However, the police official that you're about to see in this video, which is graphic, has not been identified. He is anonymous, but this took place on June 4th. And apparently the officer had gone to a Chevron station in response to a complaint about a woman begging for money. She's a homeless woman, she's at a Chevron station asking for money, which I think all of us have experienced at some point. And usually they're not dangerous people, but nonetheless, the owner of the Chevron station ended up calling the cops and things got violent. Now the cop claims that the woman tried to push him out of the way when he arrived on the scene. And then that warranted what you're about to see.
So let me just give a tiny bit more detail there, Anna, before we go to the video. So McCrary says she attempted to push me out of the way and walk out of the door, which I would think is mission accomplished. The guy called you to get rid of her, right? And she's leaving. Boy, this feels like it could have been resolved a lot easier. And so in all these cases, I always feel like, look, it's not an easy job. I mean, you got to deal with a homeless person who's not listening to you. That is not easy. So, and he says later she tried to reach out and grab his badge, grab the vest and the radio. Now that's what he put in his report.
Right.
But I'll tell you one other thing he put in his report after you watch the video.
Yeah, exactly. Let's watch the video, and then I want to give you his detailed report so you kind of see some of the inconsistencies. By the way, warning, the video is difficult to watch, so if you're uncomfortable, you should look away now. Let's take a look.
Hey, Kay, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting.
Get on your stomach. Get on your stomach.
Stop resisting.
Get on your stomach. Get on your stomach. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Just stop.
Put your hands behind your back.
Stop, Katie. Stop, Katie.
Resisting, Katie. Stop resisting. Stop resisting, Katie. Put your hands behind your back, Katie.
I'm gonna shoot you. Let it go. I'm gonna shout you.
No, please don't shoot him.
Put your hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back, Katie. Stop it now.
Put your hands behind your back.
I am trying.
Put your hands behind your back.
What did I do? What did I do?
All right. So I should note that she does have a mental illness. It's unclear what that mental illness is exactly, but a local news station spoke to a dozen individuals in the area who are familiar with her, who know her. They all said that she wasn't a problem, she never posed any type of risk, and she did have a history of mental illness. She is homeless, and again, she was there asking for money. Now,
guys, look. It's super tough to deal with a mentally ill homeless person. Nobody's saying it's easy, but you just saw that video, man. I don't know. I couldn't do that. Could you beat a mentally ill woman like that? She said she was going to leave. Did he feel like that was a disrespect of his authority? I don't know what the station manager asked him to do. Did he ask for her to be arrested? I don't know. But you would think that, hey, she's bothering people asking for money. She says she's leaving, great, wonderful. We could have left it at that. I can't stomach doing that to somebody, let alone a mentally ill person. I mean, if they were gonna cause violence on others, I get it, man, that's what cops are for, right? But a mentally ill woman who is not listening to your orders, you couldn't figure out, like you thought what? Like she's disrespecting you? Not everything is disrespect. People are different, and if they called you because she's, not able to respond to those requests. There might be a reason for that. Don't we do any training in this country? Yes, there are mentally ill people. Yes, some percentage of homeless people are mentally ill. No, the correct answer is not beating the living crap out of them.
So maybe I missed something, because I was under the impression that a cop can only open fire on someone who poses an imminent threat, right? And he said in that video very clearly, and he got a response from the people that were there, put your hands behind your back or I'm going to shoot you. And then 2 people were like, no, please don't shoot her, don't. Why are you gonna shoot her? Like, is she posing a threat to you? And maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's not the policy. Maybe the new policy is if someone's annoying you and isn't listening to your orders in the fashion that you think is appropriate, then you get to open fire.
By the way, if you shoot and kill someone, that could be murder. But if you threaten to shoot someone, that's already a crime, that's an assault. Now, if
not for cops.
Yeah, now, if you said that to a cop, you'd definitely be arrested. Hey, don't do X, otherwise I'm gonna shoot you, right? That's assault, and even if you never pulled a gun or anything like that. Now, cops got a job where they have to threaten violence sometimes. I know that it's slightly different rules, but it can't be that if you're under no imminent threat at all. Like, nobody thought that woman was somehow magically gonna kill the cop, right? So threatening to kill her or shoot her, which would kill her, certainly could, is assault, let alone the other obvious assault that's happening on the tape.
So this video is new, which is why officials have decided to reopen the investigation into this case. They had already decided that he had done no wrongdoing and they wanted to move on. But this video went viral and they're like, okay, well, we have new evidence. We have to look at this again. Now, I want to give you the details of the police report that this unidentified cop had filed, so you kind of have a sense of his side of the story and what he believed happened. So in the incident report dated June 5th, a day after this took place, the officer said when he arrived at the gas station, McCrary attempted to push me out of the way and walk out the door. Okay, more words were exchanged and McCrary reached out and grabbed my badge, and after being warned not to touch him, she, quote, grabbed my vest and radio, according to his incident report. He said he used his baton on her legs, forearms, and one strike inadvertently struck the side of her head as she was moving around. So that was his take. I think it's a little different from what we saw in the video, but again, I mean, it's being investigated. We'll see how it turns out, but it's an internal affairs investigation. And I mean, we have some precedent on how things like that turn out.
And in this case, we also have a quote from the DeKalb County Police Department. They said in a statement after watching the video, quote, the narrative in the officer's report appears to be consistent with the video.
Yeah.
So now, to be fair, he didn't say he inadvertently struck her. He said he inadvertently struck her head. But the rest of it was not inadvertent. It was very clear what he was doing. And look, it's not just about that this guy's a bad guy. That's too easy an explanation. And I don't even know that he's a bad guy. I mean, I know that this was a bad act. I do know that the training is don't ever let anyone disrespect you. And so in reality, what they need to do, and some police departments across the country are doing this, is bring in mental health experts. So yes, it's gonna take longer, it's gonna take a bigger part of your day. But hey, I need backup in this case, and the backup is not more forces to get even more violent. I need someone who's a trained professional who can come and help me deal with this person who is clearly mentally ill, rather than my way of dealing with him, which is what I've been taught. Unfortunately, in most of the police departments in the country, is take out a baton and beat the crap out of them until they are made to listen to you. And those are the cases where they don't get shot.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to a somewhat fun story, shall we? All right. Beginning July 1st of this year, Nevada allowed the sale of recreational marijuana. However, and this is the fun part, apparently people wanted to get their hands on marijuana so much that about 2 weeks later, the state ran out. And now the governor is essentially calling a state of emergency in order to get enough pot to help serve medicinal patients in the state. It's amazing. So on Friday, Governor Brian Sandoval endorsed the department's call for a statement of emergency, which would allow for more licensed distributors. Now, here's the interesting part of the story. Keep in mind that there are all sorts of states that have legalized marijuana for both recreational or medicinal use, right? Or both. However, Nevada is the only state that has this temporary law that only allows alcohol wholesalers to have exclusive rights to move marijuana from growers to retailers. And it's a temporary court order that's extended in June by a Carson City district judge. So why? Why do you want alcohol wholesalers to be the only ones who can distribute the marijuana from the growers to the dispensaries, right?
There's an official reason and then there's a real reason. The official reason is, look, this product just became legal in this state, so it could be dangerous. So we're gonna need people who know how to transport things and do this for a living to transport it. The real reason is the alcohol guys who give money to the politicians go, hey, these guys are muscling in on our racket, so we gotta do something about this. And my guess is, and this is a guess to be fair, that they went and talked to the politicians and the politicians were like, well, how about if we let you run the transportation part of it so you're cut in on the business?
It's so pathetic because they know that as soon as people get their hands on that weed, weird timing for a cough.
Yeah.
But as soon as they get their hands on marijuana, I mean, it's just people who smoke marijuana usually aren't heavy drinkers, right? I feel like
it's cheaper. It's way cheaper to be.
It's cheaper. You're more likely to do it at home, right? So you're not going to bars and stuff like that. It's actually safer since you're not going to bars and then potentially drunk driving. But nonetheless, the alcohol industry has been fighting aggressively against legalizing marijuana. They have been spending a ton of money on it because they care about their bottom line. And it's pathetic.
But to be fair to them, I mean, as a business, they want to maximize profits. And when states legalize drugs, alcohol sales do go down.
They do go down.
So, and if we didn't have legalized bribery in this country, you'd be like, okay, well, that's a sad day for you, make a better product. But since we don't have real capitalism in this country, instead we have crony capitalism, they go, this is the same thing Tesla has to deal with. Like the old car dealers come in and go, it's this damn car, we can't compete with it.
Yeah.
Pass a law saying that they're not allowed to sell it. And so that happened in New Jersey and a couple other places in the way that they sell it, right? So in this case, it's not just the alcohol companies, it's also the drug companies, the pharmaceutical companies. Their sales also go down. By the way, opioid abuse also goes down in states that legalize marijuana. But the drug companies think that's my product you're abusing and buying more of. So they also are fighting drug legalization. But as you can see, apparently the American people want it. They really, really want it. It sold out immediately.
In less than 2 weeks.
My favorite part of the story is that the governor had to declare the emergency. Emergency, emergency, we're out of pot. Somebody go get me some weed.
Yeah, people were lined up, excited, just waiting at a dispensary for the clock to strike and for them to be able to buy recreational marijuana legally, which is, it is exciting and it is great, especially when you consider all of the collateral damage that came about because of the prohibition on marijuana. But I don't know why I want to share this comparison. Maybe it's stupid, but imagine if digital media was considered illegal and the only way to legalize it was if like cable news networks had to produce our content, right? Like, all right, we're gonna legalize digital media, but CNN's gotta produce your show, right? That's like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You think CNN's gonna produce a good show for us?
So, well, look, real quick, it's not that far off from what we have in China. So in China, political content videos, and by the way, also porn is not allowed. We covered that on the show last week. And so that form of digital media is banned. But if you want to use digital media, you have to go with one of the large companies, large media companies in China that are pre-approved by the government. And so they know that they won't do anything the government doesn't want. So your analogy actually does exist. It's in China, and it's of course limits freedom tremendously, and it's done to protect the powerful over there. And same thing over here, done to protect the powerful, when in fact freedom means the freedom to also smoke marijuana, and 60% of Americans want it. So the real emergency is in states where pot is not legal. Okay, guys, for the Sirius Satellite Radio audience, we're out of time. Are we out of time for everything?
It's up to you. We can do more.
Okay, let's do 2 more stories for the online audience. So we'll be back in a second to do that. But you can catch the whole show ad-free if you go to tytnetwork.com/join and use promo code FREETYT to get a free trial membership for a whole month, okay? So no, not the bye-bye yet. We'll do that for the online audience. We'll be right back. Back on the Young Turks. I'm just laughing at what we're talking about. All right, member shout-outs today are James Cool and Andy Phelps. And guys, Valar Morghulis, Game of Thrones is coming. Anna and I are going to do a preview show tomorrow, actually.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not necessarily going up tomorrow, but mainly what I want to tell you about is we're going to start doing the Sunday reviews again. So watch Game of Thrones with us, and then go, and then we'll do the review immediately thereafter. So all of it is going to be live on facebook.com/whattheflick. So that's, of course, 10 p.m. Eastern is when the review starts for you guys. So that starts this Sunday, July 17th. Okay, what's next, Anna?
All right, let me just prep this. The opioid epidemic is hitting certain parts of the country hard, and Buffalo, New York is no exception. In fact, Buffalo area health officials blamed 300 deaths on opioid overdoses in 2016, and that was up from 127 2 years earlier. This is just one part of one state in the country. And so officials and judges in the area realized we need to handle this in a different way. We need to stop criminalizing people and give them an option to rehabilitate themselves. And so they took on an approach 2 months ago that actually has proven to be pretty successful. So the city is experimenting with the nation's first opioid crisis intervention court, which can get users into treatment within hours of their arrest instead of days. It requires them to check in with a judge every day for a month instead of once a week, and puts them on strict curfews. So keep in mind that this is not an easy program. It's pretty strict. Acceptance into the opioid crisis court means detox, inpatient or outpatient care, 8 p.m. curfews, and at least 30 consecutive days of in-person meetings with the judge.
So I love it. It's way past time. There's no reason to treat these people as criminals. And then, of course, now the media that Buffalo started doing this, they were like, wait a minute, yeah, these guys aren't criminals. They just need help, right?
Yeah.
Of course. And so they started talking about how, well, look, these are all nonviolent guys who don't have a track record of doing crime. So I guess this makes sense. It makes sense everywhere. So I'm super happy that they're trying it in Buffalo, and I hope that the program spreads. But we shouldn't be locking people up for any kind of drug abuse in the first place. It's not to say that drug abuse is great, of course not. But it's something that needs to be treated, not something that private prisons can make money off of, or, by the way, have all of us pay for their imprisonment and make their situation worse, let alone the core of the issue, which is why are we taking their freedom away when this is not something that is a crime against the rest of us. The society needs to put you away for so we can be safe. Exactly. No, it's something that you need treatment for.
So as I mentioned, it started 2 months ago, and the Justice Department actually allocated $300,000 for this program in the form of a grant, and the results are already pretty promising. So 2 months in, none of the 80 people who agreed to the program had overdosed, though about 10 warrants had been issued for missed appearances. And keep in mind, they have to appear in front of a judge every day for a month. And so it doesn't surprise me that some people might have missed an appearance. I'm not excusing it, but if that's the worst outcome from this experiment, then I'll take it. And there have been a number of people who have testified about their experience so far, and they're like, look, I really wanted to get better, and now there's a program that's actually really helping me instead of demonizing or antagonizing me.
Yeah, and one guy had missed a court appearance, and they brought him in handcuffs, and he said, look, I really appreciate this program, because if I didn't have to report in every day, you wouldn't have come get me, and I might have taken fentanyl and died in the streets. So we needed different ways to solve the drug problem altogether. So I'm a little frustrated that it took the opioid situation for us to realize maybe we shouldn't be imprisoning our fellow citizens that need help. I wish we'd realized this decades ago before we started mass incarceration and locked away millions of people. And I hope that we go to address that injustice as well. I don't want to just have people rotting in jail for taking drugs, just like these folks took drugs. But for God's sake, let's at least get on the right road now, and Buffalo is a good step in that direction.
All right, final story for you guys. After a domestic. All right. A smart home device alerted authorities to a violent domestic dispute. And as a result, the individual who was threatening his girlfriend with a gun was successfully arrested. So to give you details on this, and I wanna just be clear that it's unknown which home smart device it was. Eduardo Barrios was homesitting at the residence with his girlfriend and their daughter. Barrios allegedly pulled a gun on his girlfriend when they got into an argument and asked her, "Did you call the sheriffs?" A smart device in the home apparently heard, "Call the sheriffs," and proceeded to call the sheriffs.
Oops.
So the cops arrived, and apparently it took some time to negotiate with him so he would put the gun down and let his girlfriend go. But in this case, this smart home device, which apparently is always listening, managed to help save someone's life, or potentially help save someone's life, which is great, but there's a downside to this as well.
Yeah, it's a little ironic that it's called a smart device when it got the situation totally wrong. He's like, "Did you call the sheriff?" And she's like, "Okay, I will now call the sheriff." That's not what I said, dummy. Okay, no, look, great result in this case, but I am 1000% against this overall. This is a good story wrapped in a bad story. So they explain all the devices, doesn't matter who makes them, all those smart devices at home are always listening. So no thank you. Maybe the new school is, who cares about privacy? Let's all do freaky stuff in front of everybody and put it on the internet, and you get to find out every word I said and everything I did. And look, I lead an incredibly boring life, so my smart device would be tremendously bored, right? Can I call the sheriff just because we're not having any fun here? But as a general philosophy, no, maybe I'm old school, but I like my privacy. I don't want a device recording me nonstop every minute of the day inside my house. That's crazy.
Yeah. Look, I'm completely with you on this, and I know I'm probably gonna sound super ignorant because I don't have one of these devices and I'm not really sure of everything that they do, but I'm okay flicking a light switch on my own, right? Like, I'm okay turning the TV on by myself. Like, I don't need a home device to like do easy things for me.
Yeah, look, now I'll go.
And I'm not judging people who have it. Like, I get it. It's like the new cool tech thing to have, right? But you gotta, do a cost benefit analysis, and I did it, and I just feel like my privacy is more important than having a device flick a light switch for me.
It's not even close. Look, I'll go Grandpa Jenko on you. I'm so old school that I had a TV where I didn't have a remote control. I had to get up and switch the channel.
That's uncalled for.
I know, I know, it seems unbelievable, right? But I did. And but so yes on remote controls, and then let's draw the line, because it works. The up button and the down button works. It is, I think, harder to go, okay, Andrea, move the channel up. No, up, Andrea. Oh, for God's sake, up, right? That is harder than just push the goddamn button, right?
Yeah.
So look, if you want to give up all of your privacy, have at it, Hoss, but it's not for me. And in this case, it was such a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's so worried that she's gonna call the sheriff that he accidentally called the sheriff.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Now, what we've all been looking forward to today. No, not the Joe Manchin interview. No, not the show where we found out Donald Trump Jr. is probably going to jail. But what Anna thinks of lizard people and aliens, that's in the postgame. TYTnetwork.com/join. Bye-bye.
Hey, take a look. It's in an audiobook. It's LeVar Burton, and he's the nerd of the week this week, not just for his normal amount of coolness of being Geordie LaForge forever, and also successfully bringing back Reading Rainbow through crowdfunding. He now has a podcast specifically for adult types like me, and possibly you, audience. I'm not sure. That's up to you. But it is so cool. It's LeVar Burton reading short stories to adults. So it comes in 30 to 60 minute ranges. There's 3 episodes out right now. And here's a little sample for you.
Closing his eyes, the boy could see the black synthetic skin the alien wore as protection against alien atmospheres. Under that suit, ropes of muscles and tendons coiled and uncoiled, rippling even when the alien was still. In the doorway, the long neck had not been extended, but he knew what it could do. When it telescoped forward, as it could instantly, the head tipped up in reflex and the jaws opened.
You do get a taste of LeVar Burton's buttery, breeze-like voice that is very calming to those of us who listen to him read as when we were children. It is out now. I highly recommend it. It is great for commutes or whatever you're doing. Maybe don't go to sleep to it if he's reading one of the scarier stories about monsters, or do if you're into that. I'm not a daredevil like you, but LeVar Burton reads. Awesome podcast, check it out. And LeVar Burton, because of that, is the Nerd of the Week. If you have a Nerd of the Week suggestion, please let us know below or on social media. And please like and subscribe for more. Pirates of the Caribbean is a classic Disney parks ride and also a diminishing movie chain. And because of this, we are, well, not because of this, but along these lines, we are changing or seeing the changes from an old classic Disney scene into a new one updated for modern times and perhaps the future. You may remember, if you've been on the ride, that there is a scene of the bride auction. So in this scene, you float by. The woman in the blue dress is being sold as a bride, and she is being ignored for the more shapely, the redden, as they call her. We want the redden. And then behind her are ostensibly a bunch of, I would describe, less attractive women who look pretty upset about the whole situation as they're bound in ropes and chains. So that is going to be updated for the future. And a lot of people do seem to have problems with this. I mean, it is going to, of course, as soon as there's some kind of change, there's always going to be an outcry. But I think the way Disney described this, which was, it was going beyond political correctness, it is now kind of, or inadvertently, sort of telling something to their younger guests about women being sexualized and sold at auction. And they decided to change this. This is along the lines of changing the chase scenes, which come immediately after this in the show, from being ostensibly a rape story into, oh, the pirates want food. This is more of a fun and lighthearted scene, as opposed to sort of looking at the idea of rape and having kids ask what this is. In the new scene, it will look something like this. So we still have, it looks like the same pieces in the set. We have the red one, I don't know what to call her, the red wench, the blue dressed woman, and some of the other people who were in line before, but now it's an auction for stuff. Surrender your loot. And what I like about this is that the red-haired woman is now taking charge of the scene. She's actually the first female pirate in the entire ride. And she's like an Anne Bonny type or Mary Read. I love that. I love, because she's a very popular character. And now she has taken some kind of agency in this. And instead of seeing the weeping, less attractive women, we see that they are actually aristocrats who are being robbed, looted. And that's a lot less, I think that's more in line with the spirit of the ride, at least. Now, some people are agreeing that this ruins the ride. I would disagree, because if we're going on the nostalgia track, the ride was ruined a long time ago when they added Jack Sparrow and all these mentions of Jack Sparrow. I don't think Walt Disney envisioned us going through a mist with a projected picture of Davy Jones. You know, I be Davy Jones. The sea awaits you, and me, Davy Jones. Let's get aboard with Davy Jones. By the way, my name is Davy Jones. I don't think Walt wanted that. So, along that argument, it's always changing. There's always this idea that Disneyland is never done. It's always changing, it's always getting better. And I like this scene a lot. I think it adds to the spirit of the ride. It's in line with what the creators originally wanted. And I think it leads a better message to kids, honestly. I think that's worth it more than whatever my nostalgia is for the past. Audience, do you agree? Let us know below, and please like and subscribe for more. From the maker of Iron Fist and the last season of Dexter comes a new show from Marvel, starring clip art of the moon, a bad wig, and some other stuff. Let's take a look.
We've been hiding here too long. Let's go to our rightful home. If we were on Earth, we would have a glorious planet to live on, thrive on.
You're talking about betraying your brother. You're talking about treason.
You're blind to his intentions. Right or wrong, he's dangerous.
What I'm talking about is freedom. Freedom for all Inhumans. Are you going to use your voice to kill your only brother? Stop it!
What the?
We will not let anyone or anything stop us. We will create our destiny.
So that's a thing. I don't need to point out that this looks really cheap and looks more like something you might spot on Sci-Fi than something you would spot on ABC. A lot of people have been worried about it, including myself. There are some cool parts on it. I think the idea of the royal family of Attilan and the idea of Inhumans in general is really cool because they're ancient humans that have been experimented on by the Kree. I mean, maybe we'll see Kamala Khan later, but I mean, that's a big maybe. Maybe if they get a season 2. It seems like there are a lot of issues that might be a problem later on. For instance, they have the main character as Black Bolt. However, he cannot talk because he has powers. It's varied. Sometimes he whispers and it could be devastating. Sometimes he shouts, but he can't talk. And I've been reading in interviews that Scott Buck, who is the showrunner for this, doesn't want to use voiceover for the character. So he's ostensibly a silent, stone-faced lead, which will generally end up being a blank slate at least. It looks like Maximus will be taking the lead, and because, well, he said every word in the trailer. Something that was a little upsetting was we saw Serinda Swan as Medusa, and 1, her wig was bad. 2, her hair didn't do anything. The thing about that character is her hair is prehensile. It can do things, it moves around. It's very dynamic, and here it was static. If it's going to look bad, it has to do things. And if it doesn't do things, it should look good. But that didn't happen with her at all. I would say the best part of the trailer, which is what everyone seems to be happy about, is Lockjaw, the teleporting dog creature, which is cute. And maybe the effects aren't the best, but I would say that is the bright spot. A lot of it did look fairly cheap in terms of the set, in terms of various clip art being used. I think it's because they shot it in IMAX and maybe spent the money on that instead. You can watch the first episode in an IMAX theater. However, if you would rather keep your money, I would say don't. What do you think so far? Does it have potential? Could it get better? Could it be up to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Will it cross over with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I mean, right now, it looks like no, there's no talk so far. I think it looks like a mess. I think my time is finite. I don't know if I'll be watching this. Will you? Let me know below why, and please like and subscribe for more. I have disturbing news. The Jumanji reboot looks good, and I'm interested in seeing it. Let's take a look.
Damn, that is a man right there. Don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry, it's gonna be okay.
This is a video game, which means we all have special skills.
Why am I running so slow?
That was so intense. I can't even with this place.
Watch your step in here.
studio crew is disagreeing with me that it looks fun. Some of us like fun, okay? They get it. They get it in the booth. So I like this kind of reboot because it's not essentially a pointless remake. You may remember in the original Jumanji, it drew animals and a bad guy, Hunter, out of the board game into the real world. But in this one, 4 bad teens are in detention when they pick up a vintage console and start playing a video game, and they get sucked into the game, and their types kind of get switched up. The Rock has a teenager who is kind of shy, kind of sensitive kind of guy, and Jack Black is the alpha girl, the hot girl. Karen Gillan, who now it is explained why she's dressed like that. She is an avatar in an old game. Perhaps they will address it comedically. I like the way they're handling it so far. Is more of a shy girl, kind of like a weird Ali Sheedy type. And lastly, we have an athlete in Kevin Hart's body who he does not like being short now. I think it looks fun for what it is. It's not going to be the next allegory of human nature that changes the world. It's a fun movie, and I do like that they seem to take some kind of change from the original. I wouldn't have liked it if they had just done this is Robin Williams' character's son, and he's back, opens the the board game, and whatever happens. It's different. I'm interested in seeing it. Audience, do you feel like these two haters in the production room? Let me know what you think below, and please like and subscribe for more. Is it safe to go in the water this summer? According to some recent carcasses, no. But these aren't what you might think. Great white shark carcasses have been washing up on the shores of South Africa, and they've looked kind of unusual. Let's take a look. Something has been eating the sharks. These are images that came from Marine Dynamics Dyer Island Conservation Trust, who has been investigating this. This is a South African conservation program. So what looks to have happened is that killer whales have been eating the sharks. In the past, this has happened before. 1997, there was an orca on shark attack off the California coast, but now this is centered around Africa, and there have been 4 of these carcasses since May. Usually in the past, killer whales do eat the liver specifically out of great whites, particularly for squalene, which is a nutrient inside that they like. But more than the liver is getting eaten. Now we're seeing genitals, now we're seeing stomachs being eaten as well, and it's not exactly clear why. Some marine biologists think that it's possible they were just removed when they were removing the liver and everything is just all attached inside, or if they are actually eating them or not. It's a little disturbing to look at, though, while they figure out what's going on or if more carcasses show up. So this is just a reminder to you, there's something else in the water that you may want to think about. We know people like porn, but what kind of porn? This is something that's kind of hard to figure out because we have a history of people giving different answers when they know they're being watched, when they know they are answering something that someone else is going to read, perhaps a survey, perhaps a Q&A. So it's hard to tell what people will tell the truth in. However, author Seth Stevens-Devotowitz, who recently wrote Everybody Lies, a book that uses data on America's Google habits, has found a more interesting way in examining data and determining what it is we actually want. See, the incentive in answering, let's say a survey, you would change your answer to kind of seem more, I would say, conventional to whoever the survey taker is. But when you're looking for something in Google, you're alone. You think no one's watching you. You think this is where I'm going to get what I want. The incentive is you want whatever porn it is you like, so you're gonna get it. No one's watching you. That's how it goes. So he appealed to a lot of he researched a lot of data and examined it from Google, from dating sites, from Pornhub. Pornhub releases its data sometimes. I get them at least in press releases. And it's interesting to see what people are actually searching for as opposed to what people actually answer in surveys, because again, that's how you're gonna find out what people actually want. So he found that a few interesting tidbits, which I will share. One is that 20% of women, straight women who watch porn, actually prefer lesbian porn, which is not that surprising. But he did find that according to his searches, a lot of people are actually in the closet. So maybe they won't come out as homosexual, but secretly they will be and continue to be. According to him, in places where it's hard to be gay, such as Mississippi, far fewer men say they are gay than in places where it's easy to be gay, such as New York, but gay porn searches are about the same everywhere. He found that about 5% of men are predominantly attracted to men. The number one question women have about their husbands is whether he is gay, especially in the Deep South, where his data has confirmed that there are more gay men married to women. And what they found was women were 8 times more likely to ask Google if their husband is gay, as opposed to asking if he's an alcoholic, and 10 times more likely to ask that than if he is depressed. Though statistically, it's more likely that he is an alcoholic or that he is depressed. It's just that is where I suppose the human mind goes automatically. He also found about 1 in 100 porn searches are for elderly porn. And along that line, most people would want to keep that probably private, as well as something else he found that according to his data from dating sites, men are more likely to try and date skinny women. However, there's data on the other side of that into porn, which would show they might like women with more weight on their bones than that, but they are choosing to date skinny women to perhaps appeal to what they think society wants, or trying to impress someone, their family, their friends, what have you. So that's an interesting thing or a side of people that they've kept hidden, at least according to this data. What he also found was that the #1 Google search in India that starts with "my husband wants" is "my husband wants me to breastfeed him." He found porn featuring adult breastfeeding was far more highly searched and watched in India as opposed to everywhere else. However, when people in India were asked about this, they almost uniformly said no. So it's kind of, that incentive versus being aware that conventional society is watching you, I suppose. So it's interesting. And he found in his research of this, it did change his views on sexuality, which are, he thought evolutionarily speaking at least, that people should be attracted mostly to a heterosexual partner and in order to reproduce from an evolutionary standpoint. However, they found that less than 20% of porn watched these days features vaginal sex to completion among 2 people who can conceivably have a healthy baby, which goes to say that sex has other purposes besides procreation. What a revelation. He also found, interestingly enough, according to his data model, anal sex will pass vaginal sex in porn within 3 years. Get ready for that, y'all. You're on the internet now. What do your Google autocomplete say? Don't tell us below. Tell us something else, and please like and subscribe for more.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Got a big show ahead for you guys. We're going to break a story for you that one of our reporters, or we're going to cover a story that one of our reporters broke about Comcast. Interesting. A little bit later in this program, Ivanka Trump goes and sits in for Daddy. That's a fascinating story. I'll tell you about that in the second hour. Anna is going to join me on that hour, and then later in this hour, the big story that's going around: Donald Trump Jr. I am already hearing chants of "lock him up, lock him up." I actually have not heard those chants, but perhaps we'll start them on today's show. Many people accusing Donald Trump's son of literal treason. So we'll discuss why and if it has merit a little bit later in the program. So first, fun little story about how you should never ever back up the president. Okay. So Rex Tillerson is, of course, Secretary of State, former CEO for ExxonMobil. And of course, as the Secretary of State, he has to back up his boss. And they famously had this meeting with the Russians a couple of days ago, and there was only a couple of people in the room. And on our side, it was just Trump, Rex Tillerson, and an interpreter. And on their side, it was just Putin, their foreign minister, Lavrov, and an interpreter. So now what message Tillerson wants to put out is, look, we were tough on Russia. Now, were they actually tough on Russia? Not at all. How are they tough on Russia? Well, we brought up the idea of collusion a couple of times, and including right in the beginning. And what happened after you brought it up? Putin said he really, really didn't do it, so we have to, quote, move forward. Now that's a Rex Tillerson quote. In fact, I'm going to give you the full quote, which is the relevant part of this story in a second. So in other words, you weren't tough on the Russians at all. So there was no threat of any consequences for their meddling in our election. There was just no repercussions whatsoever. You just brought it up, they said we didn't do it, and you said, oh, okay, fine, let's move forward. Well, no, Tillerson says, no, the issue of the sanctions were brought up. In fact, this is now from the Washington Post, the day after. Trump told Putin that members of Congress were pushing for additional sanctions against Russia over the election issue, Tillerson said. So that's Tillerson saying that, and here's a direct quote from Tillerson. But the two presidents, I think, rightly focused on how do we move forward, he added. Okay, so there's the, we brought up the issue and then we decided we're not gonna do anything about it and we move forward. That was clear enough anyway. But there, he at least said, hey, we discussed the sanctions, okay? So get off our back. So what does Trump do the very next day after Tillerson tells that to the press? Rex, meet the underside of a bus. He tweets out, sanctions were not discussed at my meeting with President Putin. Nothing will be done until the Ukrainian and Syrian problems are solved. So get a load of that tweet. Number one, Rex, what are you doing? Everybody knows that if you go to back up the president and you lie for him, he will throw you under a bus unwittingly because he doesn't know anybody, he's an idiot. He's an unguided missile. He should say that you discuss sanctions because that would seem more tough on Russia. But he can't help himself. He comes out and goes, sanctions? Why would we talk about sanctions? I didn't mention that at all. Oh, Rex, did I already tell you to lie and say that we mentioned sanctions? Well, somebody's got to tell the president in more than tweet length that happened so he doesn't undermine his own officials. Okay, so there again, the president tells somebody to go do something and then contradicts it right afterwards. But if you notice, the second part's also important. He said in the second part of that tweet, nothing will be done about the sanctions until the Ukrainian and Syrian problems are solved. You know what that means? There ain't gonna be no sanctions. Gee, Trump is thinking about it this way. The Russians helped me win that election. Should I put sanctions on them for that? He's like, of course not. I'm not gonna put sanctions on them. They're the ones who helped me get elected president. So I love this infinite timeline of whenever Syria gets resolved, then we'll move on to sanctions. Yeah, when there's peace in the Middle East, Trump will do something about the Russians. They're never, ever, ever going to do anything about it because they love the Russian meddling in the elections, and whatever small lies that Rex Tillerson was putting out there are quashed by Trump himself. As usual, very poorly played. Okay, so now that's them. Now let's go to Comey. So all of a sudden there's an interesting talking point about James Comey and those memos he wrote regarding how Trump asked him to end the investigation on Flynn. Now, that was big news because that could be perceived as obstruction of justice. At the time, James Comey's the head of the FBI. Trump pulls him aside. The president says, hey, stop the investigation on Flynn. Comey, according to his own testimony, takes a memo about that right afterwards and puts it on the record in the FBI. And once he's no longer the FBI director after Trump fired him, he comes out and says, yeah, I wrote it down immediately after he told me so that it's on the record. Okay, so you know that part of the story. Well, now there's an attack against Comey saying that some of the stuff that he had in those memos might have been classified, and did he leak stuff that was classified? So it was on Drudge Report, so it must be true. And also on Fox, well, let's check that out.
Remember when James Comey testified the material he leaked to a friend was not classified?
Yeah, my view was that the content of those unclassified, the memorialization of those conversations was my recollection recorded.
Well, it turns out he actually may have broken the rules. A brand new bombshell report accuses Comey of putting our national security at risk. According to The Hill, the former FBI director's personal memos detailing private conversations with President Trump contained top secret information.
Top secret information. Actually, I don't think I read the Hill story. I don't think they use the words top secret. Top secret and classified are different. I'm trying to explain that to a Fox anchor. Anyway, so is it true? I mean, that would be very hypocritical of James Comey, because you remember what he said about Hillary Clinton of all people. He said that, quote, there is evidence that they, meaning the Clinton office, were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. Of course, he famously did not pursue charges against her, but did upbraid her in that press conference where he gave that quote. So if it turns out he leaked stuff that is classified, boy, that would be an interesting charge of hypocrisy, and some Republicans might revel at that, given that Comey's a thorn on Trump's side right now. Some Democrats might secretly snicker as well. Well, the question is it true? Well, everybody's quoting the same guy, John Solomon at The Hill. So let me quote him for you too, so you get the full context, and then let's talk about who John Solomon is. Comey testified last month before the Senate Intelligence Committee that he considered the memos to be personal documents and that he shared at least one of them with a friend. He asked that friend, a law professor at Columbia University, to leak information from one memo to the news media in hopes of increasing pressure to get a special prosecutor named in the Russia case after Comey was fired as FBI director. Now, all that is true. That's right. That's a good beginning to the story. That just explains what Comey did in the past. So then he says, more than half of the memos former FBI Director James Comey wrote as personal recollections of his conversations with President Trump about the Russia investigation have been determined to contain classified information, according to interviews with officials familiar with the documents. Interesting. I wonder who those guys are. So Solomon continues, this revelation raised the possibility that Comey broke his own agency's rules and ignored the same security protocol that he publicly criticized Hillary Clinton over in the waning days of the 2016 presidential election. So now, if true, that would be interesting. I don't know if it'll rise to the level of actionable. Comey might have to do a press conference where he says, well, I'm not pursuing myself, but what I did was extremely careless. He's no longer the FBI director, so he wouldn't do that. But it would be a nice gotcha moment, if that turns out to be the case. And Democrats, like I said, might secretly rejoice a little bit, but mainly the Trump administration would be like, yes, that discredits him and we're done with him. Even though it doesn't actually discredit the stuff in the memo at all. What it does is politically attack James Comey for revealing what's in the memo. It doesn't make the memos any less true, let alone the fact that I'm not convinced that this is the case. Again, we'll get back to who the author of this article is in a second. Now, speaking of which, John Solomon writes, to give you a sense of how much of a witch hunt there's going to be now on Comey, in order to make an assessment, congressional investigators will have to tackle key questions, such as where and how the memos were created, including whether they were written on an insecure computer or notepad, where and how the memos were stored, such as inside Comey's home, in a briefcase, or on an insecure laptop, whether any memos were shown to private individuals without a security clearance, and whether those memos contained any classified information. And when it was determined by the government that the memos contained classified information before Comey took them and shared one or after or another. Okay, so in other words, James Comey, if you wrote that memo on a notepad right after the Trump meeting in your car and put it in your briefcase, I don't know, was it properly secured? Was it classified? If it was classified, you wrote it on an unsecured notepad and you wrote it on a desk and the desk is unsecured. He's the FBI director. And I don't know. We're gonna have to look at every nook and cranny. Were you eating lunch? What lunch were you eating when you wrote that note? Did you write the note? Did you speak the note? Was anybody else in the room? So look, if you thought there was a real issue that James Comey accidentally shared classified information with the Russians, the Chinese, the public, and blurted out like, hey, here's my memo. Oh, here's me talking with Trump, which is unclassified, about how he wants me to end the investigation. And here's the nuclear codes right underneath it. Then yeah, then get into his lunch and whether he wrote it on a goat or on a boat, right? But this is basically saying, we're coming to get you, James Comey. Oh, you thought and you claim very clearly that they were unclassified. They were just recollections of your meeting with Trump. There's nothing classified about that. You say potato, I say potato, brother. Okay, and where's your notepads? Because I am coming to invade your life. So, is it true? Well, John Solomon is the person who wrote it here. Look, you look at The Hill. Everybody's saying The Hill, nobody's saying John Solomon. The Hill is reporting Comey's private memos on Trump conversations contain classified material. Right underneath it, we highlighted for you John Solomon. So who is John Solomon? He works at The Hill now, but here is two of his previous employers. He was editor-in-chief of the Washington Times, which is a conservative propaganda outlet run by, or at least previously run by, I don't know who owns it today, owned by Reverend Moon, some lunatic that wanted to pursue a lot of different things, including his right-wing agenda. And then, but that's not an exaggeration, by the way. Look it up, or look up Reverend Moon, lunatic. Chief Creative Officer also for Circa News. Circa News, haven't heard of them. That sounds kind of interesting, right? Yeah, they're owned by Sinclair Broadcasting, right-wing media outlet that does propaganda for Donald Trump, against Barack Obama in the past. They own a lot of local TV stations. John Oliver recently did a great story about them. We have covered them in the past, and local televisions where a lot of people unfortunately still get their news and certainly get their political ads, and Sinclair Broadcasting will put conservative op-eds in without clearly labeling that they're op-eds or that they're from headquarters into local news, with absurd propaganda in them. And Circa was their digital effort to do this. And if you look up articles in Circa, it is one after another, defending Donald Trump, criticizing his opponents, et cetera, et cetera. So the guy who wrote this story is a person who's run many conservative outlets. I don't, look, now he works for The Hill, so I don't know to what degree they had an obligation to point out that the writer of this article is deeply conservative. And you don't have to say deeply, however conservative he is, but he clearly worked for very, very conservative outlets that have a very clear track record. But they never mention any of that. I'm not saying the guy can't write the article. I'm not saying he can't even write a straight news article if mainly he worked on commentary in the past. Maybe a little note to let us know. So right now, I think we're among the very few outlets talking about that. Everybody else is like, oh, The Hill is reporting. The Hill is reporting from an incredibly conservative source that James Comey, questionable. So suffice it to say, I'll believe it when I see it. So right now, there is no evidence outside of anonymous sources from a very conservative writer that this is true, and then reverberating through Drudge and Fox News, two outlets who also have about zero credibility. So now you know. Okay, when we come back, Donald Trump Jr., what kind of trouble is he in, and does it involve handcuffs? It might. I'm not playing. Come back and I'll tell you about it. All right, back on the Young Turks. Got lots of fun stories for you guys. Let's go to Russia, guys. Let's go to Russia, and then we'll go to treason. And then we'll ask you guys a question in the next segment. And I love their excuse for it. That's also in the next segment. Yeah, I'm cleaning up papers right in front of you. Okay, so. Yeah, we're there. So a huge story in the New York Times about Donald Trump Jr., Mini-Me. He apparently met with Russians in order to get information about Hillary Clinton. That is deeply problematic for reasons that I'm going to explain. So let's explain the whole thing to you guys. Start with the New York Times in the beginning. President Trump's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., was promised damaging information about Hillary Clinton before agreeing to meet with a Kremlin-connected Russian lawyer during the 2016 campaign. According to 3 advisors to the White House, briefed on the meeting, and 2 others with knowledge of it. So that meeting did in fact happen. Those were their sources initially, and now Donald Trump Jr. has confirmed it. The meeting was also attended by the president's campaign chairman at the time, Paul J. Manafort, as well as by the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. We also know that because they have also admitted to that. Kushner originally did not note this meeting when he was filing papers to get security clearance for his role in the administration. That is a huge problem. He later said, it slipped my mind that I met with Kremlin-connected Russian lawyers. I must have just left that out. So I will now note it for the record. So he now admits that he was also in that meeting, and there's good evidence that Manafort was there as well. Okay, and when asked about it, Manafort now says, wisely by the way, no comment, because you're about to see how much Donald Trump Jr.'s explanations got him into more trouble. So the meeting at Trump Tower on June 9th, 2016, 2 weeks after Donald J. Trump clinched the Republican nomination, points to the central question in federal investigations of the Kremlin's meddling in the presidential election. Whether the Trump campaign colluded with the Russians, the accounts of the meeting represent the first public indication that at least some in the campaign were willing to accept Russian help. So a couple of questions related to this. One is, who was this person? Two is, what does collusion mean? Three is, did they do it? So first, who was the person that they met with? Miss Veselnitskia's, God help me, okay, clients include state-owned businesses and a senior government official's son, whose company was under investigation in the United States at the time of the meeting. Her activities and associations had previously drawn the attention of the FBI, according to a former senior law enforcement official. So she was asked about this as well, and she went on to say, she said she had never, quote, acted on behalf of the Russian government, and quote, never discussed any of these matters with any representative of the Russian government. Now, that is important, and if this goes all the way to trial, and that's not a crazy proposition as you're about to see, that might be relevant. Donald Trump Jr. might say, and Kushner and Manafort, well, look, she wasn't technically a Russian representative. Now the FBI and others know she is a Kremlin-connected lawyer, and she has been investigated before, but how do I know that she was talking to the Kremlin itself? But you do know that through an intermediary, it was a person who was told was a Russian that might have information about Hillary Clinton. Not like a random Russian American or an American that happens to be of Russian descent. Who cares about that, right? No, someone connected to the Kremlin. Again, if you're in the heart of a trial, you're gonna see how important that connection is. But for the purposes of what was Donald Trump Jr. thinking, he knew that it was a Russian person that was not a normal American citizen, but one that had connections to the Kremlin. That's why he wanted to meet with her in the first place, to see what the Russians had on Hillary Clinton. By the way, who was the intermediary that set this up? It's a guy named Goldstone, Rob Goldstone, who had something to do with the Miss Universe pageant at one point, and that's how the Trumps know him. And John Swain writes in a tweet, Rob Goldstone, Donald Trump Jr.'s acquaintance, who brokered the meeting with a Kremlin-linked lawyer the day after the 2016 US election, and they have a picture of him the day after the election. Is that real? I mean, that is so unbelievable. Is that doctored? That's unreal. So the guy who set up the meeting the day after the election has a Russia shirt on, like, gotcha. Okay, well, I told you the Trumps are not good at cover-ups. They're not bright enough to do a cover-up, which leads us to Donald Trump Jr.'s denials. This is the heart of the matter. Okay, when he was asked about whether he met with Russians way earlier on, before this story broke, he had said, did I meet with people that were Russian? I'm sure I did. But none that were set up, none that I can think of at the moment, and certainly none that I was representing the campaign in any way. Now, that turns out to be not true. This meeting was definitively set up. He admits it was set up by Goldstone because he thought they had information on Hillary Clinton. If you thought they had information on Hillary Clinton, you were a surrogate for the campaign and you're an advisor to the campaign. Clearly, that was a funny high-pitched note. Anyway, clearly connected to the campaign. So now we go to a flashback of, again, before any of this story broke, when he was asked, Donald Trump Jr. was asked about Russian connections. He had said at the time Don Jr., July 2014, 2016, July 24th, 2016, on the Clinton campaign's claims that the Russians were helping Trump. It's disgusting. It's so phony. Meanwhile, he had already gone to a meeting. He had already gone to a meeting with Russian lawyers to get dirt on Hillary Clinton. That's so phony, so disgusting. You know what's phony is you and all of your clear lies at this point. So now they find out information about this meeting. So then they go and ask him, well, you said you never met with Russian officials in a way that was set up for the campaign. What do you say now? He says, well, when he was first asked, the New York Times explains, when he was first asked about the meeting on Saturday, Donald Trump Jr. said that it was primarily about adoptions and mentioned nothing about Mrs. Clinton. It was only about adoptions, or primarily about adoptions, and didn't mention anything about the campaign. Well, did that stick? No. So that was Saturday. Now on Sunday, the Times then shows him the evidence of him being at that meeting and them talking about the Hillary Clinton campaign and whether the Russians have any dirt on it. Okay, so then he changes his story on Sunday and says this. After pleasantries were exchanged, the woman stated that she had information that individuals connected to Russia were funding the Democratic National Committee and supporting Mrs. Clinton. Her statements were vague, ambiguous, and made no sense. No details or supporting information was provided or even offered. It quickly became clear that she had no meaningful information. Like father, like son. You schmuck. Why did you just admit that? It was one of the lawyers that was quoted in the press today said, my God, do these people not have any lawyers? Like, you understand what you just admitted? You admitted that you went to go get information about Hillary Clinton's campaign, which you had previously denied over and over again. Then the woman came in and had this nonsense story about how Hillary was working with the Russians. You knew that was nonsense. This party doesn't admit, because you knew you were working with the Russians. Anyway, so leave that part out. So you go, well, she didn't have any meaningful information for me, and then she wanted to talk about adoption. So then we left. That means you just admitted you went to go get damaging information from Hillary Clinton from the Russians. How do you think the Russians would have gotten that information? Do you think Hillary Clinton's campaign would have been like, oh, Vladimir, remember those giant sanctions we put on you and the tough talk we've been doing? Nah, screw it, here, have our emails. No, you know they would have stolen it. The Russians couldn't have gotten it in a way. Look, in your trial, if there is one, you want to make the case that, hey, maybe the Russians could have just gotten it in a non-nefarious way. Maybe they had a buddy inside the Clinton campaign and they just wanted to share it, out of the goodness of their heart. The Clinton campaign said, here's all the dirt about us, Russia, and they didn't steal it. Make that case, brother. I'm looking forward to that case. But if you thought you were going to get stolen information that the Russians got about Clinton's campaign, you shouldn't have admitted it, you idiot. One more quote from Donald Trump Jr. here. He said, it became clear to me that this was the true agenda all along. The claims of potentially helpful information were a pretext for the meeting. In other words, he's like, I thought we were going to get dirt on Hillary that was stolen by the Russians. Instead, she wants to talk about some law about adoption in Russia. And he said, my dad's not the president yet. We don't care about that issue. So you were just you set up this meeting with a pretext of doing something illegal. And now you bring a legal issue to me about a policy that I don't care about. Why are you admitting this? God, they're so stupid. They're so dumb. Okay. Now, New York Times has to now explain. Political campaigns collect opposition research from many quarters, but rarely from sources linked to foreign governments. So that's very important, guys, because if you thought, well, hey, don't they dig up dirt on one another? Of course you're right, and that's not illegal. And there's a lot of stuff done during campaigns that might be ethically dubious, but is not illegal. So, but it's one thing if you go, hey, get me the tape of what that guy said back in 1987 and get it from a local newspaper or TV station, whatever, you're doing opposition research. There's nothing wrong with that. If you say, now let's go to the Russians or the Chinese or whoever else and see if they have stolen information on my opponent, yeah, that would be illegal. That's not within the normal parameters of what you're supposed to do. But again, Donald Trump Jr., knucklehead that he is, doesn't understand that, so he tweets, obviously, I'm the first person on a campaign to ever take a meeting to hear info about an opponent. Went nowhere, but had to listen. Oh God, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. No, you don't admit that you took a meeting to hear opposition research from a foreign country, even if it was Canada. Okay, but you certainly don't do it from what appeared to be, at best, stolen information by the Russians. That's crazy. Okay, and the fact that he can't see that makes it even more startling. Okay. In his statement, now realizing, I'm in a lot of trouble. So he then says, in his statement, Donald Trump Jr. said he asked Mr. Manafort and Mr. Kushner to attend, but did not tell them what the meeting was about. So don't prosecute them as well. They're fine. Don't leave Jared Kushner alone, okay? Manafort's now kind of irrelevant because he was the campaign manager, and at the time, he was super relevant. He was the campaign manager of Trump when that meeting happened, okay? But now, Manafort. But Kushner, I didn't tell him what the meeting was about. And he makes this dumb claim about, well, I didn't even know her name when I decided to meet with her. One, I'm not sure that speaks well of you. Two, that does not mean that there's no conspiracy charge against you. There could still be a conspiracy charge, even if you don't know the person's name. That's not a legal excuse. For all the lawyers they have around them, apparently they never talk to them. And I told you, they're not good at a cover-up. They're not smart enough to do a cover-up. So they just bungle and tell you the truth accidentally. Like, I met with them, I met with the Russians to get information. Why, is that wrong? Yes, it is wrong. Okay, so meanwhile, so they couldn't get that information in that meeting. I wanna show you one last thing here. This is Donald Trump himself, a little bit after that meeting, about a month or so after that meeting, saying, well, we tried to get the secret information, we couldn't, so screw it, I'll just say it in public. Here, listen.
I will tell you this, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press.
Lacking all subtlety. Now, another nation, if you have stolen things from my opponent, thank you for saving me the trouble. Remember Nixon, Watergate, resigning from office because he went into the DNC, they're his political opponents, and stole information from their offices. Here's the person who's running for president at the time going, now if anybody did steal information from our opponents, that'd be great. Please release it in the press. You're not supposed to say that, even if you're secretly happy about it. Now, what Trump said there is not actionable. I mean, some make the case that it is. He's inciting them to steal more information, etc. But a son taking the meeting, including Kushner and Manafort, the campaign manager and a top advisor to the Trump campaign, taking a meeting to get stolen information, yes, that could easily be a crime. So guess what the last part of this story is? Just right before we came on air, Donald Trump Jr. has finally and belatedly lawyered up. He's now got a lawyer and he's not saying anything anymore. Luckily, a day too late. All right, look, I'm gonna take a break here. When we come back, there's some who believe that this is in fact a crime and a very, very high crime at that. And then I wanna ask you guys what you think of the Russian story overall. It's a poll I've been meaning to do for a long time. I can't wait to see what your response is. So we'll come right back. All right, guys, we're back. I will do tweets and YouTube super chat comments a little bit later in the show. I have a ton of news to get through in this segment for you guys. And don't forget, if you missed any part of the show, you get a free month's membership this month. So go to tytnetwork.com/join and enter the promo code FREETYT. So let's keep going. All right. So Donald Trump Jr. Has basically admitted that he did take a meeting with a lawyer connected to the Russian government, and he did it for the purpose of trying to get dirt and opposition research on Hillary Clinton. Now, is that illegal? Well, some think that it is not just illegal, but potentially treasonous. So first we go to one of the most esteemed law professors in the country, Lawrence Tribe. He says, it doesn't matter if he didn't actually get the information. Attempted theft of a presidential election in collusion with Putin is a serious felony and a high crime against the state. So, because one of the very poor defenses that Donald Trump Jr. has put forward is, well, it turns out she didn't have the information I was looking for. And now legal experts are trying to clarify to Donald Trump Jr. belatedly that you could have a conspiracy to get that information even if you didn't get it. That's still a crime. So for example, if you and several other people decided that you were gonna rob a bank, you made a plan and you took action to rob that bank, but then you found out that the bank was closed that day and you went back home, you've actually already committed a crime. So in this case, he's like, well, I went to go get stolen goods, but she didn't have them. Well, how unlucky of me. Okay, I don't know, man. So Richard Painter, former ethics lawyer for George W. Bush, says if he intended to get illegally stolen private information from the Russians, it was illegal for him to attempt to do so, just like buying stolen goods from a known fence. Now, Richard Painter is not going to stop there. He's coming with a 2x4 here. Here he is on television.
Donald Trump Jr. And Jared Kushner were apparently both of them involved in this. And this was an effort to get opposition research on an opponent in an American political campaign from the Russians who are known to be engaged in spying inside the United States. We do not get our opposition research from spies. We do not collaborate with Russian spies unless we want to be accused of treason. And I can say I worked for 2.5 years as the chief ethics lawyer of the Bush administration. The Bush administration never would have tolerated this. And if this story is true, we'd have one of them, if not both of them, in custody by now, and we'd be asking them a lot of questions because this is unacceptable. This borders on treason. If it is not, it's self-treason, depending on whether the New York Times story is true.
Wow, that is a former Bush official. Now, he's been tough on the Trump administration throughout, but those are about as strong a words as you can find. But he's not alone. Nick Ackerman is a former Watergate prosecutor. Let's see what he has to say.
Legal implications here. First of all, we've got a potential for actual treason. We've got Donald Trump Jr., the mini-me to the president, who is meeting with a Russian operative, thinking that he's going to get information on the Hillary Clinton campaign. Where do you think that was coming from? If this was a Russian operation, it was something that was coming through spying. So there is plenty of smoke here, and I think we're getting close to the fire.
Okay, now, I'm going to use an analogy here that some will consider inflammatory, but it's an analogy. It doesn't mean he actually did this, so I just want you to understand that, okay? If Trump or anyone had gone to another adversary of ours who they thought was spying in on their opponents and gotten information, it would be problematic. Now, say if I say, the Canadians, you might say, well, yeah, but they're our allies, so is that really so bad? The answer would be yes, it is. It's still illegal. If I say the Chinese, you say, okay, yeah, I get it. The Chinese might want to steal information about Hillary Clinton or maybe Trump, depending on who they're supporting, and give it to the opponent. That would be bad to work with a foreign government like that. What if I said another adversary, like Al-Qaeda? Imagine if Al-Qaeda had information that they had stolen somehow from one of the people running in the race, and they offered it to the other, and the other camp was like, sure. I mean, I'll just take a meeting with them and see what kind of information they stole on my opponents and see if I could use it in the election. I think people would be pretty pissed, right? I'm not saying that Russia is the same thing as Al-Qaeda. I'm giving you a range from Canada to Al-Qaeda to give you a sense that that is not something you do. You don't try to go get stolen information, certainly from our adversaries or even from our allies from a foreign country to use against your political opponents. Yes, that is in fact illegal. And there's one last interesting theory here. It's from Lindsay Moran. She's a former CIA operative. And she's basically saying, you know, they might have done this, the Kremlin might have done this just to get these idiots to show up. And if they do, then they have something on them. Even if there's no information to give them, you show up to this meeting, the Russians know that you showing up is in and of itself illegal, then they have the goods on you. If they wanted to use that against you, maybe they could. So let me have her explain. She says, I have conducted background investigations. If you do not, and then she went on to talk about Jared Kushner's role, right? So she called that a trap, a potential Russian trap. And then Jared Kushner did not disclose this meeting. He was in the meeting along with Donald Trump Jr. and Paul Manafort. And she says, Since he didn't put it in his background check, she explains, as a person who's done this before, I have conducted background investigations. If you do not disclose meetings with foreign nationals, especially one promising dirt in exchange for something, that's a big deal. That's not leaving out an address you had for 2 months in college. It's raising a number of eyebrows and can result in a counterintelligence investigation, and it can get you locked up. So now Donald Trump Jr. has lawyered up and is not answering questions about this anymore. His effort to get an attorney apparently a day too late, because he has already admitted that he was in fact looking for opposition research. He did go to that meeting. He did know what the meeting was about. And his excuse that, well, I didn't wind up getting the stolen goods is not a very good legal excuse. What is that I hear? Lock him up. Lock him up. Oh my God. So crazy world, man. Anything can happen, and apparently is going to. Okay, now let me get to my favorite excuse here. My favorite excuse in this whole Don Trump Jr. Saga, where he went to go get information from Russian people connected to the Russian government that might have been information he believed the Russians spied in on Hillary Clinton on, which would be illegal, is Reince Priebus. So he comes up with the best excuse. He's now the chief of staff for Donald Trump. And first they ask him, well, about the meeting, and he says, quote, it was a very short meeting. Oh, I see. So that makes it less illegal? That's not that great an excuse. By the way, it wasn't that short, it was 20 to 30 minutes. It wasn't like they walked in, they're like, oh, you're that lady from the Russians. No, I'm walking out. Then the shortness of that meeting would have relevance. Now, they sat down and asked for talk for 20 to 30 minutes. This is not me saying it, it's Donald Trump Jr. on the record now admitting, yeah, I went to get information about Hillary Clinton from the Russians, a foreign government, and since she didn't have it, I was annoyed, and she just wanted to talk about a policy issue of adoption, so I walked out after 20 to 30 minutes. And Manafort and Kushner apparently walked out earlier than that. That doesn't help your case at all. Okay, then the second excuse. Talking about issues of foreign policy, issues related to our place in the world, issues important to the American people like adoption, is something that's not unusual. Except Reince, your guy admitted that when she started talking about adoption, he was annoyed. He had actually gone to get dirt on Hillary Clinton that the Russians might have for him. And how would the Russians have procured that? Very, 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 very likely through spying and stealing the information. So, look, once the information is out there, it's out there. But at that point, it had not been put out by WikiLeaks, and this was the Trump administration seeing if they could work with a foreign government to get that. That's okay, Reince has one more excuse, and it might be the best one. It wasn't our problem. So whose problem is it, Reince? This is obviously the Democrats' fault. No.
Much about it, other than it seems to be on the end of the Trump individual. It's a big nothing burger, but may spin out of control for the DNC and the Democrats.
Well, let me ask you about two aspects of that. In terms of the DNC, are you suggesting that this was somehow a setup by Democrats to try to link them or compromise them with the Russians? And this was before there was any Russian interference in the election. So why would they have done that?
Well, look, why was Fusion GPS involved in putting together this dossier? I don't know, Chris, and I don't think too many people know why or how this meeting came about. However, what I can tell you is from my communication with our team on this subject, there was nothing to it. It was a 20-minute meeting. It ended after everyone was decidedly sitting there saying there's nothing happening here. They moved on. And I think in the end, what you're going to find in this story, if you read the Circa column, is I think there's more questions on the Democrat side than anywhere else.
The Circa column he's referring to is from a right-wing outlet owned by Sinclair Broadcasting. So I love this. So our guys went to go get secret information that they thought Russian spies had, and you could against Hillary Clinton. So you can see why that's Hillary Clinton's fault. I got to be honest with you, Reince. No, I can't. I missed that connection. Well, it's a group that had some opposition research against Trump that where they got the, and then so maybe it was the Democrats. No, first of all, that group that he's referring to was originally hired by Republicans. But put all that aside, even if it was a trap that Hillary Clinton sprung for you so that you would go to an illegal meeting with Russian officials, well, apparently your guys are stupid enough to fall for that trap. So Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort all went to that meeting. That is not a good defense. We got tricked into doing something illegal because we really, really wanted dirt on Hillary Clinton, and we were willing to go work with a foreign government and get their stolen goods to do so. Oh no, we got caught. Okay, it is far-fetched to think that the Democrats set this up. The Democrats are so not that sophisticated that they lost to Donald Trump. So you're telling me the knuckleheads who lost to Trump wound up doing this secret meeting where it was a trap on top of a trap, and then they And even if that were true, it's still illegal. So Reince, better luck next time. Okay, now I want to ask you guys something. Let's go to this poll. Okay. So no, come to me first, and then I'll go to the poll. Not on this. There you go. Thank you. So we had the huge story today about Donald Trump Jr. and Kushner and Manafort all meeting with a Kremlin-linked lawyer to get what was presumably stolen intelligence about Hillary Clinton. And obviously the Russian connection to the Trump campaign and to Trump officials has been an enormous story. Now, what I don't want to ask you about, because this is an interesting question that I'm very curious as to what your thoughts on it are. I don't want to ask you about things that are obvious. If there was a financial deal that Trump had with the Russians, that is massively, clearly illegal, and we'd be done with that. So that's not an interesting question for you guys. But I want to ask you guys about something that, and if they asked the Russians to steal information, that would be clearly illegal, and they should go to jail for that, let alone losing the presidency if Trump was involved, right? But what I'm curious about is what I think is the heart of the Democrats' charges against Trump, at least what I see in the press, and whether you think that's enough for Trump to step down. So the question we're asking in this poll is, should Trump be removed from office if Russian collusion is proven regarding the leaked DNC emails? So that's it though, okay? So tytnetwork.com/remove. I'm not sure which way I would vote on this. That's why I'm asking you this, because I'm curious what your take on it is. So I'm not asking you if the Trump campaign stole the emails themselves, that's different. I'm not asking you about that. If they worked with the Russians in stealing that information, I'm not asking you about that. I think that would be clearly illegal. What I'm saying is, if they work with the Russians in somehow getting that information out once the Russians had already stolen, any kind of collusion where they didn't do the actual stealing themselves, but they worked with the Russians about the DNC emails and that's it. Is that enough to remove Donald Trump from office? So and it's a should day, right? Whether it will be enough is of course a political question, a legal question, and one that we can't answer without all the details. So this is a hypothetical in asking you, if just collusion was proven over just the emails, do you think he should be removed from office? Can't wait to get your answers on it, and then we'll share with you guys soon, of course. tytnetwork.com/remove, okay? And the remove doesn't mean that I think he should be removed for that, it's just a URL. Okay, all right, now let's go to another issue, but also relating to Donald Trump and the Russians, but not about collusion, okay? Although this actually would be direct collusion. Anyway, so you know that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin recently met, and they discussed whether the Russians colluded in the elections. That part is comical, and they decided that we were not going to pursue that any further, and they decided to put that aside. And then they thought about working together. But first, Trump had tweeted, "We negotiated a ceasefire in parts of Syria, which will save lives. Now it's time to move forward and working constructively with Russia." So I just want to lay that out there so you know there's no talk of further sanctions against Russia. If they colluded in this election, Trump is now saying, I'm done with it. Rex Tillerson said the same thing. I brought it up to him once. He says he didn't do it, and we're moving forward. And now we're not going to punish Russia. We're going to embrace Russia. Lindsey Graham's a Republican senator from South Carolina, and according to the Huffington Post, Graham slammed the president for, quote, forgiving and forgetting Russian tampering in last year's election, and said the move only increased suspicion of the Trump administration. So it took a Republican to say that. On this show last week, I was saying they went and had this meeting and nothing came of it. Why is the media giving him all this credit for, oh, he brought the collusion issue up and the meddling issue up with Putin? He brought it up, and then what happened? So finally, when Republicans go, hey, you know what? That doesn't mean a damn thing. That means that Putin, at worst, was upbraided for it, which according to our side and their side, it wasn't even upbraiding. He's like, yeah, okay, did you guys meddle? Oh, you didn't? Okay, let's move on, right? But there's no consequences at all. So thank you, Lindsey Graham, at least for making that clear point. Not every day that I thank Lindsey Graham on the show. So now we move on to what he means by working constructively with the Russians. Trump says, Putin and I discussed forming an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so that election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded and safe. Questions were asked about why the CIA and FBI had to ask the DNC 13 times for their server and were rejected. Wait, what did you just say? We would set up a cybersecurity unit with the Russians to investigate hacking in our elections? Are you mental? You're gonna set up a cybersecurity unit where a foreign country that, by the way, also doesn't necessarily have our best interests in mind at all times. I wouldn't do this with our closest ally, let alone Russia, would then have access to some of our voting information because they're helping us with cybersecurity? No. Trump did a deal with the Russians. This is my speculation, but he did a deal with them. Who's insane enough to suggest that? You know why? Because Putin told him in the meeting, hey, why don't we do better next time? We do cybersecurity together. I have access to all the information. Believe me, you get reelected. There's no other logical explanation for an idea this insane. I'm not the only one saying that. Again, I'm going to turn to Republicans here. Here's Lindsey Graham on this idea.
He wants to work with Vladimir Putin, claiming that this cybersecurity unit will prevent future election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded. What say you, sir?
It's not the dumbest idea I've ever heard, but it's pretty close. He gave a really good speech in Poland, President Trump did, and he had what I think is a disastrous meeting with President Putin. 2 hours and 15 minutes of meetings. Tillerson and Trump are ready to forgive and forget when it comes to cyber attacks on the American election of 2016.
Not the dumbest idea I've ever heard, but pretty close. Damn. Then John McCain, another Republican senator, says, and this is a summary of it, McCain deadpans on Trump's cybersecurity unit with Russia. Putin could be of assistance, quote, since he's doing the hacking. So that's insane. And look, you know that I have no respect for Donald Trump's intelligence. I'm at the one end of the spectrum on what I think his intelligence is. I mean, if there's some chance he's in the single digits. Anyway, in IQ. But even so, this is not an idea where somebody would say, hey guys, you want to do a cybersecurity? It's like if the wolf comes up to you and goes, you want to guard the hen house together? The only reason you would contemplate that, no matter how stupid you are, is if you want to make sure that that hen house was raided. You don't go to the wolf and go, oh yeah, you want to protect the hens with me? Nobody's that stupid. Okay, now one more thing. Steve Mnuchin is, of course, his Treasury Secretary, and until they withdrew this, well, which we're going to get to in a second, Mnuchin's still going. And he says, and this is likely another strategic alliance, whether we're doing military exercise with our allies or anything else. This is about having capabilities to make sure that we both fight cyber together, which I think is a very significant accomplishment for President Trump. So Mnuchin goes out there and defends this insane idea, He's like, this is a great idea. We're going to work on cyber together. Okay, so then what does Trump do? Hey, Mnuchin, meet the underside of a bus. We just changed that a couple hours later. So he now tweets, the fact that President Putin and I discussed a cybersecurity unit doesn't mean I think it can happen. It can't, but a ceasefire can and did. What? So in other words, I was just saying, I didn't say anything. I was just saying, I was saying maybe we do cybersecurity. No, everybody hates it. Everybody thinks it's an insane idea. No, it can't happen. I didn't say it could. I'm just saying. But now I realize it can't. But a ceasefire, remember that's what we talked about. And I did the ceasefire that freezes the conflict in Syria where Bashar al-Assad, Putin's ally, has a huge lead. So you see how tough I was on Putin. No, I'm not sure that I do. If you want to get a sense of how bad this idea was, not just Buchanan and Graham, who've been tough on Trump in some contexts, in other situations. Now let's go to Fox News. This is one of their most conservative so-called analysts, and listen to what he says about this idea.
The absolutely harebrained notion that we would team up with Russia to form a cybersecurity unit to protect our elections, that's like teaming up with the mafia to fight crime. I mean, tell me one thing. Tell me. Yes, he did. Yeah, he had to. He walked it back yesterday because the Republicans on the Capitol Hill were so outraged by such a crazy idea. Look,
that's Colonel Ralph Peters. I mean, I don't know that there's 7 guys in the country more conservative than him. So even he's going, wow, that is really brazen. Trump did a deal with the Russians. That meeting was not to hold Putin accountable. It was to talk about how they could do further deals and cover up the last one. How much more obvious can he make it for you? Okay. All right, now let's move on to the last story of this hour, however you're counting this hour. Okay. So net neutrality is the principle that all websites should be treated equal, and that some should not be slowed down or sped up based on who pays the internet service providers a bigger fee. So now the internet service providers are not in favor of net neutrality. They want to get rid of the government regulating them under what they call Title II, which is another way of getting net neutrality, which is a situation we have now that we've always had. The internet is for everyone. But the internet service providers want to change that. Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, and some of the others. Why? If they're providing the pipes for the internet, they say, I should be able to charge whatever I want, and if you pay me a big enough ransom, I mean fee for my services, you will have a very speedy connection. And if you don't, well, then you won't have a very speedy connection. Now, Comcast says, no, we're for an open internet, but we'd like the ability legally to be able to do all that, slow up, speed up, and do all these different things. And by the way, if you speak out against us, whether you pay or you don't pay, maybe we slow you down anyway. So now, folks online are not happy about this. Regular people aren't happy about it. 5.1 million people have sent in comments to the FCC, breaking a record, saying, keep net neutrality. Do not listen to the internet service providers. That's crazy. Now, Ajit Pai leads the FCC. He was put in there by Trump. He's a former Verizon lawyer and shockingly agrees with the Verizon and Comcast and those guys saying, no, they should be able to charge you whatever they want. But don't worry, they'll voluntarily, out of the goodness of their heart, keep an open internet anyway. So obviously also some of the companies online fighting back against this. So good news on that front. Tech companies and activists will be mobilizing supporters of the net neutrality rules on Wednesday for an online, quote, day of action. So that's great. Many websites that have signed up for the demonstration will show their support for net neutrality by displaying alerts warning the public about how the internet could change if the rules are rolled back. I love that. Now let me tell you who's involved, and there's some giant players. The protest has already attracted some of the web's biggest names. Amazon, Reddit, Twitter, Netflix, Etsy, Facebook, and Google are all expected to join in. Now, let's be clear about disclosures here. Some of those groups obviously would have to pay the Comcast of the world more money if this goes into effect to make sure that their giant companies' websites are not slowed down. Now, it was not clear which way they were going to go because Netflix, Facebook, Google, etc., could have an advantage because they have the money to be able to pay Verizon, AT&T, Comcast, whereas the smaller outlets that would compete against them would not. But here, those big internet companies did the right thing. And so they're going to continue to fight for net neutrality, for which I think they deserve a lot of credit, because some of them might view this as better for their business interests to have net neutrality and protect the internet. But it is possible that some of them would think, hey, this could help kill all of our competition. So it's a 50-50 question, I think, for them. And in that question, the fact that they're doing the right thing is wonderful. Okay. By the way, a disclosure for us, the Young Turks. We have a website that is not a multi-billion-dollar operation. So if they killed net neutrality, we would be susceptible to being slowed down, just like the rest of the internet would be susceptible to it. So it might hurt our business interests. But our two biggest partners are Facebook and Google. So because of that, we might actually be in okay shape. But it doesn't matter. No matter where our business interests lie, I am 1000% in favor of net neutrality. I don't know anybody at this company. I know the hosts have a variety of opinions on different issues here, but I don't know any host that is against net neutrality here, because we all believe in freedom on the internet, no matter where our business interests lie. But I wanted to be clear with you guys, because now we go to the next story, which is an exclusive brought to you by us. Andrew Jones, writing on TYT Politics, explains Comcast's role in this. First, he explains where their lobbying is, where their money is, and that'll give you a sense of which direction they're going in, which they're not hiding, by the way. Just give you details on how much they care about this. In the first quarter of this year alone, Comcast has spent $300,000 to lobby against net neutrality on Capitol Hill. Okay, so that's a decent amount of money. For you and I, that's a lot of money. For Comcast, a good size money for just one quarter in 1 year. But now let's give you more context. In 2016 alone, Comcast shelled out $1,240,000 to law firms to represent them in lobbying public officials on the topic of net neutrality. That was slightly less than the 2015 total of $1,622,000 spent on the same topic, including $470,000 during the first quarter of 2015 when the FCC voted on that principle. So the reason why they spent a lot in 2015 and now in 2017 is because those are the two times that this issue was brought up. In 2015, the Obama administration decided to keep net neutrality and keep the internet open and free. So Comcast tried to defeat that at that point and spent millions of dollars doing so. In 2017, they get Trump into office. They spend a lot of money to make sure that this time they can kill net neutrality. Now, okay, so a lot of you might know that about Comcast and the other internet service providers, but Comcast is also a giant media corporation. Are they revealing their interests when they talk about it on air through all the properties that they own? That's interesting. So let's go to that. But despite all of this Comcast spending, Jones reports, their news networks, NBC News, MSNBC, and CNBC, have barely mentioned net neutrality. And they certainly haven't disclosed their company's lobbying on the issue. Okay. Let's go to NBC first. NBC's Nightly News with Lester Holt has had only one full report on net neutrality in 2017. So that's not a lot, but it is the Nightly News, and they have a lot of topics to cover, mainly Russia, but still. In the news report, NBC's News' Tom Costello did disclose that Comcast does own NBC. That's good that they at least disclosed that. He mentioned that in passing, but it's positive, and we're giving you the positives as well here. And in the story, he gave the usual mainstream media thing, both sides of the issue, which is some say that killing net neutrality will end the internet as we know it and will create a new system where there could be fast lanes and slow lanes. He did report something to that effect. And then he said, but the other companies, Comcast, which owns NBC and AT&T, et cetera, say that that the current rules stifle, quote, stifle competition and creativity. Does the internet look like it's lacking in competition and creativity? That's a talking point put out by those corporations. Now, this is my general criticism of the mainstream media altogether, which is, okay, Tom, you just gave the two sides, but which one is it? You're a reporter. So does net neutrality keep the internet free or does it not? And if you say free is too vague a word, I hear you, then give me details. What are the actual rules? Don't tell me this side says that and the other side says this. Which one is it? I know it would be so biased to actually look at the facts of what the proposal does. It's not an opinion. The proposal does something. Tell us what that is. And the reality is, of course, it would end the current system that we have on the internet, and it would allow the internet service providers to charge more for you to have the same speed or higher speed connection. So it would give them the ability to control the internet. So Andrew goes on to say, the last time NBC Nightly News had a segment on net neutrality before that April report was back on February 26th of 2015, the day that it was voted into existence, that Title II provision. So in 3 years, 2 reports. Interesting. Now, here at the Young Turks, maybe it's because we're affected by it more. No, Comcast is actually way more affected by it because they have billions of dollars on the line. But here at the Young Turks, we're also affected by it, and we've had a lot of reports on net neutrality. But somehow they just couldn't squeeze into the nightly news. Okay, well, let's see if on the website where they have unlimited space, not just in a half-an-hour program, if they did better. Well, again, Joe's reporting for TYT Politics says a similar lack of full disclosure about Pi's rollback announcement occurred on the same day on NBC News' website. NBC News tech reporter Alyssa Newcomb mentioned Comcast chairman and CEO Brian Roberts' desire for Title II net neutrality to disappear, but Newcomb's article did not contain any information on the company's lobbying on net neutrality. You would think that that might be a little relevant if you're owned by Comcast. Okay, now let's move to MSNBC. He says, if you thought net neutrality's coverage was difficult to find on NBC News' limited hours of coverage, the topic has struggled to garner attention on 24/7 MSNBC, as Comcast was spending money in the background on the issue. A LexisNexis search has revealed that net neutrality hasn't received a full news segment on MSNBC this year in the wave of networks' endless Trump coverage, especially during the 7 to 10 p.m. primetime hours that are currently enjoying their best success ever. So you're telling me you run a cable station that goes for 24 hours a day, and you could not find time to do one full segment on net neutrality that would determine the fate of the internet? Is that a small issue? Is that the thinking there? Oh, that's a tiny little thing about whether you have freedom on the internet anymore. According to the people who are worked up about it and broke the record on number of comments on this issue, 5.1 million comments, they don't think it's a small issue. They think it's a giant issue, and a giant issue that your parent corporation is very much involved in. So shh, okay. MSNBC's website hasn't been much better on covering net neutrality. Its website has only mentioned net neutrality twice in articles in 2017, and both have come at the bottom of a Newslink roundup from Rachel Maddow's show producer, Steve Bannon. And neither post mentioned Comcast's lobbying spending on net neutrality. So wow, 2 footnotes in 2017 and no disclosure. Okay, now we'll go back to 2015. There, Rachel Maddow did do a good, interesting, thoughtful segment on net neutrality. Let's give you the rest. On their website, 4 articles were neutral news reports about the subject, including 2 on that same day, February 26, 2015 day. The other article on MSNBC's website about net neutrality in early 2015 was an opinion piece against it from a member of the conservative group Competitive Enterprise Institute. Again, none of these pieces mentioned any of Comcast's lobbying on net neutrality, primarily or with other issues, which in the fourth quarter of 2014 and the first quarter of 2015 combined to almost $1 million. So they put up 4 neutral articles on net neutrality, and then the one opinion piece they have on MSNBC is from a conservative group saying, net neutrality, who needs it? Especially back in 2015, they're pretending to be a progressive network, but yet the one piece of opinion they could find was against net neutrality. Fascinating, and yet no disclosure on their lobbying. Andrew Jones also looked into CNBC because they're a business station. They did cover it more, but again, no disclosures on Comcast's lobbying. And to be fair, let's give you Comcast's version of this as well. When asked for comment on why Comcast news channels haven't disclosed the company's lobbyist spending on net neutrality, Comcast Senior Vice President of Corporate Communications, Sina Fitzmaurice, stated that, quote, all of Comcast channels have complete editorial independence. and no interference from Comcast. Okay, now, final thought on this is, why do so little stories on it? Because sometimes you do find the memos, but it's a hard thing to find, and oftentimes they're not written, of someone from headquarters going and saying, okay, this is a big deal for Comcast, there's billions of dollars on the line. MSNBC, I don't care what your brand is, I don't care what your ratings are, do not do stories about them, or if you do, say that killing net neutrality is awesome. They're very unlikely to write that memo unless they're painfully stupid. What happens instead is, and again, look, I don't want to overstate my tenure at MSNBC. I was there for about a year, but I got some lessons from being inside the building, which is that if you do things that are frowned upon, well, then you get a talking to. And everybody else in the building knows, not a good idea, I wouldn't go in that direction. So did the good folks at NBC, MSNBC, and CNBC know, hey, if we do a lot of stories telling you about how great net neutrality is and we shouldn't kill it, that might create a situation for our parent company to the tune of billions upon billions of dollars? Yeah, that might create a situation. So yes, they're aware of that. But most importantly, and what this story is mainly about is, if you're gonna cover the story, for at least give us a disclosure, which they at least did it in that one NBC News report case. They gave half a disclosure. Comcast owned by NBC. No, I shouldn't even say mumbling under their breath. They said Comcast owned by NBC, but it didn't tell you how much Comcast is on the side of killing net neutrality and how many millions of dollars they've spent to kill net neutrality. So can we at least get a little bit of disclosure? It's not too much to ask for. All right, guys, we're gonna take a break here. When we come back, Anna's got news for you guys, including Ivanka Trump sitting in for Donald Trump in the G20 meetings, and how the Republicans are trying to turn that around to blame progressives. Okay, that when we return. All right, back on Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Let me read some tweets as quickly as I can here. JNF writes in, money can buy you a lot of things, but it can't buy you common sense. We should be thankful that his family is this stupid. Agreed. Look, all of them, born on third base, thought they hit a triple. So Leanne then says, if we could get both of Trump's sons in jail, it'd be a win for the wildlife too. Good point. And of course, remember,
animals are innocent.
I think that played. Okay. Anyway, the W-Do, there's no way I said that right, writes in, it's not just that they're too stupid to do a cover up, it's that they actually think that there will be no consequences, which is exactly the point that JR was making during the break. He's like, they've never had any consequences in their whole lives. So that's why they've willy-nilly admit, yeah, I went to go get opposition research from the Russians. What is that? That's illegal. So what? I've done like 28 illegal things. My last name's Trump.
I don't know if there will be consequences for it.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
I agree with you. T. Russello says, if you go into a store to rob it, but they don't have any money, you're still charged with robbery, which is very true. And finally, on the net neutrality issue, Chris Allen says, the internet for the rich, Trump will be loving that. Well, he's not just loving it, he's the one that's making that happen. So for all you libertarians out there who thought, oh, Trump, MAGA, Trump's awesome, he's gonna protect freedom, make the internet free again. Oops. So even
Make
some of those guys
free
now,
again. Like
I know.
Anyway.
Even some of those guys are like, that's kind of unfortunate what he's doing about net neutrality. Oh yeah, that's right, because Comcast doesn't give a shit that you're a right winger. They'll still charge you more money because they'd like to make more money.
At least none of them wrote a book titled "In Trump We Trust" and then complained and whined about Trump after he got elected. Like Ann Coulter, who I'm debating at Politicon. You guys should come check it out.
Politicon.com/TYT to get tickets. Anna's debating Ann Coulter. I will be debating Ben Shapiro. Oh, man, I should have been saying this all day today. Tomorrow, if you're a member, watch the Joe Manchin interview live. Yes, I'm interviewing Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia tomorrow live at 11:15 a.m. Eastern. So go to tytnetwork.com/join. Get a free membership this month. You get a 1 month of membership free. You use promo code FREETYT. Okay, so go to tytnetwork.com/join. Put in the promo code FREETYT, and then tomorrow morning, make sure that you're watching for members live when I interview Joe Manchin. That is going to be fascinating. And why does he want to come on? I don't know. And so that I don't know which way he's going to go. I know which way I'm going to go. And I can't imagine that would be an uninteresting interview.
It should be fun.
It should be fun. All right, what's next?
All right. Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump are facing some criticism after Ivanka briefly substituted Trump in his seat at the G20 session. Now, she was pictured sitting next to a number of world leaders, including Angela Merkel, also the president of China, and some are arguing that this is unacceptable. She is not an elected official, so as a result, she's unqualified and she shouldn't have sat there. I'm going to go ahead and defend her, but first let me give you the details.
Really?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
Interesting.
All right, I think this is much to do about nothing, but let me give you the details about it. So Ivanka was sitting in the back and then briefly joined the main table when the president had to step out, and the president of the World Bank started talking, excuse me. So this is a response to the criticism from a senior Trump administration official. She says Ivanka Trump was sitting in the back and then briefly joined the main table when the president had to step out, and the president of the World Bank started talking as the topic involved areas such as African development, areas that will benefit from the facility just announced by the World Bank. Excuse me. Now, Ivanka Trump wasn't just there dilly-dallying. I'm sorry, I have a really bad cough, guys. I'm trying to keep it together.
All right, because now I like this. It's created more suspense. I'm curious as to your defense of her. I can't wait to that.
Cough is driving me crazy.
There's actually a couple of things we're probably going to disagree about on this story. Okay.
I apologize. Okay, so he steps out briefly. She takes his seat. People are upset because they think it's nepotism, which, yes, to some degree it's nepotism, but it's been nepotism from the very beginning. So if you're upset about that, I understand. But to say, well, Rex Tillerson, he was appointed as Secretary of State, so he should be the one who should sit there. Okay, understood, but he also wasn't an elected official. He certainly is not qualified for that job, and she's actually there talking to world leaders about something, an effort that she took part in that I think is incredibly important. So the World Bank is trying to raise $1 billion in order to help provide capital to female entrepreneurs in both developing and developed countries, right? And so she's a woman who is an entrepreneur. She's been, trying to raise awareness about these issues. And so she, nudged Donald Trump to actually be part of this initiative. And as a result, the United States is going to contribute $50 million, which I think is great. This is good news, right? And so I think it's totally fine for her to sit there briefly and have a discussion about that. It's not that big of a deal. And I feel like criticizing her for this specific thing makes liberals seem incredibly petty. That's my take on it. Now, according to CNN, Ivanka, along with World Bank President Jim Yong Kim and Merkel, helped launch the World Bank backed program that will promote women's entrepreneurship in developing countries, okay? So I don't know, Angela Merkel was asked about this, like, hey, do you find this unusual? What do you think? And here's what she said. Let's go to graphic 5. Ivanka Trump was part of the American delegation, so that is something that other delegations also do, and it is very well known that she works in the White House and that she is also engaged in certain initiatives.
So Anna, you make a compelling case in that she's part of the administration, this is something she cares about, and it is what it is. On the other hand, there's a couple points to be made. Number one, does it show that Trump cares about this issue if his way of caring is, I'm going to go take a bathroom break and Ivanka, you fill in on, it's an entrepreneurship for women. Whatevs, I'll let my daughter sit in on that, okay? Okay, so that's point one.
He did talk about it during his speech at the G20.
Okay.
So.
Secondly, if the Democrats had done this, people would lose their minds. If Hillary Clinton had won and was like, Chelsea Clinton will be sitting in for me in some incredibly important meetings with world leaders, every Republican would lose their mind.
Yep,
okay?
they would. That's right. And they would attack, and it would be petty. And look, I only say that it would be petty if the context of the situation is the same context that we have here now. Now, please don't misunderstand me. I have no love for the Trumps, okay? And so it does pain me to defend them in this case, but fair is fair. And I feel like this is such a ridiculous criticism. They're actually doing something good here, right? Amongst all the terrible stuff that they're doing, here's something good. And they're trying to empower women in underprivileged countries. And I think that they, credit where credit is due.
So on the substance of it, I agree with you. And I don't have and I'm glad that you're pointing that out furthermore. It just, you're right, the underlying issue is that they work in the White House in the first place.
Yes.
So if Angela Merkel was like, oh, here's all my kids, and they'll be running Germany from now on. And so one of them will be doing, handling our relationship with China. People will be like, really, are you serious? And then the other one will sit in for me in international meetings. People would think that was incredibly strange, and by the way, a little demeaning if Merkel's like, oh, here's my daughter, it's take my daughter to work day, so she's sitting in for me at this meeting.
Yeah.
Now, the daughter is not 13, I get it, she's a grown up. On the other hand, Ivanka Trump, what has she accomplished other than being Ivanka Trump? I know people are gonna find that outrageous, but so Donald Trump said, if she weren't my daughter, it would be so much easier for her. We might have a disagreement on that too, Anna, because I think that is a preposterous statement.
Well, I think that it's difficult to have someone like Donald Trump as your father, right?
That's true, but it's also incredibly
you get
easy.
opportunities that most people wouldn't get.
You have hundreds of millions of dollars that you wouldn't have had otherwise. Don't tell me that it's easy. That it's hard for you. Boo hoo. Okay, so your dad's a monster. Sad day for you. But would Ivanka Trump be sitting in that meeting if her name was Ivanka Johnson? No, very, 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 very unlikely.
You're right about that. I don't disagree. But what I'm trying to say is we have criticized her quite a bit for saying that she wants to empower women when it appeared that she hadn't done anything to empower women. So here she is pushing Trump to do something good for female entrepreneurs. Whether you like it or not, she is an entrepreneur. I mean, obviously, she doesn't have a level playing field compared to other women who aren't as connected, but nonetheless, she is an entrepreneur and she's doing something good here. So instead of focusing on like, wah, she's sitting at the table, wah, there's a good side to this that I think, unfortunately, people who are criticizing it aren't looking at all.
Okay, so I think I take issue with your wah, but I've been known to phrase things that way too sometimes when talking about people I don't agree with. But look, last thing on this is that when they say if she weren't my daughter, it would be so much easier for her. I think that's what gets under people's skin. It certainly got under my skin. Because if you were to say, acknowledge the breaks that you've been given. By the way, I've been given 1,000 breaks. My dad's a wonderful guy and worked his ass off and put me in a situation where I could do the things that I did. But I'm eternally grateful for that. And I don't think, I would have done it anyway, man. I don't care, I don't need anybody. And Ivanka, if she was just born dirt poor in West Virginia, she would have done all this anyway. And so it's only hurt her that she had hundreds of millions of dollars and a president and a dad who became president. Just please don't insult our intelligence because you don't have any. So that I guess goes more towards what Donald Trump said and is doing more than Ivanka. And I do appreciate that you're pointing out that the more important thing is the substance of what they discussed that day, and that was good news.
Yes, just want to be fair. All right, let's move on to other news. An unnamed police officer in Baton Rouge has filed a lawsuit against Black Lives Matter over a man who unfortunately shot and killed 3 cops back in July of 2016. Now, the lawsuit has to do with the notion that Black Lives Matter incited so much violence that it led this man, Gavin Long, to ambush cops in Baton Rouge, which led to the death of 3 officers and also wounded 2 deputies and another officer. So lawyers for one of the wounded law enforcement officers filed the complaint Friday in US District Court for the Middle District of Louisiana against various arms of the Black Lives Matter movement and leaders, including DeRay Mexon and Janetta Elzy. So the complaint alleges that Black Lives Matter and its leaders are responsible for the shooting because they, quote, incited the violence against police in retaliation for the death of Black men shot by police and, quote, did nothing to dissuade the ongoing violence and injury to police. Okay, so this, just to give you context, this shooting in Baton Rouge happened pretty close after the shooting that happened in Dallas, which also claimed the lives of police officials. After that shooting in Dallas, there were a number of statements made by Black Lives Matter condemning the violence, speaking out against it, but it doesn't matter, right? And look, what happened to these cops was horrific. You read the details about what happened to this particular cop and the fact that he will be permanently disabled as a result of the shooting, and you feel sick to your stomach. But to say that Black Lives Matter insulted this violence, I think is going a little far, and to say that they didn't do anything to dissuade the violence or speak out against it is just patently untrue.
So the shooters were not in any way connected to Black Lives Matter. That should count for something. So you're just putting it on them because, I don't know, one group is black and the shooter was black. He had nothing to do with the group, but I don't know, I can't tell the difference, so I'm gonna say it's Black Lives Matter. Second of all, the shooter in Dallas was actively rejected by several African American groups that he applied to. They're like, no, dude, there's something wrong with you. And they didn't take him in. Doesn't matter, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Well, I mean, he was black, he shot at cops. You're black and you care to make sure that cops actually serve the community. Hence, you must be guilty. Okay, so that's guilt by association. It has a clear racial component. And most importantly, I think it's un-American to say you shouldn't speak out on an issue that's important. And if you do, I'll sue you because I'll claim that your legitimate words on those issues that are political, First Amendment protected, all of that, I don't care. I will claim it led to violence in other areas to shut you up and to make sure that you don't have those First Amendment rights. I thought conservatives were really, really concerned about debate in this country and First Amendment rights, and they want to make sure that everyone got a chance to speak. It turns out, well, for some of them, when it comes to Black Lives Matter, no.
And look, it's definitely true when it comes to Black Lives Matter, but there is this insane effort by the right wing in the country to go after anyone who wants to challenge authority, who wants to speak out, who wants to protest. Think about the fact that there were bills, state bills proposed indicating that, hey, if there are protesters blocking the street and a driver happens to accidentally run over some of them, well, it should be okay, right? I mean, that's the kind of intimidation tactic that's being used by people in power. Forget the right wing, people in power who don't want individuals to use their First Amendment right to speak out. And that's a trend that we're seeing. It goes further than Black Lives Matter.
And by the way, in this case, or in all the cases right now, in this period of time, it is Republican legislators that are pushing that forward, including in Arizona, where they suggested arresting anyone who goes to protest if anyone at that protest were to do some crime at a later time. So even if they're not connected to that crime, whether it's smashing a window or anything like that, they would arrest all of the protesters and all the people who planned the protest that had nothing to do with the violence. Now that bill was so outrageous that it was pulled back. Even to be fair to conservatives, even some conservatives in Arizona were like, wait, wouldn't that cover Tea Party protests too? And our protests? So that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, of course it's not a good idea, whether you agree with the protest or don't agree with the protest. So that's why this lawsuit has a great number of issues. And by the way, if you did this in reverse, are you kidding me? So I guess we'd have to shut down almost every right-wing outlet and definitely Fox News, because under this logic, they certainly do it in reverse, right?
I mean, Bill O'Reilly with Tiller the baby killer, Tiller the baby killer. Tiller got shot and killed,
For being a quote unquote baby killer.
Exactly, so, look, I think rhetoric matters, I think it's important, and I think everyone needs to dial it back right now because things have gotten super divisive. But to say that people rising up and speaking out against their unarmed children getting shot and killed, their unarmed family members getting shot and killed. To say that they're the ones that leads to all this violence is kind of crazy.
So since this is all about perspective, I'll file a lawsuit too, how about that? Because what happens is it starts with a violent approach to things. So if someone is shot and killed, murdered by a particular police officer, and the police union or that particular police department or police departments nationwide or Blue Lives Matter organization, whoever the hell that is, decides to say, hey, let's circle the wagons around this murderous cop and make sure he gets off, or we cover up what happened. I mean the body camera slipped off. Oh, that footage was lost, and let's circle around and get him off, which they do the majority of the time. Then I'm upset because now you've condoned this violence, which will then incite other violence from people who may or may not have listened to Black Lives Matter. And now you're the start of it now. I'm suing you for getting that cop shot because you started with the violence, pissed other people off, got away with it, and now that violence has gone on to you now. Those cops that are crippled and shot should be mad at their fellow cops for not going after the bad ones, the few bad apples. If there's a few bad apples, get rid of them. If you're gonna protect them, you are all bad apples now. And now everyone has a target on their back because of the violence that you started. How about you sue those cops for allowing this shit to start?
What I don't get is, okay, so what are you supposed to do if your 12-year-old son gets shot and killed within 2 seconds of a cop arriving at a park because they think he's playing with a real gun when in reality it was a toy gun? Like, what are you supposed to do? They didn't ask any questions, they shot him within 2 seconds. What are you supposed to do when you see the video of Philando Castile politely telling the cop, I have a gun in the car, a licensed gun in the car, officer, being polite and still getting shot within seconds? Like, are you not supposed to say anything?
That's
You're not
right.
supposed to
That's
take to
right.
the streets, you're not supposed to challenge any power
That's
whatsoever.
exactly right.
That is the message here. And I think that that's problematic to say the least, especially if you gallivant around town pretending like you care about the First Amendment and free speech. Free speech goes further than college campuses and having Ann Coulter or whoever show up and try to rile students up. Free speech means allowing people to speak out when they see injustice. And in this case, there's been countless cases of injustice.
But that's why I mentioned conservatives in the beginning, Anna. It isn't just about this lawsuit. Conservatives have said over and over again that people shouldn't protest things like the Tamir Rice shooting. Okay, Black Lives Matter, they call them a terrorist group because they complain that their 12-year-old son is murdered within 2 seconds and nobody asked a question. It's a toy gun, it's not a toy gun. They just pulled up and killed a kid, right? So no, what conservatives tell you is, screw the First Amendment. I don't care about your right to protest. The minute you protest, I'm gonna call you a thug. I'm gonna call you a terrorist. I'm gonna sue you, okay? Because what do you want them to do? The conservatives want you to be quiet and know your role. And for a long time in this country, that role was they dominate and we're supposed to take it, okay? We meaning all of the rest of us, okay? Well, no, we're not gonna take it. We are going to do things that are American, like protest and demand our rights and demand not to be killed. And it's not too much to ask for. And by the way, I mean, JR didn't have to go as far as he did in his opinion to come back around to the cops. You could just stop halfway. So when you protect cops that kill people, doesn't that incite violence from other cops who think, I can just kill people and get away with it? Look at all of the cases where cops shot people and there was no consequences. So everyone who protected those bad apples are now inciting, under your logic, not my logic, your logic, is inciting and encouraging further violence against black people. Let's go sue all of you, right? No, that suit doesn't make sense. This suit doesn't make sense. And it is deeply un-American. In this country, we get to speak out. And if you don't like it, you use your voice and your First Amendment rights. This is nothing but an attempt at intimidation.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, more stories, including fun stories, I promise. Just come back.
Just come back. Back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you. Our members of the day are Yuri Dotsenko and Ginger McMahon. Apparently Anna's going to rage in the postgame today about housing. Some of you enjoy that. So tytnetwork.com/join. To get the whole show, and we'll be doing some extra stories online after this hour is up. and also get the post games and free month this month. So go to tytnetwork.com/join and then enter the promo code FREETYT to get that free month. Quick tweets here. Actually, this one's super chat from the last show we did on Friday. Myotis Lucifagus writes in, yes, Francesca is awesome. Glad to see her on the main show. Left is best. That's funny. If you saw the show on Friday, it refers to a story we did. Dave Longland writes in, wow, Anna, I was so against Ivanka at G20, but you make a decent point. And well,
Thank you.
Okay, and if Merkel didn't complain. Christopher Nagy says, if this case goes against Black Lives Matter, then on that standard, right-wing radio, Fox News, and conservative websites should be sued out of existence. Well, that certainly is true if the case does go that way.
Right.
Okay.
Well, one of the defendants in that case says that this is the second time that he's had to deal with a similar lawsuit, and so he's certain that it has no merit. And yeah, I mean, to prove that an organization or specific people have incited violence, I mean, there's a decent burden of proof there. You know.
All right. What's next?
All right. Researchers at Vanderbilt University and also the University of Memphis looked at the issue of regressive taxation. These are basically fines and citations that local law enforcement collect in order to make up for lost revenue. And they realized that there are certain types of neighborhoods that usually suffer the most when it comes to regressive taxes. Now, here's what they found. Using data from more than 9,000 cities, the researchers found that cities with larger Black populations rely more on fines and court fees to raise revenue. The average collection was about $8 per person for all cities that get at least some revenue from fines and fees, but that rose to as much as $20 per person in the cities with the highest Black populations. Now, they made sure to control for certain factors, including crime rates and also the city's size. But they did find that having at least one Black person on the city council had a positive impact on these fees and fines. It actually reduced the relationship between race and fines by about 50%. So obviously having someone represent your demographic in the city council is incredibly important.
So a couple of things that we get out of this. First of all, notice how we're race baiting by creating facts that have been in place for a long, long time. So the right wing will say, why are you bringing up facts? Facts are really annoying. And if they show that there's racial bias in the country, we won't blame the reality. We won't try to change the reality. We'll blame you for pointing out the reality. We'll call that race baiting.
So let me jump in with something, okay? The researchers here didn't go into this looking specifically at race. They went into this to see how regressive taxation works community by community. And then they noticed that, neighborhoods with a larger Black demographic usually suffer the most from these types of fines or these citations. And yes, I think race or racial bias has something to do with it, but more importantly, being powerless has a lot to do with it.
So Anna, that's exactly where I was going with this.
Yeah.
But the reason I started the way that I did is that, so no matter what the reason is, the effect that it has is one that affects African Americans worse. So pointing that out doesn't mean everybody in the country is a bad person, okay? It just means that's a reality for African Americans that if you're not African American, you don't have to deal with. So the fact that you don't have to deal with it doesn't make it not true. It is true, it's empirically true, okay? Now, Anna's right, this is really about power. And the second part of the story proves that out as well. So the reason why this happens is not because people get together in a global racist conspiracy and they go, let's charge Black people more because we hate Black people. No, they usually do it unconsciously because they know, hey, if we do this, we'll be able to get away with it. And if we do that, we won't be able to get away with it. So if we start increasing fines in rich areas, some of those rich people are judges, prosecutors, or simply powerful in the community. And they're gonna complain. And it's gonna be a big problem for us. If we do it in poor neighborhoods, well, it's not gonna be as big a problem. Now, unfortunately, African Americans on average in America live in some cities that have socioeconomic condition that is not at the high end of the income bracket, obviously, right? So that is why it affects African Americans more.
Right.
So they think, okay, if these folks can't fight back, let's just make money that way. And if I have to increase tax on the rich, they are going to fume. They're going to be livid about it. And they're going to send lobbyists and all their bought politicians, etc. If I get revenue from people who can't do a damn thing about it, well, that's easy revenue for me, and I'll get to crush the powerless.
Yes, it's easy revenue, and you're right, they don't have a lobbying group protecting them, but more importantly, they don't have the resources to fight these citations in court. So oftentimes, they'll get the citations, they'll get the fees, and the city gets to make its money without worrying about anyone really fighting back. And this is, yes, there's a racial component to it, but more importantly, everyone who is not wealthy is impacted by this, right? We see regressive taxation everywhere. We see it here in Los Angeles. In California, back in 1978, they passed a proposition, Prop 13, I believe, that severely limited the revenue that the state raised through property taxes. And also it led to you needed a 2/3 majority in the state in order to increase taxes. Since we lost so much revenue, what do you think happened? Citations, like parking citations, cops, trolling the streets looking for people who, make minor infractions while they're driving. That shot up. And so, yes, again, there's a racial component, but more importantly, we're all affected by this. Real quick, though, I wanted to quickly mention that the Justice Department last year had done, not last year, back in 2015, they did a study on, where was it exactly? After Black Lives Matter protests in Ferguson, the US Department of Justice released a report validating many of these concerns. The March 2015 report found that city officials work together at every level of enforcement, from city management to local prosecutor to the police department, to make as much money from fines and court fees as possible, ranging from schemes to raise total fines for municipal code violations to asking cops to write as many citations as possible. So this is not good, and I want to give you a quote from a cop, okay? Let's go to graphic 13. This is a cop from the NYPD, New York City Police. When you put any type of numbers on a police officer to perform, we're going to go to the most vulnerable. We're going to go to the LGBT community, we're going to go to the Black community, we're going to go to those people that have no vote and have no power.
Damn, that right there is so telling. And so when progressives fight back against this stuff, or African Americans fight back against this stuff, they're actually fighting for all poor and middle class people. All the people that the powerful, whether it's big government or big business, decide, I'm gonna get money from you because I can. There's nothing you could do about it. So it is imperative for all of us to fight back together, and so that they don't crush the powerless. And so what this is, in effect, is wealth redistribution. But they're distributing the money from the poor and the middle class to the rich. So they get to share in the services, but they cut taxes on the rich, so they pay less. And they increase fines and fees on the poor and the middle class, so we all pay more. So understand what that is and why it's happening, so that we can actually, as Americans, all fight back against it. Okay, now we're out of time for the serious audience. Rest of you, we take a super short break online and come right back. So that's tytnetwork.com/live if you want to watch the show live and free on any given day. And then don't miss the Joe Manchin interview tomorrow. If you're a member, it's live at 11:15 a.m. Eastern. And that's tytnetwork.com/join to become a member and put in the promo code FREETYT to get it free for a month. Don't miss the Manchin interview. It's gonna be, I believe, amazing. Okay, we'll be right back. All right, told you, right back at you.
Yeah.
All right, Casser, what do you got?
All right, we're switching gears, okay? We're moving a little away from political news to other, international news and stuff that's going on. This is a tragic story, but interesting because it involves sex. Police in Australia unfortunately shot a man and a woman who were at a sex club in Australia. At least it's a club that has sex fantasy nights and people dress up in costumes and they do their thing. And apparently 40 armed police officers raided the Saints and Sinners Ball, an erotic fantasy dress party described as a no-holds-barred extravaganza of adult fun on its website at the Inflation nightclub. So apparently someone, a club goer, believed that there was someone there with a gun. And that's what led to police showing up. They show up and they see-
Well, it would be hard to hide in that context, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're dressed up in costumes, so could someone possibly have a toy gun? Yeah, so everyone calm down. I mean, ask some questions before you freak out and call the cops, and then, of course, things get out of control. So 40 cops show up. At that point, there was a man and the woman in a compromising position, and cops allege that the man was holding what appeared to be a gun and he refused to put it down. At least that's their side of the story. It's interesting how similar this story is to some of the stuff that we cover here in the US. So Dale Ewins, who was dressed as the Joker, was reportedly left seriously injured after he was shot in the stomach when armed officers mistook his fake gun for a real weapon. And then the woman that he was in a compromising position with, Zita Sukis, was dressed as comic book supervillain Harley Quinn and was unfortunately shot in the leg. Now her injury is not life-threatening, his is. And hopefully he makes a recovery, a full recovery. Venue staff have stated that the male victim was not holding anything in his hand, but rather he was in a compromising position with the female partner, which is a normal activity with the nature of this event. That's according to the owner of this club or this event.
Yeah, so obviously a full investigation will tell you who are the real culprits here, but boy, is there a lot of overreaction here. I'm surprised this story is not in America, that it's, so they do it in other places as well, apparently. So first off, look, if the guy is in mid-coitus, it is unlikely that he is, in that context, a dangerous guy. Now,